Classmates, keep your professional badge safe and complete your tasks as soon as possible to unlock your profession. Chun Daoxing repeatedly emphasized from the podium. Remember, do not hand over your badge to anyone. If someone forces you to transfer it, come to me immediately or call the police. If you want to switch professions, you must go through official channels. Every year, there were always students who lost their badges and missed the opportunity to become professionals. Chun Daoxing could only tirelessly repeat the warnings. At the back of the classroom by the window, Lin Yi clutched the fiery red badge in his hand, staring at it with wide eyes, his mind utterly blank. He had been reborn. After perishing together with the monstrous Baiyan demon monarch, he had returned to his student days, back to the very day of awakening his profession. Last time, it was today he had foolishly handed over a profession that was perfectly compatible with him. Flame Warrior. This time, no one was going to take it away. Just as Lin Yi steeled his resolve, a sudden notification rang out in his mind. Anomalous fluctuation detected. Your innate talent has been reset. His heart sank. His S-rank talent, blazing flesh, gone. You have awakened a new talent. Healer's sovereignty? Lin Yi turned pale. A healing-type talent? In his last life, he had exchanged his flame warrior profession for the role of a healer. From that moment, he had been stuck in mediocrity. Su Yaoyao, on the other hand, had soared to prominence as flame warrior, becoming the rising star of Shan City. At the end, she left him behind with a single cold sentence. We don't belong in the same world. Before walking away without a second thought, Lin Yi had spent the rest of his life struggling as a healer, constantly under others' feet. Now, given a second chance, he realized his fate seemed bent on mocking him, assigning him the talent healer's sovereignty. Lin Yi, are you all right? You look terrible. Chun Daoxing frowned, his voice drawing everyone's attention to the stiffened Lin Yi. The entire class turned to look at him, eyes brimming with curiosity, concern, and even undisguised sycophancy. Not feeling well? I have some calming tablets here. Maybe awakening took too much out of you? Let me take you to the nurse's office. I'll help him there. Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy too. Let's go together. Nah, why bother with the nurse? Just come to my house. My bed's more comfortable. Shut up. My place is way cozier. A ruckus erupted across the classroom, with several female students at the center brazenly fighting over Lin Yi. The reason? Yesterday, during the awakening ceremony, Lin Yi had become one of only 2 students in the entire school to awaken an S-rank talent. And today, he had also acquired a professionally matched badge with an unprecedented 200% compatibility rating at the professional hall. His starting position was light years ahead of everyone else in his age group. Naturally, such attention and fawning were unavoidable. But while everyone else showered him with warmth, Lin Yi's heart was cold and bitter. The enthusiasm they showed now was proportional to the disdain they'd exhibit once he lost his flame warrior profession. How shallow and opportunistic people were. Mr. Chun, I'm fine. I just lost focus for a moment. I apologize, Lin Yi said finally, raising his eyes to meet his teacher's gaze. Those 2 words, I'm sorry, carried significant weight. In his past life, many had sucked up to him during his peak, but only Chun Daoxing had extended a helping hand when Lin Yi hit rock bottom. More importantly, in his previous life, he had never once listened to this teacher's advice. Chun Daoxing frowned slightly but only replied, as long as you're all right, before returning to his lesson. However, Lin Yi was no longer paying attention to the teacher's words. He immediately turned inward to examine his new talent. Healer's sovereignty. Trait 1. Healing has a chance to permanently increase a target's attributes and a very small chance to replicate their innate talent. Trait 2. Healing has a chance to generate a soul core. Trait 3. All healing consumes only 1 mana point, with no material requirements. Trait 4. Healing power can be accumulated to enhance talents or skills. Holy crap. Lin Yi almost burst out laughing on the spot. This wasn't just strong, it was downright outrageous. Any single one of these traits was comparable to an SSS ranked talent. The combination of all 4? Absolutely unparalleled. Looking at this talent, even if he gave up the Flame Warrior, it wouldn't be a loss. Though the healer profession had brought him so much misery in his last life, it was also the pathway he was most familiar with. Not to mention, he had even unlocked a hidden class, the wrathful flame priest, during that lifetime. Right now, however, another practical issue loomed over him. Where could he get his hands on a healer's profession badge? Fortunately, this problem wasn't too tricky. After school today, someone would come to find him, offering to trade a healer badge for his flame warrior badge. That person was none other than Su Yaoyao. The irony was biting. In his last life, Lin Yi had actually agreed to the deal, all because of one sentence from Su Yaoyao. Trade the badge, and I'll date you. But as it turned out, she had never intended to fulfill that promise in the first place. This time, even if I have to destroy the badge, I won't give it to you. Lin Yi clenched the badge tightly. The next question was clear. Where could he find another healer badge? His thoughts quickly landed on someone. Li Fei. She's the one who got the healer's badge too. Professional badges were granted by the professional hall after awakening, typically highly compatible with one's talent. Logic, but when Lin Ye's resolute gaze met hers, a sudden and inexplicable sense of trust surged from deep within her heart. All right. Li Fei gritted her teeth, hesitating briefly before finally nodding. Lin Yi looked satisfied. Without another word, he pulled out his flame warrior emblem and held it toward her. Li Fei mirrored his actions, offering her healer emblem. As the two emblems met in midair, a shimmer of light momentarily flashed, marking the exchange before each emblem returned to its new owner's hand. Is that all it takes? Li Fei stared in disbelief at the freshly transformed emblem in her palm. It was the radiant insignia of a flame warrior, exuding a faint warmth as if it carried the fire's searing touch within it. Of course, Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly, tucking the healer emblem securely away. His expression remained calm, almost effortless. But you? Li Fei couldn't hold back her curiosity as she looked at him, her emotions a mixture of regret, confusion, and something else she couldn't quite name. Why would you give up such an incredible profession? A flame warrior, that's a rare class, the pinnacle many warriors dream of attaining. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, his tone casual but firm. A rare class, no matter how powerful, has to suit the individual. Choosing the path that aligns best with who you are, that's the wisest decision one can make. His words left Li Fei speechless, her heart somehow stirred by the simplicity and truth of his statement. Said with such ease, yet it embodied a level of maturity and decisiveness beyond their age. And also, Lin Ye's voice rose again, his gaze shifting toward the distant horizon. His eyes harbored a depth that seemed to see far beyond the present moment. Whoever said healers are destined to just stand in the backlands? A confident smile curved his lips, as though he were declaring that healers, too, could shape the outcome of a battlefield. Li Fei froze. In that moment, a realization struck her. Lin Yi wasn't like the rest of them. The way he saw the world, the way he carried himself, his perspective was broader, his ambitions higher. Thank you for trusting me. Lin Ye's voice broke through her reverie, his tone warm and light as he extended his hand toward her once more. That familiar, easygoing smile appeared on his face again. From now on, let's work hard together. Li Fei didn't know why, but her nose suddenly tingled, and a wave of emotion rose unbidden. Yet, amidst this, an unprecedented sense of security and determination welled up in her heart. She nodded firmly and clasped Lin Ye's outstretched hand. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Su Yaoyao was standing anxiously by the window, her gaze darting outside. Minute by minute ticked by, the initial confidence on her face gradually giving way to restless unease. She bit her lip, her fingernails digging deeply into her palm. He wouldn't really abandon me. Would he? She murmured to herself, her voice no louder than a whisper, yet carrying a faint tremble and a note of wounded vulnerability that even she failed to notice. To be continued. The door, panting heavily. Their uniforms bore the insignias of top-tier academies, indicating they weren't ordinary students. Behind them, a faint scorch mark trailed across the polished marble floor of the church, as though they had been in a heated pursuit. One of them, a tall, lanky boy with a panicked expression, yelled, "Close the doors. It's right behind us." The young priest and the elderly bishop exchanged glances, their serene expressions slightly disrupted. Lin Yi turned around, curious but calm, hands still idly dusting off his sleeves after completing his binding ritual. "What's all this about?" the young priest asked, his tone steady despite the sudden commotion. "No time to explain," said another of the students, her voice trembling as she darted toward the doors, slamming them shut with all her strength. "It's a rogue flame beast. It escaped from the fire elemental rift nearby. We couldn't stop it, and it followed us here." The mention of the fire elemental rift immediately caught Lin Ye's attention. His lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. What a coincidence. The rift was exactly where he needed to go tomorrow to initiate Li Fei into her Flame Warrior class. But a rogue flame beast wandering outside the rift's bounds? That hadn't happened in his previous life. The bishop frowned and waved a glowing hand toward the doors, casting a protective barrier over them. "Nothing will break through the church's sanctified grounds," he said firmly, though the lines on his weathered face deepened with concern. "Rest here until help arrives." "Help?" The lanky boy's voice cracked as he pointed an accusing finger at the bishop. "By the time your bureaucratic help comes, half the city will be ash." "Then go," Lin Yi suddenly interjected, his voice slicing cleanly through the chaos like a honed blade. "No one's forcing you to stay." The boy turned to Lin Yi, eyes wide with indignation. "Do you even understand the situation? This isn't some low-level monster. It's a flame beast. One swipe from its claws, and you'll burn to death before you can scream." Lin Yi shrugged indifferently, taking a step forward to stand near the pale-faced group. He flexed his fingers, casually summoning a faint green light to his palm. The glow from his recently learned healing touch skill flickered briefly before extinguishing, but it was enough to draw an audible gasp from the trio. "You're a healer? And you bound your class an hour after awakening? Are you out of your mind?" The girl from earlier shook her head in disbelief. Lin Yi only smiled faintly. "It seems to me," he said, his voice steady and deliberate, "that you're the ones out of options. So maybe instead of panicking, you could start explaining what exactly this rogue beast's abilities are." His calmness was unsettling, even to the usually implacable bishop, who now regarded him more closely. The old man's sharp eyes gleamed with curiosity, though he said nothing for a moment. The third member of the group, a stout boy with sweat glistening on his forehead, finally spoke up. "It's a Flameclaw Ravager," he said, voice low. "B class, at least. It uses fire-based attacks and has a nasty AoE burst it triggers when its health is low. We tried to pin it down, but he grimaced. We're all physical DPS. None of us were equipped to handle its fire, and then it broke free." Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. "Not too different from what you'd expect from a rift beast," he mused, more to himself than the others. "But no healer, and you brought it out of the rift instead of finishing it off?" He tootayed lightly, as if disappointed. "Sloppy execution." "Hey, who the hell do you think you are, lecturing us?" the lanky boy snapped. "Do you even know what it's like to?" "Enough." The girl shoved him aside and fixed her gaze on Lin Yi. "You're not thinking of going out there, are you?" Lin Yi tilted his head slightly, as though the question itself was amusing. "And what if I am?" "You're insane," she said flatly. "A freshly bound healer taking on a fire element beast? You might as well kill yourself right here and save it the trouble." "My odds are still better than yours," Lin Yi replied smoothly. His confidence was both maddening and mesmerizing, and for a moment, no one could think of a retort. The bishop finally spoke, his tone measured. "Do not test the fire, young man. Recklessness often leads to ash." Lin Yi turned to the elderly figure, offering a deferential bow. "I appreciate your wisdom, Bishop," he said, though there was a spark in his eye that suggested he'd already made up his mind. "But trust me, this isn't recklessness. It's preparation." Without waiting for further objections, he strode toward the church's double doors. The faint scent of charred air seeped through the edges of the barrier, and the flickering light of distant flames cast ominous shadows on Lin Ye's face. "You're going to die out there for nothing," the lanky boy shouted after him. But Lin Yi didn't so much as pause. This wasn't the first time he'd faced this beast. And hell, in this life, it wouldn't even be a challenge. The church was filled with an air of urgency, blood staining the rugged stone floors. One of the men was being carried by a companion. He was unconscious, his breathing weak and shallow. "Priest, please, save my brother," the leader of the group shouted, his voice trembling with desperation. The young priest immediately stepped forward. "Treat him first. He's the most seriously injured." The group carefully laid the unconscious man on the ground, and the priest skillfully began to cast a healing spell. To him, this was a familiar scene. The church stood just outside the adventurer's square, and injured individuals were brought in almost daily. The other two men stood anxiously nearby, visibly restless with worry. Lin Yi walked over, his gaze falling on one of them. "Need any treatment?" he asked calmly. At that moment, the leader heard the unfamiliar voice and turned to see a boy who looked like no more than a high school student standing a short distance away. The man nodded his thanks curtly before immediately turning his attention back to his fallen comrade, his concern entirely consumed by his brother's survival. Lin Yi, however, had already raised his hand with practiced ease, casting his healing spell without hesitation. Low-level healing spells required no incantation, but the speed of casting depended entirely on the caster's proficiency. A beginner might manage it in just over 2 seconds. A seasoned spellcaster could bring it down to around 1.5 seconds. But a true master? They could execute the spell with barely a gesture. Lin Yi was the latter. In his previous life, his innate talent had been lacking, forcing him to make up for it with extreme precision and lightning-fast casting. He had honed himself to the point where he could fire off 2 healing spells in under a second, a unique necessity forged by the brutal reality of battle, where even a moment's delay could mean the death of his comrades. A soft glow emanated as the healing spell took effect, and the tall, lean man began to recover. "You have restored 500 HP for Lu Yong. 1 point of spirit has been added." "Got it." Lin Ye's heart leapt with excitement. His first attempt had already activated a trait bonus, and it was a permanent stat increase no less. Wasting no time, he quickly picked up the pace, casting spell after spell. Not far away, an elder dressed in a ceremonial blue robe looked on, utterly stunned. Even at his level of expertise, he could not achieve such an effortless, rapid casting rhythm. This was the standard of a master ranked within the church's highest echelons. Yet the boy before him had clearly just transferred into this role as a healer. Unaware of the astonished gaze fixed on him, Lin Yi was entirely absorbed by the system notifications flashing before his eyes. After several successive casts, he had increased his spirit stat by 5 points. Lu Yong's health bar was fully restored, and no further effects were triggered. Lin Yi promptly shifted his attention to the next injured person. "You have restored 500 HP for Wu Chang. 1 point of strength has been added." The burly warrior nodded his thanks, but Lin Yi wasn't ready to stop just yet. He unleashed a torrent of rapid healing spells. The elder priest in blue robes simply stood there, his expression now bordering on astonishment. The healer sovereign class randomly added stats based on the treated target's primary attribute. Lu Yong, wielding a staff, was a mage. Healing him had increased Lin Ye's spirit. Wu Chang, clearly a warrior, yielded strength gains when healed. By the time Lin Yi finished casting several rounds, he'd gained an additional 7 points of strength. This early in the game, upgrading attributes this quickly was virtually unheard of. A standard level up only granted 5 free distributable stat points. Lin Yi had just pocketed 5 spirit, 7 strength, and even 10 spirit essences without spending a single level up point. This was an outrageous jackpot. Then, as he cast another healing spell, the system's notification delivered an even bigger surprise. "You have restored 500 HP for Wu Chang. Acquired new talent. Damage reduction, grade B. Damage reduction reduces all incoming damage by 5 times current level." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He'd even unlocked a talent. This particular trait was common among melee combatants, extremely effective early game, though it tended to diminish in value later. However, the Healer Sovereign class had an unparalleled ability. Its traits leveled up with accumulated healing output. This completely changed the dynamic. Sadly, healing Lu Yong hadn't resulted in any talents. A slight disappointment, but with this round of gains, it hardly mattered. The young priest finished tending to the critically injured man and let out a heavy sigh. "I can't restore severed limbs," he admitted solemnly. The archer, now missing an arm, would require the expertise of a high-ranking priest, a luxury this modest church clearly didn't possess. All of a sudden, the priest froze mid-thought. Wait, their injuries, they've all healed. Just moments ago, the group had been on the brink of death. Now, every one of them appeared as if they hadn't seen a single scratch. Could the bishop have intervened? No, The bishop was badly injured and wouldn't have been able to help. It was him. Lu Yong's gaze turned to Lin Yi, glimmering with gratitude. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, unfazed. Healers tended to attract both admiration and resentment in equal measure. It was a profession that came with boundless opportunities to forge alliances and, equally, enemies. Strength wasn't the only measure of influence. Sometimes, securing the right allies was enough to sway fate. You? The young priest stared at Lin Yi in disbelief. This student-looking guy had reached such a level just after transferring roles. When he'd first started, it had taken him half a day of practice just to reduce his casting time to 3 seconds per spell. At this point, the elder in the blue robe stepped forward, smiling amiably, the weight of his presence undeniable. "Young man," he addressed Lin Yi. "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Lin Yi immediately recognized the elder. This was Lu Qingshan, Blue Robe Bishop of Sun City's Holy Light Cathedral. A respected figure across the church, he had even extended a helping hand to Lin Yi in his previous life. "My name is Lin Yi, Bishop Lu," he replied with deference. "I witnessed everything just now," Lu Qingshan said warmly. "You're the most gifted healer I've ever encountered." The bishop's praise made everyone turn their heads to focus on Lin Yi, while Lu Yong's interest in recruiting him visibly deepened. "I'm just doing my best," Lin Yi replied humbly, offering a faint smile. Lu Qingshan, however, reached into his robe and produced a skill tome. "Take this, it's called Smite." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This scene, it was almost identical to events from his past life, though the timing had shifted. "It's too valuable," Lin Yi said, feigning reluctance. "Lying around and used would be the real waste. I'd rather pass it to someone young and promising." Lu Qingshan insisted with magnanimity. Lin Yi did not refuse this time, accepting the skill book with a mix of earnest gratitude and concealed delight. His journey as a newly transferred healer was off to a thrilling start. Sexual potency skyrocketed, and he even scored a blue skill book for free. This trip was undeniably rewarding. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingshan, Lin Yi left the church, and Lu Yong and the others also dispersed. The night once again returned to its usual silence. Lin Yi didn't head home. Instead, he checked into a small motel. Success with Awakening meant it was time to start leveling up. School could wait. At that moment, his phone buzzed. "Su Yao Yao, I'm at the park entrance. Bring your class emblem and meet me." Lin Yi glanced at the screen and curtly replied, "You're tainted." Then, he blocked her without hesitation. Such an idiot, he thought to himself. The first thing anyone should do after reincarnation is block Su Yao Yao. At the entrance of Shanxing Park, Su Yao Yao stood with her arms crossed, fuming over what had happened at school that afternoon. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. What stung the most was that Lin Yi hadn't shown up to apologize. "If it wasn't for your stupid Flame Warrior emblem, why would I even bother dealing with you?" she hissed internally, grumbling nonstop. Her phone chimed. "It's definitely Lin Yi." A smug grin spread across her face. All that bravado earlier, and now he was the one coming around to bow his head. He was so predictable and easy to manipulate. But when she opened the message, her expression darkened. "Tainted? What the hell?" Bursting with indignation, she quickly typed back, "What do you mean by that?" Only to be met with a glaring red exclamation mark. Lin Yi had blocked her. The next morning, Lin Yi left his motel bright and early. Arriving at the Adventurers Square with some time to spare before his meeting with Li Fei, he decided to browse around and pick up some basic equipment and supplies beforehand. "I've got 100,000 left," he calculated. That was what remained from the compensation his parents had left after they died 3 years ago during the spatial rift upheaval. It had originally been 120,000, but over 3 years, he had spent less than 20,000 altogether, living frugally. But heading into a dungeon was no joke. Proper preparation was essential. Spatial pouches, mana restoration potions, these were the kinds of life-saving items he needed. As for equipment, well, he was a healer. His equipment needs were minimal. The square was alive with activity, vendors setting up stalls everywhere. Lin Yi navigated between them and zeroed in on a stand selling spatial bags. A basic spatial bag cost 500 each. The price seemed standard and non-negotiable, so he bought one on the spot. Basic spatial pouch, refinable. Properties: 1 times 1 times 1 meter storage space. Note: nesting prohibited. Spatial pouches cannot be stored inside other spatial pouches. 1 cubic meter for 500. 2 cubic meters cost 10,000. For cubic meters skyrocketed to 100,000. And an 8 cubic meter pouch could fetch over tens of millions, completely out of reach for ordinary folk. In his previous life, Lin Yi had once seen a 16 cubic meter spatial pouch auctioned off for a staggering billion. But now, something caught his attention: the word refinable added to the pouch's properties, a change brought about by the spirit residue he acquired yesterday after healing Lu Yong and Wu Chong at the church. Intrigued, Lin Yi found a quiet corner and decided to test it out. Ding! You've consumed 1 spirit residue to refine the item. A soft chime rang out as the spatial pouch emitted a faint glow. Lin Yi swiftly checked the updated properties. Multidimensional basic spatial pouch, refinable. Bound. Properties 1. 1 times 1 times 1 meter storage space. This actually works? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. If he could nest a multitude of 1 cubic meter pouches inside this multidimensional spatial pouch, wouldn't his storage space essentially multiply exponentially? A single cubic meter was more than enough to fit at least 100 smaller pouches. In other words, he could effectively carry over 100 cubic meters worth of storage on him. The idea alone made his heart race. Of course, the spaces remained isolated from one another, so they couldn't be connected or merged. Otherwise, this would truly be game-breaking. Even so, for dungeon runs, it was a massive advantage. With room to stash mana potions, scrolls, and loot, it was leagues ahead of what anyone else could manage. While other adventurers lamented over limited storage during dungeon expeditions, forced to abandon precious loot due to a lack of space, Lin Yi could easily outclass them. Ordinary spatial bags were fragile and exorbitantly expensive, not to mention a liability in battle if carried in excess. Most adventurers carried at most 2 or 3 small pouches, just enough to get by. But not Lin Yi. With his multidimensional spatial pouch, it was like carrying over 100 inventory slots. Let's get 20 more. At 500 each, 20 cost only 10,000. And the value? It was the equivalent of a 16 cubic meter spatial pouch worth billions. True, the spaces weren't continuous, but the cost efficiency was off the charts. The only drawback was that items became auto-bound after refinement, so he couldn't profit from selling them. Otherwise, such an item wouldn't just be worth 10 billion. People would fight wars over it. Returning to the vendor, Lin Yi purchased 20 more without hesitation. The vendor frowned skeptically as Lin Yi carried away an armful of pouches. Young man, since you're already spending so much, why not just go for a 2 cubic meter one? With pouches dangling all along his belt, Lin Yi admittedly did look a bit ridiculous. He merely smiled without explaining. After all, who would believe him even if he told them about the multidimensional properties? The vendor reminded him that exchanges were valid for 3 days as long as the pouches weren't damaged. Lin Yi thanked him and left. Back at his motel, he refined all 20 pouches into his multidimensional spatial pouch, then began organizing. 300 bottles of potions were neatly packed away, more than enough to keep him going no matter how intensely he burned through them. 5 of the refined pouches were filled with food and water, ensuring he could replenish himself anytime. There were 2 extra compartments for miscellaneous items, and the remaining 10 compartments were specifically for loot storage. Altogether, these items had cost over 30,000 credits. Adding the 10,000 credits for the spatial pouch, the total came to over 40,000. I need to start making money fast. Lin Yi stared at the mere 50,000 credits left in his account, feeling a tightening in his chest. In 3 years, he had only spent 20,000. Now, in less than an hour, he'd burned through 40,000. This amount wasn't nearly enough to buy a decent set of gear. With a flood of new players entering the game, gear prices had skyrocketed. Green tier equipment, once worth a mere 1,000 or 2,000 credits, now soared to 4,000 or 5,000 credits. A slightly better piece could easily exceed 10,000 credits. But Lin Yi had no intention of being ripped off. Even if others were full newbie gear, their healing effectiveness might not rival his. Lin Yi. He turned back and saw Li Fei approaching, followed by 3 others, including Su Yaoyao. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Trouble had come looking for him. Li Fei quietly apologized, explaining that Su Yaoyao had insisted on following her. Lin Yi ruffled her hair, brushing it off. Don't worry about it. In his heart, though, he knew the truth. It was Su Yaoyao who had badgered Li Fei into bringing her here. Lin Yi. Seeing the closeness between Lin Yi and Li Fei, Su Yaoyao's expression turned sour. What about me? Lin Yi's tone was cold and distant. Caught under his sharp gaze, Su Yaoyao's resolve faltered. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I know I was wrong before. I figured things out now. I'm willing to give you a chance and be your girlfriend. But from now on, you can only treat me well and no one else. Failing to secure the Flame Warrior badge, Su Yaoyao had decided to take a step back. With Lin Ye's talent, he could still give her the lifestyle she desired in the future. Her two friends immediately chimed in, supporting her. They tried to shame Lin Yi, accusing him of being a scumbag for openly being affectionate with another girl in public. Even Li Fei, who was usually mild-tempered, was a little irritated now. How had she ended up being dragged into this mess? Lin Yi grabbed her hand decisively. Let's go. Don't waste time on them. We have more important things to do. Li Fei froze for a second, then looked up at him and nodded firmly. All right, I'll listen to you. Lin Yi offered her a small smile and led her away. Su Yaoyao and her two friends were left standing there in stunned silence. None of them had expected Lin Yi to leave without so much as a backward glance. This moment shattered everything for Su Yaoyao. If only she had known how talented he was and how rare his profession was, she would never have treated him so coldly back then. The person standing by his side should have been her. But now, no matter what, it was too late. Feeling desolate, Su Yaoyao was supported by her two friends as they left. Is this for me? Lin Yi looked at the white staff Li Fei handed him. The metallic surface gleamed with a cool, dazzling light. He was surprised. I need enough healing capability to cover you when you tank the monsters, right? Li Fei raised her chin, feigning arrogance. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. What's with this act? Wouldn't it be easier to just be a sweet, normal girl? He grabbed the staff and inspected it. The Silver Hand Staff, a rare blue-tier, two-handed weapon. It came with bonuses to mental power and mana, an additional 50 points to healing effects, and the potential to be refined 3 more times to improve its quality. On the open market, it was easily worth at least 100,000 credits. She must have borrowed money from her uncle to get it. More importantly, the staff was upgradable. With enough spirit essences, its quality could keep increasing. In other words, given enough resources, the gear in his hands could be pushed to top-tier status. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. What about you? He asked. Li Fei didn't hesitate, showing him her equipment stats. It was a set of the most common newbie warrior white-tier gear, priced at just a few thousand credits altogether. The stats were basic, but it was still better than stepping into a secret realm in casual clothes. Will this be enough? She blushed slightly, embarrassed. Revealing one's equipment stats to someone was almost an act of complete trust. It's more than enough, Lin Yi reassured her with a nod. Now we just need 3 more people to form a team. Although the 2 of them could technically handle it, having more people would provide a shared experience boost, leading to faster leveling up. And the more teammates there were, the more injuries there'd be for him to heal. That meant he could accumulate more spirit essences, enhance his attributes, and even boost his talent power. A win-win situation. Only a fool wouldn't form a team. You handle the recruitment, Lin Yi instructed her. Announce that a team led by a double S-ranked talent and rare profession is looking for players, with the healer role already filled. Li Fei immediately followed his direction, posting in the vocationalist channel of the Shanxing City Network. Meanwhile, Lin Yi used the excuse of going to the bathroom to quietly slip away. 3 spirit essences per refinement for blue-tier gear? That's so expensive, Lin Yi muttered under his breath. Last night, he had only managed to collect 10 spirit essences. After spending 1 on the spatial pouch, he had 9 left. Just enough to max out the refining on his staff and push it to purple-tier quality. Without hesitation, Lin Yi began refining. Ding! You've consumed 3 spirit essences for refinement. The notification tone chimed. The staff gained a new trait. Trait 3. The staff's material has been lightened, enabling more agile casting. What's the point of that? To Lin Yi, it was utterly unnecessary. He continued refining. Ding! You've consumed 3 spirit essences for refinement. Trait 3. When casting single-target healing spells, other teammates receive 25% of the healing effects as well, with an additional 50% mana cost. Do you wish to replace the current trait? Linyi paused. This new property had potential. Should he keep it? Wild eyes gleamed with excitement. A single target skill turning into an area of effect 1? That trait was simply divine. Even if it only transferred 25% of the healing, his 5-point healing strength was unmatched. Even after accounting for the reduction, he was leagues ahead of the average healer. As for the supposed extra mana cost, non-existent. His innate talent activated preferentially, ensuring his healing spells still consumed only 1 mana point. Replace it. Without hesitation, he chose to swap out lightweight with the new trait. One more reroll, and it'll reach purple quality. Without delay, he funneled the last 3 spirit fragments into upgrading it. Ding! Completed 3 enhancements. A flash of light engulfed the staff. Its quality soared. From blue to purple. 1 small grade. A vast chasm in value. For a beginner, even acquiring blue-tier gear was considered top-tier luxury. Many families would grit their teeth and splurge on just 1 piece for their child, ensuring they get a head start. But beginner gear had a problem. It was quickly outgrown. And blue-quality gear was often bound, making it impossible to resell. As for Linyi, without spending a single cent, he'd painstakingly upgraded his staff to purple quality. Name: Chains of the Silver Hand Staff, upgradable, progress to next quality, 0/5. Type: two-handed staff, purple quality. Damage: 80 melee. Equipment requirement: none bound. Trait 1: plus 15 mental strength, plus 800 mana points. Trait 2: all healing spells restore an additional 150 health points. Trait 3: when casting a single target healing spell, other teammates receive 25% of the healing effect at an additional 50% mana cost. Trait 4: unlock the skill Soul Chain, dividing damage evenly among teammates. Description: if we cannot live on the same day, month, and year, then let us die on the same day, month, and year. With the upgrade to purple quality, the Silver Hand Staff took a dramatic leap forward. Base stats had skyrocketed, and it gained an outright game-breaking new trait, damage sharing among teammates. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. As long as one person got injured, the whole team would share the pain. The efficiency when leveling attributes was beyond optimal. Whether or not his teammates were happy was of no concern to Linyi. What mattered was that he was thoroughly pleased. Just then, a message came through from Li Fei. She had recruited the others. They were ready to set off. So soon. Raising an eyebrow, Linyi stowed away his staff into his spatial bag and immediately began heading towards the meeting point. "Hi, I'm Hook. Warrior." A tall, thin boy greeted him eagerly, his face beaming with excitement. Next to him stood a pair of identical twins, their resemblance uncanny. "I'm Diane, and this here is my sister, Dana. We're archers." The younger sister waved silently, a shy expression on her face. While their personalities differed, it was clear all 3 were equally enthusiastic. Such a team, 2 S-rank innate talents and hidden classes included, could have easily warranted a high-priced admission fee. Li Fei turned to Linyi. "Do they suffice?" Only if Linyi nodded could the trio remain. Hook and the twins held their breath, nervous to the extreme. "They'll do, as long as they can take healing and follow orders." Linyi gave the go-ahead with a nod. That was Lin Ye's baseline. No healers, just people who could take healing spells and obey instructions. Rare classes and powerful combinations had all been rejected. All that remained were those who were both disciplined and coordinated. High skill ceilings held no value here. What mattered was flawless teamwork. Plus, those twins were rather cute. "Let's go." To the flaming forest. Linyi opened his interface, and with a single tap, activated the dungeon portal. Centuries ago, dimensional rifts began appearing across the globe. Monsters poured through as modern weaponry failed. Humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Everything changed when a select few awakened as class holders. Thus began the era of class holders. After subduing the dimensional rifts, humanity converted them into dungeons. Accessible via interface activation, these dungeons became the primary sources for gathering materials, equipment, and experience points. Even after years of purging, Rift sites remained scattered worldwide. Class holders existed not just to thrive, but to shield humanity from the otherworldly threats that these rifts posed. For Lin Ye's team, still in their rookie phase, truly dangerous rift-clearing missions were out of the question. Even dungeons weren't safe. Negligence often proved fatal. This explained Hook's elation. Who wouldn't rejoice about being carried by a top-tier team? Flaming Forest. Standard difficulty. Lin Yi wasn't overly ambitious and selected the normal difficulty setting. The primary goal today was assisting Li Fei with her class-binding quest. The sooner, the better. In an instant, the five of them were teleported into the dungeon. The environment shifted, cutting off all communication with the outside world. Only by completing the dungeon or exiting manually could they reconnect. I'm kinda nervous, Hook muttered under his breath. Classroom lessons were one thing. Being here in person was a whole other story. The twin sisters immediately raised their bows, on high alert. Li Fei, surprisingly composed, stood motionless. Without having formally transitioned classes, she was simply an observer at this stage. She didn't know where Lin Ye's unwavering confidence came from, but she chose to trust him. Hook takes the front. Diane and Dana provide ranged output. I'll handle the healing. Lin Yi drew his pristine white staff. Its magnificence spoke volumes, leaving everyone momentarily awestruck. Wait, you're the healer? Then, is she the flame warrior? Hook pointed to Li Fei in confusion. Lin Yi shook his head. I am a healer. She hasn't completed her class transfer yet. At last, the truth dawned on Hook. He'd just been roped into manual labor. Fine. Frontline's mine, he sighed. After a deep breath, they all just silently hoped Lin Yi wouldn't screw them over. It was some consolation that the team had S-rank talents across the board, with an excellent lineup. Being a bit slower wasn't a problem. Anything was better than randomly cobbling together a team. Hook gripped his weapon tightly, ready for battle. Just then, a beam of light descended on him. Soul Link. He flinched, frozen in shock after seeing the skill's effect. This ability actually forced all his received damage to be distributed evenly among the entire team. In an instant, everyone's eyes fixated on Lin Yi, because he was the one who cast it. This doesn't sound very good, does it? Hook asked, a wry smile on his face. As the tank, he was supposed to stand at the front and absorb all the damage while Lin Yi concentrated on healing just him. Now, with the damage spread out across the team, Hook would take less punishment, sure, but the burden on the healer would increase exponentially. Lin Yi now had to monitor 5 different health bars at the same time. Could he handle it? And even more critically, would Lin Ye's mana pool hold up? How about we cancel it? Diane's voice trembled slightly. She and her sister were archers, not exactly known for their durability. The individual damage split might not seem like much, but for someone with their frail constitution, it was dangerously significant. This felt like playing with fire. Let's try it on one monster first. If it doesn't work, you're free to bail anytime, Lin Yi responded calmly, without offering much more explanation. With his own build, supporting this team wasn't going to be a problem. The two sisters exchanged an uneasy glance but decided to take the gamble. The reason? Purely superficial. Someone this good-looking couldn't possibly let them down. Ready for action, Hook let out a low roar and charged at a level 1 goblin. The goblin retaliated as soon as it was hit, swinging its club in retaliation. A flurry of punches and swings exchanged between both sides made for a lively battle. Diane and Dana drew their bows to assist. The level 1 goblin dealt only 25 points of damage. With the Soul Link in place, each of the 5 team members only received 5 damage points. Hook, as a level 1 warrior with around 300 HP, barely felt a scratch. Lin Yi was even better off. Thanks to copying warrior Wu Chang's innate talent at the church last night, Lin Yi's setup now reduced all damage taken by 5 points, meaning the goblin's attack on him was entirely nullified. The 3 girls in the group, however, weren't faring quite as well. Li Fei hadn't completed her job change yet, and Diane and Dana were fragility incarnate. Their max health barely reached 100 HP. Though 5 damage per hit didn't seem like much, after several attacks, they had each lost almost a fifth of their total health. Die. With one final punch dealing a critical hit worth 30 damage, Hook knocked the goblin down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The fight was over, but the situation still wasn't looking great. If all the damage had been focused on Hook, A single healing spell would have sufficed. Now, spreading the injuries across the team meant Lin Yi had to cast several times over. And that was just one monster. If they were swarmed, would Lin Yi really be able to manage it? How about we just call it quits? Hook began to suggest, feeling that this strategy was simply too risky. If they canceled the soul link and carefully chipped away at enemies one by one, it might be slow, but it was a safer option. Before he could finish, Lin Yi tapped his staff against the ground. A holy radiance enveloped the group. Everyone's health instantly shot back to full. Hook abruptly swallowed the rest of his sentence. Diane and Dana both froze in place, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. Their previous party had disbanded precisely because their healer had been incompetent. An entry-level healing spell required a 3-second cast time, which had nearly cost their tank his life. But Lin Yi? He had effortlessly restored the entire team with an instant cast group heal. The contrast was staggering. It felt like they'd just hit the jackpot. Brother Lin, I was wrong. Hook immediately bowed in gratitude. As a warrior, he understood better than anyone the value of a strong healer. Diane quickly chimed in. We're staying. We'll follow your lead. No complaints. Dana nodded eagerly. We're on board, 100%. Li Fei, who had been on Lin Yi's side all along, merely smiled without adding a word. Since you're staying, let's keep moving, Lin Yi replied stoically. He wasn't one to hold grudges. Skepticism under the circumstances was perfectly normal. Let's go, let's go. Hook shouted, his energy renewed. With such a reliable healer by his side, he could finally fight without restraint. Lin Yi felt equally invigorated. That last fight had netted him strength, agility, and spirit stats, along with 2 soul shards. A total win. Pick up the pace, Lin Yi instructed. If we push hard enough, we might just snag a spot on this year's speedrun leaderboard. Hook and the others stared at him like he'd grown a second head. The speedrun leaderboard? Were they even worthy of aiming for something like that? Fighting lone goblins was manageable. But what about the boss fights? How would they handle those? Boom. Lin Yi tapped his staff on the ground again. Ahead of them, the goblin wailed once before being struck by a beam of holy light, instantly reduced to ashes. One-shot kill. Holy smite, Lin Yi said impassively. How's that? Hook immediately dropped to his knees in front of Lin Yi. You're incredible. Truly, meeting you must be the greatest blessing of my life. A healer who could both heal and deal massive damage. This wasn't just a support role. This was practically having a divine guardian on their side. Lin Yi casually showed off his skills, and the entire team instantly fell in line. No more doubts or questioning him. It was all thanks to Li Fei's sharp judgment. She hadn't recruited any of those proud and arrogant rookie geniuses. Otherwise, they might not have been willing to follow orders. Instead, they had Hook and the Diandina sisters. Their individual strength was average at best, but their obedience more than made up for it and allowed for faster progression. With the Soul Link supporting them, Hook had the guts to charge straight into mobs of monsters head first, a strategy most rookie teams wouldn't even dare to dream of. Normally, combat involved pulling monsters, making use of terrain, and careful tactics that could take over 10 minutes just to clear one small group. But with Lin Yi in charge, the team's health bars had never dropped below half. His precision and control were almost absurd. With no worries about their survival, Hook fought more fiercely, while the sisters grew increasingly skilled with their ranged shots. Their output was clearly improving by the minute. You've restored 80 HP for Hook, gaining 1 strength. You've restored 80 HP for Dina, gaining 1 agility. You've restored 80 HP for Diane, gaining 1 agility. The system prompts popped up one after another until Lin Yi barely paid attention to them anymore. 30 minutes in, he had already amassed 30 points of strength and 25 points of agility. Drop rate for triggers declining? Doesn't matter. I'll grind it out with sheer repetition. Fueled by the pressure of the leaderboard competition, Hook and the others charged ahead as if they were possessed. The one thing that did frustrate Lin Yi, though, was that despite maxing out his healing efforts, his copy talent skill hadn't triggered even once. He had been unbelievably lucky last night when he copied Wu Chang's skill at the cathedral. But it didn't matter. As long as he kept creating chances to use healing, he'd eventually get another golden opportunity to copy someone else's talent. Take a break, Lin Yi finally said after clearing another squad of goblins. Upon hearing this, Hook collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He was utterly exhausted, thirsty, fatigued, and starving to boot. But once inside the secret realm, you just had to endure it. Spending less space on supplies meant more room for loot to bring back, which equaled piles of cold, shiny silver coins. "What are you doing lying there?" Lin Yi called out to him. "Come over here and eat." Hook looked up, stunned into silence at what he saw. Out of nowhere, Lin Yi had pulled out a small collapsible table and a few foldable chairs. Li Fei was busy laying out a tablecloth, arranging little cakes, drinks, and stamina recovery potions with an almost obsessive level of care. It was picture perfect, way beyond what one would expect in the middle of a secret realm. "Are we camping or something?" Hook twitched at the corners of his mouth, utterly bewildered. Even Diane and Dina were dumbfounded. The space pouch overflowing with supplies. It was clearly something Lin Yi had handed over to Li Fei. "Come on, replenish your stamina. We'll head out in 10 minutes. Lin Yi instructed as he casually took a seat, picked up a tiny cake, and started eating it unhurriedly. Eating cake in a secret realm? He hadn't even thought that was possible in his last life. With storage space always at a premium, who would waste space on something as impractical as desserts? But not only had Lin Yi brought cake, he'd even packed tables and chairs. Seeing their leader start eating, the rest couldn't help but gather around. Nobody questioned where all these things had come from anymore. Asking would only make them look naive and inexperienced. Maybe Lin Yi really was some low-key trust fund kid. That staff of his alone looked expensive enough. Not to mention his skill set, which featured advanced abilities like group healing, soul link, and punishment strike. Any single one of those could sell for at least 100,000 silver coins. Having a high-quality spatial pouch? Perfectly reasonable. He obviously wasn't like them, scraping by with basic 500-coin starter-level bags. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Hook patted his full stomach, looking thoroughly content. "Damn," he muttered to himself. "I didn't think surviving in a secret realm could be this comfortable. Wait, are we progressing this fast?" Dina glanced at the time and suddenly exclaimed. The fastest recorded clear time for the Flaming Forest was 1 hour and 25 minutes. Judging by their current pace, they'd be facing the boss in an hour or less, breaking the record by over 20 minutes. And that was with them having stopped for a 10-minute afternoon tea break. There was no way Hook and the sisters alone could achieve such speed. Most of the elite monsters along the way had been instantly eliminated by Lin Yi's punishment strikes. If it were up to Dina and Diane alone, slowly chipping away at just one elite could take over 10 minutes per fight. Wait, we're that fast? Hook finally realized. He'd been so focused on dishing out as much damage as possible that he hadn't paid attention to time at all. To think they were actually on the verge of breaking a record. Even Lin Yi found himself a bit surprised. Initially, all he had wanted was to secure the Rookie King title. Who would have thought they'd make it to the historical rankings instead? If they had the ability, why hold back? Hiding his power would have been the true waste. After wrapping up their rest, the 5 of them pressed onward. This time, all 3 of them, Hook, Diane, and Dina, gave it everything they had, making it onto the leaderboard, or even taking first place. Who wouldn't be moved by such an idea? It didn't matter that this was just the beginner-level secret realm on normal difficulty. Let people scoff all they want and claim they were carried. Big deal. If others were so capable, they could find a Lin Yi of their own to carry them. Latching onto a strong leader was easy to say, but hard to execute. If you couldn't keep up, you had only yourself to blame. The monsters they encountered grew increasingly tough. Lin Yi had to step in more and more frequently now, making ample use of both his healing and punishment skills. Switching seamlessly between skills was an extraordinary challenge for most. But for Lin Yi, it was as natural as breathing. So fast that it seemed as though he was using 2 abilities simultaneously. Hook and the others watched, their blood boiling with excitement. Yet they knew skills like this were 1 in a million. A beam of holy light descended, and the level 3 goblin warrior dropped lifelessly to the ground. It only took 58 minutes to reach the boss's door, Dana said, her voice trembling with excitement. The core damage output during this entire journey had almost entirely been Lin Yi. If it were any of them, this speed would have been impossible. Lin Yi glanced at the time. I'm undoing the soul chain now. Position yourselves carefully, and don't let the boss hit you. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. The boss's damage output was remarkably high, and proper positioning to distribute the damage was critical. One mistake from someone, and a party wipe might follow. Lin Yi led the team into a small forest. Once shadowy and dark, the area now glimmered with countless torches planted in the ground, the fiery light casting an ominous glow across the entire woods. At the center of a clearing stood a goblin priest, its piercing gaze fixed on them. Goblin priest, sub-boss. HP 10,000/10,000. Skills: Club Smash, 80 damage, 1.2 seconds. Fireball, 120 damage, 2.5 seconds cast. Mini Meteor, 200 damage. Random Strike, 3 seconds warning. Description: the only spell-wielding goblin in the village, rumored to have unlocked its potential as a child after being hit by a meteor. The Goblin Priest's Mini Meteor skill was particularly deadly. For frail characters, a single hit would essentially empty their health bar, leaving them in a near-death state. For combatants, their health felt more like a shield. If it wasn't depleted entirely, real injuries wouldn't occur. However, if their health hit zero, they'd enter a near-death state. One more strike in this condition dealt damage directly to their body. Lin Yi had seen the same fate last night at the cathedral. Lu Yong and his team had taken critical injuries in a dungeon because their health had been drained to zero. Luckily, as a beginner boss, the Goblin Priest's abilities weren't hard to dodge. As long as one's reflexes were normal, they could evade its attacks. Despite being the final challenge in this dungeon, it was easier to deal with than elite monsters accompanied by minions. It only demanded time to wear it down. Foolish intruders, prepare to be cleansed by fire. As the most intelligent goblin in the village, the priest shockingly spoke in human language. Hook, charge in as soon as I get close. Archers, watch your positioning. Lin Yi moved with extraordinary speed, darting toward the boss even faster than Hook could. It was an odd sight. Of all roles, the healer was the first to charge forward. It didn't look right, no matter how you framed it. Yet Lin Yi charged in regardless. Hook and the others immediately followed his commands. The charge skill was a fundamental ability for warriors, an explosive burst of speed over a short distance, crashing into the target to briefly stun them while generating maximum threat. The moment Hook initiated charge, Lin Yi sidestepped, leaving the path clear. Hook slammed into the front lines, stunning the Goblin Priest in place. In the very next moment, Lin Yi's figure blurred as he darted behind the boss. Thwack! A heavy staff smashed against the back of the priest's head. -233. A crimson number floated above the boss's head, and everyone froze in sheer disbelief. Even Hook was completely dumbfounded. Was this the kind of melee damage a healer was capable of? It was over 10 times greater than what Hook could deal. Goblin Priest enters Frenzy State. Damage taken plus 100%. Casting speed plus 300%. The notification stunned the entire team. No wonder Lin Yi had repeatedly warned them about positioning during the dungeon run, even though the boss wasn't overly difficult. It was all because he intended to force the boss into its frenzy mode and employ an all-out strategy. If one wanted to speedrun Firelight Forest, they had to trigger the Goblin Priest's frenzy, doubling its damage intake to rapidly deplete its health bar. But the downside was obvious as well. Casting speed drastically increased, and its skills came in a suffocating barrage. Any hesitation or lack of movement would result in a total wipeout. High reward, but equally high risk. Diana and Dana's palms were drenched in sweat. Roar! Gwa gwa gwa. The Goblin Priest erupted in wild shrieks as glowing runes suddenly lit up all across the ground. Meteor warnings. Everyone instantly scattered, not daring to commit to even a split second longer for damage output. With the usual 3-second warning, sidestepping was easy. You could even sneak in an extra shot while dodging. But now, with only 1 second to react, any delay meant guaranteed damage. As the rest of his team scrambled to evade, Lin Yi was already raising his hand. A divine incantation descended. Smite. -2110. The holy light struck the Goblin Priest squarely in the chest, dealing over 2,000 points of damage. Smite's base damage was merely 200, but Lin Yi's 5 points in spell strength amplified it to 1,000. With the frenzy state doubling all incoming damage, that 1,000 became 2,000. His strategy was clear and simple. Within 5 seconds, Kill the Goblin Priest. Minus 2098. Minus 2087. Minus 2123. Minus 1349. While gracefully dodging meteors, Lin Yi continued his relentless assault. 1 second. A punishment. The health bar visibly emptied in an instant. Congratulations on clearing Flame Forest in 59 minutes and 56 seconds. New record. Extra reward granted. The notification popped up. Everyone in Hook's team collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily for air. It was too intense, like being chased by death itself. We actually managed to squeeze under 1 hour, Lin Yi said, a little surprised. He had only wanted to end it quickly. Honestly, without activating frenzy mode, he could still have steadily worn the enemy down. But why prolong things if you could do it faster? As for Hook and the others' safety, he hadn't ignored it. He had been watching everyone's movements closely. At this level of intensity, they could hold on. If you're a professional, stop dreaming of leveling up peacefully. If you can't even dodge a meteor with a 1-second warning, you might as well go home and sleep. The vocational square in Shansheng was growing more bustling by the day. A large wave of newcomers was flooding in, leaving the square packed to the brim. Suddenly, a breaking announcement lit up the air. Lin Ye's team has cleared Flame Forest, normal, in 59 minutes and 56 seconds with an SSS rating, a new record. The previously noisy square fell silent. The next second, it exploded into chaos. Under an hour? 20 minutes faster than the last record. Who is this Lin Yi guy? That's insane. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that a monster like this could emerge from a mere 4th-tier settlement? The news spread like wildfire. An S-tier talent with 200% compatibility as a flame warrior. No wonder. You really feel the difference between people. He was recruiting earlier. Why didn't I join him? Sighs echoed through the crowd. Among them, Su Yaoyao's face paled as she stood still, clutching her staff. She had just changed to the mage class, her A-tier talent boasting a 100% match. By all accounts, she should have been content. But Lin Yi had upended the records. Meanwhile, she felt completely invisible. Someone nearby suddenly shouted, "Wait, Lin Yi isn't a flame warrior. Li Fei is. I swear, I went to school with him. He's a healer." Once again, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Su Yaoyao quickly opened the information on Lin Ye's team. Lin Ye's team. Leader, Lin Yi, healer. Member, Li Fei, flame warrior. The moment she saw their professions, she almost crushed her staff in her grip. So the flame warrior role went to Li Fei? The jealousy that festered in Su Yaoyao's heart could no longer be contained. If Lin Yi had kept the flame warrior class for himself, it wouldn't have stung so much. But handing it over to Li Fei? That was salt in the wound. She had pursued Lin Yi for so many years. For what? To feel this miserable now? Lin Yi, you idiot. You're so dead. And Li Fei, you rotten woman. You'll leave him sooner or later. Consumed by her festering hatred, Su Yaoyao lost all reason. I'll make them pay. I'll report them for trading class emblems under the table. It's obvious Li Fei bribed him. The more she thought about it, the darker her thoughts became. Madness swallowed her whole. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his team were dividing the spoils of war. After clearing the dungeon, they had 10 minutes to loot, and the rules for distribution had been set long in advance. Basic drops would go in order, but anything green tier or higher belonged to Lin Yi. Li Fei was only tagging along for the quest and had voluntarily opted out of the loot divide. Throughout the run, nearly all the valuable spoils had ended up in Lin Yi's storage pouch. Hook and the others didn't have enough space to carry much anyway, so they had no choice but to leave it, and Lin Yi had swept it all up. They assumed Lin Yi was some rich scion. It wasn't surprising he had a large inventory. The Goblin Priest had dropped 5 items in total, 2 green tier gear pieces, while the rest weren't even worth mentioning. When the spoils were put away, Lin Yi finally spoke. Time to settle the rewards. The dungeon rewards were far more critical than whatever loot was dropped, especially when you set a new record. When the results screen appeared, it displayed the team rating, SSS. Experience points were distributed based on contribution. If you slacked off, you got less. If you worked hard, you received more. I leveled up to 2. Hook exclaimed excitedly. Same here. And I got 15% extra experience. I leveled up to 2 too. The twin sisters were practically shouting with excitement. In dungeons, experience points for killing monsters weren't awarded instantly. Instead, everything was calculated after clearing the dungeon. That's why new players often found themselves stuck at their starting levels for days. After all, passing a dungeon right after picking a class, while still clumsy with their abilities, was nearly impossible. I hit level 3, Lin Yi said calmly. In this dungeon run, both his healing output and overall damage had ranked first. Since the team's damage had been distributed through Soul Link, Lin Yi had absorbed more than his fair share of experience points. Reaching level 3 directly was only natural. He opened his character panel. A level 3 healer with downright bizarre stats. His agility, in particular, was more than twice as high as his spirit, a glaring anomaly for a healer. By all conventional standards, spirit should be a healer's core stat, determining their mana capacity and healing capability. But in Lin Ye's team, there wasn't a single magic-based class included, so divine energy gain was extremely low. Earning 25 points from a single dungeon run was already the upper limit. So Lin Yi decisively allocated all 10 of his free attribute points into mental energy, raising it to a solid 35. It's great having a rare class, Lin Yi sighed in satisfaction. As long as a rare class matched one's talent, it provided additional free attribute points with every level gained. Over time, the stat gap between rare classes and regular classes would only grow wider. No matter how hard ordinary class holders tried, they simply couldn't catch up. But all of this no longer mattered to Lin Yi. He had a way to farm extra attributes using his healing skills. New record set in Flame Forest. Reward obtained, Skill Stone X1 dot. Skill Stone, used to upgrade the level of a skill dot. When the system notification popped up, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. A skill stone wasn't bad. Each one had a market value of 50,000 coins and was considered a universally accepted hard currency. For a beginner dungeon to yield a reward like that was already quite impressive. It's a skill stone. We hit the jackpot, Hook shouted, his excitement overflowing. The twin sisters had glowing faces of exhilaration too, clearly not expecting such a prize. Lin Yi glanced at them and found it amusing. They were getting this worked up over just a single skill stone. If in the future they learned that upgrading one skill could require hundreds or even thousands of these stones, they'd probably lose their minds. Lin Yi, a gentle voice interrupted his musings. Li Fei tugged at his sleeve, and when Lin Yi turned, she subtly slipped a skill stone into his hand. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to understand what she was thinking. Li Fei was smiling at him, as though assuring him that the stone was naturally his to take. She likely felt guilty about contributing very little during the dungeon run and worried that keeping the stone might make things awkward between her and the others. However, Hook and the twin sisters weren't quite so complicated in their thinking. After their initial excitement faded, Hook spoke up willingly. "Boss, this skill stone belongs to you." "Yep, it's yours, Big Brother Lin." "Mine too, please take it." Diane and Dana, the twins, wasted no time in cheerfully handing over their stones as well. They were keenly aware that without Lin Yi, they wouldn't have even cleared the dungeon, let alone broken a record. Many high-ranking players who escorted parties through beginner dungeons would charge tens of thousands of coins while claiming all dropped rewards for themselves. On the other hand, they not only leveled up for free and walked away with full inventory bags, but even made history in the Flame Forest. Anything more would just make them look greedy and ungrateful. "All right then, I'll take them," Lin Yi said calmly, not one to refuse. One dungeon run had just netted him 5 skill stones. That was 250,000 coins in his pocket. With the rewards settled, they exited the Flame Forest dungeon and returned to the Adventurers Plaza in Shanshur City. Stretching in relaxation, Lin Yi allowed himself a moment of comfort. He couldn't help but recall his past life. Back then, the first dungeon he ever tried was also Flame Forest, but the experience couldn't have been more different. At the time, like most newcomers, he struggled to even make it past the initial waves of weak monsters, pathetically battered and bruised. But now, this time, he crushed the dungeon record and walked away with lucrative rewards. The stark difference between these two moments was like day and night. Just as they returned to the plaza, the group's phones collectively started pinging nonstop. News of the record-breaking run had already spread like wildfire. Even someone like Hook, who had clearly just tagged along for the ride, received a stream of congratulations from friends and relatives. Hook couldn't stop grinning ear to ear as he replied to messages, basking in his fleeting brush with fame. The twin sisters were just as delighted, their phones constantly buzzing while they busily responded to all the texts. Even Li Fei's phone was going off, but her furrowed brows and uneasy expression suggested she wasn't thrilled. Lin Yi, meanwhile, received little attention. As an orphan with hardly any close relatives, and with old friendships severed thanks to Su Yaoyao's scheming, only a smattering of congratulatory texts came his way. But the truth was, the silence didn't stem from his lack of relationships. The core issue lay with his class. Had the leaderboard shown him as a flame warrior, his phone would have been blowing up nonstop. But unfortunately, his registered class was that of a healer, a class no one viewed as deserving of his impressive accomplishments. If anything, it only added to his obscurity, even with a record-breaking feat to his name. The glaring gap between reality and others' perceptions was like stepping from one world into another. So, boss, what's the plan from here? Hook asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Diane and Dana mirrored his look, waiting keenly for Lin Ye's response. After all, getting in good with the right person was an opportunity they didn't want to miss. Lin Yi, however, didn't rush to answer. Take care of your own tasks for now. If I need anything, I'll let the group know. Satisfied with his response, Hook bounced away. I'll be back soon, he called out, practically running. The twin sisters followed shortly behind, just as anxious to avoid being left behind by Lin Ye's team. Having witnessed his efficiency in slaying the goblin priest, they understood his pace was no joke. If they ever caused a delay, it was very possible they'd simply get dropped. They could wait for Lin Yi, but they couldn't afford to make Lin Yi wait for them. Watching their proactive attitude, Lin Yi couldn't help but have a bit more respect for Li Fei's judgment in picking teammates. Lin Yi, I have something personal to deal with. I need to head home, Li Fei said softly, her eyes avoiding his. Lin Yi glanced over at her. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay, she replied with a slight nod before hurriedly leaving. Her retreating figure seemed burdened, as though preoccupied with unspoken concerns. Lin Yi squinted as he watched her go, but chose not to probe further. This level of achievement still isn't enough, Lin Yi muttered to himself. He knew. The person feeling the most pressure right now was the homeroom teacher, Chen Daoxing. In his past life, because the flame warrior profession had been assigned to Su Yaoyao, Chen Daoxing ended up losing his job. Even so, Chen Daoxing never blamed Lin Yi. Instead, he comforted him and blamed himself for failing to notice the issue. Without that guidance, Lin Yi might never have found the strength to rise again. This life, I'll make you proud of me. Lin Yi had already come up with a bold, even reckless, plan to clear an abyss difficulty dungeon. Dungeons were categorized as normal, hard, and abyss. Normal was for leveling up, hard was for a challenge, but abyss? That was a path for desperate lunatics. The difficulty was calibrated to replicate the interdimensional rift experience with 100% intensity, maximizing the danger level. Almost no one dared to attempt it. But things were different now. With the healing sovereign talent, if he couldn't manage to clear an abyss-level dungeon, even just a beginner's one, he might as well give up and wait for death. Of course, preparation was vital and might even require him to switch teams. Hook and the others, no matter how determined they were, might back off the moment they heard the word abyss. Whoever was willing to follow him, he would reward. Those who hesitated would part ways with him at the Flame Forest. First, I need to get everything in order. The next moment, Lin Yi walked up to a familiar vendor stall. Well now, it's you again, young man. The space bag vendor greeted him with an oddly knowing smile. Every year, there were always a few clueless rookies who thought that buying a bunch of space bags would somehow make them rich from dungeon loot. In the end, they all came running back, wanting a refund. To the vendor, this pale, clean-looking young man was clearly another one of those types. But Lin Yi simply shook his head and said, I'll take 30 more space bags. The vendor opened his mouth to give a price, but suddenly froze. Wait, what did you just say? He thought he'd misheard. You didn't mishear. 30 beginner-level space bags, Lin Yi stated calmly. The vendor looked baffled. What on earth do you need that many for? Oh, they're for my homeroom teacher to help out classmates, Lin Yi fibbed casually. his face as composed as ever. It wasn't a big deal, and the vendor seemed like a decent guy, so there was no harm in a little harmless fabrication. Oh, I see. The vendor immediately broke into a hearty laugh. What a generous teacher. Tell you what, I'll give you a deal. 30 bags for just 13,500 credits. Lin Yi quickly completed the transfer and thanked him before leaving with the space bags in hand. The vendor watched the transaction details on his screen, and his eyes suddenly widened. Lin Yi? Isn't he the rookie who broke the record? Damn, appearances are deceiving. Leaving the stall, Lin Yi headed straight to the official center in the professional plaza. They sold space bags there as well, but they didn't offer discounts. Saving wherever possible was always ideal. He sat down at the counter. I'd like to sell some items. Behind the counter, the chipper young woman saw him take out a beginner-level space bag and raised an eyebrow slightly. Inwardly, she had already made up her mind. Another clueless newbie who likely couldn't finish the dungeon and had to retreat halfway. With the pitifully small amount he probably had, how full could a single beginner-level space bag even get? And how much could whatever was inside even be worth? You know, she said bluntly, you might have better luck selling miscellaneous items to the private traders outside. It's faster. Lin Yi shot her a glance and initially intended to explain that selling items was just one of the many things he needed to do here. But seeing her impatient attitude, he decided it wasn't worth the trouble. If you can't handle this, get me a manager. I'm also here to sell 2 green-grade pieces of equipment, and I need to handle other business afterward. The young woman froze. A student she assumed had retreated from a dungeon halfway was actually here to sell green-grade equipment? And his attitude, so firm and unyielding, was nothing like that of an ordinary rookie. She had clearly misjudged him. But calling the manager over to deal with something as minor as 2 green-grade items? That would essentially be an open complaint against her. I apologize, but the manager is currently with another client. I can handle the green-grade equipment as well, she said, forcing a smile. I need to secure a loan after I make the sale. Bring the manager now. Lin Yi raised his voice slightly, refusing to budge. With another client? What an obvious excuse. Who did they think they were fooling? Did they take him for some clueless graduate fresh out of school? The young woman's smile froze. She was convinced Lin Yi had come here just to make trouble. How much of a loan could a newly bound professional even secure? What's going on here? A voice from nearby suddenly interrupted. The young woman jumped up in a fluster and hastily stood to attention. Nothing, Mr. Zhang. I've got this handled. 2 men approached. One was a slightly portly middle-aged man, while the other was an elder in a sea-green priest's robe. Mr. Zhang glanced briefly at Lin Yi. Assuming he was just another ordinary student, he prepared to casually brush off the situation to resolve it quickly. But then the elderly priest's eyes lit up. Lin Yi? What a coincidence. The corners of Lu Qingshan's mouth lifted into a smile. He took the initiative to greet the young man. Lin Yi turned and spotted him. Instantly, he stood up and gave a slight bow. Bishop Lu. Even Lin Yi hadn't expected to run into him here. The spectators who had previously been just watching the drama unfold were all stunned silent. Lin Yi? As in the Lin Yi? The one who broke the Flame Forest record. That's gotta be him. Even Bishop Lu is initiating greetings. Wow. And he's good-looking too. Behind the counter, the girl's face had gone completely white. She never would have imagined that the young man before her was none other than Lin Yi, the one who had just made waves throughout Shanqing City. With that kind of status, he certainly qualified for a professional's loan. What was even more surprising was that he actually knew Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan was a figure that even manager Zhang had to curry favor with. So it's Lin Yi. No wonder you gave off such an extraordinary impression. Zhang Ruiqi's attitude instantly changed. Come, let's head to the VIP lounge for some tea, he invited warmly. Lin Yi didn't want to waste time, but since Lu Qingshan had already spoken, he reluctantly followed along. The front desk girl stood frozen in place. If only she had been a bit more polite earlier, she might have managed to connect with such a major client. Now, not only did she gain nothing, but there was also a possibility she'd be reprimanded. Lu Qingshan didn't actually have much to talk about. He made casual small talk for a few moments before moving on to handle his business. He merely wanted to help Lin Yi out of an awkward situation. Lin Yi was well aware of this. Soon, only Lin Yi and Zhang Ruiqi remained in the VIP lounge. All the items have been accounted for, just over 99,000. I'll round it up to a straight 100,000, Zhang Ruiqi said with a smile. In under 10 minutes, everything was processed. Lin Yi hurriedly thanked him. No need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Zhang. Zhang Ruiqi responded kindly. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Ruiqi's attitude shift wasn't entirely due to Lu Qingshan. When Lin Yi had retrieved items from his spatial pouch earlier, it left Zhang Ruiqi utterly stunned. Though the materials were merely low-level items from the beginner's secret realm, with the most valuable pieces being two uncommon green-grade weapons, their total volume exceeded 4 cubic meters. According to the spatial pouch's capacity tiers, anything beyond 4 cubic meters falls into the 8 cubic or 16 cubic meter range. 16 cubic meters was out of the question. That kind of premium item sold for over $1 billion, far beyond what an ordinary person could lay eyes on in their lifetime. This meant Lin Yi was using an 8 cubic meter spatial pouch. Even so, that alone was worth tens of millions. As the general manager of this professional center, Zhang Ruiqi himself only used a 4 cubic meter pouch. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Lin Yi's background was anything but ordinary. Not to mention, he even knew Lu Qingshan. A chill ran down Zhang Ruiqi's spine. His demeanor instantly shifted to obsequiousness, treating Lin Yi with the deference he would reserve for a high-ranking church figure. With the 100,000 yuan credited to his account, Lin Yi's balance once again exceeded 6 figures. Indeed, venturing into secret realms was the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Of course, such returns were unique to him. For others, simply breaking even on a secret realm expedition would be a stroke of luck. A profit was out of the question. Manager Zhang, I'd like to apply for a professional's loan, Lin Yi said suddenly. Zhang Ruiqi perked up. Here comes a big-ticket deal. Of course. Brother Lin, just name your amount, he said, mentally preparing himself for a figure in the tens of millions. I'd like to borrow 1 million, Lin Yi replied calmly. Zhang Ruiqi paused, momentarily stunned. 1 million? Is that enough? That's plenty. My expenses are modest, Lin Yi said evenly. Zhang Ruiqi quickly rationalized it to himself. These heirs from influential families, training in smaller cities, often placed strict limits on their allowances. A mere million wasn't a matter of funds, but of personal discipline. Self-restraint at this level was terrifying. No problem. I'll have it arranged right away, Zhang Ruiqi declared on the spot. The loan was swiftly approved and credited, 1 million yuan in hand. Zhang Ruiqi also handed over a black card with gold trim. The professional black card, an emblem of status and prestige. In his previous life, Lin Yi only obtained this card when he had reached his peak. He hadn't expected to receive it so early in this life. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lin Yi pocketed the card. The card was too familiar to him to spark any excitement. This calm demeanor only reinforced Zhang Ruiqi's belief that Lin Yi was no ordinary person. Brother Zhang, thank you for your assistance, but I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave for now. Lin Yi rose to bid farewell. Of course. When you're free, do stop by for tea, Zhang Ruiqi replied, his face full of deference. Lin Yi nodded before departing. Such mature composure on someone so young seemed incongruous, but to Zhang Ruiqi, it only made the young man's background appear even more formidable. As Lin Yi exited the VIP lounge, Zhang Ruiqi trailed half a step behind, bowing slightly as he personally escorted him out. Back in the main hall, the staff were entirely dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Zhang Ruiqi behave so humbly? Surely breaking the beginner's secret realm record couldn't warrant such treatment? After leaving the professional center, Lin Yi headed straight for a particular shop. It was a small, specialized store that sold mechanical puppets. Ordinary professionals rarely used puppets. They lacked the skills to control them effectively. What can I get for you? The shopkeeper greeted enthusiastically. 10 sheep puppets. Pack them up in these spatial pouches, Lin Yi said, tossing a few pouches onto the counter. The shopkeeper gave him a second glance, but was not particularly surprised. Sheep puppets had no combat abilities. They were just moving targets, often purchased in bulk by schools for training purposes. 10 of them will be 1 million yuan. Are you sure you want that many? Payment first, Lin Yi replied with a relaxed tone. Do you accept returns if they're damaged? The money came from the loan he'd taken, interest-free with no fixed repayment date, so he spent it without hesitation. But Lin Yi knew that before he left Shanqing City, he would make sure to repay the loan in full. Of course, as long as the core remains intact, I'll gladly accept returns. My products are the best quality in the city. The boss patted his chest in assurance. With puppets, as long as the core isn't destroyed, they can practically be used indefinitely. The recycling price fluctuates depending on the extent of the damage to the components. But overall, they can still sell for nearly half the original price. Otherwise, if they were scrapped after a single use, puppet masters would have long ago been relegated to protagonists in web novels. The boss quickly packed 10 spatial bags for Lin Yi, each containing a puppet modeled as a sheep. Taking the spatial bags, Lin Yi walked out. All the preparations were finally complete. He was now fully prepared to enter the abyss-level secret realm. Returning to the designated meeting point with his teammates, Lin Yi noticed a few people standing there. The only familiar face among them was Hook, who was waving at Lin from afar. "Boss, you're finally here," Hook called out as soon as Lin Yi approached. Hook then quickly took the initiative to explain, while the other two nodded slightly at Lin Yi in greeting. Lin Yi nodded back politely but cast a questioning look at Hook, clearly confused as to why he had brought others along. "Boss, I won't be joining you for grinding anymore," Hook said with a hint of embarrassment. "The team already has a warrior. Don't get me wrong, I still acknowledge you as my boss." The meaning was clear. His role overlapped with that of Li Fei, but whereas Li Fei had a rare profession, Hook was just an ordinary warrior. If they were to compare utility, he was completely overshadowed. Staying in the group would only make things awkward. After thinking it through, Hook had decided to leave gracefully. "You've thought this through?" Lin Yi asked without any attempt to dissuade him. From his perspective, the composition of the team didn't matter as long as they could farm attributes for him. If anything, he could probably raid dungeons more efficiently on his own. "I've thought it through," Hook replied bitterly, though the reluctance in his eyes betrayed his words. Of course, he wanted to stay, but he didn't want to be a burden. Lin Yi's eyes skimmed over the two people standing behind Hook. One held a staff, and the other had a dagger at their waist, a mage and an assassin. Being scrutinized by Lin Yi made them slightly anxious. They quickly forced smiles in an effort to appear friendly. They had already heard from Hook about Lin Yi's strength, and naturally, strength like his commanded respect. "If you're not in a rush, let's wait a bit." Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was almost the appointed hour. Li Fei and the twin sisters hadn't arrived yet, but he already had a feeling about the situation. "All right," Hook nodded despite not fully understanding the reasoning. Since Lin Yi had spoken, he would comply. Another 10 minutes passed. As the group idly chatted, Lin Yi learned the names of the two newcomers. The mage was Zhao Xueming, and the assassin was Li Feng. Both were students from the city's experimental high school, the same as Hook. "Where are the Dana sisters?" Hook glanced at the time, noting that it was already past the meeting time, yet the two girls were nowhere in sight. Lin Yi gave a faint smile. "If they don't show up, we'll drop them and take your two classmates instead." Zhao Xueming and Li Feng's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "Yes, boss. We'll follow your lead." "Absolutely. Count me in," they echoed excitedly. After all, who wouldn't want to tag along with someone like Lin Yi? Seeing Lin Yi not only refraining from removing him from the team, but also bringing in his friends, Hook was deeply touched. He felt fortunate that he had chosen the right leader to follow. Upon the trio's agreement, Lin Yi promptly removed Dana and Diana from the team roster. If they were late and hadn't even sent a message, there was no reason to wait for them. They were neither friends nor family. There was no obligation. Li Fei, in contrast, had sent word ahead that she'd be a little late. Dana saw the notification indicating she had been kicked from the team and chuckled. "Perfect, now I don't have to bother quitting." Diana, however, seemed nervous. "Sis, isn't this improper? What's so bad about it? We're both already level 2. We charge 50,000 a head for power leveling. It's 150,000 per run. That's way better than running dungeons for someone else and handing over all our loot." Diana hesitated. "But are we even capable of carrying others?" Back in the Flaming Forest, it was Lin Yi who had led and directed the group. All they had to do was follow. Now tasked with leading themselves, she wasn't feeling too confident. "I'll take care of the directing. The players have already been contacted and the money collected. There's no turning back now," Dana said impatiently. Left without much choice, Diana could only nod. though unease still lingered in her heart. Elsewhere, Li Fei finally showed up. Upon seeing two new faces in the team, she was surprised but chose not to ask any questions. Once everyone was assembled, Lin Yi spoke up. This time, we're heading to Flaming Forest again, but directly to the Abyss difficulty. The group froze in shock. Abyss? Hook's face turned ashen. Was that even something he could handle? Zhao Xueming and Li Feng both grew visibly nervous. Hook, at least, was a level 2 warrior. They were both level 1, completely inexperienced in conquering even a single dungeon, let alone an Abyss level 1. The gap seemed insurmountable. Yes, Abyss, Lin Yi said in a calm, matter-of-fact tone. And this will be the last time I'm taking you for free. From now on, if you want to raid with me, there will be a charge. His tone carried an air of certainty, as though the Abyss difficulty was no big deal. The group felt their throats tighten but couldn't refute it. After all, Lin Yi was fully justified. Ordinarily, being carried through dungeons by someone strong would come with a hefty price tag. The higher the dungeon's level and difficulty, the greater the cost. When Lin Yi broke records last time in Flaming Forest, his capabilities had made headlines. Even if he charged hundreds of thousands of credits, players would still line up to be carried. This one's free, but you'll have to help me build up some reputation. Otherwise, where's the benefit in free runs? Lin Yi added casually. In the world of dungeon carrying, it wasn't just about strength. Reputation played a huge role. No matter how capable you were, if no one knew your name, you'd have no clients. Knowing doesn't help. Just a waste of energy. The previous round was merely testing the waters. This time, Lin Yi was determined to make a name for himself. Once fame was established, many obstacles would naturally step aside. The three of them exchanged glances, as if having reached a silent agreement. All right, boss, I'm in for the Abyss-level run with you. Hook was the first to speak up. He didn't doubt Lin Yi, but he was worried about himself being the weak link. If he got one-shot by a monster, no amount of healing could save him. Yet Lin Yi specifically called him into the team, so he must have a plan. Otherwise, swapping out for stronger teammates would have been the easier choice. Seeing Hook's determination, Zhao Xueming and Li Feng also gritted their teeth. Let's do it. Worst-case scenario, go all out. What about you? Lin Yi turned to Li Fei. I'll follow you. Li Fei replied softly. There was absolute trust in those words. Good. Let's head out. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Having new players meant acquiring more attributes. And if they happened to activate a rare talent, he'd be making a huge profit. He opened his interface, selected the dungeon, and initiated the teleportation. The next second, an announcement played in front of everyone on the plaza. Lin Ye's team has entered the Flaming Forest Abyss level. The entire plaza fell silent. Then, an uproar. Lin Ye again, and jumping straight to Abyss level. Is he insane? Flaming Forest at Abyss level? At minimum, your team has to be level 3, with S-class talents, and preferably someone rare class to even consider it. His team has 2 newbies at level 1. Isn't this just a death wish? Break a record at normal difficulty, and now you think you're untouchable? Speculation and judgment spread like wildfire. In the crowd, Diane and Dana exchanged looks, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Thank God they were kicked off his team. Otherwise, they'd be the ones stepping into the abyss now. At Shanqing First High School, Su Yaoyao stared at the bank transfer record, her eyes gleaming with excitement. $1 million just came into his account, and it's already spent? If this isn't money laundering, then what is? Her lips curled into a mocking smile. I knew it. Li Fei must have given Lin Yi some kind of kickback. The record came from a boy chasing her, who, thanks to family connections, managed to pull Lin Ye's bank history from the system. The transfer was from a public account, not directly proving it was Li Fei's doing, which, in a way, only made it more suspicious. Illegality in exchanging profession badges was widely known. To avoid scrutiny, nobody would ever use their real names. What made matters worse was that Lin Yi spent the money immediately upon receiving it. A full $1 million, spent on 10 sheep puppets. Sheep puppets, a type of teaching tool. What would a student even use them for? If not to launder that money, then what else? Fueled by the evidence in her hand, Su Yaoyao couldn't contain herself. Feeling a rush of exhilaration clouding her logic, she stormed back to school and barged into the principal's office. Bang! The door swung open. I want to report a crime. Everyone in the room turned and looked at her. Su Yaoyao froze momentarily. Inside, to her surprise, stood investigators from the Professional Alliance. Su Yaoyao, what are you doing here? Teacher Chun Daoxing frowned. For a moment, her mind went blank. Principal Chiu Dafu slammed the table, face darkened. If there's no emergency, leave right now and don't cause trouble. He was already deeply troubled. He'd just submitted the top student list last night when the Alliance stormed in, questioning Lin Ye's qualifications. Completely clueless, he hastily called in Teacher Chun. Just his luck, now this student came barging in. I have evidence. Proof that Lin Yi and Li Fei exchanged profession badges. The entire office fell silent. Chun Daoxing's complexion turned pale. Do you even understand the weight of what you're saying? Be careful with your words. Mr. Chun, leave this to us, said one of the Alliance investigators. They walked over to Su Yaoyao. Come in and explain the details. Her scalp tingled with panic. She thought this was just about reporting misconduct. But now, with the Alliance personally involved? If her accusations proved true, Lin Yi and Li Fei wouldn't just face detentions. They'd face prison time or be completely blacklisted. She thought of Lin Ye's smug attitude, the way he'd brushed her off. In a fit of emotion, blood rushing to her head, she stepped forward into the room. A singular thought blared in her mind. Death. They all had to go down. My department will take this bank record for further analysis, the investigator declared, after a round of questioning. Yet no conclusion was drawn on the spot. The investigator only promised to continue the inquiry. This evidence is suspicious, clearly. Why discuss anymore? Su Yaoyao couldn't help but interrupt, visibly desperate. The team leader, Investigator Qin, fixed a sharp gaze on her. Just one question. Where did you get this bank record? Can you guarantee it's 100% authentic? Of course it's real. I swear. Before she could finish, a teacher next to her pulled her back, stopping her from making further bold claims. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. If any professional badge buying or selling is confirmed, the consequences are serious, and we must escalate immediately, declared Qin, voice grave. According to the Alliance's regulations, confirmed illicit transactions involving profession badges mint bans from all public resources, schools, facilities, trainings. Worse yet, personnel caught would lose their dungeon exploration clearance. This wasn't just a career hit, it was professional exile. Not only the implicated individuals, but even staff overseeing them would face accountability. Cases like these were treated as taboo, scandals that pulled entire networks of people down with them. The Alliance team soon left with their gathered evidence. Have you contacted Lin Yi yet? Get him here ASAP. This needs clarifying. The principal shouted, trembling with frustration. His face turned ashen. If this situation really involved illegal transactions, he, the principal, wouldn't escape responsibility either. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He shot Su Yaoyao a fierce glare. There was still a chance to steer this towards a voluntary exchange, finding someone to take the fall for negligence in education. Maybe then the others could stay out of trouble. But now, with her uproar, if this was confirmed to be outright trading, things would get out of hand. Badge exchanges happened every year, and there was definitely a demand for it. To claim there were absolutely no transactions would be a lie. The Alliance often turned a blind eye. But now, she had dragged everything into the open, forcing them to follow the rules and conduct a thorough investigation. The principal ground his teeth in fury but could only endure it. Principal, we just received word. Lin Yi and Li Fei have entered the abyss-level flame forest, the director suddenly announced. What? Abyss level? The principal shot to his feet. That place was deadly. Is that kid insane? That's way too reckless. Chun Daoxing felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Look at the kind of students you produce. Don't even think about getting an excellence award this year. The principal was fuming. Schools had mortality statistics to maintain, and if the numbers were too high, their rating would drop. In serious cases, school leaders could even lose their jobs. How could the principal not be anxious? Call back every student you can. Gather everyone for an emergency assembly right now. Use Lin Yi as a negative example to warn the others, the principal sighed. Chun Daoxing couldn't help but protest. Principal, isn't this too hasty? Didn't you just praise Lin Yi for breaking that record? That was then, and this is now. I want him to live too, But is it realistic? Right now, what we need to do is remind the other kids. They can't keep throwing their lives away. The principal shook his head. With no room to argue, Chun Daoxing nodded and turned to leave, only to be stopped again. Mr. Chun, go speak with Mr. Liu about transitioning your duties. Take some time off and rest at home. Chun Daoxing knew exactly what this meant. Someone had to take the fall, and as a teacher without any connections, he was the perfect scapegoat. He nodded again and left the principal's office. Nearby, Su Yaoyao watched all of this unfold, feeling nothing but satisfaction. Going into an abyss-level secret realm? They're practically asking to die, she thought gleefully, convinced that Lin Ye's death was inevitable. The only thing she regretted was not getting her hands on the Flame Warrior badge. But the idea of Lin Yi and Li Fei both meeting their end still gave her plenty of satisfaction. The abyss-level Flame Forest was nothing like its normal difficulty counterpart. The standard version was just a dark forest, where defeating the priest allowed for an easy clearance. But in the depths of the abyss, the whole forest had become a fiery inferno. Flames lit up the night sky, and pairs of blood-red eyes flickered within the dense trees, exuding an aura of violence and terror. The mere atmosphere was enough to chill one's soul. This is terrifying, Zhao Xueming gulped nervously. Boss, do you still want me to pull the monsters? Huck's voice trembled. They knew entering meant gambling with their lives, but being here in person was a whole different story. I'll go. I've got high fire resistance. Li Fei stepped forward. As a flame warrior, this environment gave her an advantage. That being said, some enemies' raw power was so overwhelming that a slight resistance boost wouldn't amount to much in the grand scheme. Trust me, since I brought you here, I'm prepared, Lin Yi reassured them confidently. The group turned to him in unison, their eyes filled with hope. Lin Yi patted his spatial pouch, and 3 round, fluffy objects tumbled out onto the ground. A slight shudder later, they transformed into 3 mechanical sheep. Mechanical sheep? Huck's eyes widened. Aren't these the ones schools use for skill training? Exactly, Lin Yi nodded. He had bought these specifically to survive the abyss-level challenge. Li Fei's eyes sparked with realization. You're going to use the sheep as damage sponges? Huck slapped his thigh in amazement. Genius. Boss, you're ruthless. This run is in the bag. Zhao Xueming and Li Feng, on the other hand, still seemed baffled. A second later, Lin Yi swung his staff, and a glow enveloped everyone, including the 3 mechanical sheep. Soul Link. Zhao Xueming checked the skill details and immediately paled. Damage sharing? The sheep are taking hits for us. He got it in an instant. The mobs in the area could deal hundreds of damage with a single strike, but with 5 people and 3 mechanical sheep splitting the damage equally, everyone would only take about 10 points per hit. Easy to withstand. The only downside, the cost. Each mechanical sheep was worth 100,000 credits. No wonder Lin Yi said this would be his last time offering a free run. The expenses were simply insane. Boss, I'll cover the cost for 1 sheep. I'll take out a loan if I have to, Huck declared through gritted teeth. 100,000 for a chance to clear an abyss-level realm? Totally worth it. Even though Lin Yi had said it was free, Huck refused to take advantage of him. Zhao Xueming and Li Feng quickly chimed in, terrified of falling behind. For Lin Yi, generosity came naturally. For them, accepting such generosity freely felt wrong. Fine. You guys can cover the cost of the sheep's wear and tear, Lin Yi shrugged. He hadn't planned on charging them, but since they offered, he wouldn't decline. I can take out a loan too, Li Fei said, hesitating for a moment. Lin Yi didn't respond, merely twirling the staff in his hand. Li Fei glanced at the staff, cheeks reddening as she pieced it together. This was the staff she had given to Lin Yi. It was worth precisely 100,000 credits. His message was clear. Her contribution was already accounted for. With everything arranged, the 5 of them, along with their 3 mechanical sheep, ventured into the forest. The sight was something else. The strangeness. No one ever brought something like this into a secret realm. The sheep puppets had high health, but they could only take a beating and couldn't even hold aggro. They were utterly useless. But Lin Yi brought them anyway. And for one reason only, Soul Chain. When used properly, this skill could turn trash into treasure. Just as they entered the forest, a strange shriek echoed through the trees, and the first wave of goblins appeared. On Abyss difficulty, monsters never traveled alone. They came in groups of 3 or 5, or even formed mobs. "I'm going in first." Li Fei charged forward, her long sword slashing downward at a goblin. Huck and Li Feng followed closely behind, engaging the goblins head-on. Standing at the back, Zhao Xueming rapidly conjured fireballs and hurled them continuously. His fireball cooldown seemed to be almost instantaneous, one every 2 seconds, cast with ruthless decisiveness. But what really caught Lin Ye's attention was the smaller fireball that followed each larger one. Double casting? Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This was an exceptionally powerful talent for magic users. If he could replicate it, it would be a game changer for him. However, the probability was low, and it all came down to luck. The battle unfolded in full swing. The 3 goblins were locked down by the melee fighters. With Soul Chain sharing the damage among the team, the incoming damage they took was incredibly low, and the situation stabilized almost instantly. But Lin Ye's healing was relentless. He cast healing spell after healing spell, nearly one every second, constantly landing them on the team. Zhao Xueming, feeling the holy light shimmer consistently over him, looked towards Lin Yi with a gaze that had completely changed. A healing spell nearly every second? This casting speed was terrifying. Only after becoming a caster himself did Zhao Xueming realize that the so-called instant cast was a pipe dream for most people. For him, even forming a fireball took nearly 2 seconds, let alone throwing skills at will. But Lin Yi was the real deal, a true casting prodigy. Lin Yi, oblivious to Zhao Xueming's astonishment, was focused on one thing only. If the probability wasn't enough, he'd rely on sheer volume to bridge the gap. His frenzy of healing spells wasn't random, it was deliberate. Zhao Xueming's talent was something Lin Yi was determined to obtain. Bah! Within the secret realm, Zhao Xueming had achieved a new life milestone. Sheep herding. 3 sheep puppets waddled before him, and he was caught between laughing and crying. Without a true puppet master, someone had to keep a close watch on the sheep to ensure they didn't wander off. Losing them would mean mission failure, with more severe consequences afterward. Thus, the task was unceremoniously dumped on him. One eye on the sheep and the other sneaking glances at Lin Yi. Zhao Xueming couldn't help but feel a pang of longing as Lin Yi casually waved his staff and tossed out another healing spell. It was seamless, almost effortless, yet so impressive. Your healing spell restored, Li Fei for 23 HP. You have gained 1 point of strength. Your healing spell restored, Huck, for 35 HP. You have gained 1 point of strength. After finishing a round of healing, Lin Yi glanced at his status panel, and his heart raced. His total attributes were close to 200 already. What he had barely managed to achieve at nearly level 20 in his previous life, he was now accomplishing at level 3. The Healing Dominator talent was practically a cheat code for raw stats. As long as he kept farming his attributes, he could become nigh unstoppable, regardless of level suppression. In higher-level fights, level suppression was a natural hurdle. Defense and resistance were inflated, and attacks carried terrifying bonus damage. Attempting to challenge higher levels was almost impossible. In theory, though, if your stats were high enough to ignore level suppression, you could achieve invincibility. But for most people, grinding attributes like Lin Ye's approach wouldn't work. By the time they got strong enough, they'd grow old, and their stats would deteriorate anyway. Pure attribute farming wouldn't suffice. Levels and attributes had to be pursued together. Caw. On Abyss difficulty, the fire goblins in the flaming forest had grotesquely evolved. Their skin was a fiery crimson, their bodies towering and thickly built. Even the weakest was level 3, and they often included formidable level 4 goblin elites. With over 1,000 HP, 50 to 60 base damage, near 100 critical hits, and the ability to inflict burning status, tackling them in groups was a newbie's nightmare. Li Fei skillfully dodged and struck with her sword, her blade cutting deep into the back of a fiery goblin. Minus 130. A critical hit popped up, leaving Huck and Li Feng stunned. Rare professions are insane. Seriously, Li Fei shook off some blood from her sword and responded, "What really determines strength isn't just your class. It's your talent, compatibility, and personal skill." As her voice faded, the entire party lit up with a glow, their health instantly restored to full. Huck and Li Feng were utterly convinced. Without Lin Ye's healing, they wouldn't have lasted through the first wave. Abyss difficulty was not a place they were supposed to be. Yet, precisely because of this, Lin Ye's overwhelming strength dazzled even more. Let's rest up. We'll reach the boss in about 20 minutes. Lin Yi announced after casting his last healing spell. They had been battling relentlessly in the secret realm for nearly 2 hours, and their abyss difficulty progression was lagging an entire hour behind normal difficulty. Finally, a break. Huck let out a sigh of relief. Li Feng practically collapsed on the spot, his body aching all over. The prolonged high-intensity combat had accumulated exhaustion, significantly affecting their combat effectiveness. This brief rest was crucial. This time, Lin Yi didn't bother to set up a small table and chairs. Instead, he let everyone sit down on the spot to catch their breath. The break was short-lived but necessary. The horrors of abyss difficulty were hidden in all these tiny details. Unlike the regular and hard difficulty levels, the abyssal secret realm is a place where ambushes can happen at any moment, leaving no time for a proper break to catch one's breath. The relentless high-pressure environment could crush someone without enough strength in as little as 30 minutes. However, there just had to be someone in the team who was full of energy. Zhao Xueming tended to the sheep while cheerfully dispensing stamina potions to everyone. These potions could restore a massive amount of energy in a short time. As long as they weren't consumed in excess, they could bring one back to peak condition. His giddy and carefree demeanor left both Huck and Li Feng at a loss for words. This guy sure lucked out. To the uninformed, they would have thought he came on a leisurely outing. While everyone else was grimy and disheveled, he looked the most relaxed. But, well, what could they do? His only responsibility was to tend the sheep. As a mage who only knew how to cast fireball, he was practically useless in a flame jungle. Asking him to take on flame goblins with his fire spells was like expecting Huck's punch to sweep debris. It was just impractical. Lin Yi observed as Zhao Xueming handed out the potions, a pang of frustration rising in his chest. Talent like his, utterly unattainable. My healing output is nearing 100,000, and I still can't replicate his talent. He stared at his status panel, feeling more dejected the longer he looked. Huck's talent, on the other hand, had already been snatched up by him long ago. Suddenly, Lin Ye's thoughts shifted. Could it be that the more worn out the target is, the higher the chance of successfully replicating their talent? The probability of copying talents was naturally low, but both times he'd succeeded, the targets had been in terrible states. The first was with a team from the Holy Light Church. That group had just fled from deep within a secret realm, severely injured, with some members on the brink of death, limbs missing. It was during that chaos that Lin Yi managed to copy his first talent. The second success was with Huck. After clearing 2 consecutive secret realms, the first of which had him tanking on the front lines as the main shield, and the second being abyssal difficulty, a true trial by fire. Huck was clearly fatigued, his stats visibly dipping. It was at this moment Lin Yi had struck gold again. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi's eyes drifted toward Zhao Xueming. Looks like I need to find a way to make him suffer a little. Lin Yi began planning in silence. I swear, I'm exhausted, Huck grumbled. All I want is to go back home and crash. Quit whining. Tired or not, you've got to hold the line. Can't handle it? Then fall back. Li Feng's tone was cold and cutting. Not happening. Unless the boss kicks me out, there's no way I'm backing off. Huck declared vehemently. Some people sure seem to have it easy, though. Huck cast a frustrated glance at Zhao Xueming. If he doesn't treat us to a hell of a feast tonight, I'll be the first to call him out. Fine, fine. Tonight's expenses are all on young Master Zhao. Happy now? Zhao Xueming grinned, entirely oblivious to the brewing danger around him. Ahem. Lin Yi suddenly made his presence known, strolling up. Boss. Huck and Li Feng immediately straightened their postures. Lin Yi looked Huck over and commented, You're clearly at your limit. Huck panicked. I can keep going, boss. Don't make me leave the team. Li Feng quickly chimed in. He's definitely willing to push himself. I'll stake my life on it. Zhao Xueming, unperturbed, joked. Why not let him watch the sheep instead? Lin Yi paused for a moment before casually nodding. All right, Huck, switch with Zhao Xueming. You'll tend the sheep. He'll take your place. No problem here. Zhao Xueming agreed readily without a second thought. Lin Yi added with a sly twist. What I meant was that Zhao Xueming will take the front lines. Use your staff to bash the goblins. Don't even think about using fireball on flame monsters. Zhao Xueming instantly froze on the spot, as if he had turned into a stone statue. He gulped and forced himself to nod. Okay. Huck was moved to the verge of tears. Xueming, you're the best. Hey, we're brothers. Besides, with the boss around, I won't die. Zhao Xueming replied, putting on a brave face. Huck couldn't resist adding, but you're still covering the feast, right? Zhao Xueming. With their brief rest concluded, the group pressed onward. Huck found himself with a much lighter workload, now tending to the sheep. Zhao Xueming, on the other hand, was utterly miserable. He held his staff in the front lines, taking hit after hit, getting pummeled by the flame goblins until he was battered and bruised. The only thing keeping him standing was Lin Ye's constant barrage of healing spells. Only because of Lin Yi did Zhao Xueming find the courage to keep standing on the front lines. Without him, he wouldn't have dared to fight so recklessly in 1,000 lifetimes. As for damage output, thanks to Lin Ye's soul chain ability, the damage dealt by any teammate was evenly distributed among the group. It made no difference who delivered the attacks. As long as nobody swapped positions, the damage numbers were uniform. Lin Ye's hands never stopped moving as healing spells cascaded down one after another. The teams steadily forged ahead, and about 20 minutes later, they finally reached the final stage. On abyssal difficulty, this stage now featured a goblin stronghold, a major obstacle. The original final boss, the goblin priest, was now just a minor leader in the stronghold. Until the stronghold was cleared, the ultimate boss wouldn't even appear. I'll join the fight. Huck volunteered with fervor. Go ahead, Lin Yi nodded. At this final stretch, there was no need to hold anything back. As for whether Zhao Xueming's talent could be replicated or not, it depended on luck. If not this time, they'd just grind it out in future runs, provided Zhao Xueming could endure. At this moment, Zhao Xueming looked utterly pathetic, face smeared with soot, panting like a bull, a far cry from his earlier carefree demeanor. Move out. Attack. Lin Ye's command dropped like a stone into a calm lake. Huck charged in first, Li Fei close on his heels, while Li Feng flanked into position along the sides. Only Zhao Xueming stumbled behind them with his staff in hand, scurrying toward the stronghold in a ridiculously comedic display. The battle ignited instantly. Lin Yi held steady at the rear, directing the flow of the fight, the lifeline of the entire team. Without him, they never would have made it this far. Don't let them near the queen, the goblin priest screeched. From the stronghold, 10 goblins surged out simultaneously, plunging the scene into instant chaos. This level was notorious for wiping out 90% of professional squads. But for Lin Yi, it was far from enough. Huck charged headlong into the mob of monsters, only to be immediately swarmed and pounded by clubs. After just one round, a third of his health vanished in an instant. Because of the soul link, Zhao Xueming's health plummeted to critical levels as well, leaving him on the brink of collapsing from fear. The very next second, holy light descended, health fully restored, life and death separated by a mere heartbeat. This one cast from Lin Yi was enough to trigger a reward. Your healing spell has restored 103 HP for Zhao Xueming. You have unlocked the talent Double Cast, Grade B. Double Cast, Grade B. When casting a spell, there is a 15% chance to immediately cast it again, with the second cast at 30% of the original's effect. The moment the prompt appeared, the corners of Lin Ye's lips curved into a faint smile. Just as he suspected, Zhao Xueming's talent, though rare among magic users, was double cast. The only drawback was that it was a Grade B talent. A mere 15% activation rate, combined with only 30% effect on the second cast, capped its potential. Still, in Lin Ye's eyes, it was invaluable, because the fourth trait of his own class, Healer Sovereign, allowed him to upgrade talent evaluations based on accumulated healing output. As long as the effect was decent, even a low-grade talent could be gradually nurtured to greatness. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such things. The battle had erupted, and this stronghold's difficulty was clearly overwhelming for Huck and the others. Both Zhao Xueming and Li Feng were mere level 1 novices with almost no combat ability. Zhao Xueming, Li Feng, fall back immediately. With the talent in the bag, Lin Yi wasted no time issuing commands. Zhao Xueming, clumsy in melee, and Li Feng, unable to withstand the onslaught, would only get themselves killed by staying at the front. Hearing his order, the two retreated without hesitation. Lin Yi then canceled the soul link to prevent the damage-sharing mechanism from turning the rookies into instant casualties. The front line would now have to bear the brunt of the attacks. But as long as no one suffered an instantaneous death, Lin Yi could patch them right up. Dying wasn't an option. It was more like walking a tightrope on the edge of death. Lin Yi weaved through the battlefield, alternating between healing and smiting spells seamlessly. In the chaos, he looked almost divine. With his spell power boosted, every smite unleashed devastating damage, obliterating the fiery goblins one by one. The two rookies in the back could only stare in shock. Is this guy really a newbie? He's better than the military instructors, Zhao Xueming muttered under his breath. Instant casts, fluid spell switches, and even spell casting while moving. This was far beyond what a beginner should be capable of. Under Lin Ye's support, the pressure on the front lines eased dramatically. One by one, the 10 fiery goblins were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a single goblin priest. Curse you, invaders! The priest turned to flee. Li Fei rushed forward, delivering a crippling slash that drastically slowed the creature's movements. Lin Yi seized the moment and cast Smite, claiming the final blow. 1512, 503, 1489, 1501. A torrent of critical red numbers erupted above the goblin priest's head, its health plummeting at an absurd rate. With Li Fei locking it down relentlessly, the priest had no opportunity to escape and was forced to endure the barrage. Wait, boss's talent. Why does it look a bit like mine? Zhao Xueming mumbled as he watched the damage numbers in awe. Stop flattering yourself. Li Feng shot back immediately. You and Lin Yi, same level? Don't kid yourself. Scratching his head awkwardly, Zhao Xueming grinned in embarrassment. Though his double cast looked flashy, its low rating and lackluster performance in real battles rendered it leagues below Lin Ye's. Before long, the goblin priest let out a guttural cry and collapsed to the ground. A pile of green materials spilled out, easily worth tens of thousands of coins. Amidst the loot, a gleaming streak of blue caught everyone's attention. A blue-tier item. This luck is unreal. Treasure from a mere mid-boss? The Abyssal Flame Forest truly lived up to its reputation. This one piece alone could sell for over 100,000 coins. Lin Yi strode forward and collected all the drops. High-quality loot belonged to him by default. The blue-tier item turned out to be a ring, Warmth Ring. It offered a 50% increase in mana regeneration, a must-have for magic classes, and viable up to levels 20 or 30. Its market value was easily in the millions. But for Lin Yi, it was useless. His mana reserves were practically endless, and his healing spells consumed only 1 point of mana per cast. Let's keep moving. Stowing the loot, Lin Yi gazed into the depths of the forest. Ahead lay the true boss of the Abyssal Flame Forest, the Flame Maiden, Blazing Venusial. Defeating her would mark the completion of the dungeon. Lin Yi glanced at his party. He told them bluntly, anyone confident should follow, those hesitant could stay behind. Skipping the boss battle was still an option. They could clear the dungeon with a guaranteed minimum C-grade rating, but it would mean far less experience gained. Most teams couldn't afford to lose even a single member for a boss fight. But Lin Ye's group was different. The gap in power was overwhelming. Even if everyone else stayed behind, Lin Yi alone could still stand a chance. Zhao Xueming weighed his options and decided to stay back. Li Feng nodded in agreement. For level 1 rookies like them, even getting this far was an achievement. Huck also chose to sit out. His stamina was completely drained. Fighting further would only drag the team down. Lin Yi acknowledged their decision and reminded them to prioritize their safety. Li Fei, however, raised an eyebrow. Hadn't they agreed she would tank the enemies while he handled the healing? Her condition was still good, and as a flame warrior, she had the durability to back it up. Envy, amazement, and anticipation shimmered in the eyes of the three, a mix of emotions stirred not just by Lin Ye's formidable strength, but also by the sheer luck of having such a powerful teammate by his side. Lin Yi and Li Fei delved deeper into the dense forest, their steps leading them into an open valley. On the ground, a massive magic array had been engraved. Torches were tilted, forming a ring around its perimeter. At the array's center knelt a woman in a flaming crimson robe, asleep like an immovable statue. "Let's begin," Lin Yi murmured softly. Li Fei drew her sword, stepping boldly into the array. In an instant, flames surged violently like an enraged sea, a crimson pillar of light piercing the heavens as waves of heat rippled across the valley. Before she could even approach the boss, Li Fei's health bar dropped by 50 points. This was the real challenge of this level. The entire environment of the valley inflicted constant fire damage on anyone within it, burning away 100 health points every second. But Li Fei was a flame warrior, boasting strong fire resistance, so her health only dropped by 50 per second. If it were Zhao Xueming or Li Feng, they'd likely be on the brink of death, or worse, already charred remains. The fact they retreated in time spoke volumes of their common sense. Burn. With a sudden, blinding glow, the magic array flared up, and the boss within, blazing Pernosha, opened her eyes. She rose with a deafening roar as smaller flaming red magic circles formed across the ground, a forewarning of meteors about to descend. These attacks posed almost no real threat to Lin Yi. Li Fei held firm on the front lines, drawing the boss's attention, while Lin Yi unleashed uninterrupted damage from behind, as though the act required no effort at all. For Lin Yi and his team, the outcome of this battle was nearly a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, in the grand auditorium of Shan City First High School, the senior class students had been summoned back for an emergency meeting. "What's going on? Why a meeting out of nowhere?" Someone grumbled under their breath. "You haven't heard? Lin Yi has been caught selling profession emblems on the black market and illegally entering a perilous difficulty zone, Flame Forest. The principal's practically having a meltdown." "What? Is he insane? His guts are too big for his own good. You think that's wild? He's dragging Li Fei into this mess too. Word is, the odds of them making it out alive aren't looking good. Even worse, he roped in 3 students from experimental school. Now the admin there is demanding answers. Talk about reckless. Where did clearing normal difficulty zones suddenly give him such confidence?" The auditorium buzzed with chatter, a cacophony of scandal and speculation. Selling emblems, entering dangerous restricted zones. Lin Yi had stepped on every landmine imaginable. If something goes horribly wrong, and he gets himself killed, who's going to clean up the mess? Poor Li Fei. That girl. She's actually decent looking too. Wait, Li Fei? Wasn't it Su Yaoyao? Apparently, it's Su Yaoyao who reported him, saying Lin Yi was secretly trading emblems with Li Fei. Damn, we shouldn't get too involved. Just watch the drama play out. Sitting among the murmuring crowd, Su Yaoyao remained silent, though a faint smile crept onto her lips. It betrayed a sense of smug satisfaction that she could barely contain. The thought of Lin Yi and Li Fei potentially perishing together in the Forbidden Zone brought her an almost unbearable thrill, filling her with glee. Elsewhere, at the professional square, a disheveled party stumbled out of a completed zone's portal. It was none other than the team led by Diane and Dana. "Refund us. This is a scam. With this kind of skill level, you dare charge people for running a difficult difficulty zone? We almost lost our lives out there. A refund isn't enough. Pay us compensation for our losses as well." 3 furious team members surrounded them, their raised voices quickly attracting a crowd of curious onlookers. "Fine, I'll refund you. But compensation? Forget it." Diane snapped back, unrepentant. "I almost didn't make it out either. You're lucky I even brought you back alive. Some people can't even manage that. Don't give us that BS. Isn't protecting your team a basic responsibility of paid guides?" Diane scoffed, her smile laced with contempt. "Who made that a rule? And do you really think those rookies Lin Yi dragged along will make it out of the Abyss difficulty zone alive?" The crowd fell silent. Abyss difficulty zones weren't for the faint of heart. In normal difficulty zones, retreat was an option at all times. In difficult difficulty zones, at least 30% of the enemies had to be cleared before withdrawal was even possible. Abyss? It required an 80% completion rate to unlock an exit. To them, Lin Yi's team might as well have been walking into their graves. At that moment, the massive display screen in Professional Square lit up with a sudden announcement. Lin Yi's team clears Flame Forest Abyss in 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 33 seconds, setting a new record. Diane's expression froze. her face a canvas of sheer disbelief. Within the abyss-tier flame forest, burn my soul. With the final blow of a holy smite, blazing Pernosha collapsed, her massive form devoid of life. Li Fei's legs gave out from exhaustion, and she sat down heavily, exhaling in relief. Did we just clear it? This quickly, outside the zone, waiting anxiously, Zhao Xueming and the others stared dumbfounded at the notification they had just received. They knew very well what this meant. The boss had been defeated in mere moments. Didn't I tell you? Boss's damage is off the charts. Huck tried to sound calm, though his wide eyes betrayed his astonishment. Abyss-tier difficulty wasn't even in the same league as normal zones. Incredible. With this record, he'll easily secure an extra 10 points for admission to the professional academy. Li Feng was so excited he couldn't sit still. I'm going to the bank. I'll take out every loan I can and send it all to the boss. Zhao Xueming declared with sudden determination. A 10-point advantage was a priceless asset. Even if you spend $1 million, you might not land a comparable opportunity elsewhere. Count me in. Me too. Well done. Lin Yi approached Li Fei, offering a hand to help her up. Good thing you were here. I wouldn't have lasted until the end on my own, Li Fei admitted, still shaken. Blazing Pernosha's meteor attacks were relentless and vicious. One misstep had drained nearly all her health. If Lin Yi's healing hadn't come in time, she would have been out. At this moment, she understood more than ever just how crucial a dependable healer was. Some of the top-tier healers didn't even join guilds or rely on official commissions. Just by accepting private hire, they could make a fortune and be treated like absolute treasures. After pulling Li Fei to her feet, Lin Yi walked over to inspect Blazing Pernosha's loot. Abyss-tier bosses were incredibly generous by nature. Not only had Pernosha dropped heaps of rare materials, but there were also 2 shining pieces of equipment, one blue and one purple. Lin Yi's eyes lit up the moment he spotted the purple gear. A single piece of purple equipment could easily fetch a market price starting at $1 million. But on closer inspection, he realized it was a purple longbow. Lin Yi stood there in silence for a moment, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. What was he supposed to do with this? He couldn't even use it. Sell it. Among the remaining drops, there was a blue, square spatial bag. This luck is absolutely insane, Lin Yi chuckled. While it wasn't a healing item, the spatial bag was incredibly practical. Its market price started at 100,000, and many professionals could only afford this standard size in their entire careers. A purple, 8-sided spatial bag was priced so high, above $1 million, that ordinary people didn't even dare to dream about it. Lin Yi originally had only a tiny 1-sided spatial bag, which was good for small knickknacks, but couldn't fit larger items like his longbow. This blue spatial bag was just what he needed to address the issue. Just as he finished sorting his loot, Hook and the other 2 arrived. Everyone's here. Let's settle the rewards, Lin Yi said. The settlement interface popped up, tallying ratings and experience points. Lin Yi earned an SSS grade and jumped straight from level 3 to level 5. Li Fei also achieved an SSS grade, leveling from 2 to 4. Hook and his 2 teammates all received a baseline C grade. Hook reaching level 3, while the other 2 remained at level 2. After leaving the secret realm, Hook and his crew headed straight to the professional center, claiming they'd pull out loans to honor Lin Yi. This left only Lin Yi and Li Fei behind. Things are blowing up. Lin Yi glanced at the messages on his phone, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Li Fei, however, frowned. This is ridiculous. They didn't even investigate properly before claiming we were as good as dead, and now they're hosting meetings specifically to criticize us. They'd clearly cleared the dungeon, earning top-tier SSS ratings across the board. Not only was there no praise, fine, but to turn them into a public example of failure? That was beyond absurd. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Go home and rest, Lin Yi said lightly, his tone indifferent. In his previous life, no one claimed he was dead, but many dismissed him after losing his status as a flame warrior. People thought he was finished. It wasn't until he carved out his own path later that he realized most of the chatter had been nothing but the background noise of nobodies. And what about you? Li Fei pressed. Lin Yi smiled faintly. I'm heading back to drop out. There's no point wasting time at this lousy school. Li Fei was taken aback. You're not taking the college entrance exams. Don't be silly. Why would I need college entrance exams to prove myself? Lin Yi casually ruffled her hair. Li Fei groaned at his musing, but deep down, she knew he was right. With his instant cast healing spell alone, any top university would fight to recruit him. All right, I'm off. Lin Yi turned and walked away. Li Fei stood frozen for a moment before looking at the messages on her phone. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip, seemingly coming to a decision as she turned and headed toward the professional center. Meanwhile, at the auditorium of Shanshur City First High School, Principal Chiu Dafu was in the middle of an enraged tantrum. This year was supposed to be the school's moment of glory thanks to the S-grade talent they'd scouted. But Lin Yi had secretly traded his badge and entered a deadly abyss-tier secret realm, essentially heading to his death. And if that weren't bad enough, the school now faced liability issues for the incident, dragging down not just their own reputation, but that of experimental middle school students as well. The students and teachers below had their heads bowed, enduring the scolding without daring to glance at their phones. Chiu Dafu cursed for a good 10 minutes until his throat grew hoarse, and yet he only became angrier. The biggest target of his anger, Lin Yi, was already presumed dead. Scolding the living wasn't satisfying. Not being able to yell at the one truly responsible was downright infuriating. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure standing outside the window, someone who looked like a student. Chiu Dafu's rage flared up instantly. Wasn't everyone told to attend this meeting? Why was there someone still wandering about outside? His temper boiled over. He was about to swallow the water in his mouth and erupt anew when his eyes widened in utter shock. Uffed. He sputtered violently, spraying a mouthful of water. It was as if a mini rainstorm came down in the auditorium. The students in the front row ended up drenched and broke out into an uproar. The principal sprayed everywhere. He spit right on my face. Even the teachers couldn't take it anymore. Being scolded was one thing, but now they were getting sprayed? Yet before they could voice their protests, Chiu Dafu's trembling hand pointed out the window, his voice shaky and fearful. Lin Yi. Every head turned in unison toward the window. And there, standing in the open, was a face and name they all knew too well. The one who had caused the principal's fury that morning. Lin Yi. A ghost. Daylight haunting. The auditorium instantly descended into chaos. Su Yaoyao's legs gave out beneath her as she slumped to the ground, shaking. This is it. He's come back to haunt me. Someone barked for everyone to calm down, attempting to restore some order. What's there to be afraid of? If it really was a ghost, wasn't there anyone here capable of dealing with it? As the commotion slowly died down, it finally occurred to everyone that, even assuming Lin Yi was a ghost, how threatening could he be? The next moment, Lin Yi calmly walked into the auditorium, his expression steady, even with a hint of mocking disdain. Chiu Dafu stared at him, his mind utterly blank. Wasn't Lin Yi supposed to have perished in an abyss-tier dungeon? The students were just as stunned. Lin Yi wasn't dead? That meant all the scolding, the spraying, the humiliation they'd endured today had been for nothing. A noticeable wave of anger and resentment surged through the auditorium. You must have barely scraped your way out of the dungeon alive? A teacher ventured skeptically. The abyss-tier secret realm was notoriously perilous, a 90% death rate, but occasionally, someone managed to claw their way out. Lin Yi, standing here now, implied as much. What? He's alive? Then we all got yelled at for nothing. This is absolute bullshit. This guy ruined everything for us. If we knew this would happen, wouldn't it have been better if he just died in there? Pointless. Absolutely pointless. There was a brief silence, followed by a suffocating wave of indignation. The students' voices escalated into a fever pitch, filling the auditorium with curses and angry outbursts. Meanwhile, in the back of the crowd, Su Yaoyao's gaze locked onto Lin Yi with an intensity that could cut through steel. Her teeth clenched so tightly it felt as though they might shatter. She never expected this outcome. Lin Yi was still alive. Why couldn't he just die in the secret realm? What are you even back here for? Su Yaoyao hissed under her breath. Nearby, Chiu Dafu's face darkened as he stared daggers at Lin Yi. This year's performance reviews and awards were already ruined, and he knew exactly whom to blame. How could he not hate Lin Yi? I'm here to withdraw from school, Lin Yi said flatly. The room fell into stunned silence. Withdraw? That was practically the same as giving up on taking the college entrance exam. a self-destructive move in the eyes of everyone present. No one in the room felt sorry for Lin Yi, though. They simply couldn't wrap their heads around his decision. Whatever mistakes he'd made, as long as they weren't illegal, the school had no power to forcibly expel him. But a voluntary withdrawal? That was a different story. Xiao Dafu, despite his initial anger, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Yi was still under investigation by the professional guild. If Lin Yi decided to leave the school on his own terms, it would save him even more trouble. Nothing could be better. You're sure about this? Xiao Dafu asked, barely able to suppress the excitement in his voice. Stop wasting time. I'm just here to grab some things. Dropping out is my decision. I don't need your permission. Lin Yi's tone was glacial. In his previous life, he distinctly remembered the smug expression on Xiao Dafu's face when he'd forced him to leave. Every detail of that humiliation was etched into his memory. This time, Lin Yi knew the process all too well. He could handle it himself without a flicker of doubt. Xiao Dafu's face turned an ugly shade of green, but he didn't dare lash out. He was terrified that, if provoked, Lin Yi might change his mind and refuse to leave. A troublemaker like Lin Yi was better sent away than kept close. Without another word, Lin Yi turned and walked out. The auditorium was steeped in an eerie quiet once more. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Who had ever dared talk back to Xiao Dafu like that? But before anyone could fully process what had happened, someone suddenly bolted upright. What did you say? Hu Ku and Zhao Xueming made it back alive, and they cleared the entire dungeon. It was the principal of Experimental High School, his face pale with shock. His 3 students had entered the abyss-level secret realm with Lin Yi, and he'd come here today to demand accountability. This whole public trial had been staged by Xiao Dafu to appease him. Yet, just as things were spiraling into chaos, everything had flipped upside down. At that very moment, the principal's phone rang. When he picked it up, the person on the other end rattled off more shocking news. Not only were his students alive, but they had successfully cleared the dungeon. What? You're saying Lin Yi got an S? He shouted into the phone, but abruptly cut himself off. A second later, he ended the call and, under the eyes of everyone watching, stumbled out of the auditorium in sheer urgency. Lin Yi, wait for me. How about transferring schools? Let's discuss scholarships. The entire auditorium fell into a deathly silence. Has he lost his mind? Is he seriously trying to poach Lin Yi? With a scholarship on top of that? The students exchanged bewildered glances, their thoughts spinning out of control. Experimental High School and Shancheng First High had always been neck and neck, rivals neither could decisively suppress. Publicly, Lin Yi's withdrawal might have appeared voluntary, but everyone knew Xiao Dafu couldn't wait for him to leave. And now, the principal of another top school was personally chasing after Lin Yi, while offering him incentives. It was such a stark contrast that no one could wrap their head around it. Suddenly, a loud cry broke through the lull. Check the news. Something huge just happened. Everyone scrambled to grab their phones, realizing belatedly that they hadn't dared to look during the assembly. In just a matter of half an hour, the world outside had turned upside down. The moment phones lit up, the auditorium erupted into chaos. Lin Yi really cleared an abyss-level secret realm? And an SSS evaluation. He even got a purple-grade longbow. Level 5 on the first day? Is he even human? Until now, none of them had been at the professional guild square, meaning they'd missed the system announcement. The meeting had forbidden them from using their phones, causing them to miss one groundbreaking update after another. No wonder Experimental High School's principal had scrambled to recruit him. With a performance like this, it wasn't just other high schools. Even elite universities would be fighting tooth and nail to admit Lin Yi. It was that extraordinary. Up on stage, Xiao Dafu's face drained of all color. Principal, should we try to stop Lin Yi? One teacher whispered cautiously. Losing a talent like him would be a catastrophic blow to the school. If their rivals were aggressively trying to snatch Lin Yi, they couldn't just sit idly by, could they? Xiao Dafu opened his mouth, but no words came out. Deep down, he knew he had completely misjudged the situation. But to lower himself and beg Lin Yi to return? Xiao Dafu couldn't stomach that thought. Here's what we'll do, Xiao Dafu finally said, trying to maintain some semblance of authority. I'll contact the district office and have them freeze Lin Yi's academic records temporarily. Gather a few teachers, including Mr. Chan, and try persuading him to come back tomorrow. If he's willing to apologize to me for the way he behaved earlier, I'll let bygones be bygones. Several teachers exchanged glances, visibly struggling to contain their surprise. That was quite the ego to maintain, but with his connections, Xiao Dafu had the means to back up his bluster. Within Shan Cheng's education system, his influence was undeniable. As long as the professional guild didn't intervene, Xiao Dafu's words carried weight. Well, what are you waiting for? Get to it. Xiao Dafu barked, his frustration bubbling over. One brave teacher hesitated before speaking cautiously. Principal Xiao, you already approved Mr. Chen's resignation. We don't actually know where to find him right now. Xiao Dafu's face fell in an instant. And then, Principal Liu of Yin Middle School returned to the auditorium with a frustrated expression. Clearly, his conversation hadn't gone well. What? Rejected by Lin Yi? I told you, he won't leave number 1 high school. Xiao Dafu exhaled in relief, even sounding somewhat smug. Principal Liu let out a cold snort. He vanished completely, ran off faster than I could react. His tone was full of regret. If only he had acted a little quicker, Lin Yi would be theirs by now. Xiao Dafu quickly caught on. With his methods, keeping Lin Yi from leaving wouldn't have been too hard. What's there to fight over for someone being investigated by the Professional Alliance Investigation Unit? Su Yaoyao sneered, her disdain evident. Though her words were casual, they were loud enough for everyone around to hear. Principal Liu shot her a silent glance. Even if Lin Yi ended up having issues with Xiao Dafu's connections, suppressing the matter wouldn't be impossible. Xiao Dafu was fully aware of Lin Yi's value. Just then, Xiao Dafu's phone rang. His face visibly changed as he picked it up. What? Chief Qin of the investigation unit is here again? And he's already on his way to the auditorium? The teachers exchanged uneasy looks. The students, on the other hand, broke into a buzz of chatter. Was the investigation unit here to arrest Lin Yi? Soon, a group of uniformed personnel entered the hall. Chief Qin, you're here to arrest Lin Yi, right? He just ran off. I can take you to his house. Su Yaoyao immediately stepped forward, eager to earn favor. The atmosphere turned unbearably tense. That won't be necessary, Chief Qin said flatly. We've already finished our investigation on Lin Yi. His financial records are clean, no issues at all. Su Yaoyao was dumbstruck. Impossible. He clearly has a mysterious deposit of 1,000,000 yuan in his account. Chief Qin sneered. Which is exactly why I'm here to see you. Unauthorized access to other people's banking information? Come with us. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck Su Yaoyao. She broke down on the spot. Why are you arresting me? I didn't do anything wrong. This is an abuse of power. Her protests fell on deaf ears. She was quickly taken away. The auditorium fell utterly silent. The same Su Yaoyao who had been shouting about catching Lin Yi had now been taken into custody herself. A few of the teachers shook their heads and sighed. Earlier that morning, Chief Qin had already inquired into financial transactions, and she'd boldly promised there were no issues. She didn't even notice the warning looks sent her way. In the end, it wasn't Lin Yi, but she herself who had dug her own grave. Xiao Dafu finally snapped out of his daze and hurriedly approached Chief Qin. Chief Qin, about Lin Yi. His suspicion has been cleared, Chief Qin replied curtly before leaving with his team. Xiao Dafu's face twisted in rage. He began to furiously berate Su Yaoyao for misleading him, even pounding his chest and vowing that he'd personally bring Lin Yi back to the school. The other teachers looked at each other, unimpressed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already left the campus, having cleared 2 secret realms in one day, one of them being abyss level. He was physically and mentally drained. It might have looked as though he was just at the back providing support as a healer, but every spell he cast pushed his mental reserves to their limits. Continuous high-intensity healing throughout both clearances meant he'd been operating at the edge of exhaustion. All he wanted now was some rest. Prepared for this exact situation, Lin Yi didn't return to his rental apartment. Instead, he checked into a small inn. He knew that once news of his SSS ranking clearance spread, people, enthusiastic visitors, would inevitably swarm to him. He had no interest in such interruptions. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Lin Yi began taking stock of his resources. 105 soul essences, 130,000 healing points in total. Items for sale include the blue warmth ring, the purple radiant longbow, and various other materials. Soul essences could be used to enhance equipment, but among all his possessions, the only truly valuable item was still the Staff of Argent Hands, gifted by Li Fei. Its current level meant that refining it further would raise its rarity to purple, but not its base level. Even if he managed to upgrade it to gold, it would remain at level 1, soon to be outclassed by higher-level purple or even blue items. There was no point wasting soul essences on beginner gear. Hold on to the soul essences for now. I'll use them once I upgrade my equipment. For now, let's deal with the healing points. Currently, Lin Yi had replicated 3 talents. Wu Chang's damage reduction talent, B rank, Hook's melee strengthening talent, B rank, and Zhao Xueming's twin casting talent, B rank. The first 2 were of limited use. The true game changer was twin casting. Twin casting, 15% chance to trigger a secondary cast when activating a skill, with the second cast at 30% efficacy of the original. For most spellcasters, it was impossible to cast 2 skills simultaneously. But this talent broke that limitation. Even though it was only rated B rank and performed modestly in Zhao Xueming's hands, Lin Yi was a different story. Lin Yi's mastery of spellcasting was refined to an almost unmatched level, enabling him to squeeze every last ounce of potential out of the twin casting talent. This was precisely why he had gone to such lengths to claim it. The 4th characteristic of Healing Sovereign can upgrade talent rankings using cumulative healing points, Lin Yi thought, glancing at his talent tree. This ability was practically game-breaking. As long as he accumulated enough healing points, any replicated talent could theoretically climb all the way to SSS rank. The cost? Only time and resources. Let's upgrade twin casting first, Lin Yi decided, pouring in 100,000 healing points without hesitation. Twin casting advanced from B rank to A rank. Twin casting, A rank 30% chance to trigger a secondary cast when activating a skill, with the second cast at 50% efficacy of the original. The doubling effect on his skills had clearly improved. The rise in power was very evident. The reason why grade A talents were considered the threshold for the strong was because their abilities completely and utterly outclassed those at grade B. However, advancing to grade S required sustaining a cumulative 1 million healing points. Currently, Lin Yi only had 30,000 in his possession, far from enough. But he wasn't in a hurry. He could take it slow. His plan was simple. Head to the professional center, sell the warmth ring and the scorching longbow, and repay his loan. There was another matter, though, dropping out of school. The inn wasn't far from the professionals' plaza. Lin Yi arrived at the center in no time. The moment he stepped through the door, the lobby manager recognized him and immediately ushered him to the VIP room. This manager was the same person who had handled his business the day before. As they crossed the main hall, Lin Yi overheard a commotion near the counters. He raised his eyes and saw a familiar pair, the twin Archer sisters. The clerk at the counter had changed from yesterday. Lin Yi had no interest in lingering. He glanced briefly before turning away. Why am I not eligible for a loan? Doesn't my record-breaking performance count for anything? Diane roared furiously. The clerk responded with a polite smile. Your talent rating and class compatibility do not align with your combat achievements. Additionally, you have a record of abandoning a standard dungeon run. As such, the system automatically rejected your application. The words were courteous, but the meaning couldn't have been clearer. Diane's so-called historic achievements weren't the result of her own skill. It was no surprise they weren't recognized. Sis, let it go. If we can't get a loan, we'll just level up on our own. Why do we need to hire someone to carry us? Dinah, feeling utterly humiliated, tugged at her sister, trying to drag her away. This isn't fair. Why does Hook and his team get approved for such large loans? Still reveling in the vanity of her so-called record-breaking performance, Diane was harshly slapped back to reality. A record built solely on being carried by others held no weight. She didn't even qualify for a loan worth a few tens of thousands. Last night, she had seen Hook and his crew leaving the center and only then learned they were there applying for loans. Unable to sleep, she tossed and turned all night. This morning, she dragged her sister to the center, only to be denied outright. Still unwilling to give up, just as she was being pulled away, Diane caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Lin Yi. Her heart sank. When they saw Lin Yi being respectfully escorted into the VIP room by the lobby manager, the difference between them became blinding, like a slap to the face. One could access the VIP room. The other couldn't even qualify for a basic loan. The contrast was cruel and undeniable. Mr. Lin, your warmth ring has been successfully sold, and the proceeds have been applied to cover your 1 million loan balance at the center. The manager, Wei Qin, a woman with long legs clad in black stockings, reported with a warm smile. As for the scorching longbow, there have been no offers yet. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. A level 5 purple grade item was simply too expensive, and its utility during the early stages of development was limited. Few were willing to take it on. In contrast, the blue grade ring, with its practical attributes, quickly fetched millions. If you wish, the center can directly purchase the longbow for 1.5 million, Wei Qin added. It was a quick cash offer, though slightly below market value. The decision was entirely his to make. 1.5 million for a level 5 introductory longbow was already a generous offer. Moreover, as a black card holder, Lin Yi didn't even have to pay transaction fees. In fact, the center would end up taking a slight loss on the deal. There wasn't much to deliberate. Lin Yi agreed to the buyout, and the 1.5 million was instantly transferred to his account. Adding the 500,000 he had earned yesterday by selling materials from the Abyss Tier Flaming Forest, Lin Yi had brought in a total of 2 million during this venture. When the bank deposit notification popped up on his phone, Lin Yi didn't even bother checking it. In his previous life, his net worth had exceeded hundreds of millions. A mere couple million didn't even register as noteworthy. Standing nearby, Manager Wei's astonishment grew with every moment. To her, these figures were massive, yet Lin Yi's calm demeanor suggested he was unfazed. For someone so young to have this level of composure, it was far from ordinary. I've also handled your school withdrawal request, Wei Qin reported. Although she didn't know why Lin Yi had decided to drop out, it wasn't her place to ask. Thank you, Manager Wei, Lin Yi nodded politely. Being able to settle everything with just a word. This sense of control was undeniably satisfying. After brief pleasantries, Lin Yi rose to leave. With 2 million in his pocket, it was time to invest in new gear. At present, he only had one staff. His current strength was far from sufficient. Additionally, he needed to quickly level up to at least level 8. He knew that within the month, a level 10 spatial rift event would erupt in Shan City. In his previous life, Su Yaoyao had seized a key opportunity during that catastrophe, propelling herself to meteoric success. With the Fire Warrior class emblem she had manipulated from him, paired with her A-grade talent, she would have otherwise lacked the qualifications to compete for the Rookie King title. What truly changed everything was the aftermath of that Rift event. From that moment on, she crushed the competition, claiming the title of Shan City's Rookie King and later basking in fame even at university. In this lifetime, Lin Yi vowed to prevent the same from happening. Incidentally, whether due to overconfidence or simply veering off course, Su Yaoyao eventually ventured into a high-level spatial rift from which she never returned. Most likely, she had perished in that turbulent dimension. Yet Lin Yi was absolutely sure Su Yaoyao and her schemes weren't finished. During that grade 10 spatial rift riot, she received a heaven-defying fortuitous opportunity. Back then, many people ventured into that spatial rift, but very few survived. Among those who made it out alive, she fared the best. Her achievements far exceeded the limits of her natural talent. As for what exactly she obtained, the Lin Yi of his past life had no idea. But in this life, that fortune was something he must claim for himself. The moment Lin Yi had just left, Wei Qin was still caught up in her work. As the lobby manager of the professional center, her days were perpetually overwhelming. At that moment, a staff member hurried over, an urgency apparent in their steps. Manager Wei, there's trouble. What happened? Mr. Lin's withdrawal application, it's been rejected. Wei Qin froze for a brief second before understanding dawned on her. It was probably the headmaster of First High School who refused to let him leave, pulling strings to suppress the application. In the world of professionals, withdrawing from school was a common occurrence. Plenty of people didn't follow the college entrance exam path. On the contrary, staying enrolled solely for subsidies often became a shackle. Normally, as long as one voluntarily applied, approvals went through without a hitch. In Wei Qin's assessment, this issue wasn't procedural but rather interpersonal. Most likely, Lin Yi and the school administration had some unresolved conflict. Withdrawing was probably meant to be a counterstrike. Now that the application was denied, that only confirmed the cracks in their relationship. Should we notify Mr. Lin to come back and file an appeal? The staff member asked. No need, leave it alone. Wei Qin shook her head. This matter was beyond their capacity to handle. The only option was to have Zhang Weiqi step in. As she dialed the number, Wei Qin was fully aware someone would be in for a bad time. But honestly, they brought this upon themselves. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had already arrived at the professional square. Because it was the start of the newbie season, the square was considerably livelier than usual. Within residential zones of settlement points, the rifts to other dimensions couldn't be accessed. So, to venture into them, people had to visit this central hub to access their profession panels. Thus, in any settlement, professional squares emerged as the most essential areas. In Shancheng, a mid-tier 4th-level settlement, the professional square spanned a massive area, equivalent to nearly 50 soccer fields. Walking from one end of the square to the other took more than half a day. In certain large cities, there wasn't just one professional square, but multiple. Beyond the square stretched the non-safe zone, the closer regions to dimensional rift activity. That area was the true danger zone. Once a rift erupted, monsters would flood out, charging directly toward human settlements. Therefore, in a sense, professional squares served as the first line of defense against dimensional rift incursions. That said, on a day-to-day basis, it was also the busiest hub for professional activity. Wherever there were crowds, there was business to be done. Stalls filled the square, their hawking cries intertwining in the air. High-end equipment was often consigned through the professional center for safety assurances. More common gear, marked in green or blue tiers, was typically sold directly at these stalls. This way, sellers avoided brokerage fees, which translated to lower prices for buyers. Lin Ye's trip here was precisely to hunt for blue-tiered equipment. With over 2 million credits in his pocket, buying purple-tiered gear outright would only fetch him at most 2 items. But blue-tiered equipment was much more affordable, typically running around 100,000 credits apiece. If he bought some and reforged them with spirit essences into purple-tiered quality, it would be a much better deal overall. He wandered for a while before finally stopping at one particular stall. Raging Wave Staff. Blue-tier quality. Last one left. Selling out and closing up shop, shouted a wiry middle-aged man, his voice brimming with energy. Raging Wave Staff. Lin Ye's brows subtly raised. He had heard of this staff before. It was somewhat well known among beginner gear. Though, its fame wasn't due to its power, but rather its strangeness. The staff had a unique attribute. It could increase spell power by 3 points over 3 seconds. Admittedly, 3 points of spell power was quite a boost, but it was frustratingly short-lived, lasting only 3 seconds. Many new players couldn't even finish casting a single ability within that time frame before the buff expired. Even the skilled ones would require 2 seconds just to start channeling a spell, leaving scant room to make the most of the buff. As for high-level mages, they flat-out dismissed the staff for its mediocre baseline stats. In the end, what should have been a useful trait turned into a running joke within the community. But for Lin Yi, this staff was nothing short of godly. With his level of skill, 3 seconds was more than enough to squeeze out maximum damage output. On top of that, once reforged with spirit essences into a purple-tier version, its overall stats would grow even further. Thinking about the possibility of wielding a purple-tier Raging Wave staff was enough to send Lin Yi's heartbeat into overdrive. This staff, he had to have it. Lin Yi sauntered up to the stall and asked, "Boss, how much for this staff?" The shopkeeper glanced at him and replied without hesitation, 500,000 credits. It's a bargain. A staff that directly grants 3 points of spell power, 3 whole points. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. This guy clearly thought he had found a sucker. 150,000 credits. Flat price. Take it or leave it, Lin Yi countered decisively. The shopkeeper froze, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize this young man anew. Kid, that's a heck of a cut you're asking for, the shopkeeper chided with a laugh. The 500,000 price was deliberately inflated to scare off casual buyers. Those with real financial means wouldn't touch something this impractical, and those without couldn't afford it to begin with. That said, 150 was too low. There was still some room for negotiation. 150 won't do. Add a little more, the shopkeeper said with a grin. 200,000. Final offer, Lin Yi said, tone unwavering. At that price, I'd rather keep it for myself, the shopkeeper replied, putting on a tough front. Truthfully, 200,000 was already a fair offer. Most standard level 5 blue tier gear went for 100,000 or so. Only particularly rare items, like the Warmth Seeker ring, could breach the million credit mark. The shopkeeper simply wanted to wring a little more out of the deal. All right then, never mind. Lin Yi turned to leave without hesitation. He was willing to spend money, but he wouldn't let himself be played for a fool. Wait. Fine, 200,000 it is, the shopkeeper shouted begrudgingly. Panic set in. Lin Yi was just about to pull out his wallet. 20,000 for a level 5 blue staff? Not bad. The level 1 blue staff that Li Fei had given him was worth at least 10,000. At that moment, a voice cut through the moment. Don't let him rip you off. Newbies can't even unlock the potential of this staff. It looks impressive, but it's really pretty useless. A girl in a red mage's robe spoke coldly, shooting the shop owner a sharp glare. The shopkeeper's face froze. Miss, not you again? I'm telling the truth this time. 20,000 for a level 5 blue staff. Is that unreasonable? Lin Yi glanced back and forth between the two of them and quickly understood what was going on. Apparently, this wasn't the first time the shop owner had tried to scam someone, and the girl had called him out for it before. She probably thought he was at it again. The girl stood firm. Just because the price is fair doesn't mean I can't warn him. He's new to all of this. The shopkeeper had no rebuttal, so he just stared at Lin Yi instead. Lin Yi quietly retracted his hand from his wallet, putting on a conflicted expression. You heard what she said. It's a useless staff. What a perfect assist. Lin Yi wasn't going to let it go to waste. The shopkeeper's face turned green. Fine. 15,000. Just take it already. Lin Yi didn't say a word, only stared at him. The shopkeeper snapped, on the verge of losing it. 13,000. That's the lowest I can go. Any lower, and I'd be losing money. After all this, he just wanted to get rid of the damn staff and be done with it. Deal. Lin Yi agreed cheerfully. A piece of red-robed karma showing up out of nowhere to save $7,000? That was a jackpot if there ever was one. You're really buying it. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. I literally just warned you. Oh well, suit yourself. She shook her head and walked off. Lin Yi watched her leave, a sly smile forming on his lips as he paid for the staff. He took the staff with satisfaction. The shopkeeper had just received the payment when he glanced at the payer's name. His face shifted instantly. You wait, you're... He froze for a long moment before letting out an awkward laugh. The boy standing in front of him was none other than the up-and-coming rookie star who'd caused a stir in the professional plaza just yesterday with back-to-back global announcements, Lin Yi. No wonder the kid had insisted on this staff. To anyone else, the staff might have been worthless. But in his hands, it would essentially be a divine weapon. If the shopkeeper had known who he was dealing with, he never would have slashed the price by a single cent. But it was too late to take it back now. Lin Yi remained expressionless, stowing the Raging Tide staff into his spatial bag before turning and leaving. The shopkeeper stood in place, his regret nearly palpable. After that, Lin Yi didn't stumble across any other noteworthy gear. He casually purchased a healer's robe, but everything else was forgettable at best. He found a quiet corner and began refining his equipment. Name, Raging Tide Staff, refinement available, 0/3. Type, two-handed staff, blue. Damage, 50. Level requirement, 5. Bonus traits, 1. +7 spirit, +280 mana. 2. Activates spell surge, +3 spell power for 3 seconds, 30-minute cooldown. Blue tier refinement required only 3 soul crystals per attempt, and 3 successful attempts would elevate it to a purple tier weapon. Refinement didn't depend on level, only on the item's tier. Lin Yi immediately invested 3 soul crystals. Ding! 3 soul crystals consumed. Refinement successful. The staff gained an additional trait. Trait 3, +30% spell critical damage. The stat was decent, but his current crit rate was pathetically low. Without hesitation, Lin Yi refined it twice more, pushing the staff directly into the purple tier. Name, Title Raging Tide Staff, refinement available, 0/5. Tier, Staff, purple. Damage, 90. Level requirement, 5, bound. Bonus traits, 1. +18 spirit, +950 mana. 2. Activates Spell Surge, plus 5 spell power for 3 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. 3. Plus 50% spell critical damage. 4. Casting spells stacks crit rate, plus 5% per cast, max 50%, lasts 5 seconds. Description: mana flows like the tides, surging endlessly. Seeing the refined stats, Lin Yu was very pleased. The staff had become absurdly practical after undergoing soul crystal refinements. Now upgraded to purple tier quality, its spell power boost had climbed to 5 points, its cooldown reduced to 10 minutes, and it carried bonuses to both crit damage and crit rate. In the hands of a seasoned pro, this staff's worth would easily climb into the millions. Now, Lin Yi had 2 staves to his name: the Hand of Silver for healing, and the Tidal Raging Tide staff for bursting damage during boss fights. In theory, he could even dual wield, holding 2 two-handed staves at once since his strength stat was more than up to the task. But the image of a healer holding a massive staff in either hand? It was absurd no matter how you looked at it. After sorting out his gear, Lin Yi was just about to head into a dungeon to test the staff's power when his phone buzzed. It was a message from Hook. This caught Lin Yi off guard. They were only ever temporary teammates. By now, he figured they'd gone their separate ways. Lin Yi preferred running solo anyway. Besides, Hook and the others couldn't keep up with his pace anymore. Hook was only level 3, while Zhao Xueming and Li Feng hadn't reached level 3 yet. No matter how strong a healer was, there was no saving allies who couldn't survive initial hits. All they could do was keep their corpses warm. So if Hook was contacting him, it definitely wasn't for dungeon runs. Lin Yi opened the message. Hook, boss, big news. Principal Liu wants to meet with you. Meet me in person. Lin Yi's eyebrows arched. It seemed that news of his withdrawal from school had already spread. Clearly, they wanted to negotiate terms, likely to persuade him to transfer to experimental high school. But Lin Yi's withdrawal had always been part of his plan, to attract the attention of all the top schools. What he didn't expect was for the principal of experimental high school to move so quickly. Time and place. Lin Yi responded without hesitation. Up to you. Principal Liu's ready anytime. He's at the professional square right now, Hook replied instantly. Send me the location. I'm on my way, Lin Yi replied. After noticing the short distance, he added, won't take long. With that, he stowed his staff and headed straight for the meeting. Principal Liu, he's on his way, Hook said respectfully. Good, well done. Liu Yunxing nodded, his expression calm yet focused. The moment he learned Lin Yi had withdrawn from school, he immediately got in touch with Hook. Because he knew very well, right now, over a dozen principals in Shan City were all vying for this one student. Being even a step behind meant losing the opportunity. Fortunately, the students who teamed up with Lin Yi in yesterday's dungeon happened to be from experimental high school. That connection allowed Liu Yunxing to quickly secure an introduction. Now that he's dropped out, he's not aiming for the college entrance exams, is he? A young girl in a red robe suddenly spoke up. No, Liu Yunxing replied confidently. He just has grievances with Qiu Dafu. Could he be planning to head straight for the champion's battlefield? Kuju asked. Definitely not. Liu Yunxing shook his head. For a healer, it'd be almost impossible to stand out there, and it doesn't conflict with the college entrance exams anyway. Pausing for a moment, he turned to the girl. When he gets here, be polite. High-caliber healers are incredibly rare. With him on your team, dungeons will be much safer for you. Your sole priority is to level up quickly, train for the battlefield. Kuju nodded seriously, seeming to register the weight of his words. Meanwhile, Hook and the others stood by with envy plastered across their faces. The champion's battlefield was a place reserved for genuine geniuses. For them, however, all they could do was take the solitary, competitive path of the college entrance exams. From the moment they chose their paths, the lines dividing their fates had already been drawn. Liu Yunxing's intentions for pursuing Lin Yi were equally clear, to pair him as a sparring partner for Kuju. He had resolved to pour all available resources into nurturing a seed player who could deliver results on the champion's battlefield. And that person was Kuju. Just then, Hook's eyes lit up as a familiar figure came into sight. He waved enthusiastically, shouting, Boss! Over here! We're right here! Here he comes! Liu Yunxing straightened up, fully alert. Even Kuju turned in the direction everyone was pointing, only to freeze in place the next second. Lin Yi was walking toward them. Boss, this is Principal Liu, Hook quickly introduced. Principal Liu. Lin Yi nodded in greeting, his tone neutral. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Kaju and lingered momentarily in surprise. Hello? Didn't think we'd meet again so soon, he said with a faint smile. Kaju blinked, her cheeks heating up slightly. She hadn't expected the guy from the stall earlier, who had stubbornly insisted on buying that Wave Fury staff, to be the widely renowned Lin Yi. Now she understood. Hook and the others had mentioned how absurdly fast Lin Yi could cast spells, healing spells that practically activated the moment he raised his hand. While others dismissed the Wave Fury staff as a gimmicky weapon in his hands, it became a force to be reckoned with. The problem was, he was a healer, yet instead of stacking healing potency, he prioritized spell power? Wasn't that fundamentally flawed? Kaju couldn't wrap her head around it, but chose to remain silent. You two know each other? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Lu Yunxing asked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Not really. We've just crossed paths, Lin Yi replied blandly. Lu Yunxing hesitated for a brief moment, but decided not to press further. Getting straight to the point, he said, I'll be upfront. I'm offering you a 5 million yuan scholarship to transfer to Experimental High. 5 million yuan. He believed this offer could not be more generous. But Lin Yi didn't even hesitate. I'm not transferring. His tone was calm, but it left no room for negotiation. He didn't lack money. What truly mattered couldn't be bought. Besides, from the very start, he had a clear goal in mind. This time, he was determined to set foot on the champion's battlefield. Lu Yunxing's confident smile froze in place. 5 million was no small amount for any professional. If spent wisely, it could sustain someone from their beginner phase all the way to level 40 or 50. And yet, Lin Yi had turned it down without a second thought. Even Hook and the others were left stunned. If he wasn't planning to transfer, then why even show up? For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Lu Yunxing took a deep breath, steadying himself. Then tell me, what are your terms? Name your price. I can offer more. Lu Yunxing was determined to keep pushing. With Lin Yi's skills, he was practically guaranteed entry into a top university through the National College entrance exams, a massive boost to Experimental High's graduation statistics. More importantly, however, he needed a dependable healer to train alongside Kaju and help her power level into the champion's battlefield. Among this year's rookies, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the strongest healer. As long as Lin Yi transferred to Experimental High, it would be a win-win. But Lin Yi shook his head. Transferring is off the table. However, I can run dungeons with your students and guarantee a historic first SSS rating in any dungeon within a 10-level gap. On one condition, my teacher, Chun Daosheng, joins your school as a faculty member. In his previous life, he'd been reckless enough to ruin his own future, dragging his teacher Chun Daosheng down with him. Work. Yet Chun Daosheng not only didn't blame him, but continuously encouraged and supported him, helping him rise out of his despair. When he finally had the ability to repay the kindness, Chun Daosheng tragically perished in an interdimensional riot. In this life, he was determined to make it up, starting with reclaiming his teacher's position. Lu Yunxing's face darkened. Boost a first-time SSS rating in any dungeon? Aren't you speaking a bit too boldly? A healer. Where did he get the confidence to say such a thing? Just because he cleared a few beginner-level dungeons, did he think he was some kind of god? Even if Lin Yi had bluntly asked for 1 million, Lu Yunxing wouldn't have been this annoyed. But now, he only felt mocked for even considering involving someone so arrogant. He had only wanted to find a sparring partner for Kaju. Naturally, she would remain the core of the team. With Lin Yi's cocky attitude, wouldn't he end up stealing the show? Lin Yi read his attitude and couldn't be bothered to argue. In that case, I'll take my leave, he said plainly. He turned and walked off. He wanted to help Chun Daosheng, but that didn't mean he was going to stoop low for it. With his current strength, helping the teacher wouldn't just mean finding him a position. He could outright support him financially. The only reason he didn't was because Chun Daosheng wouldn't accept it, forcing him to take a more roundabout approach. Watching the brief discussion fall apart, Kaju, Hook, and the others exchanged awkward glances. Principal Liu, this. Hook fumbled, feeling the tension in the air. He had merely tried to act as a middleman, but hadn't expected things to go so south. And he definitely hadn't thought Lin Yi would show absolutely no interest in transferring schools. Don't waste time. Focus on your own tasks, level up, and make sure you don't screw up during the entrance exams. Lu Yunxing brushed them off casually and walked away with a visibly sour expression. All of his frustration was directed at Lin Yi. Kuju glanced at Lin Yi's retreating back, but said nothing. Instead, she hurried after Lu Yunxing. Hook, Zhao Xueming, and Li Feng were left standing awkwardly in place, feeling thoroughly bewildered. Come on, let's catch up with him. Hook made the call, biting his lip. After all, he was the one who had invited Lin Yi in the first place. Zhao Xueming and Li Feng immediately nodded and followed. Boss, they caught up to Lin Yi not too far away. As he stopped and turned toward them, they looked uneasy. Sorry, boss. It's my fault for calling you over. Hook apologized, his face red with embarrassment. It's fine. It's normal for discussions to fall through, Lin Yi said placidly, clearly not bothered by what had just happened. Lu Yunsheng and he were never going to get along in the first place. The trio visibly relaxed upon hearing him say that. About yesterday's agreement. We owe you for the sheep puppet's maintenance. Let me transfer the funds now, Hook said quickly, and the group soon completed the transaction. Lin Yi accepted the 30,000, putting everyone at ease. Boss, which dungeon are you hitting today? Hook couldn't help but ask. He knew very well. Lin Yi was already level 5, while he was still stuck at level 3. Keeping up with him was impossible. Lin Yi thought for a moment before replying. Blackstone Mine. Upon hearing the name, the three of them fell silent, their faces dimming. That was a level 5 dungeon, a place where they could easily lose their lives. There are some big shots, they thought, that you just can't cling to, no matter how hard you try. Elsewhere. Grandpa, since we're short a level 5 healer, why don't I just clear a level for dungeon today? Kuju suggested softly, dropping her usual pretense now that they were alone. Foolish girl, as if I'd let you suffer a loss like that. Lu Yinxing snorted. There's more than just one level 5 healer in all of Shanxing. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan a long time ago. His efforts to recruit Lin Yi were simply about smoothing the road for his granddaughter. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was far too arrogant, utterly uncontrollable. People like him weren't worth the investment. Better to give up early and redirect his attention towards someone more reliable. After all, healers of this level didn't differ all that much. All right then, I've already memorized the entire Blackstone Mine strategy guide, Kuju said confidently. Do you think you can at least secure an S rating? Lu Yinxing asked casually. Not just an S rating. I'm aiming for the first ever SSS. Kuju's eyes gleamed with resolve. Good. That's the spirit. Lu Yinxing nodded in satisfaction. Thinking of Lin Yi, he couldn't suppress a grin. If Kuju managed to claim the first SSS rating in Blackstone Mine, he wondered just how that arrogant boy would feel then. Would Lin Yi regret rejecting his offer? After learning about Lin Yi's plans to head for Blackstone Mine, Hook and the others tactfully excused themselves. Their skill levels weren't enough. They couldn't follow him into a level 5 dungeon. Even if Lin Yi was willing to carry them, they'd only drag him down. It was better to stick to level 3 dungeons and steadily gain strength. Yet, deep down, they couldn't forget what Lin Yi meant to them. If not for him, they'd still be grinding away painfully at level 1 dungeons. This favor, they'd remember. Call Li Fei, Lin Yi instructed calmly. Blackstone Mine wasn't an easy dungeon. Although Li Fei was only level 4, her S-rank talent and rare class meant her battle power surpassed even some level 6 or 7 players. With her, Lin Yi's team would stand a much better chance, and pulling in investors would be easier, too. More importantly, he hadn't yet replicated her talent. S-tier talents were few and far between, leagues ahead of the B-tier talents people like Hook had. Opportunities like this weren't to be missed. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to reach out to Li Fei. They met at a quiet corner of the square and quickly formed a team. As usual, Li Fei took up the responsibility of recruiting the other members. I've already posted the recruitment notice, just as you specified, she said matter-of-factly. Good. Just pick 3 suitable candidates, Lin Yi replied. Nodding. This time, the conditions were different from yesterday. No restrictions on class. A-grade talents, 100,000. S-grade and above, free. Everyone else, a flat fee of 1 million. No matter who joined the team, they had to follow orders, or they'd be kicked out immediately. Putting aside the no restrictions on class rule, the conditions were actually quite reasonable. Talent determined potential. At the same level, someone with higher talent was naturally stronger, which meant they had to contribute less. For those with lower talents but aspirations to follow someone strong, paying for the chance was understandable. Lin Ye's performance yesterday had been too remarkable. As soon as word spread, the plaza erupted. Lin Ye's recruiting again. Hurry and sign up. Sign up for what? $1 million? If I had that, I'd rather play on my own. A-grade talents still have to pay 100,000? He's crazy. If someone can get an SSS rating in the Flaming Forest, they definitely have the credentials. If you could really snatch an SSS, even $1 million would be worth it. Many were tempted, but as soon as they saw the name of the dungeon, their enthusiasm faded. Blackrock Mine, and he's still charging? He's lost his mind. That difficulty? Who's foolish enough to sign up? And no restrictions on class? That's overly confident. It's bound to backfire this time. The sentiment shifted immediately. Though Blackrock Mine was a level 5 dungeon, it was one of the hardest dungeons for anyone under level 10. To this day, no one had achieved an SSS rating. Its terrain was complex, and clearing it took over 10 hours. New players, with their limited stats, couldn't even make it halfway before getting overwhelmed. Only those with top-tier talents would even dare attempt it. For ordinary folks, there was no point in trying. And if it was just about clearing the dungeon, why would Lin Yi dare charge so much? Why not pick a different dungeon? Li Fei sighed helplessly. The announcement had garnered over 10,000 views, but only a handful of people actually signed up, most of them just trying to negotiate the fee. She ignored all the bargaining attempts. No need. If no one comes, we'll just drag Hook along. Let him tag along like a deadweight, Lin Yi said indifferently. If anyone wanted to come, great, he would carry them. If no one came, he wouldn't beg. Li Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Recruiting someone just to have them tag along and do nothing? Only Lin Yi would come up with that. And yet, the approach bizarrely worked. This dungeon clearing strategy was unique to Lin Yi. No one else could replicate it. Since he was firm on this, she had little choice but to wait. In the professional plaza, Kaju was leading a team to Blackrock Mine. Lu Yunxing exhaled a breath of relief, watching his granddaughter leave. SS grade talent, rare class, and decent teammates. Although reaching SSS might be tough, getting an SS rating should be a sure thing. He had invested a lot in this granddaughter. Thinking of her future potential, Lu Yunxing couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anticipation. Just then, murmurs from nearby caught his attention. He raised his brow slightly, quickly realizing they were talking about Lin Ye's recruitment announcement. A sly smile tugged at Lu Yunxing's lips. Blackrock Mine too? I'd like to see what makes him think he's so extraordinary. He gave a cold snort, muttering to himself. Young people like to act tough. It's fine. Once he falls flat, I can approach him then. Lin Yi, we've only got 2 suitable candidates so far, Li Fei said, sighing in frustration. An hour had passed. Many had shown interest, but ultimately, only 2 fit the criteria. They didn't even have enough people for a 5-person team. Either the applicants weren't willing to pay, or they had too many demands. Blackrock Mine's difficulty was no secret, and there weren't many newbies who had even reached level 5 yet. As for those elite prospects with high talents and abundant resources, they wouldn't stoop to joining a random, unstructured team. Finding just 2 was already decent progress. Lin Yi glanced at the time before deciding. All right, let's go. Have them meet us. We're heading out right now. Got it, Li Fei replied, quickly summoning the recruits. Lin Yi had considered pulling Hook along to fill the slot, but the guy had already entered another dungeon. Once inside a dungeon, players were isolated from the outside world. Since Hook was unavailable, there was no point in waiting around for him. One less person wouldn't make a huge difference. Though Lin Yi knew that by missing this chance, Hook might never catch up to him again. The gap would only grow wider. Soon, the 2 recruits arrived. The first was Han Dong, male, an A-grade talent fighter, level 5. The other was a petite girl named Xinming, carrying a staff taller than herself. She was an S-grade talent, but also only level 5, and her class was Aura Shaman. Aura Shaman was a rare class, but it was widely considered useless in the early stages of the game. With low damage output and little presence, the class wouldn't shine until it advanced to Formation Master. Because of this disadvantage, even with her S-grade talent, she had to join a makeshift team like this. Aura Shamans leveled up in a simple yet slow way, entering lower-level dungeons to grind experience. The experience for each run was meager, but the class consumed few resources and rarely fatigued, allowing for repeated attempts. And Xinming's swift path to level 5 was largely thanks to sheer grinding. In other words, her level was deceptive. It was purely a product of persistence. Her reason for signing up with Lin Yi was equally uncomplicated. S-grade talents got in for free. Anyone else? Don't tell me it's just the four of us. Han Dong looked around and frowned. Including in Xinming, who was clearly here to leech experience, their team only consisted of 4. Are you serious about tackling the abyss-level Blackstone mine with just 4 people? 4 are enough. If you're scared, leave the team now. Lin Ye's tone was casual, as if this wasn't a big deal at all. He knew full well that this team didn't look reliable from any angle. If it were anyone else, they would have assumed it was a death sentence. But Han Dong thought for a moment before nodding. All right, let's go. Deep down, he understood how flawed this team was. Yet, he was gambling on Lin Ye's confidence to carry them to success. It was a choice between a life of mediocrity or seizing glory in one fell swoop. He decided to roll the dice and aim for glory. 10,000 coins to join the team was no big deal, especially if they managed to claim the first SSS clear of Blackstone Mine. Then it'd be a steal. The real stake, of course, was his life. Even in Xinming had no objections. The team of 4 set out immediately. The next instant, an announcement echoed across the entire square where adventurers gathered. Team Lin Yi has entered Blackstone Mine, abyss level. The square erupted into chaos. Many stared in disbelief. This entry notice came from a recruitment post that had long been dismissed as a joke, forgotten by nearly everyone. Upon seeing the team size, onlookers were even more dumbfounded. 4 people. Is this for real? Actually, it's 3 real players. You've got a support or a user tagging along as deadweight. Are they trying to get themselves killed? What on earth are they thinking? The murmurs grew louder. Lin Yi tackling Blackstone Mine wasn't surprising in itself. He had both the level and the skills to back it up. What shocked everyone was the makeup of his team. For people, including a supposed freeloader, there was no way this lineup could clear the dungeon. People doubted they'd even make it out alive. After all, countless adventurers died in these dangerous dungeons every year. But after the initial uproar, the bustling square quickly settled back into normality. Death, after all, was just part of the adventurer's life. Who would even dare dive into the abyss with a team like that? Lu Yunsheng, who was just leaving the square, paused when he saw the announcement. And Xinming's with them? He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the name. She was one of his students, a rare S-grade talent. But for some reason, she chose the Aura user class, refusing to pick something more suitable or switch tracks no matter how much he pushed her. To him, it was a monumental waste. Sure, Aura users could transition to Formation Master later on, but that was for much, much later. At the moment, it was useless, offering no practical advantages for acing her exams or aiding his school's success rates. Since she wasn't a priority in his eyes, he didn't bother with her much. And yet here she was, accompanying that lunatic Lin Yi. Arrogant and idiotic. A perfect match. Lu Yunsheng smirked coldly before turning away. A flash of light transported Lin Ye's party to the Blackstone Mine. The world around them was filled with gray-black boulders, sharp and jagged. Every surface of the mountain bore marks of deep excavation, tunnels, holes, and massive cracks splintering across its surface. Thick mist loomed over the peaks, heavy and oppressive, sending chills through their spines. So this is Blackstone Mine. Han Dong swallowed hard. An abyss-level grade 5 dungeon. For beginners, one misstep meant instant death. What's the first move? And Xinming sounded as carefree as ever. Li Fei remained silent, her gaze locked on Lin Yi, waiting for orders. Lin Yi reached into his spatial pouch. 10 small, round, snow-white shapes tumbled to the ground at his feet. Bah! The cries of sheep echoed as everyone stared at the fluffy creatures milling around. Han Dong was stunned. Weren't these the training sheep puppets from school? He asked, incredulous. They were tackling an abyss-level dungeon, and Lin Yi brought these? What are you even planning to do with those? It was so late in the game. Was he seriously thinking of practicing skills now? Lin Yi didn't explain. He raised his staff. With a flick of his wrist, a soft glow cascaded over his team and the 10 sheep. Soul Link. Han Dong immediately noticed the change in his status panel. His eyes lit up. The damage taken by any party member would now be distributed among all linked entities. And those 10 sheep puppets? They were perfect decoys, adorable yet highly durable meat shields. With 10 extra bodies bearing the brunt of any incoming attacks, their survivability skyrocketed. No wonder Lin Yi dared lead them into Blackstone Mine. We're good to go, Han Dong realized, his initial doubts vanishing. His bet had just paid off big time. With this setup, they could clear the dungeon and come out alive. Move out, Lin Yi ordered with calm authority. Eager and emboldened, Han Dong charged ahead, with Li Fei following close behind. You're on sheep duty, Lin Yi instructed in Xinming. Don't stand around. Activate spiked aura and heat things up for the mobs. And Xinming hesitated. Won't that pull too many monsters? Spiked aura dealt persistent AoE damage indiscriminately, risking an overload of aggro, a situation most beginners avoided like the plague. No worries. We've got this. Lin Yi's confidence remained unshaken. Reluctantly, and Ximing nodded. She activated the aura. The moment the glow spread, Lin Yi's expression shifted. Within a 100-meter radius, every monster's attention snapped toward them. Their blood-red eyes locked onto the party as they let out guttural roars and began stampeding toward them. It wasn't just a couple of monsters. There were at least 20 incoming, claws flashing and teeth bared. What the? Han Dong shouted in alarm. Li Fei stayed calm. After all, the sheep were already out front, doing their job as shields. But in Xinming, mortified, hung her head in embarrassment. I told you it'd pull too many, she muttered, looking like a scolded child. She hadn't expected the monster density in this abyss-level dungeon to be so absurd. 100-meter pull right at the start? It was chaos. So many of them. Lin Yi fell silent. This wasn't a matter of Xinming's skills. It was his failure to fully assess her potential. Her aura had a range, not of a mere dozen meters, but a staggering minimum of 100 meters. The moment Xinming activated her spiked aura, the monsters within a 100-meter radius were all drawn toward them. Watching the creatures swarm in, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel. This class choice was absurd, truly ridiculous. If she had chosen a regular mage class, there would have been countless players vying to team up with her. He wouldn't have even stood a chance. But no, she had to pick an Aura Master, a class known for its frustratingly steep learning curve in the early stages. Sure, it could transform into a Formation Master and excel in the later stages, but for now, it was pure suffering. That said, for Lin Yi, her arrival was perfectly timed. If he could just tap into her talent, his spellcasting range would become nothing short of insane. That in itself made her worth her weight in gold. Don't chicken out, go? I've got you. You won't die. Lin Yi yelled, fueled with excitement. 10 sheep puppets absorbed the incoming damage, leaving this horde of monsters barely a threat. Han Dong froze for a moment, but quickly rushed into the fray, unleashing relentless damage. Even Li Fei was caught momentarily off guard before catching up. The sheep let out loud bleating sounds as they were struck, the noise giving Lin Yi a headache. Grumbling under his breath, he focused on healing spells. Holy light reigned steadily over the team of 4, the rhythm of his casting so impeccable it was almost eerie. 10 minutes later, the last knoll hit the ground. Monster corpses lay scattered in disarray. Han Dong turned to Lin Yi, his eyes filled with awe. The healing Lin Yi demonstrated earlier was enough to command the respect of any professional player. Lin Yi simply waved his hand and said, "Let's keep moving. The Blackrock mines are long. Let's make haste." Clearing nearly 20 monsters at once with no struggle, the team's morale was through the roof. Han Dong's fighting spirit burned fiercely. He knew he had made the right gamble. And Xinming hesitantly asked, "Should I turn the aura off? Switch to another one?" "No need," Lin Yi said with a grin. "Your pulling technique is way too useful." The Blackrock mines had a notoriously tricky layout. Monsters were holed up in the depths of mining pits, and trying to pick them off one by one was a tedious, time-consuming nightmare. That's why this dungeon gained a reputation for being overly drawn out and unpleasant. But in Xinming's aura completely ignored the limitations of terrain. Anything within range felt its effects, no matter where it was hiding. In a specialized dungeon like this, an aura master suddenly became a coveted asset. Her ability alone saved Lin Ye's team from the painstaking work of pulling enemies from every nook and cranny. And since dungeon clear rankings were directly tied to the number of monsters killed, achieving a high score required leaving no enemy behind. Got it. And Ximing nodded enthusiastically, her entire demeanor glowing with excitement. For the first time, she was the core player in a dungeon. This was her moment to shine, and it lit up her entire being. As her spiked aura activated again, their progress sped up dramatically. Stationed at the entrance of a mining pit, and Ximing would only need a few seconds before waves of monsters were rushing out toward them. Li Fei and Han Dong immediately blocked the choke point, while Ximing stood behind them, maintaining her aura. Monsters fell in waves, one after another. The efficiency was astounding, and the four of them swept through the mine like they were mowing grass. This style of play was something most beginner teams couldn't replicate. Aggroing 10 or 20 monsters at a time would max out any healer's capacity. Even a single misstep could spell disaster, wiping the entire group. But for Lin Yi, it wasn't even a concern. His healing spells were cast like they cost nothing, widespread, abundant, and unervingly fast. His capabilities far surpassed what was normally expected. It might look like Ximing was the one carrying with her aura, but the truth was Lin Ye's support was the real foundation. Without him, attempting this reckless strategy would be suicidal. 3 hours later, they reached a mining pit that was clearly different from the others. This pit, we have to go in, Lin Yi said with a grave expression. He hadn't expected to return to this place again. In his past life, he had run Blackrock mines countless times to farm gold. Because hidden within this dungeon were 3 special mining pits filled with undead creatures. Healing spells inflicted double damage on undead enemies. What was usually a trivial scratch for healers became devastatingly powerful here. The gnolls scattered throughout the rest of the dungeon? They wouldn't even react unless you ventured too close. For Lin Yi, Blackrock Mines was the ultimate farming spot in his previous life, where he refined his healing skills at an unprecedented speed. His teammates were now witnessing his uncanny level of detail and control. To them, it was baffling. How could he possibly know the ins and outs of this secret dungeon, down to hidden pits in remote corners? It made no sense at all. When questioned, Lin Yi brushed it off with a simple, "I studied a guide in advance." That wasn't technically a lie. A wealth of dungeon guides existed online. But his guide wasn't a web page. It was his own memories from his past life. "But this place, there's nothing much here, is there?" Han Dong asked, hesitant. He had read guides as well, and they all explicitly stated that Blackrock Mine's 3 undead pits weren't worth it. The reasons were clear. First, the toxic fumes in the pits would severely drain healing resources. Second, the undead in those pits had no effect on the final score. Killing them wasn't necessary for completion. Of course, there were unconfirmed theories, claims that entering these pits might be tied to achieving an SSS ranked score. But no one had ever found concrete proof. Lin Yi simply smiled and said, "I've read one theory, and it said that if you want SSS, you have to go in." "Give it a shot," Lin Yi said casually, his tone light and dismissive. After all, it was easier to just keep blaming the guide for everything. "All right." Han Dong's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The mere mention of anything tied to an SSS rating ignited his competitive spirit. There was no hesitation in his decision. The 3 followed Lin Yi into the mine. According to Lin Yi, there was no need for the sheep puppets inside, so he stashed them all into his spatial pouch. And Ximing, likewise, deactivated her aura of spikes. Whether the mobs were dealt with or not didn't seem to matter anyway. The mine was shrouded in darkness, lit only faintly by the occasional glimmer of ores embedded in the walls, giving them just enough light to see within a 3-meter radius. Quietly, the group trailed behind Lin Yi. Their journey was uneventful except for the odd healing spell Lin Yi cast now and then to top off their health. Eventually, they reached an open area. In the middle of the space stood a single rust-covered lever, standing there all alone, untouched for what seemed like ages. "Is this it?" Han Dong approached it, his brow furrowed as he grasped the lever and gave it his all. Yet, despite his strongest effort, the lever didn't budge an inch. "Let me try." Li Fei offered, stepping forward, but Lin Yi raised a hand, stopping her in her tracks. "Hang on," he said, striding forward with deliberate ease. He extended his left hand, gave the lever a light push. Thunk! The lever moved into place effortlessly. Han Dong blinked, utterly dumbfounded. Was that even possible? A healer of all people, with enough strength to do that? He was completely stumped, his mind racing in circles trying to figure it out. There was no way Lin Ye's strength stat should be higher than his. Han Dong was a martial artist, for crying out loud. Clearly, Lin Yi must have used some sort of trick or special ability. Han Dong opened his mouth, intending to ask, but quickly reconsidered. If Lin Yi wanted to explain, he'd do so willingly. If he didn't, pushing for answers would only make things awkward. Everyone had their secrets, after all. It was smarter to just let it be. Lin Yi casually rotated the lever, the mechanism groaning as it turned. He dusted off his hands, looking thoroughly nonchalant. In truth, there wasn't much of a secret to it. All it took was a stat threshold of 100 in strength. Han Dong failing to move it was entirely expected. At his level, probably around rank 5, 50 points in strength was likely the upper limit, nowhere near enough to make it work. But Lin Yi was in a class of his own. With blessings from his healing sovereign, main class, his stats easily eclipsed other players of similar rank. Moving this lever was child's play for him. Let's keep moving. He offered no further explanation, leading the team out of the mine and onward to the mountain peak. Elsewhere, in another corner of the map, a sturdy warrior stood with arms crossed and an expression of growing annoyance. His figure was imposing, outfitted with high-tier equipment that gleamed faintly even in the dim light of the cavern. Talent-wise, the warrior was no slouch either. In fact, his whole party was stacked. Aside from Ku Ju, the enigmatic leader of the group with her SS rank talent, the rest were all S rank or held rare class roles. Their combined strength made their lineup downright luxurious. With this kind of team, clearing a dungeon of their rank should have been a breeze. Yet here they were, stuck in this pointless mine because of Ku Ju's insistence. Worse than that, they'd accomplished nothing. Ku Ju had claimed the lever in this mine might hold the key to achieving an elusive SSS rating. But when they tried to move it, not even the warrior's formidable strength could make it budge. Seriously? I've got 80 in strength, and even I couldn't push it. What? They expect it to require 100 points or something. Come on now. At this rank, outside of some freak with an SSS talent, who could even pull that off? The warrior grumbled aloud. The team's archer shot back with a derisive snort. Ha, SSS rank talents? Let's be real. Anyone that insanely overpowered doesn't need us. They'd solo bulldoze this entire Blackstone mountain without even breaking a sweat. Their frustrations were palpable. Unsatisfied murmurs echoed around the group of 5. Ku Ju stayed silent, delaying their departure as she pondered their next steps. After a while, she sighed heavily. The abyssal difficulty version of Blackstone Mountain had always eluded anyone attempting to earn its fabled SSS-rated completion badge. She didn't believe that combat prowess was the problem. There had to be some hidden conditions that no one had cracked yet. After poring over countless guides and research, she'd narrowed down possible triggers. Each of the 3 undead mines in the region had a unique mechanism: the lever, a war horn, and a bonfire. She theorized that activating these 3 key mechanisms, making the lever move, blowing the war horn, and lighting the bonfire, might unlock some kind of secret. But this first hurdle was already proving insurmountable. If even 80 strength wasn't enough to budge the lever, then that mechanism was as good as useless to her team. Though deep down, she wanted to keep trying. Begrudgingly, she conceded with a signal to her team to move out. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his party wasted no time leaving the first undead mine behind. Powered by the relentless efficiency of Shinming's precision pulse, their team tore through enemy mobs like a whirlwind. After finishing yet another battle, Han Dong found himself panting for breath, positively exhilarated by the sight of his surroundings littered with fallen enemies. This pace, it's faster than when I ran smaller abyss dungeons back in the early days, he marveled, still trying to catch his breath. With a healer as wildly powerful as Lin Yi running the show, there was simply no way for them to slow down. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to the path ahead. Rest here for a bit. I'm going into the next mine alone. Won't take long. He had his reasons for going solo. 3 companions meant 3 sources of unnecessary drag. Working alone was simply more efficient. The others all nodded in understanding. Even Han Dong, who loved jumping headfirst into anything remotely interesting, was too exhausted to protest. If it meant a break, he'd take it. Happily. Alone, Lin Yi stepped into the second undead mine. His movements were confident, his progress smooth. He knew the layout far too well. He didn't need a map. Every twist, turn, and hidden niche was etched into his memory. When he finally reached the innermost chamber, he was faced with his next task. A massive war horn loomed before him, perched ominously on a stone platform. Walking up to it, he took a deep breath and blew into the horn with all his might. The sound that erupted was deep, grating, and absolutely eerie, like the wails of the damned, bouncing off the mine walls in a haunting, ghostly echo. Outside, Han Dong and the others froze in place. That was the horn. Lin Yi blew the war horn. Li Fei exclaimed, surprise flashing across her face. She had studied guides about Blackstone Mountain before. She knew the importance of these mines and their unique mechanisms: the lever, the war horn, and the bonfire. She just hadn't expected Lin Yi to hit the milestones so seamlessly. Their team stood in a mix of awe and disbelief, waiting to see what Lin Yi would do next. Move. That demanded an agility score exceeding 100. Lin Yi walked out swiftly, his expression calm and collected. He didn't hesitate long before continuing forward. An hour later, they arrived at the entrance to the final undead mine. Li Fei, Han Dong, and Xinming stopped simultaneously, perfectly in sync. This time, Lin Yi went in alone. The mine's tunnels were winding and deep. Lin Yi tread along the cold, dark path until he came upon an extinguished bonfire. Beside it lay 2 pieces of flint. These 2 stones were the key to lighting the bonfire. However, anyone with less than 100 mental energy couldn't even produce a spark. Lin Yi picked up the flints, gripping one in each hand. With a sharp motion, he struck them together. Sparks burst forth, landing on the bonfire's kindling. In the next instant, flames roared to life, casting warm light across the cavern walls. Almost simultaneously, a violent tremor shook the entirety of Blackstone Peak. A fearsome roar echoed from the mountaintop, sending waves through the earth below. Lin Yi looked up, exhaling slowly. It's done. A rare smile crept across his face. All that remained was to slay the released hidden boss, and Blackstone Peak's first ever SSS clearance would be his. At the entrance to the third undead mine, Lin Yi walked out of the shadows. Han Dong and the others had already risen to their feet, their eyes darting warily around them. The earlier chaos had clearly unnerved them. Seeing Lin Yi emerge unscathed, the tension on their faces visibly dissipated. It was as if their pillar of support had returned. Boss, finally. That noise earlier, was that from you? Han Dong approached, his voice still tinged with lingering unease. He knew precisely the kind of monstrosity capable of such a horrifying roar. Certainly not something documented in any of Blackstone Peak's walkthroughs. Lin Yi's actions were unmistakable. He had deliberately unleashed that creature. As to how he did it, Han Dong was curious, but wisely chose to keep his questions to himself. Just a hidden boss. Kill it, and we secure the SSS. Lin Yi's tone was calm, as though discussing something trivial. Many had speculated that Blackstone Peak's elusive SSS rating was tied to the 3 undead mines. But no one had ever managed to trigger all 3 mechanisms simultaneously. For a novice at level 5 to reach 100 points in even a single stat was already beyond challenging, let alone assembling 3 such individuals in the same settlement. In his previous life, it was only through the astonishing fortune of a major high-tier settlement, amassing 3 SSS-grade rookies, that the initial SSS rating had been obtained. This time, however, it was Lin Yi's turn to shatter that record. The moment the word SSS left Lin Yi's mouth, the other 3's eyes sparkled with excitement. The first ever SSS rating for an Abyss-level dungeon, it didn't just carry weight, it was worth its weight in gold. Even if anyone with a discerning eye could tell this was Lin Yi's effort while they simply rode his coattails, the result was what mattered. Achievement spoke louder than effort, and this result would be enough to make any academy take notice. It would become their badge of honor. Only one step remained: defeating the hidden boss. Under Lin Ye's command, the group sprinted toward the mountaintop. The summit was a place of raging winds and biting cold. The howling gusts carried eerie wails, chilling them to the bone and making their scalps tingle. At the center of the platform, a towering 5-meter black figure paced slowly in the storm's embrace. The trio visibly swallowed, their throats dry with apprehension. The sheer oppressive presence of this creature felt out of place, almost unfair, for a level 5 dungeon. Lin Yi remained unfazed. In the dungeons that lay ahead, this would be far from the worst they'd encounter. And the uncharted rifts of alternate dimensions? Those harbored genuine nightmares. Fractured, complete realities filled with the corpses of fallen professionals who had failed their trials. By comparison, Blackstone Peak's hidden boss wasn't worth losing sleep over. Li Fei, you initiate the attack. Han Dong, follow her lead. And Xinming, activate Thorn Aura the moment the fight begins. Lin Ye's orders came swiftly. Understood. Li Fei unsheathed her blade and hurled herself headlong into the storm, sprinting toward the towering boss. Han Dong followed close behind, waiting for her to grab its aggro. 13. Her flame slash struck true, yet the damage was pitiful. 5. Han Dong's punch landed as well, but barely left a mark. The boss's resistance to physical damage was absurdly high, rendering their efforts almost laughable. At such a rate, even 30 minutes wouldn't be enough to whittle it down. And once their stamina ran dry, well, they might as well consider themselves dead. A weight settled in Han Dong's heart. Stay calm. Lin Ye's with us. Li Fei's reassurance brought a slight sense of relief. After all, healers could deal damage to undead creatures. And Xinming stepped forward as instructed, activating Thorn Aura. Her confidence wavered the moment she realized something. The winds atop the summit, they weren't natural. They were malevolent spirits. With the battle underway, the spirits began stacking continuous damage on their party. Their health bars plummeted with alarming speed. And Xinming hesitated for just a moment, but it was enough to leave her with only 2/3 of her health. Healing light immediately enveloped her. Focus. Dodge the boss's attacks, or it'll one-shot you. Lin Ye's voice was calm, but carried a sharp edge. The gravity of his words sent a chill rushing through Xinming. She immediately snapped out of her stupor, honing her focus. Mistakes in this fight would come at a steep price. Lin Ye's warning wasn't solely for her. It was also for Han Dong. Han Dong's eyes widened as he watched his health bar, restored by Lin Ye's precise intervention, plummet again under the boss's relentless aura. For the first time since entering Blackstone Peak, they felt pushed to the brink of despair. The historic first SSS rating came with challenges that were, frankly, overwhelming. They had no mage, and Lin Ye's healing skills were the only thing in their arsenal capable of dealing meaningful damage to the boss. But with Lin Yi forced to juggle healing and offense, how much longer could they hold out? This was their stark reality, the most perilous moment they'd faced so far. Han Dong hesitated no longer. Only 2 choices remained: fight or die. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself to the limit, squeezing out the very last drop of his strength. Lin Ye's gaze swept over to Xinming, who was desperately dodging not far away. Despite her state of panic, his expression remained calm. Now was the time to increase her intensity. Under such enormous pressure, everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, except for Lin Yi. He moved with ease. This kind of maneuvering was no challenge for him. The other 3, however, seemed like they were racing against death itself, not daring to fall a step behind. Li Fei's S-tier talent allowed her to barely hold on. Han Dong was struggling to keep up, but for Xinming, a squishy mage in such high-pressure conditions, it was nothing short of hell. If Han Dong was racing death, she had already been dragged into the abyss by him, barely hanging on for dear life. For 20 long minutes, she forced herself forward. But even her limits didn't last forever. A single mistake. She tripped and fell to the ground. A deadly beam of light immediately descended upon her. In the nick of time, a figure stepped in front of her. Holy light burst forth, and that familiar feeling of safety once again enveloped her. Get up. Retreat. Get out of the storm's range. Lin Ye's cold voice commanded. Han Dong, Li Fei, if you can't take it anymore, get out of the fight, he ordered sharply. No more fighting? Han Dong was momentarily stunned. They had struggled this far, grinding the boss down to half health. The next second, Lin Yi raised his staff. Holy light descended on the boss. Vanish. Minus 2,310. A massive crimson number burst forth. Han Dong was dumbfounded. He almost dropped to his knees right then and there. No one had expected Lin Ye's healing skills to be this outrageous. No wonder every time Lin Ye acted, he'd instantly heal everyone to full health. No matter how little HP someone had left, a single cast from him would have the team bouncing right back to full strength. With a heal strike like this, was there anyone he couldn't save? Han Dong's brain finally clicked into place. Without wasting another moment, he obeyed Lin Ye's orders and retreated. This wasn't backing down from the fight. It was Lin Ye preparing to finish the boss on his own. If they stayed, Lin Ye would be distracted trying to manage their health bars, which meant he wouldn't be able to focus on dishing out damage. It was clear now. He had calculated this all along. He made them grind down the first half of the boss health because he could only solo the other half himself. Now, it was time for Lin Ye to go solo against the remaining half-health boss. Just thinking about it made Han Dong's blood boil. As he retreated, Han Dong's mind ran wild with the mental image of Lin Ye going all out. Li Fei, on the other hand, reacted even more decisively. Once she heard the order, she turned around and bolted. As they neared the edge of the Wraith Storm, she glanced back. The staff in Lin Ye's hand now gleamed with a brilliant azure light. As I thought, he's been holding back. Only then did she feel reassured, finally stepping out of the storm's range. The three of them collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, their hearts pounding wildly. They had burned through all their stamina. When they turned their heads back again, the platform had been completely engulfed by the storm. They couldn't see any of the action clearly now. The only clues that Lin Ye was still fighting came from the flashes of light exploding non-stop within the storm, proof that his damage output hadn't let up at all. Meanwhile, in another secret realm, the Blackstone Mines, the leader of the grave robbers, towering at 3 meters tall, dropped to the ground with a thunderous crash. 6 hours and 30 minutes? Not even close to top 100. Damn it, the warrior cursed angrily. The rest of the team didn't look much better. If we hadn't wasted time going to the undead mines at the start, we'd at least be in the top 50, the archer complained. That 20 minutes wandering through the maze was a complete waste, the mage chimed in, echoing the frustration. For most ordinary teams, clearing the dungeon in under 10 hours would already be considered impressive. Their 6.5 hours weren't bad, but obviously, it wasn't enough to meet someone's lofty expectations. Kuju's face was pale and stiff. If it weren't for her decision to push for the undead mines, their ranking might not have turned out so disastrous. Forget it. Let's just cash in and call it. Don't bother inviting me next time. The warrior grumbled, spitting on the ground as he waved them off. Even though the others kept their mouths shut, their attitudes said it all. Kuju didn't bother defending herself. Without a word, she hit the settlement button. A flash of white light later, the group appeared back in the plaza of Experiment High School. Principal Lu Yunsheng was already waiting for them at the plaza. As soon as Kuju's team materialized, the rest of the players dispersed silently, leaving her standing alone in the plaza. Lu Yunsheng had a pretty good idea of what happened. Most likely, her choices had dragged the team's ranking down. It's fine. Take some time to reassess. When you try again, with your experience, you can aim for the top 10, he offered as reassurance. Kuju raised her head with a forced smile. Top 10? That meant shaving off another whole hour. Even if they avoided the detour to the undead mines, she wasn't confident they could make it. The difficulty was simply too high. Suddenly, 2 global announcements appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Ye's party has cleared Blackstone Mines, Abyss, in 5 hours and 26 minutes with an SSS rating, setting a new historical record. Lin Ye's party achieves the first ever SSS clearance and receives exclusive dungeon rewards. Kuju froze in place, stunned. She couldn't even crack the top 100, and Lin Ye? He had just taken first place, and with an SSS rating no less. Lu Yunsheng was just as dumbstruck. In that moment, he realized there was simply no comparing their scores. First ever SSS clearance in history, rank number 1. Special reward, unique artifact, Ring of Truth, gold. It's mine now. A faint smile spread across Lin Ye's face. The artifact he'd spent his previous life yearning for finally belonged to him. The true ring required no equipment prerequisites and granted an additional 5 free attribute points upon leveling up. Moreover, It came with a skill called True Eye, which multiplied the damage of the next attack by tenfold. This kind of reward was exclusively reserved for those who achieved an SSS rating in a hidden dungeon for the very first time. While others leveled up once, Lin Yi was effectively leveling up twice. From this moment onward, he stood far ahead of his peers at the starting line. To Lin Yi, those 5 free attribute points seemed trivial compared to the second feature of the ring. 10 times the damage, after calculating the base spell power or attack strength, further multiplied by 10. If he were to activate the Raging Tide Staff beforehand and stack it with True Eye, the final damage would be a jaw-dropping 100 times the base damage. The numbers were absurdly overpowered. Of course, there was a limit. The maximum damage output was capped at 1 million. But for the majority of players, that cap would remain an unattainable dream. Even with the restriction, this second feature was utterly broken, especially during the early game, where it allowed Lin Yi to steamroll anything in his path. Still, none of that truly stunned Lin Yi. What really shook him was the realization that this ring could continue to be refined. After Gold tier, the next level was Artifact tier. He had assumed that Gold would be the limit, but now he realized it could go even further. The cost, however, was insane. Each refinement required 1,000 spirit shards, and it had to be refined 30 times. In other words, transforming a piece of gold equipment into an artifact would require 30,000 spirit shards. The cost was steep, but not unattainable. Compared to acquiring artifacts through other methods, saving up spirit shards was surprisingly manageable. While Lin Yi was mulling over these prospects, others were eagerly checking their rewards. Han Dong shouted excitedly, "I got a purple ring. Triple damage boost. I'm rolling in it." His damage output wasn't particularly high. He ranked 4th in their group, falling behind even in Xinming. And Xinming's Thorn Aura didn't deal much damage with a single hit, but since it covered a wide area, her cumulative damage output ended up being higher overall. Still, her overall rating was slightly behind Li Fei, placing her in 3rd. "I got a ring too," and Xinming chimed in, happy at first but quickly dejected. "But I don't have any means of dealing damage. Aura users naturally lack direct offensive abilities. If you level up to 30 and switch to Formation Master, this ring will still be useful up to level 70 or 80, Lin Yi reassured her. A Formation Master wielding triple damage alongside range-related talents? The visual alone was overwhelming, and Ximing's eyes lit up. "How did you know I wanted to switch to Formation Master?" Lin Yi simply smiled. Was there any Aura user who didn't aspire to become a Formation Master? No one willingly dove into this taxing and niche role unless they aimed to specialize further. Reality was harsh. Not everyone had the qualifications to change their class. But Ximing did. As long as she could secure admission to a university, her talent would undoubtedly be noticed, paving the way for her to pursue the right pathway. Enhanced ability to widen casting range was extraordinarily overpowering. Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at his own attribute panel once more. Wide area casting. S tier increases casting range by up to 10 times. Every 1 meter added beyond the original range consumes 1 additional mana point. This talent was incredibly advantageous for any mage. The only downside was its mana consumption. For Lin Yi, however, mana costs were hardly a problem. "All right, that's it for today," Lin Yi said calmly. "I've got things to take care of." Dismissed. After spending over 5 hours battling intensely in the Blackstone mines, Han Dong and the others were completely exhausted. Rather than continuing into the depths of the dungeon, Lin Yi decided to let them rest in place. "Boss, can I join you next time for a dungeon run?" Han Dong asked with some reluctance. He knew opportunities like this wouldn't come often. "Yeah, running with you while getting benefit from all the auras was just incredible," sighed Ximing. Her words made everyone chuckle. "As long as you guys keep leveling up and don't fall behind, there'll be plenty of chances," Lin Yi said meaningfully. He remembered clearly, within 10 days, an interdimensional rift was going to tear open in Shan City, bringing a violent outbreak ranked at level 10. All professionals from levels 5 to 10 would be conscripted into the fight. For those underleveled, it would be a death sentence. You needed to reach at least level 8 to survive. Or better yet, break through to level 10 and gain exemption from the summons altogether. But Lin Ye's ambitions extended far beyond just surviving. In his previous life, Su Yaoyao had reaped massive opportunities during this rift outbreak. This time, Lin Yi vowed to take them all for himself. How the hell did he do it? Su Yaoyao had just left the investigation department, only to see the internet exploding with news about Lin Yi. She nearly passed out on the spot. Her brewing resentment over the past few days had twisted her entire psyche. Being publicly taken away for investigation had been the ultimate humiliation. Yao Yao, are you feeling unwell? A boy next to her asked with concern. I'm fine, Su Yaoyao forced out a smile. The boy's name was Lu Jingjie, and he had come to pick her up. As a mere student, and with no central evidence tied to her, Su Yaoyao was released after only a night in custody. Good to hear you're all right. The boy casually placed a hand on her shoulder. Her brow furrowed tightly, and her first instinct was to pull away, but she forced herself to hold back. The warmth of his palm radiated through her, and Lu Jingjie felt like his veins were set aflame. If it were up to him, he would have taken her away on the spot. Su Yaoyao kept her head down, her peripheral vision catching the sword strapped to his waist. A fleeting glint of cold calculation flashed through her eyes. Jingjie, you're a soldier, right? Going up against a healer of the same level, guaranteed win, right? Lu Jingjie froze. What did you just say? Su Yaoyao didn't explain. She merely locked her gaze on him. Do something for me. If you succeed, I'll be yours. Lu Jingjie's eyes instantly turned bloodshot red. He nodded furiously like a madman. Just say the word. Anything you ask. She went silent for a couple of seconds, her voice slicing through the air like a blade. Find an opportunity. Kill Lin Yi. Lu Jingjie's body went stiff on the spot. Lin Yi dismissed his team and headed straight to the mechanical golem shop. Welcome to. The shopkeeper's head snapped up, and his face lit up with excitement. Lin Yi. The Lin Yi. He briskly crossed the room toward him. In the current Shanxing settlement, who didn't know Lin Yi? He was the first person to clear the Blackstone Mine SSS dungeon, a task so impressive that it carried immeasurable weight. While it was only a level 5 spatial rift, the feat alone put every peer his age to shame. Every customer in the shop turned to look at him, their whispers rolling like a tide. That's really him? Lin Yi. Man, he looks so delicate. Hard to imagine someone like him is so powerful. How strong can a healer even be? Use some common sense, will you? With a face like that and such poise, how could you ever compare? The thought of a healer leading a team to such victory was absurd, so much so that many outright dismissed Lin Yi's contributions, chalking it all up to Li Fei. An S-tier talent, a rare profession, and a bright, inevitable future. Having a teammate like Li Fei practically guaranteed clearing rookie dungeons, didn't it? The shopkeeper suddenly shouted, startling everyone. What are you lot muttering in a corner for? You've been standing around here for ages and haven't bought a thing. Are you here to steal? The group turned pale and slunk away, tails between their legs. Lin Yi nodded with a calm smile. Thanks a lot. He knew exactly what those so-called compliments implied. They were veiled barbs suggesting he rode on a woman's coattails. The rumors hadn't escaped his ears. Still, certain debts would be settled in due time. I simply don't feel like wasting my energy in a place like this. Inside the safe zone, I follow the law, play by the rules. I'm just another well-behaved citizen. But outside the safe zone, if you're weak and your mouth still runs off, I am the rule. For seasoned professionals, killing was a familiar concept. In the dimensional rift, the greatest threats were never just the monsters. It was always people. Realities this dark weren't taught in school. Regardless of level, many practitioners only stopped being rookies after experiencing bloodshed firsthand within the rifts. Hey, kid, don't let those folks get to you. The shopkeeper chuckled warmly. Come on, tell me what you're here for today. I'll give you a discount. I'm not buying anything this time, Lin Yi said. Just here to ask for a favor. Repair these golem sheep for me, and while you're at it, remove their voice modules. He placed 10 spatial bags neatly on the counter. The shopkeeper blinked, dumbfounded. These were brand new from yesterday, and he already needed repairs? And he wants their voice modules removed? Got it, no problem. The shopkeeper said, though still confused. Even so, work was work. Thanks. Call me when they're done, Lin Yi said, leaving his contact details before turning to leave. Shaking his head with a half-smile, the shopkeeper began checking the sheep golems. But as soon as he removed the first one, oh my god, did you really take these poor things into a dungeon? How'd you wreck them this badly in just one day? In the Central Hospital of Shancheng, inside a private ward. Dad, I'm here to see you. Li Fei sat beside the bed, holding her father's hand gently. I've paid off all your medical bills, and I've hired the best possible care for you. I promise, once I get stronger, I'll hire high-level professionals to wake you up. Her voice carried unwavering determination. Strength was the only thing that gave her hope her father might open his eyes again. Maybe, by then, I won't even need anyone else's help. A flush crept up her cheeks at the thought. Bang! The door slammed open with a deafening thud. Li Fei, I knew you'd be here. A stout, middle-aged woman barged into the room, her face twisted with rage. Didn't I tell you to help your brother level up today? After all these years of us feeding and clothing you, is this how you repay us now that you've grown some wings? She jabbed a finger at Li Fei, spewing insults with abandon. Behind her stood a tall, broad-shouldered teenage boy, his face set in a steely glare. The commotion quickly drew attention from passers-by peeking into the ward. Li Fei sat with her head bowed, silent as a statue. Years of enduring this abuse had numbed her, after all. 3 million. You paid off all the medical debt? And you didn't think to buy gear or potions for your brother instead? Are you out of your mind? The tirade went on, and Li Fei's fists tightened inch by inch. This must have been the idea of that Lin Yi boy toy, huh? Speak up. I'll go find him and fix this myself. That was her breaking point. Li Fei shot to her feet. Smack! The slap landed with terrifying force, sending several teeth flying from the woman's mouth. Say one more bad thing about him, and I swear. The room froze. Everyone stood stunned, mouths agape. The middle-aged woman staggered from the impact, spinning in place. Had her son not caught her, she would have collapsed outright. It took her a while to recover before she screeched. You little brat. You dare hit me. But deep down, underneath all that screeching, a flicker of terror crossed her face. Fei's legs were starting to feel weak. The Li Fei of today was no longer the meek little girl anyone could push around. If you dare insult me again, I can hit you once more, she said coldly, her voice steady and unwavering. Since she'd already raised her hand once, she was done pretending to recognize these so-called relatives. A professional like her wasn't someone to be casually humiliated, and frankly, she'd had enough. Li Fei, you're hitting your own aunt. Over an outsider. Li Minghui roared, his face twisting in anger. Enough. All these years, the compensation and medical payouts from my dad's injuries, you've bled them dry. I owe you nothing. Her tone was icy and unyielding. Li Minghui, spreading malicious rumors about me and Lin Yi. I suggest you stop right this moment, or you'll have to face the consequences yourself. To her, these people weren't family anymore. She had no sympathy left to give. Fine. Then don't bother ever stepping foot into our home again. Li Minghui spat out, issuing his empty threat. Li Fei could only laugh at the absurdity. How foolish she'd been all those years to ever consider these people her family. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she might never have known what it truly felt like to be cared for, to be loved for who she was. Over the years, her uncle's family had exploited both her and her father's vulnerability. When her father had been gravely injured, they manipulated the system to gain custody of her as a minor, only to wring every resource from their household. But she just had to endure a little longer. Once she graduated high school and turned 18, she'd finally sever ties with them for good. You nasty little. The woman lunged for another insult, but her son yanked her back before she could finish. Only after they left did Li Fei feel the tension drain from her body. Her nerves loosened as the door closed behind them. Outside the hospital, Yumei was still clenching her swollen, reddened cheek, screaming obscenities. Oh, give it a rest, Li Minghui sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. At least it was Li Fei. If it had been another professional, you'd already be lying flat on your back. Yumei was indignant. Them? I'd never dare provoke. But Li Fei. Her nonchalance left Li Minghui at a loss for words, frustration simmering beneath his skin. Yumei, her spite growing with every word she shouted, was consumed by regret. If only they'd shipped Li Fei off and sold her earlier, how much easier would things have been? Meanwhile, Li Minghui's mind churned with schemes. In his estimation, the only reason Li Fei had managed to rise so far was because of Lin Yi. On her own, she was nothing. How could she possibly deserve to stand taller than him, her cousin? It gnawed at him. Jealousy, plain and simple. Spreading rumors about Li Fei and sowing discord between her and others? That was just his petty way of dragging her down. Speaking in a hushed tone, Minghui shared his plan with his mother. Their parents would cause chaos at the hospital, demand refunds on medical bills, and forcibly discharge their comatose family member, stalling Li Fei. While she was distracted, he would deal with Lin Yi directly. Yu Mei hesitated. Are you sure this will work? Li Minghui smiled wickedly. I'm a mechanic. You think I'd be scared of a lowly healer? Even if things don't go as planned, I've got a trump card. He leaned closer, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. I've already shown Li Fei's photo to one of the Gao family's sons. He's quite interested. He's agreed to step in and teach Lin Yi a lesson. The Gao family, a name that carried weight in Shan City, a family of long-established professionals with power and pedigree. They loomed large over the city's history, a sentinel of influence. Their reputation had only grown brighter in recent years, thanks to the emergence of an unprecedented SSS rank prodigy. Even the alliance leadership had taken notice. Once, during their prime, the Gao family nearly claimed Shan City outright. Only a severe sanction from the professional alliance had reined them in. Today, a mere name drop from the Gaos was enough to turn heads. Yu Mei's breath hitched. You mean Gao Wei, from that Gao family? Why so many questions? All you have to do is follow instructions. Get Dad to the hospital tomorrow and stir up trouble, understand? Minghui's voice grew impatient. Yes, I'll do as you say. Yu Mei yielded. Her unbruised sides spread into a smile, filled with greed and malicious glee. Her son had finally amounted to something, rubbing shoulders with the mighty Gao family. Their future just got a whole lot brighter. And as for Li Fei, what hope did an S-rank talent have against the entrenched wealth and power of a family like the Gaos? Pairing up with a no-name healer, refusing to curry favor with those who mattered, she'd already lost the game. And now, with the Gao family's interest piqued, Li Fei's fate was sealed. She'd be reduced to no more than a breeding vessel, used at their whim. Yu Mei laughed even harder at the thought. The ache in her cheek dulled at the promise of her rising fortune. An SSS rating from BlackRock Mines. Who would have thought? Inside the VIP lounge, Zhang Ruiqi was full of admiration. His astonishment only deepened his certainty that Lin Yi wasn't just lucky. He was from somewhere extraordinary. Achievements like that weren't something an ordinary person could accomplish. Online speculations had raged about the hidden modes in the BlackRock dungeon. Ridiculous theories like a trio of adventurers with stats over 100 unlocking the secret boss fight. Utter nonsense. After all, which group of rookies could even begin to meet those conditions? Unless, what? They were saying Lin Yi, a healer, had personal attributes all breaking the 100-point threshold. Preposterous. The thought made Zhang Ruiqi laugh aloud. Just dumb luck, Lin Yi dismissed casually, not willing to elaborate further. Revealing the secrets to triggering hidden boss modes was an unwise move. The knowledge alone was too dangerous, and besides, it was something only he was capable of. Sharing it would be meaningless. Zhang Ruiqi, sensing he'd hit a wall, tactfully changed the subject. Things outside aren't looking too good. You might want to level up, soon, he said. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What's happening? The safe zone's near the outskirts. They're on the verge of an uprising. The city lord has already deployed people to investigate. Lin Yi's expression turned grave. He gave a small nod. He knew far more about those impending events than he was willing to let on. In his past life, this exact moment had marked a change, though at that time, Lin Yi was still trapped inside a tutorial dungeon as a fledgling rookie. When chaos finally erupted, he hadn't even reached level 5. As a result, he wasn't drafted and narrowly avoided the largest disaster of that era. That rift had claimed countless novice professionals' lives, including Shan City's standing city lord. The fallout made it one of the bloodiest chapters in recent memory. Her stubborn temper was unmatched by anyone. A sly and cold smile played on Li Minghui's face. Your sister is quite a character. She just has to make simple things complicated. Gao Wei sneered, his fingers rhythmically tapping the handle of his coffee cup. But since you claim he's useful, we'll keep him around. However, if he doesn't know his place. Halfway through his sentence, Gao Wei's tone turned sharply icy, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, young Master Gao. I'll handle it cleanly and leave nothing for you to be concerned about. Li Minghui quickly nodded and flashed a sycophantic smile, his gaze carrying an ingratiating quality. He was an expert at reading people, and he knew how to stay humble and obliging in front of someone like Gao Wei. On the other side of the city, Lin Yi studied the stream of messages on his screen, his brain swiftly calculating the situation and the other party's intentions. The Gao family is offering a hefty price, but there's definitely a scheme hidden behind it, he muttered under his breath, a cold smile curving his lips. If they want to play games, then I certainly won't let them off easy. In his past life, Lin Yi had repeatedly suffered at the hands of the Gao family, but he was no longer that weak, helpless boy from before. This time, every move he made was deliberate, each step carefully planned, ensuring no one could so easily trample over him again. Before long, the Gao family's entourage arrived at the agreed meeting place. Standing at the edge of the square, Lin Yi spotted Gao Wei and Li Minghui leading a procession of people, their imposing presence hard to ignore. The group comprised a variety of professionals, all equipped with gear that screamed expense and superiority. These were clearly the Gao family's elite. Lin Yi, Li Minghui greeted, wearing a fake smile that seemed meticulously practiced. This is young Master Gao. You've surely heard of him. Lin Yi's gaze swept over Gao Wei as he replied indifferently. Of course I've heard of him. One of Shanqing's most renowned prodigies. Who wouldn't know him? His tone contained no reverence, and there was even a hint of mockery in his words. Li Minghui's smile faltered slightly, his facade cracking for a split second. Gao Wei, however, didn't seem fazed. Instead, he curled his lips into a faint smile, one devoid of warmth. Lin Yi, your reputation has reached even Shanqing. This time, I've come specifically to collaborate with you. Is that so? Lin Yi replied lightly, his smile barely perceptible. 5 million isn't a small amount. Young Master Gao, you certainly came prepared. But for little old me, do you really need to bring such a grand entourage? Gao Wei chuckled, though the coldness in his eyes betrayed his congenial demeanor. It's out of respect for you, as well as insurance for the mission. After all, we all want to be safe. All right, Lin Yi said simply, turning on his heel without hesitation. He wasn't interested in pandering to these people or wasting time on empty pleasantries. He knew perfectly well this venture into the secret realm was far more complicated than it appeared on the surface. Before the secret realm's entrance, Gao Wei's people were fixing the teleportation mechanism. The sky in the distance began to glow faintly, and an unsettling aura seemed to seep from within the realm itself. Standing at the rear of the group, Lin Yi carefully scrutinized everyone, not just his teammates, but also the details of their surroundings. Every step of the way, his mind calculated every possibility, every threat. Everything felt clear to him, and yet, a sardonic smile tugged at his lips. These so-called partners weren't here to fight alongside him. They were wolves, waiting for the right moment to reveal their fangs. And to them, he wasn't an ally. He was prey. Let's see, Lin Yi murmured to himself, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Who ends up being toyed with, and who holds the strings in the end? She's just so stubborn. Li Minghui quickly added fuel to the fire. Heh. Gao Wei shot him a glance, his tone irritated. That Kuju girl, talented and arrogant. I took her to the Blackstone mines yesterday, hoping to bond with her, but she treated me like her personal bodyguard. It's so damn frustrating. Come on, young Master Gao, don't get mad. My sister's no worse. I guarantee she'll make you happy, Li Minghui said, ingratiating himself with a smile. The two tagalongs chuckled and chimed in. Yeah, his sister's really something, beautiful too. If you hadn't set your sights on her, young Master Gao, I might have considered becoming his brother-in-law. Gao Wei's icy stare shut them up immediately. He let out a disdainful snort. Enough nonsense. No matter how pretty a woman is, if she lacks strength, she won't do. I've made up my mind. If Lin Yi agrees to work for me, I'll spare no resources to nurture him. Li Minghui's face froze for a moment, but he quickly nodded, echoing, young Master Gao is truly wise. And if he fails to recognize the opportunity and dares challenge me for a woman, he'll have no one but himself to blame for his misfortune. Gao Wei sneered, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Over the past few days in the secret realm, he had already dealt with several disobedient individuals. If Lin Yi dared to hold his ground, Gao Wei wouldn't hesitate to handle him the same way. After all, anything that happened in the secret realm could easily be blamed on the monsters. There was no way to investigate. And judging from the looks of it, scum like Li Minghui and the others would never betray him. Young Master Gao, Li Minghui interrupted. He's replied. Tell him to come here immediately. Gao Wei said impatiently. He wants us to go to him. The group of lackeys erupted on the spot, feeling personally insulted by the outright provocation. But Gao Wei's voice cut through in a cold tone. Fine, let's go to him. I'd like to see what he thinks gives him such nerve. Lin Yi stood quietly under the streetlight. The passers-by moved about hurriedly, barely sparing him a glance. It wasn't until Gao Wei and his group showed up that their arrival sparked murmuring among the crowd. Is that Lin Yi, the skilled career holder? Whispers broke out in waves, causing Gao Wei's face to darken even further. Li Minghui walked closer and called out. So you're Lin Yi? Lin Yi lifted his gaze briefly to acknowledge them, but he remained seated. What? Now we're supposed to walk up to him, snapped Li Minghui, his tone annoyed. Gao Wei's icy eyes narrowed. Let's go. Let him play whatever game he's got in mind. Lin Yi, you've sealed your fate. In Gao Wei's view, Lin Yi was practically digging his own grave. Once Lin Yi was dead, Li Fei would lose her support. With no one helping her level up, she'd have no choice but to bow under Gao Wei's control. Pretentious ass, someone muttered, making young Master Gao come to him personally. Does he actually think he's someone important? Lin Yi's apathetic voice cut through. Every unnecessary word adds 1 million to the fee. The current price stands at 7 million. What did you just say? 8 million. Suddenly, both Li Minghui and another lackey froze on the spot. Lin Yi hadn't even lifted his head, yet the price had already risen by 2 million. They could feel their wallets crying out in anguish and were already glaring daggers at Lin Yi. Shut it. Gao Wei interjected coldly, letting out a humorless chuckle. 8 million then. But you'd better be able to carry us through a level 7 abyss. If I called you here, of course I can carry, Lin Yi responded flatly. But only if you listen to me. Listen to you? One lackey scoffed. Who do you think you are? 9 million, Lin Yi deadpanned. Li Minghui immediately shut his mouth. One more word, and the cost would break 10 million altogether. Gao Wei looked furious, his expression almost murderous. 9 million's fine. You'll join my team, he bit out through clenched teeth. Half up front. The rest after we clear. You'll be joining my team. I'm the captain. Lin Yi's voice was even, unbothered. Gao Wei nearly exploded, but was held back as Li Minghui intervened hastily. Young Master Gao, we're here for him to carry us through. Let's not waste time. Gao Wei's fury simmered just beneath the surface. Fine. I'll wire you 5 million. Let's see just how capable you are. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised, and cast an extra glance at Gao Wei. In his previous life, Lin Yi had started at the very bottom, constantly crushed under Gao Wei's heel. Encounters with him had mainly been through sycophantic minions. Rarely had he ever faced Gao Wei himself. Later, Lin Yi had left Shan City entirely, and their paths never crossed again. By the time Lin Yi rose to fame and power, families like Gao's weren't even on his radar anymore. But now, standing face to face, Lin Yi had to admit, Gao Wei wasn't entirely useless. At the very least, he knew when to suppress his anger. That alone put him ahead of most others Lin Yi had dealt with in his past life. And yet, this only strengthened Lin Yi's resolve. Invite sent. Join the team, Lin Yi said lightly. Moments later, all 4 joined his team. Gao Wei promptly transferred the 5 million down payment. Besides Gao Wei and Li Minghui, the group consisted of Guo Wei and Shi Cheng, a bowman and a mage respectively. Gao Wei himself was a berserker. It appeared to be a standard dungeon clearing party, close-range fighters, ranged DPS, and even healing. But internally, everyone had their own agenda. Level 7 Mystic Island, Abyss Tier. Lin Yi selected the secret realm on the dashboard. This particular realm was a primordial secret realm, one that had formed naturally during the world's transformation. Unlike artificial secret realms, primordial ones were free to enter and much more dangerous, but at the same time, they offered lucrative rewards. Hidden achievements, for instance, could only be found in such realms. After Lin Yi confirmed, they all entered. Back in the Career Holders Plaza, the notification board suddenly lit up with a flurry of announcements. The Lin Yi squad has entered the Mystic Island, Abyssal Level. An Abyssal Level secret realm, always surrounded by so much fanfare. News spread quickly. Lin Yi is diving into the abyss again. And it's a Level 7 Mystic Island. Man, I'm numb here. I'm still stuck in the flamed forest. Some people clear abyss realms in their sleep, and here I am fighting tooth and nail against goblins. Wait a minute. Gao Wei and Lin Ye's squad. Is he from the Gao family? Yep, that's him. He's Gao Lanlin's little brother. The younger brother of the SSS-ranked genius space mage? Ho! Gasps echoed throughout the square. It wasn't Lin Yi or Gao Wei that shocked people. It was the name that had once caused a massive stir in the southern region, Gao Lanlan. Though SSS-ranked talents were rare, they weren't unheard of. But space mages? Scarce beyond belief. It was all thanks to Gao Lanlan that the Gao family had risen again in recent years. One strong individual could hold up an entire family. Gao Wei actually joined Lin Yi. The announcement was like a hammer to Kuju's chest. Her disbelief was written all over her face. Kuju recalled vividly how Gao Wei had already been insubordinate back when they entered the secret realm yesterday. He'd ignored her orders as captain completely, charging ahead recklessly like some bloodthirsty wild dog. She had known then and there. Gao Wei wasn't here to help her. He was here to chase her. After being rejected multiple times, he'd shown his true, selfish nature. But now, he was actually willing to follow Lin Ye's commands? The realization sent a wave of bitterness through Kuju's proud heart. No way. I have to prove myself in the champion's arena. She gritted her teeth, making a firm resolve. In my past life, Gao Lanlan never managed to lead the Gao family out of Shansheng, Lin Yi mused, standing on the white sand beach with his gaze deep and contemplative. That could only mean one thing. She hadn't had enough time to grow before her life was unexpectedly cut short. By the time Lin Yi had risen to prominence in that timeline, she'd already been nothing more than a distant memory. But this time, will it be different? The threads of the world had begun shifting because of him, leading to unpredictable ends. Still, given the chance, Lin Yi wouldn't mind if Gao Lanlan managed to survive this time around. A talent like hers, space manipulation, was too valuable. But her potential survival or death didn't alter Lin Yi's current plan one bit. To ensure Gao Wei and his allies never left this secret realm. Shall we begin? Gao Wei and the other three lined up, their sharp gazes fixed on Lin Yi. Though they were technically on the same team, the atmosphere between them was as tense as if a chasm separated them. Lin Yi lowered his eyes slightly and spoke in an unhurried, flat voice. Start whenever. You guys handle the damage. I'll take care of your HP. Gao Wei frowned deeply. He couldn't wrap his head around it. A mere healer, yet Lin Yi had broken records left and right, carrying 3 teams through an abyss-level realm in just 2 days. Healing could really accomplish all that. Move out. Gao Wei turned and charged forward without looking back. Exiting an abyss-level secret realm was no casual feat. They'd need to eliminate at least 80% of the monsters first. If he wanted to deal with Lin Yi, he'd have to keep up appearances until the job was done. Besides, for now, Lin Yi still had his uses. Thanks to his rare berserker class, Gao Wei was a powerhouse, brutal and devastating in battle. And with the Gao family's considerable wealth backing him, he was decked out in the best equipment money could buy. His combat power surpassed most S ranks and even encroached upon SSS tier territory. In other words, in his world, being rich was a talent of its own. He roared as he leapt into a horde of mermen, his massive battle axe sweeping through their ranks like a feral hurricane. Behind him, Li Minghui deployed 3 mechanical wolves to follow up, while the other 2 players provided ranged support. Their coordination wasn't bad, but that was about the best anyone could say for it. Lin Yi, meanwhile, took his sweet time equipping a sapphire-hued Tidal Wrath staff. He stood back, leisurely observing the chaos without lifting a finger. After all, free labor shouldn't go to waste. As the battle wore on, Gao Wei's attacks only grew more frenzied. His axe tore through mermen like paper, sending ichor and chunks of flesh flying. But his health bar plummeted just as rapidly. A berserker's offense was devastating, yes, but their defense? Practically non-existent. Just as it seemed his HP would bottom out, a beam of holy light descended. Swoosh. In an instant, Gao Wei's health bar filled completely. Li Minghui froze mid-action, disbelief etched all over his face. A normal healer's output would cap at around 300 to 400 HP per cast, even for the best of the best. But Lin Ye's one spell? Easily close to 1,000. So that's where his confidence came from. Was this kind of healing even legal? No wonder Li Fei's been so cocky lately. So she's gone and found herself a truly ruthless backer, Li Minghui thought with a shiver. He recalled Li Fei's sudden shift in demeanor yesterday at the hospital, the way she'd carried herself with an unfamiliar air of authority. He'd suspected something was up then and there. But seeing Lin Ye's performance now, everything made sense. Still, what a waste. A healer of this caliber is doomed to die in this secret realm. A crooked smile crept onto Li Minghui's face. Originally, Lin Yi might still have had a slim chance, if not for his brazenness. His earlier displays of arrogance had extinguished that little ember of goodwill Gao Wei might have had for a talent like him. Now, death was inevitable. More bodies piled up around Gao Wei as his axe cleaved through merman after merman. The battlefield was slick and littered with bloodied chunks. Taking in the carnage, Gao Wei grinned, his face almost euphoric. Clearing monsters was satisfying, sure. But deep inside, nothing felt quite as exhilarating as cutting down other players. "You're pretty good," he remarked offhandedly to Lin Yi, pausing just long enough to catch his breath. Yet the more impressed he became, the stronger his murderous intent grew. Because no matter how talented Lin Yi was, if Gao Wei couldn't control him, there was only one option left. Eliminate him. He was certain Lin Yi wouldn't leave this realm alive. "Keep going. Quit wasting time," Lin Yi said coolly, his tone and expression devoid of warmth. "All right." Gao Wei barked a laugh and charged headlong into the fray once more. The battle dragged on for 5 grueling hours. Gao Wei's aggression remained unrelenting, his combat style maniacal to its core. If not for Lin Ye's unerring support, he wouldn't have lasted past the first hour. Another radiant wave of healing magic fell, bringing their progress tracker up to 79%. So damn satisfying. Gao Wei panted heavily and, for a brief moment, found himself almost reluctant to kill Lin Yi. "How about teaming up permanently from now on? I'll even let you be the leader." Gao Wei tested the waters with his proposal. Rejected, Lin Yi shook his head without hesitation. There was no way he'd team up with a lunatic. "What a shame." Gao Wei sighed, though his gaze only turned colder. "Take care of this wave, then we'll rest." He gestured at the group of fishmen ahead. Once they cleared this group, their progress would hit 80%, and they could leave the secret realm whenever they wanted. How many could make it out alive, though? That was another question. Lin Yi nodded silently. Gao Wei turned and charged into the fray. Meanwhile, Li Minghui and the other two exchanged subtle glances. As soon as they finished this wave of monsters, it would be time for them to make their move. The battle broke out. As usual, Gao Wei threw caution to the wind and dove straight into the thick of the fishmen, swinging his battle axe wildly. As long as a monster's health bar wasn't empty, no matter how brutal it looked, it wouldn't die. But once a monster's health reached 0, it would perish on the spot. Professionals, on the other hand, had a second life bar. In short, they relied on their physical toughness to survive. But at this point, taking another hit came with real consequences: bone fractures and actual blood loss. The battle unfolded just as it always did. Gao Wei held the front line, steadily losing health as the fishmen chipped away at him. Before long, his health dropped to 30%. Normally, by this stage, Lin Yi would have already cast a healing spell to restore him to full health. This time, though, no divine light descended. Gao Wei started to grow uneasy. "Lin Yi, what are you daydreaming about? Heal Master Gao already," Li Minghui shouted in panic. Lin Yi simply cast him a cold glance and took a couple of steps back. He showed no intention of casting any spells. The group felt a chill sweep through their hearts. Trouble. This guy was setting them up. Who would have thought? A healer, turning on his team at such a critical moment? Didn't he realize that being alone in a secret realm was almost a death sentence? "Healer, heal me now." Gao Wei's voice trembled with alarm. His health had already dropped below 10%. For a tank to dip that low was a disaster. If word of this got out, the healer's reputation would be utterly ruined, especially someone with Lin Ye's skills. Unless he was doing it on purpose. Gao Wei wasted no time and pulled out a potion, gulping it down immediately. Don't hold back. Go all out. Clear the monsters now. Li Minghui roared. If Gao Wei died, their survival chances would plummet too. As for Lin Ye's sudden betrayal, they'd deal with him once the fight was over. He wouldn't get away. Got it, the bowman Guo Wei and the mage Shi Cheng shouted in unison. But a moment later, Lin Yi was already behind Guo Wei. Thwack! The staff struck down hard. Guo Wei stumbled from the blow. Minus 310. A bright red damage number popped up. Are you insane? Guo Wei spun around, his spine tingling with fear. How could a healer deal such high damage? That single strike was on par with a charged fireball from a mage of their level. But Lin Yi wasn't stopping. Though he wielded a staff in his hands, it was like a deadly melee weapon. If not for the fact that holy retribution couldn't harm human professionals, Guo Wei would already be dead. Then again, it hardly mattered. Lin Yi didn't need spells to wipe out the battlefield. His raw stats were enough. Not to mention his ability to heal himself. No matter how many potions the other side had, they'd eventually run dry. The result was inevitable, death. Only one person might walk out of the secret realm, and that would be him, who said everyone had to make it out alive. People dying in innate secret realms was so common it wasn't even considered news. Afraid of death? Go to an acquired secret realm, then. As for potential retaliation from the Gao family, Lin Yi wasn't worried in the slightest. At least in the safe zones, the Gao family wouldn't dare touch him. Crash! The sound of breaking glass snapped through the air, and Guo Wei's face turned ashen. His health bar had hit 0. Stop! Stop! Guo Wei panicked completely. He regretted ever getting involved in this mess. They'd known it was a trap, but still went along with it. The first 2 times, nothing had happened, so they thought this time would be the same. But now, the dead one was him. The staff loomed larger and larger in his vision. An instant later, his head burst like a ripe melon, and his body crumpled to the ground. Li Minghui and Shi Cheng stood frozen in horror. Lin Ye's gaze settled on Shi Cheng. Don't kill me. I can testify. It was their idea to kill you first. Shi Cheng collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward while pleading. Lin Yi didn't answer, striding forward instead. A few screams later, Shi Cheng fell silent as well. Only 3 figures remained in the battlefield: Lin Yi, Li Minghui, and Gao Wei. Gao Wei roared in rage, but his fear was obvious beneath it. Without a healer, surrounded by fishmen warriors, he wouldn't last long. As for Li Minghui, his courage shattered entirely, and he turned tail to flee. Lin Yi, save me. I won't pursue this. I'll pay you. A fortune. 10 million. No, 100 million. Gao Wei's voice was almost a scream. At this moment, all he wanted was to live. Lin Yi paid him no attention. He withdrew to a safe distance, coldly watching as Gao Wei was besieged and roared in desperation. He wasn't bloodthirsty, merely ensuring no system mechanic forced him back into the fight once Gao Wei died. You deserve this. My father won't let you get away with this. Amid his raging shouts, a crisp sound echoed in the air as Gao Wei's health points were completely depleted, his body torn apart by the vicious murlocs. When the creatures raised their heads again, no living humans remained in sight. I want to go home. I'm done with being a professional player. Li Minghui fled in a panic, his spirit entirely shattered. But the progress bar for the secret realm was stuck at 79%, and there was no way out. He tripped over a vine and fell. Just as he scrambled to his feet, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Yi. Li Minghui's legs gave out completely. Don't kill me. I'm Li Fei's cousin. If you kill me, she won't ever forgive you. Oh, is that so? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Thinking he had seized a lifeline, Li Minghui desperately pledged assurances and even referred to himself as Lin Ye's future brother-in-law. In the next moment, a holy light descended, and Li Minghui's health bar was instantly restored to full. Dumbfounded, he froze. Lin Yi, however, asked flatly, "Then why didn't you say so from the start?" Li Minghui fell silent. Because at the beginning, he had only one thought: to kill Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled. The family of Li Fei's uncle was nothing but a parasitic burden, the very source of her suffering. That Li Minghui still dared to use this relationship as leverage to plead for his life was sheer audacity. The staff came down. Li Minghui was completely dumbstruck. Healing, it turned out, was merely a means to prolong his death. 2 strikes later, His health points were nearly depleted. Ah, Lin Yi sighed. The probability of gaining a talent from these actions was, as expected, pitifully low. Don't kill me, please. Li Minghui continued to beg. One more strike, and his health would reach 0. And then, he really would die. Radiance. Another holy light descended, instantly restoring his health to full again. Li Minghui stood there, stunned, baffled by the incessant healing. What was the point of all this? The next second, another strike landed heavily on him. 10 minutes later, Li Minghui went mad. I thought Gao Wei was already twisted, but you're even worse. Ha ha ha, you're torturing me like this. Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Just kill me. Kill me already. Caught endlessly between healing and punishment, trapped on the razor-thin edge between life and death, his sanity was completely shattered. Your healing spell restored 205 HP to Li Minghui. You have gained the talent Mechanical Manipulation, B rank. Mechanical Manipulation, B rank. You can simultaneously control up to 3 mechanical puppets of blue quality or lower in combat. Lin Yi finally obtained what he'd been after. As he looked at the utterly broken Li Minghui, he decided to end his torment. A few swift strikes later, his health was down to 0 once again. Li Minghui let out a deranged laugh, as though waiting for that familiar holy light, hoping for a quick end this time. But no healing came. The staff fell one final, decisive time, accompanied by the sound of brittle cracking. No, no. In the face of true death, human instinct kicks in, a desperate yearning to live, no matter how fervently one had begged for death just a moment earlier. But Lin Yi had lost all patience for such empty struggles. He had no intention of letting Li Minghui leave alive. This strike decisively ended him. Li Minghui collapsed, lifeless, motionless. Lin Yi wiped the blood off his staff and exhaled deeply. To kill these people, he felt no guilt. Gao Wei was scum, through and through, and his lackeys were nothing more than willing accomplices. But still, Gao Wei was the son of the Gao family's patriarch. The aftermath wouldn't be so easy to clean up. Simply walking out of this situation wasn't an option for Lin Yi. At noon, the bustling practitioners' plaza was alive with noise and activity. Some had just exited low-difficulty dungeons to take a breather, while others were regrouping after failures, preparing for yet another challenge. Vendors weaved in and out of the crowds, hawking their wares enthusiastically, the square a swirling hubbub. Suddenly, a teleportation magic circle illuminated one section of the plaza. People barely batted an eyelash. Sightings of practitioners exiting from secret realms were a daily occurrence. But when the person within the circle appeared, a ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Holy crap, look at that. The guy's banged up so bad. His health bar must have been wiped out. Must have been some arrogant fool who bit off more than he could chew. Yikes, and only one of them made it out alive? Someone call a stretcher. He'll need a hospital. Though there was no shortage of loud commentary, there were very few people who actually stepped up to help. Everyone was busy. Reporting the incident would be kindness enough in their eyes. No worries, I'll be fine. Just need a moment to recover. Lin Yi waved off the onlookers as he slowly steadied himself. He was far too familiar with the feeling of battered health. But this time, the injuries were fake, inflicted intentionally to mask the truth. Without the guys, people would ask too many inconvenient questions. Wait, that's Lin Yi, isn't it? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. The realization caused an instant uproar. The guy who got an SSS rating from Blackrock Mine? And even he had a misstep? Wasn't he in the secret realm with the son of the Gao family patriarch? Why'd only he make it out? So where's everyone else? Suspicious gazes landed on Lin Yi one after another. The Gao family's people, well, they weren't just average practitioners. Trouble was brewing, and it seemed it wouldn't take long before it came knocking. Go, go, go. Stop gawking. We can't afford this mess. Let's scram. The crowd immediately dispersed. Even the classmate who recognized Lin Yi slipped away in the first opportunity, terrified of earning the wrath of the Gao family. All of this was well within Lin Yi's expectations. Let's go to the professional center and file a report first, he said to himself, turning to leave. When someone from the same team dies in a secret realm, the survivors must report the incident. At the hospital, Li Fei sat wearily, facing an agitated middle-aged couple. They had been causing a ruckus all morning, demanding the return of 3 million yuan in medical fees. This time, they had grown smart. They deliberately avoided directly confronting Li Fei, giving her no chance to fight back. Why are you charging so much in medical fees? There must be something shady going on here. We want our money back. Sume continued to shout, receiving only icy stares in return. Then, her husband's phone rang. Hello? Professional center? Why are you calling me? What? What are you saying? Minghui disappeared in a secret realm? That's impossible. Sume froze, then snatched the phone from her husband's hand, her voice trembling. Say that again. What happened to Minghui? The abrupt news changed everyone's expressions as hushed murmurs filled the air. Even Li Fei was stunned. She knew very well that in the terminology of the professional center, missing almost always meant dead. That's impossible. You're lying. Sume screamed into the phone, entirely losing control of her emotions. It was Lin Yi. It must have been Lin Yi who killed my son. Li Fei's brows furrowed tightly. In that instant, she pieced things together. It was highly likely that Li Minghui had tried to drag Lin Yi into a secret realm, but something had gone terribly wrong. Lin Yi had never once mentioned his uncle's family. Sume had completely lost her mind, hurling insults at Li Fei. Li Fei, you little tramp. This is all your fault. Slap. Li Fei took a step forward and slapped Sume across the face without hesitation, hard enough to knock her unconscious. Sume's husband glared at Li Fei furiously, but she didn't even spare him a glance. Picking up her phone, she turned and left the scene without another word. Don't worry, I'm safe. Treat it as an extra day of rest, Lin Yi texted back to Li Fei. He wasn't surprised that she'd learned about the situation so quickly. After all, one of the 4 who hadn't made it out of the secret realm alive was her cousin. Only after confirming Lin Yi's safety did Li Fei finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Yi was about to put his phone down, another call came in. It was from his teacher, Chen Daoxing. Hello, Teacher Chen. Lin Yi, don't stay alone for the time being. Come stay at my place for a while, Chen said without preamble. Lin Yi froze for a moment before understanding immediately. Chen Daoxing must have already heard that Gao Wei had been in Lin Yi's party. It was obvious the teacher was worried the Gao family might seek revenge against Lin Yi. Although Gao Wei and the other 3's deaths couldn't be definitively pinned on Lin Yi, no one could control how the Gao family would perceive it. A healer taking down 4 combat class professionals. It sounded absurd, but who dared to bet against even the slightest chance? And should things become extreme, the Gao family might not even care about evidence. They'd only want someone to pay. Chen Daoxing's invitation was clearly an effort to shield Lin Yi, to protect him for as long as possible. Even though the teacher himself was only around level 20+, sharing a roof was still better than being alone. Teacher Chen, thank you, but I can take care of myself. Lin Yi politely declined on the spot. He didn't want to drag Chen Daoxing into this situation. If the worst happened, he could hide in the church. There, amidst a crowd of refugees, the Gao family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, he'd had to pull similar stunts in his past life before. Back then, when Gao Wei's lackeys bullied him incessantly, it was Lu Qingshan who had stood up for him. Only after confirming repeatedly that Lin Yi would be fine did Chen Daoxing reluctantly hang up the phone. Lin Yi let out a soft sigh. Chen Daoxing was a kind-hearted man, but his strength was lacking, and he didn't have the ruthlessness needed to thrive in the profession circles. Still, it was precisely that kindness that had pulled Lin Yi out of the depths in his previous life. What happened? Zhang Ruiqi asked. My teacher, Lin Yi replied casually. After a moment's thought, he asked, Brother Zhang, do you think my teacher could work at the professional center? Zhang Ruiqi raised an eyebrow, but quickly responded with an eager nod. No problem. We're short on people anyway. Have him speak with me directly. To Zhang Ruiqi, the opportunity to strengthen his connection with Lin Yi was well worth the small favor. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Lin Yi said sincerely. He was well aware of Zhang Ruiqi's motives. This was an investment in potential. Lin Yi didn't mind. If their positions were switched and he were already a renowned figure, he would have done the same. As for the Gao family, Zhang Ruiqi said with a faint smile, you don't need to worry about them. I'll get in touch with Archbishop Liu, and we'll have a little chat with Gao Hemming. Lin Yi nodded firmly. Brother Zhang, your assistance today is a debt I won't forget. We're brothers. No need for the formalities, Zhang Ruiqi said, waving it off. But a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Gaining Lin Ye's gratitude for such a trivial matter felt like an incredibly good deal. Lin Ye said nothing further, but he wasn't naive. Such was the way of the world. Results mattered more than intentions. Late into the night, the Gao family's luxurious mansion remained brightly lit. In the study, Su Mei and her husband stood before a desk, their emotions still running high. Behind the desk sat Gao Hemming, the head of the Gao family. You're saying Gao Wei entered the secret realm with the intent to teach Lin Yi a lesson? Gao Hemming's voice was low, almost devoid of emotion. That's right. But to teach him a lesson, who would have thought it'd end in a death? Yu Mei wailed, her cries echoing through the tense room. Gao Hemming's face was dark and cold. A menacing calm settled over him. Gao Wei, his chosen successor, groomed by his own hand, was now dead in the secret realm. He wouldn't accept it, couldn't resign himself to the loss. The truth of what happened remained unclear, but the fire of his murderous intent was already lit. Innocent or guilty, Lin Yi would not escape retribution. If Gao Wei couldn't return, then no one else had the right to live. Just as this chilling determination reached its peak, the family steward approached him and whispered, "Master Gao, Zhang Ruiqi from the professional center and Bishop Lu Qingshan of the church have requested a meeting with you tomorrow." Gao Hemming's expression froze momentarily before his brows furrowed deeply. That particular pairing was not here for condolences. There could only be one reason they'd appear together: Lin Yi. Who is this Lin Yi, exactly, that he's able to prompt those two to work together? Gao Hemming muttered, his thoughts growing more tangled by the moment. Yu Mei gasped aloud, her voice shaking. Wait, you mean those two influential figures? Before she could say more, Gao Hemming shot her an icy glare filled with disdain and distaste. Enough. All of you leave. This isn't something anyone else should interfere with. And remember, if I hear one extra word of gossip, I'll deal with you myself, Gao Hemming said, his tone frigid and warning. Wait, you don't understand. I wasn't trying to. You may try to explain, but the steward took her arm and guided her out of the room before she could finish her sentence. Once the room was empty again, the steward returned. Master, do you still plan to meet with them? Gao Hemming simmered for a moment before his voice came as low as thunderclouds. No. Tell them I'm too grief-stricken to entertain guests. Spin it as the heavens envying a true talent, and make it clear there's no need for further inquiries. The steward nodded in understanding. Both Zhang Ruiqi and Lu Qingshan would hear what they needed to, and seeing Gao Hemming face-to-face wouldn't change the result. By characterizing Gao Wei's death as an act of fate, Gao Hemming had implicitly let them know he wouldn't pursue the controversy publicly. Of course, what happened privately was another matter entirely. Report. Lin Ye's file has been delivered. Gao Hemming immediately straightened at the news. Read it out loud, he ordered. Minutes passed as the steward recited the information. When it was done, Gao Hemming waved his hand dismissively. The information was woefully unhelpful. A common orphan boy with no powerful family or background. Why would someone like this prompt direct involvement from Zhang Ruiqi and Lu Qingshan? Gao Hemming pondered the absurdity. If Lin Yi had some unparalleled SSS grade talent, Gao Hemming might have understood. But an S-level healer? Useful, yes, but surely not enough to warrant this level of attention. The harder he thought about it, the less sense it all made. Either there was truly nothing special about Lin Yi, or someone had expertly hidden the key details. Rubbing at his temples, Gao Hemming gave a decisive order. Cancel the bounty on Lin Ye's life. No one is to approach or confront him without my explicit permission. The steward paused in surprise, but quickly nodded. He hadn't expected Lin Ye's connections to be formidable enough to force even Master Gao to back down. Also, keep this from Lan Lan, Gao Hemming added sharply. If she knows about it, she'll make a scene. Understood. Miss Lan Lan is still unaware. The steward hesitated briefly before speaking again. But will you truly just let the matter rest at that? Gao Wei's death weighed on him as well. After all, he had watched young Master Gao grow up. Gao Hemming's eyes turned ice cold, his voice unyielding. There will be unrest in Shanxing soon. If Lin Yi isn't involved, then he lives. But if he is, a sinister silence followed before Gao Hemming finished. Then let him die in the chaos. The steward's eyes glinted with understanding. I see. Consider it done. Night had fallen, and Lin Yi sat quietly in his modest hotel room. Much better now that I've leveled up to grade A. I can control up to 6 puppets at once. It's enough, Lin Yi murmured to himself. In the fragmented screens of his vision, he monitored the hotel entrance, the hallway outside his door, and the street below his window. He was in complete control of the situation. His little puppets, disguised as harmless crows and rats, watched the area silently. If anyone suspicious approached, the animal-like constructs would immediately alert him. Zhang Ruiqi had assured him earlier that she and Lu Qingshan would put significant pressure on the Gao family. But Lin Yi wasn't foolish. He wouldn't rely solely on them. These small puppets served as his personal sentinels, keeping him one step ahead. This ability to control these mechanical creations originally came from Li Minghui, a B-grade ability user who had only ever been able to control 3 blue-tier puppets at a time. But as soon as Lin Yi returned to the hotel, he spent a hefty 100,000 healing currency to upgrade his own talent to grade A. Now, the difference was staggering. 6 of them, all purple-tier constructs, were under his command. Unlike true mechanical specialists, however, Lin Yi couldn't imbue his puppets with custom enhancements. He also lacked the skills to repair them, meaning he'd have to pay specialists to handle that chore when the time came. Still, there were undeniable perks. Thanks to Xinming's wide-area manipulation ability, the range of his puppet control had increased tenfold. Even more impressively, once Lin Yi assumed control of a puppet, he gained full access to its traits and could perform enhancements on it. Take the green-quality mechanical rat in his possession, for example. It wasn't particularly strong in combat, but it was excellent for scouting. Before possessing Li Minghui's ability, Lin Yi hadn't been able to alter any puppets. But with this newfound control, it was a different story. He decided to start experimenting with the rat. The cost to upgrade a green-tier construct was only a single spirit shard per attempt. 2 upgrades would bring it up to blue-tier quality. The first attempt? No change. Lin Yi frowned, but didn't give up. The second attempt worked, and the mechanical rat advanced to blue-tier quality, gaining a new trait in the process. Now, the rat could hold a spatial storage bag and automatically collect any items within a 1-meter radius. Under the enhancement of Xinming's ability, this radius expanded to 10 meters. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. A mechanical puppet with storage ability and automatic item collection functionality? It was absurdly convenient. In most secret realms, these new capabilities might offer some advantage. But in interdimensional space, they were unbeatable. A 10-meter collection zone meant Lin Yi could outpace anyone trying to compete for treasures or resources. Perfect timing, Lin Yi muttered to himself, lips quirking in a small, satisfied smile. This'll come in handy during the interdimensional riots. Twisting his fingers thoughtfully, he added under his breath, "Let's see if I can push it to purple tier next." The energy shifted to a deep purple. Each rank up required 3 spirit shards, and 3 cycles would suffice. After spending 9 shards, the little mouse finally ranked up to purple. Name: Treasure Hunting Puppet Mouse. Refinable, 0/5. Type: Mechanical, purple bound. Durability, 1000. Damage, 35 to 40. Traits: Gnaw, Shared Vision, Auto Pickup, 1 meter, Wide Range 10 meters, Stealth, Agility. Lin Yi was more than satisfied. 1,000 durability, essentially equivalent to 1,000 health points for a professional player. The damage wasn't particularly high, but sufficient for its purposes. After all, this wasn't meant to be a combat puppet. It was a reconnaissance and looting tool. With such traits, it was already exceeding expectations. Just one would suffice. Opportunities to fight over treasure were rare, and there was no need to waste more spirit shards on upgrades. After finishing up with the mouse, Lin Yi went straight to bed. The next morning, Lin Yi headed to the professional players' hub. He had coordinated a meeting between Chun Daoxing and Zhang Ruiqi to discuss employment. Under Zhang Ruiqi's arrangement, Chun Daoxing successfully secured a job as her assistant. Everything unfolded so smoothly, it felt like a dream. As they walked Lin Yi out of the building, Chun Daoxing still hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. "I never would have guessed you had this kind of connection." If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted energy worrying about Lin Yi yesterday. With Zhang Ruiqi on his side, even the influential Gao family wouldn't dare to trouble Lin Yi. The player's hub reported directly to the Alliance and was independent of the settlement's governance. It held authority over all professional player affairs. Zhang Ruiqi's rank was theoretically equivalent to that of a city lord. She was in charge of all benefits and subsidies for professional players across Shan City, while the city lord's office only handled stability and routine operations. In front of a professional player family like the Gao clan, Zhang Ruiqi's words carried more weight than the city lord's. It's no big deal. Brother Zhang just gave you an interview opportunity. Whether or not you were hired depended entirely on your own abilities, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. His words were both reassuring to Chen Daoxing and accurate. If not for Chen's exceptional performance, Zhang Ruiqi wouldn't have kept him in her employ. What about you? Are you heading out to level up today? Chen Daoxing asked with a hint of concern. He worried that after yesterday's events, Lin Yi might struggle to find teammates. It's fine. Teammates will come, Lin Yi responded coolly. Even if they didn't, it wouldn't bother him. Worst case scenario, he'd just solo the dungeons. It would be less hassle, really. He was never one for large crowds. Powering up his stats and honing his abilities were his main priorities. At that moment, someone called Chen Daoxing away for paperwork. By the time he turned back, Lin Yi had blended into the crowd at the square. Chen Daoxing shook his head and walked off, leaving the matter alone. Lin Yi posted a recruitment notice, but the response was lackluster. Occasionally, he received private messages, but most were from freeloaders hoping for a free carry. Lin Yi ignored them all. News of his team-up with Gao Wei and how he emerged as the sole survivor had already spread like wildfire in Shan City. No one dared to team up with him now, afraid of provoking the Gao family. Of course, there were also those who feared nothing, trying to lowball him or take advantage of the situation instead. But they were in for a surprise. Lin Yi didn't actually need teammates. Instead, a particular name caught his eye. Lu Jingjie. Wasn't he one of Su Yaoyao's ardent followers? Coming from a well-off family and closely tied to Su Yaoyao, he was now actively reaching out to Lin Yi for a team-up. Lin Yi could practically smell the scheming from miles away. He didn't need to think twice to know Su Yaoyao must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Forget about it. Not interested. Completely fed up, Lin Yi flatly rejected all incoming applications. He decided to go solo. Li Fei had family matters to attend to and couldn't join today. As Lin Yi finalized his plans, he noticed an incoming request to disband their team. He froze for a brief moment. It was her. Ku Ju seemed inexplicably anxious, but quickly received the system notification. Lin Yi had declined her request to team up. Her heart sank. Lu Yunsheng tried to comfort her, mentioning that while she was already level 8, Lin Yi was merely level 7. It was Lin Yi who didn't recognize her value. Ku Ju softly explained that she needed strong holy light abilities for the undead-centric dungeon she had in mind. Lu Yunxing remained unconvinced, insisting there were better paladins to choose from. Why bother with Lin Yi? Paladins, known for their resilience and combat skills, thrived in dungeons filled with undead, practically having a home field advantage. At that moment, someone called out warmly from the distance. Qin Yi had come all the way from Deep City, claiming he was there specifically to help Ku Ju clear the dungeon. Ku Ju offered him a strained smile of gratitude. Sensing the situation, Lu Yunxing tactfully excused himself and left the two alone. Just as Qin Yi was about to speak, a sudden system announcement resonated. Lin Yi has entered Ruined Town, Abyss level. Both of them froze in shock. Abyss level challenges were typically tackled by teams. This was solo play. Soloing an Abyss level dungeon was a claim only the most elite players could make. And the Ruined Town just happened to be the dungeon Ku Ju was about to attempt. Lin Yi had rejected her and gone in alone instead. An inexplicable unease swelled in Ku Ju's chest. Last time, when she and Lin Yi both tackled the Blackstone Mines dungeon, he had snatched the first SSS ranking with ease, leaving her entirely in his shadow. Now, once again, they had chosen the same dungeon. An uncomfortable frustration churned within her. What? A level 7 healer? Does he have a death wish? Qin Yi couldn't help but sneer. Even an experienced level 8 paladin wouldn't dare to solo the Ruined Town. A level 7 healer? Where did he even find the audacity? Relying on that pitiful little healing spell? Do you know him? Qin Yi asked, his gaze fixed. Ku Ju forced a faint smile. Seen him twice. That's all. Qin Yi nodded, a faint shadow of a sneer flitting across his eyes. He's just asking for death. But Kuju only felt increasingly uneasy as her thoughts spiraled. She whispered hesitantly, "What if we pick a different dungeon instead?" Chin-E glared, his tone incredulous. "I brought an entire set of holy light-enhanced gear for this run. Wouldn't changing the dungeon completely waste my preparations? Even Grandpa Lu specifically assembled the team you'd need for the ruined town." Kuju waved her hands quickly in surrender. "Fine, fine. We won't switch. It's still ruined town." At that moment, she suddenly found herself envying Lin Yi. He could go wherever he wanted, no strings attached. Dungeons had strict level ceilings. For example, the level 8 dungeon, Ruined Town, only allowed entry for professions level 8 and below. Anything beyond was permanently restricted. Though there was no minimum level to enter, most players wisely chose dungeons matching their own rank. Even if you hired powerful higher-level players, any experience gain would still be calculated solely by your own performance. For low-level adventurers pushing into high-level dungeons, it was an uphill battle full of risks with little reward. But Lin Yi, a level 7 attempting to solo an entry level of level 8 content, it was already pushing boundaries, classified as a bold tier-break challenge. Luckily, being just one level shy meant the gap wasn't insurmountable. He wouldn't face the complete suppression of stats by monsters. From Lin Yi's viewpoint, this was still well within manageable limits. At present, he stood in the shadows of a dimly lit shack, the starting point for the ruined town. The mission was straightforward: traverse the town, make your way to the graveyard, and destroy the source of the undead plague. The real test, however, wasn't the graveyard but the town itself. The streets teemed with dense clusters of roaming ghouls. Adventurers were forced to constantly kite the mobs, making use of terrain to create opportunities. The slightest error, getting surrounded, for example, would practically guarantee a full team wipe. But for Lin Yi, the entire place was a goldmine of untapped potential. "There are 3 holy water altars scattered across the town," Lin Yi muttered to himself. "Getting all 3 bottles weakens the graveyard boss, making it easier to finish them off." He mentally reviewed the details of the strategy again. This small piece of information wasn't exclusive or secretive. It was plastered across almost every guide for this dungeon. Players repeatedly emphasized it. Before entering the dungeon, prioritizing the collection of exactly 3 vials of holy water was a universal prerequisite. Without it, the final boss was outright invincible. It wasn't a question of if you could clear the dungeon. It was how fast and efficient your holy water path could be toward a successful run. Fully orienting himself, Lin Yi wasted no time. Creak. He pushed open the shack door. The street beyond was crawling with zombies. Rather than engaging them recklessly, Lin Yi took out a small, nondescript, grayish object and tossed it to the ground. Squeak, squeak. A mechanical mouse emerged from within, scurrying straight toward the far end of the street. "This saves me a lot of trouble," Lin Yi said with a slight smirk. As long as he methodically advanced toward the graveyard, the remaining work would resolve itself. The holy water was practically destined to end up in his hands. The ruined town had just one type of enemy: the shambling undead. These creatures lacked any semblance of intelligence. Their behavior was limited to wandering aimlessly, biting, and clustering. Once too many gathered to form a true horde, adventurers could only wait for the monsters to disperse or resign themselves to burning precious time. A small mistake, meanwhile, could trigger a massive tide of corpses, overwhelming any party. This was why most players found the dungeon annoying. Its design often dragged its duration painfully long. For Lin Yi, however, the situation was entirely different. With wide area spells, I can strike before I even come into their range of awareness. He raised his staff skyward. "Shine down, holy light," he chanted. In the distance, nearly 100 meters away, a radiant beam of light descended, instantly obliterating an isolated level 8 ghoul on the spot. When facing undead, healing magic wasn't just restorative. It inflicted massive, doubled damage. The result? A devastating 2,000+ point critical. The ghoul didn't stand the slightest chance. Just as Lin Yi registered his success, an unexpected notification caught his attention. "You used heal to kill ghoul LV8. Strength +1. Lin Yi froze momentarily, then immediately pieced it together. The Healing Sovereign trait he possessed activated under one condition. The healing spell must take effect. Casting a heal onto undead still counted as an effective action, since its sacred energy reacted violently with the cursed creatures. Back during the earlier dungeon, Blackstone Mines, he had only landed an occasional healing spell on a boss, but otherwise relied on offensive spells like Judgment. Since that heal didn't do damage, he hadn't triggered Healing Sovereign. Now, however, he finally understood. Using healing spells to smite undead wasn't just viable, it was also a way to farm stats. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the undead-filled streets before him, his eyes gleaming with newfound intent. These weren't just monsters anymore. They were mobile, shambling piles of attribute points waiting for harvest. Without hesitation, he resumed his assault. The staff in his hands glowed, light flashing with rhythmic brilliance. One ghoul fell, then another, and yet another, each consumed by cascading bursts of holy light. What stood out the most? The surrounding undead didn't even react. Devoid of cognitive awareness, they couldn't recognize a threat even as their numbers dwindled. From beyond their detection range, Lin Yi calmly conducted a near-mechanical extermination. Of course, this was a feat only he could accomplish. If any spellcaster failed to one-shot the monsters, the agitated undead would immediately draw attention, creating a nightmarish domino effect, a stampede of ghouls racing straight at their attacker. If thousands surged in your direction simultaneously, not even a god-tier profession could endure. Pulling this off required two prerequisites: wide-range abilities and guaranteed one-hit kills. Without both, you wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon entrance, Kuju's party was preparing for their own foray into the ruined town. Other than Qin Yi, the team had been complemented by Lu Yunsheng, who recruited 3 more skilled stand-ins. Their overall roster wasn't quite as extravagant as the Blackstone Mines raid. Still, by newbie standards, theirs was clearly a premium lineup. Qin Yi, in particular, stood out. As a paladin, his natural bonus when fighting undead gave him an immense advantage in this setting. Let's move out. We'll head for the exhibition hall to the west first. It has the first holy water vial. Qin Yi's tone was full of excitement. This time, rather than calling it sparring, it felt more like a stage for him to showcase his skills. All right, we'll do it your way, Kuju nodded. To kill the boss, they had to collect 3 bottles of holy water. That much was crystal clear in the strategy guide. The first bottle was at the exhibition hall. The group stepped out of the small cabin, officially kicking off their mission. Luck was on their side this time. The walkers are so scattered. This is perfect. We can cut straight across the square. Excitement lit up the faces of 2 team members. In the dilapidated town, luck was everything. If luck was on their side, even an average team could achieve a high score. With bad luck, they could open a door and run straight into a horde of walkers. No matter how strong the team was, they'd get bogged down, time would slowly tick away, and their score would plummet to abysmal levels. Watching the sparsely roaming walkers moving in small groups, Kuju's eyes regained a spark of hope. Maybe this time, she could secure a perfect score. Let's go? We'll grab the first bottle of holy water in half an hour. Then we'll take the shortest route to collect the other 2 bottles. If our luck holds, we might even bring our clear time down to under 2 hours. Qin Yi was practically bursting with anticipation. 2 hours. That was the fastest clear record in the history of the ruined town. The squad's morale soared instantly. The little treasure-seeking rat is closing in on the location of the second bottle of holy water. Lin Yi was keeping himself just outside the walker's attack range as he cleared the path ahead. By himself, his speed was unmatched by any team. Within an hour, I should be at the graveyard. His pace was more than an hour ahead of the historical records. Once I reach level 10, I have to learn the area of effect healing spell. Lin Yi raised his staff. From a distance, walkers fell one by one. The so-called area of effect healing spell he'd been using before was, in reality, a disguised equipment effect that only worked on teammates. Walkers clearly didn't count as teammates, so it couldn't be triggered to harm them. Even so, his monster-clearing speed was insane. In less than 40 minutes, he was already standing at the graveyard entrance, a full 20 minutes faster than he had estimated. If it weren't for the level-dependent stat restrictions that limited his advantage, He might have replayed this mission just to push his time to an even greater extreme. Stats like his were untouchable among his age group. Lin Yi stood outside the graveyard, gazing into the dense fog ahead. The entire cemetery was cloaked in an aura of death. Low, mournful wails drifted from the fog, sending a chill down his spine. Deep in the heart of the graveyard lay the necromancer, a boss. It was this necromancer who had turned the inhabitants of the entire town into walkers. All they had to do was take him down, and the dungeon would be cleared. But if they charged into the cemetery unprepared, there was a high chance they'd meet their demise. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just as Lin Yi arrived at the entrance, a shadow darted out and scurried up his leg, coming to rest on his shoulder. Good job. He patted the little mouse, retrieving a spatial pouch from its body. Inside the pouch were 3 bottles of holy water, no more, no less. Holy water could only be used inside the dungeon, and it had the unique ability to permanently remove one trait from its target. These 3 bottles were specifically meant to weaken the graveyard's boss. The necromancer had 3 ridiculously overpowered traits: a 3 million damage bone shield, a 10-fold damage amplifier, and 30,000 health regeneration per second. The holy water was designed to target each of these traits, 1 bottle per trait. Yet as Lin Yi stared at the holy water, a different idea began to take shape in his mind. What if he didn't use the holy water? Could he still kill the boss? He swiftly calculated. His smite spell alone could deal over 5,000 damage per cast. Even without multicasting, he could break through the first layer of the shield in about 10 minutes. Factoring in his talents, the time could be cut down even more. The necromancer's total health was only 200,000. Once the shield was down, with the power of his Raging Tide staff and the True Strike ring, he could unleash a 10-fold burst of damage. 200,000 health. He'd obliterated in one hit. At that point, the boss's regeneration speed wouldn't even matter. As for the 10-fold damage buff on the necromancer, it wasn't much of a threat to Lin Yi. Others had managed to kill the boss by breaking through 1 or 2 layers of its shield before, but no one had ever successfully taken it down with all 3 layers intact. Let's give it a shot. There might even be a hidden reward, Lin Yi thought. He carefully stored the holy water and stepped into the graveyard. If things went south, he could always use the holy water later. Before he could take another step, a hoarse voice echoed from the darkness. Why do I sense the breath of the living? Unless you too will join the townsfolk in their evolution. Ha ha ha. Before the words finished, a chilling wind swept through the air. From the shadows, dark energy coalesced into a hunched figure. Come forth, my minions. With a wave of its eerie green staff, a dozen skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. Lifting his staff, he unleashed a smite spell immediately. A burst of holy light illuminated the graveyard, shattering one skeleton on the spot. He continued retreating as he fired. The flashes of holy light came one after another, and skeletons crumbled in quick succession. The necromancer cackled maniacally. Impressive. You'd make an outstanding specimen for a skeletal mage. A poison corpse orb came hurtling toward him. Lin Yi sidestepped, evading the attack effortlessly, and countered with 2 more bursts of holy light. Minus 5,523. Minus 3,012. Multiple cast triggers. He maintained a steady rhythm of 1 spell per second, relentlessly suppressing the bone shield. The 2 battled for nearly 8 minutes. Bam! The shield finally shattered. 3 million durability, worn down by sheer persistence. Lin Yi's spirit rejuvenated. This was the moment to strike. The necromancer tried to let out a crazed laugh, only to notice an even more blinding holy light rising before him. The night sky was illuminated. As the holy light descended, he was instantly engulfed. The gloom dissipated. The small town was once again under a starlit sky. In the cemetery, only a pile of shattered bones remained. Lin Yi frowned. No loot. There was no way the boss wouldn't drop anything. Unless there was more to it. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Lin Yi. You've cleared Forsaken Town, Abyss level, without consuming any holy water, unlocking access to hidden mode. Would you like to activate it? Warning: if you fail or exit the mission after activating, all rewards will be forfeited, and you will forever lose access to this secret dungeon. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. As expected, Withholding the use of holy water triggered the hidden content. Activate, he replied without hesitation. Losing access to this dungeon? So what? Losing rewards? Who cares? His hard-earned stats stayed with him. Besides, he had no intention of failing in the first place. He had been given a second chance at life. If he couldn't even take on a bit of risk, how was he supposed to overturn his fate? Hidden mode successfully activated. Death energy surged again, even thicker than before. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed through the air. It's thanks to your reluctance to use those holy water bottles that I could complete my final transformation. The necromancer's voice rang out once more. So, refraining from using holy water had forced out a second phase. Lin Yi stepped back half a pace, gripping his staff tighter. The scattered bones began to tremble. The skull floated into the air, ghostly green flames igniting in its hollow sockets. Bones reassembled into a towering new figure. A lich. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. So, this was its true form. I can let you leave, but you must never set foot in this town again. Or, stay and become my servant. The lich spoke coldly. Leaving meant no rewards, and permanently losing access to the dungeon. A solo fight against a lich. Nearly a guaranteed death sentence. Lin Yi gave no reply. He raised his staff. Holy light descended with a crack. Minus 5,289. A blood-red damage number floated up. That was his answer. A lich? He had slain countless in his previous life. He knew every mechanic like the back of his hand. An insignificant level. 8 dungeon dared try to make him submit? Foolish mortal. You've chosen death. The lich roared as dark magic surged around him. Wraithstorm. Black energy exploded outward in a violent tempest, sweeping across the graveyard in waves. The lich's ruthless and varied attacks far surpassed the earlier necromancer, who only knew how to summon skeletons and toss poison orbs. With the grace of a dancer, Lin Yi weaved through the gaps in the storm, casting judgment spells as he moved. Minus 5,410. Minus 2,908. Judgment triggered multiple casts, and the damage numbers piled on. Lin Yi casually reached into his spatial bag, tossing out a sheep puppet behind him. A worthless trinket like that? Pathetic. The lich sneered, launching another assault. A series of toxic corpse orbs screamed through the air, sealing off all avenues of retreat. The orbs rained down densely. Dodging was impossible. But Lin Yi didn't plan to take them head-on either. Another sheep puppet was flung into the fray, absorbing the brunt of the impact. The poisonous explosions filled the area, but Lin Yi remained untouched. These attacks weren't lethal, but their purpose was clear: to slow him down, to frustrate him. Clever brat, the lich growled, thoroughly provoked. Lin Yi paid no attention, darting nimbly through the graveyard while maintaining his offensive. He deployed more puppets: sheep, mechanical crows, mechanical rats. Each one scattered upon hitting the ground, spreading out across the cemetery. Lin Yi's movements were unpredictable, and time again, the lich's attack struck only empty air. Meanwhile, the puppets not only shielded Lin Yi, but also created space for him to maneuver. But the lich's laughter grew darker and colder. Young fool, you leave me no choice. Lin Yi's heart sank. The big move was coming. Having battled countless liches in his past life, he knew that this phrase was the prelude to their ultimate skill. Immediately, he swapped to another staff. In his left hand, he gripped Tides of Fury. In his right, Hand of Silver. Dual-wielding 2 two-handed staves, he planted himself firmly in place, facing the lich's storm head-on. The sheer unyielding aura radiating from him even gave the lich pause for a split second. A healer? Dual-wielding 2-handed staves? Ridiculous. Skillful or not, you'll still die. Death Finger. The lich grinned wickedly as red lightning surged downward. At that exact moment, Lin Yi raised the Hand of Silver. Soul chains. Cords of silvery light sprang forth, linking Lin Yi to all of his scattered puppets. In a flash, the bolt of deathly red lightning struck him. Death Finger was unavoidable, a skill that dealt an overwhelming 1,000,000 points of true damage. For most newcomers, such immense power was nothing short of absolute devastation. This time, death was certain. A crimson lightning bolt struck Lin Yi directly, the ghostly flames in the lich's eyes flaring with a sudden, malevolent brightness. At last, the lich thought. He had finally taken down this irritating brat. But in the very next moment, Lin Yi, as if nothing had happened, casually swung his staff again. Holy light descended once more, searing the lich so severely that an anguished scream erupted from his skeletal form. Damage? Sure, a high number sounded terrifying, but mechanics were the real deciding factor here. 1 million true damage was daunting, no doubt, yet it wasn't sufficient to kill Lin Yi, who had mechanical constructs to share the damage. Even after taking a direct hit from Death's Finger, Lin Yi only lost a dozen or so mechanical beasts. For a moment, the lich was utterly dumbfounded. Was this guy even human? Who's the real boss here? 1 million damage hadn't scratched the surface of his life pool. Having unleashed Death's Finger, the lich was left nearly drained, collapsing into a helpless state. Now, Lin Yi's relentless smiting spells rained down upon him with no resistance whatsoever. The lich could conjure no conceivable way to slay this human. Standing firm, Lin Yi held a staff in each hand, overpowering the lich entirely, leaving him no opportunity to fight back. Too bad the real damage ring's tenfold multiplier is still on cooldown for another 10 hours, Lin Yi cursed under his breath. If he could strike again with its effect, this battle would have ended ages ago. Then again, the difference was only between a one-shot kill or a quick slaughter. After all, a lich was a quintessential glass cannon. Terrifyingly high damage output, yet laughably fragile. Under Lin Yi's relentless assault, the lich finally hit the ground, the eerie green flames within his skull flickering for a moment before extinguishing entirely. The system alert was instantaneous. He had successfully slain the lich. The decrepit town was cleansed completely, and after settlement, the realm would transform into his private domain. Lin Yi froze in his tracks. In his past life, he had never advanced far enough to claim a personal realm, and now, in this life, he had become a realm owner before even hitting level 10. And it wasn't just any realm, it was an innate secret realm. Innate secret realms were universally accessible to everyone, famously known as the best bargain resource for those of lesser means. No one had ever managed to convert such a realm into private property, but Lin Yi didn't care. He had locked the realm with his own skill and strength, so who could complain? Not happy. Too bad. Complaints changed nothing if you couldn't achieve the same feat. The best part? As the master of this decrepit town, Lin Yi could bypass any level restrictions and enter freely at will. This meant he could repeatedly re-enter the realm and grind for stats infinitely. His gaze fell on the remnants of the lich's body, where a brilliant orange column of light radiated mesmerizingly. Looks like my luck today isn't half bad. An orange tear drop, he muttered, approaching it to inspect. Name, Lich's forehead bone. Refinable, 0 out of 10. Type, Amulet, orange grade. Requirements, none bound. Traits, +1 mana regen per second. Undead won't attack unprovoked, +1 spell power. Skill, Cruelty Finger, guaranteed hit. Deals 500 times level times spell power, true damage. Consumes 30% mana. Description, a prized trophy of the lich, a symbol of glory. Absolute gem. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim aloud. Mana regeneration, more spell power, and a limitless burst damage skill? This was god-tier equipment for any magic-based class. Sure, the mana drain was harsh, but for someone like Lin Yi whose mana pool seemed infinite, it wasn't even a concern. After stowing the amulet away safely, Lin Yi initiated the realm's settlement process and exited swiftly. The mere thought of owning a personal secret realm filled him with anticipation. World announcement. Professional Lin Yi has successfully claimed ownership of the level 8 secret realm, Decrepit Town. The realm is now permanently locked. All present professionals within will be forcefully settled and teleported. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the globe. For new professionals in particular, it was a moment of utter disbelief. Wait, what? Who is this guy? Someone actually took over Decrepit Town? Isn't that the beginner's hub for healers to practice teamwork? Does he not fear being blacklisted by every healer in the world? Hold up, could he be a healer himself? Quick, we need every detail about Lin Yi ASAP. The global professional community was abuzz with chatter over this unfamiliar name. Meanwhile, in Shan City, an eerie stillness lingered for a brief moment. Inside the local profession square, Stunned individuals gawked at the massive system-wide announcement's holographic display, jaws hanging open. The calm lasted only seconds before an uproar erupted. Holy crap! Shan City's raising monsters now. A worldwide announcement? Did I read that wrong? Even SSS-ranked accomplishments didn't seem this insane. In one corner of the square, Kuju's team, now forcefully deported from the secret realm, stood in stunned silence amongst the commotion. The chaotic cries barely registered as the group stared blankly at each other. "You all saw it, right?" someone asked weakly. "Saw. Every bit," came the disheartened reply. "We were this close to making history. God damn it." Chin E, their paladin, slammed his fist in frustration, his expression grim. Kuju, however, had become utterly numb. Make history? The realm now belonged to someone else. Back at Shan City Experimental High School. "What did you say?" Chen Daosheng has already started working at the professional center as Zhang Zong's personal assistant. Principal Lu Yunxing stared dumbfounded across his office. Moments ago, he had been reminiscing about his conversation with Lin Yi just 2 days prior, when he'd tried convincing the expelled student to transfer in exchange for scholarships and extravagant resources. Had he misjudged entirely? Train. Lin Yi not only refused but turned the tables and made his own demands. To recruit Chen Daosheng, he proposed plainly, just one round in the secret realm together. At the time, Lu Yunxing thought Lin Yi was just arrogant beyond compare. Only now did he realize Lin Yi had every right to be. When the worldwide announcement dropped, the major professional universities went insane. Everyone was frantically searching for Lin Yi. Some admissions offices directly contacted Lu Yunxing, offering to relax their eligibility criteria if he could connect them to Lin Yi. And not just ordinary schools. We're talking about top-tier universities. If the deal went through, even Kuju could gain entrance without taking the exams. But just as Lu Yunxing was preparing to make his move, using Chen Daosheng as leverage for some goodwill, he discovered Lin Yi had already been snatched up in advance by the professional center. Not only that, but he'd been appointed as the assistant to the chief administrator. Lu Yunxing was utterly dumbfounded. That position, even someone in his circle would have to bow their head upon meeting its holder. Thinking back to the golden opportunity right before his eyes that he had personally let slip, he was filled with such bitterness that he smacked his thigh in regret. I leveled straight up to 9. Emerging from the ruined town, Lin Yi had surged 2 levels in a single run, reclaiming his position at the top of the Shanxing novice rankings. Originally, he thought he'd only hit level 8. But thanks to hidden achievements and slaying the Lich, he scored a massive haul of experience points and bulldozed his way to level 9. Leveling up twice in one secret realm. This kind of speed was simply absurd. For others, reaching from level 7 to 9 would take at least half a month. Secret realms were notoriously hard to clear, experience points tough to earn. Many were stuck below level 10 for their entire lives, eventually forced to abandon their path as professionals. Level 9 is good enough for now. I'll hold off for a few days. Lin Yi suppressed the urge to keep leveling up. He couldn't risk accidentally breaking into level 10 and missing the interdimensional rift surges he was waiting for. In his previous life, it was during those rift surges that Su Yaoyao had her turning point. Despite her A-class talent, she overtook Kuju with his SS-class talent to claim the title of Rookie King. Even in university, she continued to shine brightly. That was without a doubt a top-notch opportunity. At least a golden tier treasure, possibly even unique tier. Waiting a few days for such a reward was worth it. As for Kuju, in his past life, he'd been overshadowed by Su Yaoyao. This time, he'd be beneath both of them. Life's tough, huh? Still, SS-class talents were far too rare. If the opportunity arose, Lin Yi wouldn't hold back. Yaoyao, just drop it. We're no match for Lin Yi. Lu Jingjia's face was pale. A healer, clearing the abyssal secret realm solo, and even turning it into his personal domain. This was far from normal. He'd once planned to step on Lin Yi to climb higher. But after that global announcement, his delusions shattered. No woman was worth throwing his life away for. Provoking a powerhouse as unfathomable as Lin Yi? He wasn't that foolish. In fact, he was even thankful Lin Yi hadn't agreed to team up. Otherwise, he feared he'd have ended up just like Gao Wei. Su Yaoyao lowered her head, saying nothing. Are we really from completely different worlds? She muttered to herself, her voice full of unwillingness. She couldn't accept such a reality. Don't you have any idea how to deal with this? Her head snapped up as she glared at Lu Jingjie, her eyes so fierce they were almost terrifying. Lu Jingjie stumbled a step back, intimidated. He was about to deny having a plan when a thought suddenly hit him. Gao Lanlan. The moment the name escaped his lips, he regretted it. The Gao family had already locked down all news, making sure Gao Lanlan wouldn't hear a word about these events. Su Yaoyao's eyes immediately regained their sharp focus. She hated herself for forgetting someone so pivotal. After triggering the global announcement, Lin Yi had vanished for nearly 10 days. No announcements, no flashy actions. He even dropped out of the top 10 rankings altogether. It was as if he had disappeared from existence. Countless people arrived from all over hoping to meet him, only to leave disappointed. Speculation ran wild across the board. The wildest rumors claimed he'd died in the secret realm. Others suggested he'd offended someone powerful and been assassinated. Yet through it all, Lin Yi remained absent. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed, suspicion crossing his mind about who might be talking behind his back. He stashed his staff away and pulled out his phone. When the hell's the interdimensional surge going to happen? He'd been holed up in the ruined town for almost 10 days, grinding attributes. A message popped up from Li Fei. Lin Yi, the rift surge has started in the outer district. The Professionals Plaza is already on lockdown. Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted with interest. Finally, the past 10 days, he'd spent nearly all his time in the ruined town, using healing spells to grind. But he wasn't a machine. Even with unlimited access to the realm, he had to conserve his stamina and mental focus. His actual grinding time amounted to less than a third of what he could theoretically achieve. Besides, farming the same monsters over and over began producing diminishing returns. In theory, he could have kept going. But the further he pushed, the lower the payoff for his effort became. The past few days, grinding had turned into more of a way to pass the time rather than a serious endeavor. And now, finally, the moment he'd been waiting for had arrived. How big of a surge is it? Lin Yi asked, though he already had a hunch. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. It's said to be a level 10 secret realm riot. Even the city defense troops can't get in. They can only hold the line outside the portal, cleaning up the monsters, Li Fei quickly replied. The city defense troops were at least level 10, so a level 10 secret realm that denied their entry meant the problem was far worse than it seemed. Lin Yi understood what this entailed. Soon enough, the City Lord's mansion would summon all rookie professionals between level 5 and level 10 to suppress the riot. If you've taken the subsidies, you've got to put in the effort. Refusing wouldn't just ruin your reputation as a professional. It would cut off all alliance benefits from that point forward. Typically, rifts below level 10 were incredibly stable and almost never rioted. The few recorded cases in history had all been quelled by rookies of their respective eras, albeit at great cost. This wasn't a sudden, reckless decision. It had precedence. Rookie players were always sent in during these situations. I'll take it as a few days off, Lin Yi said casually. With the professional square closed and access to the secret realms suspended, there wasn't much else to do for now. Li Fei, already level 11, was above the cutoff. She would be sitting this one out. But your level makes it really dangerous. I'm worried they'll send you in, she said, frowning anxiously. Lin Yi gave her a reassuring smile. It's fine, don't worry about me. He had been waiting for this moment. By evening, the announcement came as expected. The City Lord's mansion issued a notice summoning all level 5 to level 10 professionals to gather at Professional Square immediately to neutralize the riot. The city of Shan erupted. Panic spread like wildfire. Secret realms that hadn't been cleared were all historical remnants of exceptionally dangerous high-grade rifts. If they were simple or manageable, they would have been cleared long ago and turned into stable training zones. For rookies, these rifts were nothing short of hell. Every level 10 and under riot in the past had come with catastrophic losses. Entire groups of new professionals had perished fighting to contain the chaos. What made this worse was the timing. It had been half a month since this year's awakening ceremony. The truly capable people had already surpassed level 10 by now. Those remaining were largely folks with mediocre talents and unremarkable progress. Sending them in to plug the gap in such a dangerous setting? The outcome was painfully predictable. But for those rookies standing in the square, staring at the swirling red portals before them, hesitation was not an option. Stepping back now meant giving up their future as professionals. Moreover, an unchecked riot would only escalate, becoming deadlier with each passing wave. Many settlements have been wiped off the map due to continuously worsening spatial rift riots. Everyone here understood, even if survival was a 1 in 10 chance, they had to step forward. If they somehow came out alive, their paths as professionals would open wide. Team of 4 looking for one more tank. Level 10 mage-led team. Need a physical DPS. Healer needed for level 10 group. The square was filled with frantic voices of people forming teams. Level 10 professionals were in the highest demand. Everyone wanted leaders with the greatest odds of ensuring survival. At the designated time, the city defense troops pulled back their barricades. In the center of the square, over 30 massive red portals flickered to life, glowing with an ominous radiance. Standing before the portals in full armor, the city lord boomed. The riot's interval phase has begun. If you are ready, enter immediately. The crowd surged forward. The portals all led to the same secret realm, but deposited teams in different areas within it. Lin Yi pulled the brim of his hat low, picked a random portal, and melted into the throng of rookie professionals flooding through. Nearby, Su Yaoyao and Lu Jingjia's team stood waiting. Su Yaoyao glanced toward the portals ahead and suddenly froze. A familiar figure had caught her eye. When the figure turned slightly, her face paled dramatically. Lin Yi. Several heads around her turned toward the direction of her gaze. Lu Jingjia grabbed her wrist, his face twisting in anger. Are you insane? He's been dead for days. Su Yaoyao looked back again, but the figure had already stepped through the portal, disappearing into the void. The spot he had occupied was empty. Did I imagine it? She mumbled, her voice trembling. But deep down, both she and Lu Jingjia understood. 10 days ago, under Su Yaoyao's insistence, Lu Jingjia had reached out to Gao Lanlan. By the next day, Lin Yi had completely vanished. Did Gao Lanlan's people deal with him? There was no confirmation. But realistically, who else could it have been? This was a matter neither Su Yaoyao nor Lu Jingjia wanted to ever dig up again. It would remain buried in their minds forever. Let's go. This riot is a disaster for most people, but it's an opportunity for us, Lu Jingjia said, excitement flickering in his eyes. Both he and Su Yaoyao were level 10 professionals. They had confidence that, with their skills, they would exit the secret realm alive. Su Yaoyao steadied herself and nodded. She was already level 10 and had endless potential ahead. With a strong performance in suppressing this riot, she could even earn bonus points on her university entrance exams. And once she got into a prestigious school, her life would completely turn around. As for Lin Yi, he was stuck at level 9 10 days ago, doomed to failure. He was as good as dead. Lin Yi reined in the swirling emotions within him and focused. First things first, he muttered to himself. If Su Yaoyao crossed his path in the secret realm, he wouldn't mind sending her to join Gao Wei personally. All around him, rookie professionals moved purposefully in small groups, each one working together to increase their odds of survival. Soloing in this realm was tantamount to suicide. The chaotic secret realm resembled an urban wasteland. Crumbling streets, rusting metal fixtures, and a pervasive air of desolation painted a grim atmosphere. This was entirely unfamiliar terrain to Lin Yi. In his previous life, he hadn't known a single detail about this riot. He had been too weak then. He wasn't even qualified to participate. He only heard of the horror secondhand, a riot so fierce that only 1 in 10 rookies survived. In the end, it had taken reinforcements from neighboring cities' stronger professionals to forcibly subdue the calamity. And now, he had personally stepped into this place. The flesh-devouring abyss. Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle under his breath. This was a calamity-level dimensional space caused by the flesh demon god. The environment would perfectly replicate reality, but everywhere one turned, there were flesh beasts. These beasts feasted on any trespassers with a frenzied savagery. What was even more terrifying was the nature of the dimension itself. Every attribute these beasts consumed would gather toward the core, the flesh seed. Eventually, it would nurture a peerless monster, impossible to defeat. If no one managed to clear this dimensional rift within a month, the overfed flesh seed would return to its origin body with an explosion of enhanced attributes, and the entire area would become a permanent danger zone. The only way to break the flesh-devouring abyss was to locate the hidden flesh seed as quickly as possible and kill it before it consumed too much. Sending large teams of adventurers inside as cannon fodder was a mistake of disastrous proportions. It would only feed the monster until it became invincible. It was only now Lin Yi understood that Shan's city was encountering the flesh-devouring abyss for the very first time. No wonder the casualties were so horrifying. This was the newborn flesh demon god's first strike against humanity, and it had cunningly chosen to strike during the most chaotic phase, the 2 weeks after Awakening Day, when rookies were still finding their footing. At that time, no one knew how to counteract this catastrophe. The city's lord had been punished for his failure, but to be fair, could anyone else have handled it better? Who could have anticipated this wasn't a mere outbreak, but a calculated probe by the demon god? What a coincidence, Lin Yi murmured, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. He had just been grinding attributes for 10 days straight in the ruined town, and the newborn flesh demon god's debut of destruction? It had the misfortune of running into him, a true anomaly. When it came to stats, Lin Yi had never been afraid of anyone. Someone approached him then, asking if he wanted to join a team. Lin Yi flatly rejected the offer. The man seemed like he wanted to argue but was tugged back by his own teammates. Lin Yi glanced at him, then casually handed over a potion bottle. "This," he said coolly. "Put it on yourself if you run into something life-threatening. It might save you." The man looked uncertain as he accepted the vial. Pulling his hat low over his face, Lin Yi turned and walked away. Whether it ends up useful or not depends on fate. When the time of reckoning came, Lin Yi silently hoped the man would remember what he'd given him. But as soon as Lin Yi was out of earshot, the group broke into laughter as they surrounded their teammate. "A stench potion? Seriously? That's supposed to save your life? If you slather that stuff on, how do you expect anyone to take you seriously? You dare put that on, we're leaving you behind for sure." The ridicule was relentless, but the man in question frowned, deep in thought. "Hey, don't you think that guy seemed kind of familiar?" Though still murmuring to himself, he tucked the potion into his storage bag without further comment. The stench potion, truthfully, it was a niche and often overlooked item. It produced a pungent, nauseating odor when applied, and was typically used to either repel or bait monsters with sharp senses. Putting it on oneself? That was absurd, at least for a rookie. But what if the entire team found itself surrounded by ravenous flesh beasts? Smearing yourself with that vile concoction would make you the least appetizing target in the room. After all, why gnaw on a piece of rotting meat when there was fresh flesh nearby? Leaving the crowd behind, Lin Yi slipped into the shadows and began his mission. 5 mechanical ravens soared into the sky, spreading out in different directions. Their visual feeds were synced with Lin Yi's vision, allowing him a bird's-eye view of the disaster site. Thanks to the enhancements he had crafted through wide-area spell modifications, his control radius extended a full kilometer, far beyond the average mechanical technician's capabilities. Unfortunately, there was still a limit to how many constructs he could manage with precision. For now, 6 mechanical puppets were his upper threshold. From the Raven's vantage point, Lin Yi overlooked the town in its entirety. Light beams rose sporadically throughout the city. Green, blue, purple, and even one orange beacon standing out prominently. Each beam represented genuine treasures. "Well, aren't they generous?" Lin Yi muttered, lips curling into a grim smile. The flesh demon god didn't hold back when baiting victims into its trap. "It's your turn," Lin Yi whispered, patting the treasure-seeking rodent perched on his shoulder. Using the ravens to scout the area, Lin Yi discovered plenty of valuable items scattered around. But that only confirmed his suspicions. This was the demon god's hallmark scheme. The treasures were real, but taking them didn't mean you'd live to enjoy them. You eyed its riches, while it eyed your life. No gold tier loot at all. Lin Yi frowned, scanning the entire cityscape. The highest grade item he saw was the single orange tier treasure, and even that was unremarkable. Not a trace of red tier, and certainly no hint of anything gold tier. "What exactly did Su Yaoyao take in her last life?" he muttered, unease creeping into his chest. On the surface, these drops weren't enough to explain how she had skyrocketed in ability. Had she struck a deal with the demon god? A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. It wasn't unheard of. People working for the demon god as sleeper agents in the human world had long been public knowledge. But Su Yaoyao? That was a twist he hadn't considered. No wonder she had disappeared so mysteriously in her previous life. Whether it was the Adventurers Guild rooting her out or the demon god's power devouring her from within, her fate had been sealed. In retrospect, her downfall had been inevitable. What an idiot. The rumors of Lin Ye's death in his past life had never included accusations of him being one of the demon god's pawns. That wasn't surprising. After all, healers wielded holy light, a power that the demon god detested. Su Yaoyao, on the other hand, had been truly foolish. She gained incredible strength by colluding with the demon god, but lacked the caution to lie low. Her arrogance was as good as broadcasting a sign that she wasn't clean. The consequences were predictable. Either the Adventurers Guild annihilated her, or the demon god's contradictory forces consumed her. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's mind sharpened with a newfound clarity. Get through the upcoming battle. Besides, the real trouble isn't these blood-flesh beasts in front of us. It's the blood-flesh fiend that's about to appear. As Lin Yi moved through the town, he took an extra precaution. Releasing a mechanical raven, he sent it to scout Su Yaoyao's location. Demons had a knack for picking potential contractors from among humans, and some of those chosen were even regarded as paragons of virtue. But Su Yaoyao was different. She was chosen based purely on raw ability. Unfortunately, her intelligence didn't match her strength. She squandered every advantage she had. The flesh demon was already a force to be reckoned with. To become one of its earliest lieutenants during its infancy was an opportunity that could have elevated her to a powerful demon lord in the future. But Su Yaoyao screwed it all up. After activating his mechanical companion, Lin Yi gripped his staff and walked out into the eerie streets. A gust of wind carried the heavy stench of blood, hitting him full on. The sides of the road were stained with vomit. The town itself was an unsettling sight. Where one might expect cobwebs underneath the layers of rust, there were instead membranes of flesh and sinew. Lin Yi attached his only spatial pouch to his treasure-hunting rat, instructing it to head out and secure the high-value loot. Green-tier treasures weren't worth his time. The faint green glow at the street corner ahead to his left? Completely ignored. His priority now was finding the source of the flesh demon infestation and exterminating it. If too many rookies died in this abnormal space, the town's governor would inevitably face impeachment. And the one most likely to rise to his position? Gao Hemming. Given the long-standing animosity between Lin Yi and the Gao family, Lin Yi wouldn't grant them the slightest chance to gain the upper hand. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the sound of footsteps caught his attention from behind. There's treasure up ahead. A woman's voice rang out with excitement. Lin Yi arched an eyebrow. That voice sounded oddly familiar. It seemed to belong to Diane, the elder of a pair of twins he'd once encountered while helping Li Fei complete a mission. There's someone ahead, someone from the group called out. So what? He's just standing there, not daring to make a move for the treasure. Let's take it, Diane declared confidently. Her companions immediately chimed in agreement. Yeah, let's grab it. The group surged forward, ignoring Lin Yi entirely. Lin Yi, uninterested in the commotion, turned away. For a mere green-tier treasure? Wouldn't waste another second. To them, his retreat was a sign of submission. The group rushed to the glowing prize at the street corner, exhilarated. They hadn't even been in this abnormal space long, and already, treasure was practically falling into their laps. If green-tier loot came this easily, what might the future hold? Blue tier, or even purple? Diane reached her hand out eagerly to claim it. The next moment, a thunderous roar exploded from the shadows. A hulking black figure charged out of the alley, sending their healer flying with a bone-crunching impact. Before they could react, two more creatures emerged, rushing towards the rest of the group. Lin Yi didn't need to turn around to realize they were flesh beasts. 3 meters tall, built like monstrous apes, their exposed sinewy muscles glistened. Gaping bloody maws filled with jagged teeth made them look 100 times more terrifying and deadly than goblins. The 5 adventurers stood frozen in terror. The healer, the first to be attacked, was torn apart in seconds. Their health points dropped to 0 as their severed arm flew through the air in a bloody arc. Even if they survived the encounter, they'd face permanent debilitation. This was entirely beyond their level of comprehension. Lin Yi didn't even glance back. Snatching treasure without assessing the environment? Did they really think this abnormal space was some kind of charity? Not every treasure had a hidden trap or ambush. But clearly, today wasn't their lucky day. Hey, you up ahead. Come back and help us. Diane screamed desperately. No response. Gritting her teeth, she barked orders to her companions. Rush them. Lead the monsters towards him. Force him to fight. In a life-or-death struggle, Diane didn't hesitate for a second to shift the danger onto someone else. Survival came first. Morality was an afterthought. From behind came more shouting and the frantic scuffle of running feet. Lin Yi paused mid-step but quickly stilled himself. He hadn't intended to involve himself, but since trouble was coming for him anyway, there was no need to avoid it anymore. The moment the group saw Lin Yi stop, their faces lit up with desperate hope. Save us. Please, Diane screamed, her voice hoarse. But as her eyes fell on Lin Yi's face, she froze in her tracks. Lin Yi? You're not dead? She blurted in disbelief. Shock quickly gave way to elation. If Lin Yi was alive, then they stood a chance. She had first-hand experience with his healing abilities. And with their healer now gone, they were in dire need of one. The rest of the group's spirits lifted. Lin Yi, help us. Let's clear this abnormal space together. In response, Lin Yi calmly reached into his pouch and tossed several vials onto the ground. Bang! Bang! A few sharp impacts later, liquid slicked across the pavement. Diane, leading the charge, stepped right into the slippery mess and fell flat on her back with a yelp. Her companions, unable to stop in time, crashed into each other and toppled like dominoes. That's when they realized it was oil. The lifeline they thought they'd grasped had instead shoved them further toward doom. This fall effectively sealed their fate. Without a healer, they stood no chance of surviving the flesh beasts. Amidst the chaos, one of the towering creatures lunged at Lin Yi. Diane screamed in desperation, "Heal us. Help us fight these things. There's still a chance if we work together. We'll forget what happened earlier." Without a word, Lin Yi raised a hand. A streak of red lightning sparked from his fingertips, blazing across the battlefield. The flesh beast exploded instantly, its gory remains scattering in every direction. The group was dumbstruck. Wasn't Lin Yi a healer? How was he capable of instantly obliterating a deep abyss elite monster with a simple motion? But Lin Yi didn't bother to explain. Turning away, he walked further into the town's chaotic depths without sparing another glance. This team was beyond saving. Without a healer, they wouldn't survive the next encounter. And they were fools to think the flesh beasts were the real danger. The blood-curdling nightmare of the flesh demon's spawn was yet to come. We're all going to die. Su Yaoyao's voice was as cold as frost. The tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Lu Zhengjia had vanished without a trace. Her trembling hands gripped the weapon tightly, a streak of blood sliding down her pale cheek, dyeing her hands bright red. From higher ground, Lin Yi observed the scene silently, his brows furrowing slightly. The mechanical crow's feedback resounded clearly in his mind. That icy, resolute expression she wore now was a far cry from the innocent and carefree Su Yaoyao he remembered. In just a few short days, the girl who had once been as delicate as a flower had transformed into a warrior shrouded in murderous intent. Her composure in the face of bloodthirsty beasts even earned Lin Yi's silent nod of approval. But he also knew the cost of such composure. And that cost was brutal, perhaps even irreversible. Yao Yao? So many professional squads couldn't hold out. What's the point of going it alone? Lu Jingjia's voice cracked into a desperate yell. In the end, everyone will die. You, me, them. No one is an exception. Shut up. Su Yaoyao bit her lip, her voice low and firm. Only cowards complain about fate. I won't sit here waiting for death to come. Before she could finish her words, the piercing screech of a blood beast echoed through the ruins. The ground quaked under the weight of its heavy footsteps. New threats were already closing in on their position. Lin Yi took a deep breath and drew a long sword from his waist, its blade shimmering faintly with a blue hue. He didn't move hastily. The mechanical crow was still patrolling the area, scouting the depths beyond. The hierarchy of life in this spatial anomaly was clear-cut. Hunting these low-level blood beasts was a waste of time. His target was always far greater. But the scattered remains, the anguished cries, the stench of despair, they struck his nerves relentlessly, like waves battering an eroded cliff. And above all, Su Yaoyao's figure, her once familiar silhouette, was like a splinter lodged deep in his heart. Enough. No more waiting. Without hesitation, Lin Yi strode toward the source of the sounds. Moments later, the battlefield came into full view. Su Yaoyao and Lu Jingjie were cornered by three blood beasts. The clash of flesh against steel and the beasts' vicious growls melded into a deafening cacophony. Su Yaoyao was already on her last legs. For all her talent, exhaustion and stress were breaking down her focus. Another round, and she'd be nothing more than another corpse in the ruins. Lu Jingjie fared even worse. His long-standing role as a team support player had left him helpless when confronting terror alone. As expected, waltzing straight into death, Lin Yi muttered with a faint snort, his sword gleaming as he raised it high. A sharp whistle sliced through the air. A streak of silver flashed like lightning, piercing into a blood beast's eye. The first beast howled in agony and staggered back, while the other two instantly turned, shifting their attention to the new attacker. Lin Yi. Su Yaoyao instantly recognized him, yet there was no relief in her tone, just tension. Still remember me? Lin Yi smirked faintly, the cold gleam of his blade reflecting in his eyes. You? How are you? Su Yaoyao's lips trembled as if she wanted to ask something, but before the words could escape, Lin Yi moved faster. With a single, fluid strike, he felled the second blood beast. The sword in his hand gleamed like a shooting star, dazzling, yet exuding a deadly frost. Save it for later, don't get distracted, he said curtly, not even sparing her a glance. If you can't handle trash like this, don't think you'll survive till tomorrow. Su Yaoyao froze, suddenly realizing that the Lin Yi she had once known no longer existed. This version of him seemed to have learned to never look back. Within 30 seconds, the third blood beast fell under their combined assault. I've marked the tracker and mapped the spatial routes. It's pointless wasting time here. We need to find the core. Lin Yi didn't wait, dismissively sheathing his sword. He neither looked at Su Yaoyao nor bothered engaging with Lu Jingjie, tossing out his words before turning to leave. Lin Yi. Su Yaoyao took a deep breath, summoning her voice to call out to him again. There was a trembling complexity in her tone. I have one question. I need to ask you. Save it for the next time you manage to survive. Lin Yi's voice was detached as his figure disappeared into the encroaching shadows. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood. Su Yaoyao stood there, wavering, her unspoken words swallowed by silence. The streets grew eerily quiet, but the roar of the spatial rift grew louder, more feverish. Lin Yi gripped the updated map from the mechanical crow, striding purposefully toward the core of the inner city. There, the slaughter was about to begin. We're all going to die, Su Yaoyao said in a trembling voice, but her eyes gleamed with an unsettling excitement. She knew very well, by guiding the flesh devourer to consume other professionals, she could endlessly increase her own power. Over the course of their journey, her stats had skyrocketed by nearly 1,000 points. Even if she could only retain 1% of that, it would still be astonishing. And that wasn't even counting the divine treasures bestowed upon her by the demon god. Her so-called teammates? They were nothing but sustenance for her ambitions. Don't overthink it. We're just doing this to survive. She leaned in close to Lu Jingjie's ear, her voice soft and persuasive. As long as you keep your mouth shut, we can return to our old lives once we get out of here. Didn't you say you wanted to move in with me? Lu Jingjie nodded hurriedly, his resolve finally crumbling under her words. Su Yaoyao smiled, her lips curling upwards with satisfaction. Her thoughts drifted to Lin Yi. So what if he was strong? He still ended up dead. If she could devour everyone here, she would reach heights just as great, if not greater, than his. Of course, she also understood one crucial lesson. Flaunting your power too openly would only lead to your downfall. When she made it out of here, she vowed to lay low, cross the wrong person, and death would come knocking before you even realized how it happened. Come on, she said as she stood. There's another treasure waiting for us ahead. But haven't all the treasure spots you mentioned so far been empty? Lu Jingjie muttered, frustrated. Su Yaoyao sneered. That only means someone else got there before us. Her journey had yielded plenty of spatial pouches, though all from paupers with little of value. We move forward. There's an orange tier item up ahead. Afterward, we'll need to find food to feed these little ones. In a shadowy corner, a raven perched silently, its eyes watching them intently. "No wonder I couldn't find the flesh seed," Lin Yi said as he watched the footage transmitted by the mechanical raven, realization dawning upon him. The flesh seed wasn't hiding, it was constantly moving. No wonder all his efforts scouring the town's buildings had been in vain. It was the raven trailing Su Yaoyao that had finally uncovered the truth. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed in newfound comprehension. So that's how the so-called experts from his previous life had so easily sealed the devouring domain. The boss wasn't stationary, it had already fled. Simply surviving until the timer ran out would cause the domain to vanish on its own. "Su Yaoyao," Lin Yi murmured, "you're the real boss of this domain." Around him, the decayed town was overrun with pulsating tendrils of flesh covering the buildings, while grotesque flesh beasts roamed the streets, ruthlessly slaying any professionals who ventured too close. In a narrow alley, a small shadow darted swiftly along the ground. The mouse-sized figure paused at a street corner, confirming the area was clear before darting out again. Finally, it stopped at an intersection where an orange beam of light pierced the sky. This was a rare orange tier item, enough to drive any professional into a frenzy. And it was the mechanical mouse's goal. The problem was the flesh beasts prowling the intersection. If it were discovered, it would be crushed into scrap in an instant. Fortunately, the little mouse was a mechanical construct, and the beast seemed unaware of its presence. Sticking close to the ground, the tiny automaton tensed, patiently waiting for its teammates to create a distraction. That moment came when a loud caw echoed from a nearby building. The raven's abrupt cry startled the flesh beasts, who all raised their heads in unison, scanning the skies for the source of the noise. None noticed as the tiny figure slipped past their feet, silent and swift. The mouse didn't even need to touch the glowing orange pillar. As soon as it was within 10 meters, the light faded instantly. The mechanical mouse's pickup range was a generous 10 meters. Its mission complete, it darted back across the street, retreating as quickly as it had arrived. The lumbering flesh beasts, still craning their necks skyward, remained blissfully unaware that the treasure they had been guarding had just been stolen. How ridiculously stupid! A cold chuckle broke the silence from the opposite end of the street. Su Yaoyao and Lu Jingjie arrived just in time to see the last of the orange light vanish. So these beasts were actually serious about guarding treasures? No wonder the loot from earlier locations had vanished. It had been stolen right from under their noses. That mechanical mouse went that way. Lu Jingjie pointed, his voice tinged with urgency. They had clearly seen a small mechanical mouse darting through the intersection, its departure marking the disappearance of the orange light. The treasure had obviously been taken. Not bad, Su Yaoyao murmured, frowning slightly. That must be the work of a skilled mechanist. In her mind, she ran through the list of new talents this year. No one stood out as capable of such precision. To pull off an operation like this, the mechanist had to be controlling at least two constructs simultaneously with impeccable timing. Such precise manipulation wasn't the work of a nobody. A talented mechanist could be a game changer in any team. Fearless constructs could serve as frontline tanks during critical moments, buying precious time for the team. Someone skilled enough to execute such fine control would significantly expand a squad's tactical options. They'd be a hot commodity for any team. Yao Yao, Lu Jingjie called hesitantly. Su Yaoyao glanced at him, her expression cold but calculating. "Let's go. We're catching up to it. If that mechanist can be of use to me, I'll keep them." Lu Jingjie nodded quickly, following closely as they pressed forward, weaving through the streets teeming with flesh beasts. The street corner. Lin Yi followed the trail left by the tiny mouse. As he reached the opposite end of the street, he saw the little mouse come to a halt under the faint glow of a battered street lamp. In front of it stood a man. The mouse climbed up his pant leg and settled on his shoulder. "It's the mechanic," Lu Jingjie blurted out. But when his gaze fell on the man's face, he froze in place. Lin Yi? Weren't you killed by Gao Lanlan?" Su Yaoyao was equally stunned. Lin Yi was alive. And what's more, his mastery of puppetry had reached an extraordinary level. Just that swift move with the mouse alone had already outclassed most mechanics. Gao Lanlan. Lin Yi frowned. He couldn't comprehend why Lu Jingjie would suddenly bring up that name. It only took him a moment, though, to piece things together. Lu Jingjie, Being the most well-born among Su Yaoyao's followers, likely had ties to the Gao family. It wouldn't be surprising if he had been encouraged by Su Yaoyao to relay the news of Gao Wei's death to Gao Lanlan. Lin Yi hadn't shown his face for the past 10 days. Naturally, they assumed Gao Lanlan had taken care of him. Seeing him alive now? It must have been a shock. Given Gao Lanlan's prowess, killing a novice like him should have been child's play. The thought amused Lin Yi. Gao Lanlan probably had no idea that she'd already been framed as a murderer. But it didn't matter. When he had agreed to accompany Gao Wei into the secret realm, he had already prepared himself for the reprisals. You fool. Su Yaoyao's expression darkened. Her reaction only confirmed their guilt. It was as good as admitting they'd snitched on him. She had hoped to recruit Lin Yi to her side, but this revelation burned any chance of reconciliation to ashes. Attack! Lu Xingjie snapped out of his daze, drawing his blade and lunging at Lin Yi. Lin Yi calmly raised a hand and pointed. A streak of crimson lightning tore through the street, striking in the blink of an eye. Lu Xingjie's health bar dropped to 0 instantly. He felt a chill spread through his body, his mind utterly blank. How could this be? Defeated in a single strike? Useless. Su Yaoyao gritted her teeth and advanced. Yaoyao, be careful. Before he could finish the sentence, Lu Xingjie saw something that left him utterly paralyzed. Su Yaoyao's body began to swell grotesquely. Her clothes shredded apart, her skin split open, and her flesh unraveled like a grotesque flower blooming in reverse. In just a few steps, she morphed from a delicate girl into a grotesque, 3-story-tall monstrosity of flesh and sinew. Lu Xingjie's eyes widened, his legs buckled, and he pissed himself out of pure terror. The woman who had whispered sweetly in his ear about moving in together just moments ago had turned into this? Lin Yi, are you afraid? Do you regret humiliating me now? The voice, still sultry, dripped from her monstrous form, sending icy tendrils of unease crawling under the listener's skin. The contrast was too stark. Watching the object of his adoration become something so horrifically warped, Lu Xingjie's eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. Lin Yi, however, merely sighed. Su Yaoyao's personality was as flawed as her newfound form was monstrous. If it weren't for her pretty face, she wouldn't have had so many people throwing themselves at her feet. In his previous life, he too had fallen for that face, suffering greatly because of it. Now, looking at her grotesque, nightmarish form, he felt that perhaps this was a more accurate reflection of who she truly was. Greedy, jealous, arrogant. Her true self was written all over her face. Scared stiff, aren't you? She mocked, delighted by Lin Yi's stillness. But Lin Yi's gaze was cold and detached, carrying neither fear nor dread, only a faint trace of pity. That single look was enough to ignite a firestorm of fury within Su Yaoyao. You're courting death, she roared, her massive, fleshy fists swinging down like a collapsing mountain. Lin Yi stepped forward, meeting her head-on with a simple punch. The impact resonated like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves across the street. Windows shattered, the pavement quaked, and the entire city seemed to tremble in response. Lin Yi's feet sank into the ground from the force. Yet Su Yaoyao was sent staggering backward, eventually collapsing heavily atop a mangled pile of corpses. This can't be, she murmured in disbelief, her confidence dashed into pieces by a single blow. At that moment, Lin Yi exuded an aura so overwhelming it seemed to bleed into the air, as though he were a demon god surveying his domain. Though smaller in size, he towered over her in presence. Saying nothing more, Lin Yi raised his staff. A cascade of radiant skills activated in succession, unleashing holy light that bathed the streets in brilliance. The grotesque monster Su Yaoyao had become disintegrated under the onslaught, her warped form crumbling to reveal her original body, which lay limp on the ground, drenched in blood and trembling with despair. A final smite finished her, draining her last vestiges of health. As her energy waned and she reverted to human form, her eyes widened in sheer terror, fixed on Lin Yi. You must have made a pact with a demon god. She couldn't believe it. It was the only explanation that made sense to her for Lin Yi's power. Lin Yi didn't waste his breath answering. The drastic cost of sustaining his enhanced state was pressing, and he preferred to conserve what energy remained. He strode forward, intent on ending her with a single strike of his staff. Just as he raised it, a voice suddenly emerged, stopping him in his tracks. "Human, who's behind you?" The words didn't come from Su Yaoyao's mouth. A pulsing lump of flesh, resembling a grotesque heart, tore itself free from her chest and floated into the air in front of Lin Yi. A bloodborne parasite. Lin Yi immediately recognized it. He needed to destroy it. Only then could this nightmare truly end. "Regardless of whatever demon god you worship, my power will suit you far better," the parasite offered, its tone seductive yet commanding. "No, no, I'm your contractee," Su Yaoyao shrieked, her voice splitting with desperation. The parasite, however, ignored her pleas. Instead, it extended a token of goodwill toward Lin Yi. "If you form a pact with me, this will be yours." What floated before him was a vivid scarlet, four-leaf clover, veined with crimson. Su Yaoyao had completely lost her mind, clawing desperately to snatch it, only to be dragged away by the flesh beast. Her blood-curdling screams tore through the air. Lin Yi didn't spare her a glance. His eyes were locked firmly on that four-leaf clover. The sacrificial four-leaf clover, able to cleanse, to exchange attributes for an intense burst of luck in a short span of time. Most importantly, cleansing it could lift the demon god's curse. Lin Yi slowly raised his eyes to the heart with a gaping mouth. He didn't utter a single word. The staff in his hand fell. The spell of divine retribution descended with a thunderous roar. The flesh spawn was torn apart by the holy light. "You'll regret this," came a cold whisper, dissipating in the wind near his ears. And then, a system-wide announcement erupted in front of everyone like a bomb. "Lin Yi has shattered the flesh spawn, successfully conquering the flesh-eating abyss, demon god space, level 10. As soon as the announcement ended, all the flesh beasts within the otherworldly space froze. A second later, they collapsed in place and disintegrated. The layers of blood-stained rust covering the town peeled away into ash, scattering into the wind. Everything suddenly went silent. "It's over. It's really over. I want to go home. I want to go home. I actually survived this." The survivors in the town collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted and bearing the dazed expressions of those who had just clawed their way out of hell. The brutality of the demon god's space far exceeded their darkest imaginations. If secret realms were cruel games, this place was a genuine death spiral. Some of them couldn't tear their eyes away from the announcement, their faces marked with shock. "Lin Yi? He's still alive. Wait, is it that Lin Yi? He saved us. That man saved every single one of us. This life we kept, it's his gift." A commotion rippled through the streets and alleys. Truthfully, everyone who had survived had already been pushed to their absolute limit. They might have still been on their feet, still engaging in combat, but deep down, they were all aware. Dragging this out longer only meant certain death. Their potions, food, and spare gear had almost run dry. At best, they could have lasted another half-day. No one had expected this place to turn out to be the demon god's space. They had come prepared as if it were just another ordinary pocket dimension. Instead, they had walked straight into hell itself. The outside world was equally in chaos. What? That was the demon god's space. And Lin Yi, he's alive? He cleared it? He actually cleared the demon god's space. Gone for 10 days, and now he drops a bombshell like this? The entire settlement of Shan City was in utter uproar. No one had seen it coming, that the source of this massive disturbance would be the most perilous realm of all, the demon god's space. And even fewer would have dreamed that Lin Yi, thought by all to have perished long ago, would return in such a mind-shattering way, one that proclaimed to the world, he was still here. And now, he was more terrifyingly powerful than ever before. At the Vocationalist Plaza, the entryways had been sealed, and unqualified newcomers had been sent back to their respective schools. When the news spread, the very first eruption of disbelief occurred at Shan City First High School. After all, this was Lin Yi's alma mater. Though Lin Yi had graduated from First High years ago, many students and teachers there still knew him. Yet at this moment, the initial shock across the campus swiftly gave way to a heavy silence. Starting from the same point, yet someone had already risen to such impossible heights. Most of them, however, hadn't even reached level 5. The gap was soul-crushingly obvious, a cruel reality that left their hearts cold. Some couldn't help but fantasize. If they'd built a better relationship with Lin Yi early on, would their fates have turned out different? But such opportunities, it was long past too late for that. At Shan City Experimental High School, Class 1, the class where Kuju studied, was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yi isn't dead? Then Kuju's first rank. First rank? It's as good as gone now. Who could have guessed he was still alive, let alone capable of making waves like this? These whispers only circulated when Kuju wasn't around. Yet even if unspoken aloud, the world announcement itself laid the truth bare. In the principal's office, Lu Yunxing's face was grim. Across from him, Kuju sat with her head bowed low, frustration and complexity emanating from her tense expression. Principal Lu, I'm afraid we'll have to put the early admissions slot on hold for now, Teacher Liang said as she rose to her feet. But we just finalized the terms, Lu Yunxing pressed, forcing a tight smile. The conditions were clear. Kuju must crown herself Shan City's rookie king. But now, Liang held out her hands, sighing bitterly. The reason needed no further explanation. Lin Yi was alive, and out of nowhere, he had become the headline news across the entire magical vocational sphere. Kuju's talent is unmatched, even within your school. This admission slot would absolutely still be worth it, Lu Yunxing continued to argue. But Liang only let out another sigh before glancing at the young woman sitting silently next to them. Rules are rules. If she can't meet the criteria, the only path remaining is the standard college exam. I have faith she'll achieve an excellent score. Lu Yunxing had nothing left to say. Special admissions existed specifically for those who met the upper echelon's demanding conditions. And top-tier colleges? They were never short on prodigies. What they wanted were rookie kings. They wanted graduates who carried dazzling reputations, who entered their schools already basking in impressive feats. It saved them the effort of raising their own stars from scratch. In past years, with Kuju's caliber, that admissions slot would have been guaranteed. But her luck had run out. She'd unexpectedly crossed paths with a monstrous figure, a figure so rare that even the most elite settlements might only see one emerge every decade. After a moment of pondering, Teacher Liang added, unless you manage to reach the top 10 of the Champions Arena. If that happens, I believe I could secure you another slot. The top 10. Kuju repeated the words under her breath. The Champions Arena was a battlefield designed exclusively for professional-level vocationalists. What advantage could a healer like Lin Yi would have rushed to join the excitement, right? In a desolate plane of a different dimension, Gao Lanlan suddenly looked up, her cold eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Yi is still alive. In theory, once one stepped into these alternate dimensions, all connection to the outside world was severed. But world-level announcements were an exception. Every professional could receive the broadcast. She was no exception. Good. If he's alive, I'll personally kill him. She didn't care in the slightest whether Gao Wei had died by Lin Ye's hand. From the moment Gao Wei was doomed to never return, everyone in Gao Wei's party was as good as dead in her eyes. Lin Yi walking out alive from that secret realm was an unforgivable act in itself. Within the flesh-eating abyss, Lin Yi grasped the blood-colored four-leaf clover in his hand. This thing was a treasure to followers of the fleshling demon god, but for anyone else, it was a curse. Even touching it could bring disaster. No, that's mine. Su Yaoyao dragged her mangled body towards him. Half of her had already been devoured by one of the fleshly beasts, and her death was merely a matter of time. Lin Yi didn't bother sparing her even a glance. The moment he clenched the clover, he felt something watching him. You are now exposed to the gaze of the abyssal demon god. He remained indifferent. The cold, eerie voice echoed once again by his ears, trying to lure him into accepting its power. He completely ignored it. When seduction failed, the entity turned to threats. The next moment, a new status effect appeared on his system panel. Flesh-eating curse. Your attributes will continuously degrade until they reach 0. Death is inevitable. Lin Yi arched an eyebrow. Those who dawdled with the power of demon gods suffered tragic ends. Insanity or death were the only outcomes. Nothing less. And here he was, plunging headfirst into the fire on his own accord. This curse was incredibly vile, an agonizing poison that would silently chip away your attributes until nothing remained, leaving you to wait for death. That's the insidious nature of cursed objects. These things weren't exactly rare in the human world either. Their abilities were outrageous, but nobody walked away unscathed after using them. Once used, you were marked for life by a demon god's curse. Purification will require 100 spirit fragments. Lin Yi glanced at the cost and found it acceptable. Luck was a hidden attribute, one that didn't even show up on the system interface. Any item that could boost luck was exorbitantly expensive. The blood-colored four-leaf clover could drastically enhance luck within a short time frame. The price to pay? At least 10 points from your core attributes. But Lin Yi had no shortage of attributes. The only real downside was the curse of the fleshling demon god. Spending 100 spirit fragments to purify it? More than worth it. Purify. At his command, the blood-colored four-leaf clover suddenly glowed, crimson energy surging outward. As the light faded, a thread of blood-red aura was extracted. In the end, the once foreboding clover turned into a vibrant shade of green. Lin Yi immediately inspected it. The effects remained unchanged. Its category, however, was now labeled as special, unique, bound. Any mention of the demon god was gone. Though the item still required sacrificing attribute points for use, that price was negligible to him. Attributes? He could farm them endlessly if he wished. Others had to weigh the pros and cons. He didn't. As soon as the purification succeeded, faint murmurs whispered into his ears. The voice was angry now, furious, as though it was screaming obscenities. Lin Yi glanced at his status bar. The curse was still there. It seemed purifying a cursed object didn't automatically cleanse the curse affecting the person who used it. This was why the fleshling demon god could still rant at him from afar. But Lin Yi had already planned for this. He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a transparent vial. Inside was a golden liquid that shimmered faintly under the night sky. Holy water. He brought it back during an expedition to a ruined village. Originally, it was meant to clear a boss's status effects and lower its level of difficulty. At the appearance of the holy water, the whispers turned hysterical. Lin Yi smirked. The enemy was panicking now. He twisted the cap off the vial and poured the holy water directly over his head. The curse affecting you has been removed. The holy water from the innate secret realm carried an authority greater than that of the abyssal demon gods. No matter how powerful a demon god might be, they couldn't defy the deep rules of the abyss. The fleshling demon god was living proof. He could neither curse Lin Yi nor the clover until Lin Yi physically touched the cursed object. And since holy water could cleanse any status effect, naturally it could include the curses of demon gods. For rookies, this concept was difficult to grasp. But for someone like Lin Yi, who had braved the abyss before, it was common sense. Rules were rules. No one could bypass them. His problem resolved, Lin Yi turned his gaze ahead. Su Yaoyao had long since stopped breathing, her death agonizing and pitiful. Without hesitation, he turned and left. If he didn't leave, everyone else in the dimension would remain trapped until it collapsed on its own. Back at the job seekers' square in the city of Shan, Wei Tianfeng had been on edge the entire time. No one had expected that the chaos this time was triggered by a god-demon dimensional incursion. He could only hope that the casualties wouldn't be too severe. Otherwise, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. Wei Tianfeng had never intended to send children who had just awakened their powers into danger. But those below level 10 couldn't. Experienced professionals? Impossible to find. The lower-ranked ones were either commoners who had abandoned the path or rookies fresh out from this year. Almost nobody took a whole year to level up less than 10 times. Zhang Weiqi whispered softly, "Good thing we have Lin Yi." Wei Tiangang gave a bitter smile. Without Lin Yi, my career would be over. But the outcome was still uncertain. Gao Hemming was likely ready to make a scapegoat of him. He sighed heavily. This turmoil had come far too suddenly. But the decision had been his. If the casualties were severe, he would bear the burden. Just then, the portals on the profession square lit up simultaneously. All fell silent instantly, eyes glued to the expanding glow. As the light faded, figures began stepping out one by one. They were the survivors of the expedition into the otherworldly dimension. They're coming out. My son, where's my daughter? Ever since the announcement of Lin Yi breaking through the dimension, a flood of anxious parents had gathered at the square, clinging to hope for their loved ones. Others came simply to gawk at the spectacle. The portals vanished completely, and all the survivors emerged at last. The square erupted into chaos as they surveyed the pale, exhausted faces of the novices. The numbers don't seem to have dropped too much. Just over 100 lost. For casualties in a demon god class dimension, that's practically a miracle. For some, joy beyond words. For others, gut-wrenching sorrow. Parents clung to their children in tears, while others frantically searched the crowd in despair. Yet the fact that so many had survived such a deadly scenario was nothing short of extraordinary. And it was all because of one name. Lin Yi. Among the crowd were many who had come specifically for him. Lin Yi, welcome to Yinqing University. No exams required. The Blue Sea Guild offers you senior officer-level benefits. Full ride scholarship. Shanqing University awaits you. Offers came flying one after another, with benefits so enticing even the other students nearby turned green with envy. Any one of these opportunities would change a person's fate entirely. Just as the crowd's clamor reached a fever pitch, a serene healing light began radiating in the square. A boy wove through the throng, casting healing spells one after another. Thank you. Wait, you're Lin Yi? It's really Lin Yi. The torment-weary novices gradually regained their composure under the divine glow, their reddened eyes betraying their emotions. Lin Yi said nothing, focused entirely on helping the injured. Many couldn't hold back their sobs. To those novice adventurers, Lin Yi was their savior. Had it not been for him, not a single one of them would have walked out of the flesh-eater abyss alive. Even a delay of 30 minutes could have halved their numbers. The boisterous crowd gradually quieted. Even the loudest voices arguing to recruit him had fallen silent, left awkward and ashamed in contrast. While they had been focused on vying for Lin Yi's talents, he had been saving lives. The difference was stark. What a remarkable young man. City Lord Wei Tiangang muttered softly, sighing in admiration. The number of survivors far exceeded expectations, easing the burden he had carried. In his mind, this was entirely Lin Yi's achievement. Zhang Weiqi let out a teasing reprimand, but couldn't help nodding in agreement. Just then, luminous specks descended from the sky. At the square's center, an elder in a cyan robe raised his staff high. Lin Yi, I hereby bestow upon you the skill Feather of Holy Light, in recognition of your compassion and unparalleled responsibility. As his voice fell, the square erupted in commotion. A transferred skill was not something given lightly. When an individual bestowed such a skill, they lost it forever. These skills were often reserved for one's closest successors. But now, Lu Qingshan had given his without hesitation to Lin Yi. Zhang Weiqi and Wei Tiangang exchanged an incredulous glance. They were well aware of what Feather of Holy Light represented. Within the Holy Light Church, Feather of Holy Light carried weight far beyond its practical usage. Possessing that skill was almost synonymous with being eligible to rise to the rank of bishop. Lu Qingshan's gesture now was an unambiguous declaration, naming Lin Yi as his heir in full public view. Lin Yi raised his head, looking toward the robed elder in the crowd. His expression flickered briefly in surprise before softening with deep gratitude. He knew Lu Qingshan was a man who truly put others above himself, free from personal greed or ambition. And as someone who had lived a previous life as part of the church, Lin Yi understood better than anyone what Feather of Holy Light symbolized. Thank you, Archbishop Lu. Lin Yi bowed deeply, his gesture solemn and heartfelt. The next moment, celestial light descended, coalescing into an enigmatic sigil before merging into Lin Yi's forehead. You have acquired the skill, Feather of Holy Light, Inheritance. Feather of Holy Light. Within a 100-meter radius, summon descending holy light, restoring health to all and purging all negative statuses. Last 10 seconds. This was a group skill with percentage-based healing, a god-tier ability adaptable from novices to high-rank professions. The fearsome reputation of inheritance skills was well-earned. The only shortcoming was that its single-target healing couldn't match that of specialized healing spells. However, in large-scale scenarios, it was nearly unparalleled. Just like now, Lin Yi straightened his posture, tightened his grip on his staff, and closed his eyes. After a brief moment of gathering energy, he raised his staff high, the tip bursting into a blinding burst of light. Accompanied by a deep, resounding chime, countless golden feathers of light descended from the sky, blanketing the entire area like snow, merging into the bodies of everyone present. The warm power began to flow through all of them. The health of the injured immediately began to recover at a visible rate. Lu Qingshan's eyes sparkled with amazement, and he couldn't stop himself from blurting out in awe. Genius, what a genius! Such a complex skill, and he nailed it almost on the first try. His heart trembled with disbelief. Back when he first acquired this skill, he'd spent nearly half a day before barely managing to cast it. Yet Lin Yi, having just completed his inheritance, was able to execute it flawlessly right away. This level of innate talent for spellcasting was simply staggering. It wasn't just Lu Qingshan. Anyone present with any eye for talent had already realized that Lin Ye's aptitude for spellcasting was exceptional, to the point of being outrageous. Talent comes in two forms. The first is evident and measurable, awakening with panels and ratings that objectively determine its strength. The second is more elusive, an individual's comprehension and insight. Those with high insight learn skills faster, fight and cast spells more fluidly, and can even compensate for a lack of raw talent with precise technique and exceptional speed. The truly strong are invariably those who excel in both raw talent and insight. And Lin Ye's insight was off the charts. Amazing. He can use a newly learned skill just like that? Is this level of comprehension even humanly possible? I can't even get basic healing to cast in under 2 seconds, and he does it like it's nothing. If I compare myself to him, I might as well cry. The crowd was utterly stunned, as though they were witnessing a miracle unfold before their eyes. What a shame, though. Such insight, and he's a healer of all things. If he had chosen to be a mage instead, just the thought of it gives me chills. A mage casting every spell instantly? That's a monster, not a person. If that's the case, being a healer does seem like a waste. Waste? Compare this. One destroys the world as an archmage, while the other saves lives as a holy light guardian. Which one would you want as your teammate? I have both. A healer's skills rarely harmed human combatants, and even in monster fights, their damage couldn't compare to that of a mage. Lin Yi might, of course, be an exception, but in duels between professionals, he was naturally at a disadvantage. His skill set was limited. What could he possibly do to change that? It was at this moment that a group approached him. Among them was City Lord Wei Tiangang, who personally came forward alongside Zhang Weiqi. Jealousy filled the eyes of many onlookers. Figures of such high status were rarely, if ever, seen by the masses, even across a lifetime of effort. Yet Lin Yi, so young, was already standing before them. His starting point had already left his peers far behind. This time, we owe you everything, Wei Tiangang said with a mix of relief and lingering fear. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how many lives would have been lost. No matter how small the casualties, lives were lives. Yet, on official reports, they often became nothing more than cold, indifferent numbers. There was always a threshold for these numbers. Exceed that, and someone had to take responsibility. If not for Lin Ye's intervention, Wei Tiangang feared that even his role as City Lord might have been forfeit. You flatter me, City Lord Wei, Lin Yi replied modestly. It's only because the boss in the demonic god space was still in its growth phase when I encountered it, which made it manageable. Wei Tiangong's expression instantly shifted. Even Zhang Weiqi and the nearby officers of the city's defense forces wore looks of visible shock. A growth phase boss? If we hadn't dealt with it early, the consequences would have been unthinkable, Wei Tiangang muttered under his breath, cold sweat forming on his forehead. If a growth phase boss wasn't eliminated early, it would only grow stronger over time until it became an insurmountable threat. Lin Yi said nothing further. Still, in his heart, he was vividly aware. In the previous timeline, nearly no one had survived. By contrast, the current outcome, with just over 100 casualties, was nothing short of miraculous. City Lord Wei, perhaps Lin Yi could assist in the investigation of the demonic god space at the research center? A middle-aged man with a square face suddenly spoke. The moment Wei Tiangang saw him, he immediately stepped aside. Hello, I'm Qin Lang, from the Profession Alliance. The man introduced himself politely, though his keen eyes were already scrutinizing Lin Yi. He remembered this young man. Lin Yi had once been accused of trading unauthorized professional emblems, but the investigation had cleared him completely as it had been a false accusation. Unexpectedly, their paths had crossed again, this time under professional circumstances. Deputy Director Chin? Lin Yi glanced at the thick crowd surrounding him and realized there was no easy way out. All right, I'll go with you. The only way to leave without unnecessary trouble was to follow Qin Lang. The profession alliance symbolized authority, an embodiment of the world's rules themselves. Raising his hand to signal the crowd, Qin Lang led Lin Yi away. Several people attempted to interfere, but retreated immediately upon spotting the alliance emblem. Before long, Lin Yi entered a car and left Professional Square behind. So, Qin Lang began as the car moved. You happened to encounter something that had just been infused by blood flesh. Su Yaoyao, possessed by a demon seed, was able to resolve the matter so quickly. Qin Lang still found it hard to believe. The reason he had asked Lin Yi to come was not to interrogate him, but to investigate a completely new demonic plane called the Flesh-Eating Abyss. This suggested that a new demon god had been born in the abyss, something that had already drawn significant attention from the higher-ups. That's right, more or less. Lin Yi responded truthfully, though he left out some critical details. Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement. He had memories of Su Yaoyao as well. She had always been a scheming and malevolent girl who had inexplicably harbored animosity toward Lin Yi. It wasn't surprising that someone like her would accept the power of a demon god to seek revenge against Lin Yi. In truth, Lin Yi's explanation was virtually watertight. Thank you for your cooperation. As a reward, you can make one request. As long as it's not excessive, the Alliance will grant it, Qin Lang said, revealing another of his motives for bringing Lin Yi in, to extend an olive branch. Lin Yi wasn't surprised. The intelligence he provided could one day save countless professionals, so receiving a reward was only natural. In that case, I'd like a slot to participate in the Champions Battleground, Lin Yi said directly. The request caught Qin Lang off guard for a moment. Are you sure? Just one slot. To him, the demand seemed almost too modest. What else? Regular rewards don't interest me. If I asked for something big, it'd probably look greedy, Lin Yi explained with a nonchalant shrug. His confident tone made Qin Lang reevaluate him. Well, aren't you quite the bold one? Qin Lang chuckled. I'll report it for you. Lin Yi nodded gratefully. The Champions Battleground was entry by recommendation only. Pulling some strings wasn't hard, but Lin Yi also understood that favors owed were the hardest to repay. He had always believed in reciprocation. Treat him well, and he'll return the favor. Wrong him, and he'd have no obligation to save you from disaster. His actions wholly depended on how others chose to act. But Qin Lang was still somewhat puzzled. You're a healer. There's no need for you to go to the Champions Battleground. That arena was a bloodbath for professionals, not like exploring secret realms where healers could shine. No problem, Lin Yi said with a smile. I just don't want to leave any regrets in life. Qin Lang was momentarily stunned and then smiled back. The chance to compete alongside the most elite of his peers was indeed a rare opportunity. All right, I'll forward your request. In the boundless expanse of space, where runes hung like stars. He only asked for a slot, and here we thought anything we offered would be dismissed as lip service? Interesting. This young man is becoming increasingly intriguing. Each rune represented a level 100 powerhouse. Those gathered here weren't just influential military leaders, but also individuals at the pinnacle of their respective domains. Bold, I love it. I'm taking him in as my disciple. I'll be his sponsor. C2, you old dog. You already have a ton of disciples. Get in line. I share a connection with Lin Yi. The recommendation should be mine. Ridiculous. If anyone has a connection with him, it's me. Do me a favor and pass on this one. Do you hear yourself? You think your face is that valuable? Runes flickered in heated debate, a chaotic scene on the verge of boiling over. If they hadn't been virtual projections, they might have flipped the literal table just to claim Lin Yi's sponsorship. The ruckus was even livelier than planning for an all-out war. The reason was simple. Lin Yi was extraordinarily gifted and, critically, a healer. Whoever recruited him would essentially be betting on the future, a sure bet at that. Silence. A voice rang out from the highest seat, radiating authority. Instantly, the entire space fell silent. By the authority of the Alliance, grant him direct entry to the Champions Battleground. No sponsorship required. The decision caused visible resentment. but no one dared to object. Everyone understood the message in this move. No one was allowed to pull Lin Yi into their camp prematurely. Lin Yi had been clear. He wanted a place in the champions' battleground but remained unaffiliated. He didn't need a sponsor. Such a move was a deft sidestep from the pitfalls of factional politics. Smart, very smart. Additionally, make sure your disciples don't provoke Lin Yi. This time, the acquiescence came swiftly. The commanding tone was all too clear. Anyone who dared mess with Lin Yi would be challenging the higher-ups directly. The rise of a genius naturally threatened established interests. This declaration was a preemptive measure to mitigate conflict. That night, finally home, Lin Yi collapsed onto his sofa, letting out a long breath of relief. After 10 days away, he finally felt truly grounded. His gaze flicked to 6 surveillance feeds hovering before him. Through the mechanical Raven's real-time footage, he saw faint silhouettes lingering near the entrance to his residential community, in shadowed corners, and below his building. Some were stopped and interrogated, while others were outright turned away. These watchers were Qin Lang's people, discreetly placed to guard him. The reason? Most likely a directive from higher authorities to protect Lin Yi's safety. Of course, not all those intercepted had ill intentions. Many were local factions, university recruiters, guild representatives, and others seeking to recruit him. It was clear that some people just didn't want others pestering them. As expected, the only way out is to become famous, Lin Yi sighed softly. In this world, pretending to be low-key was useless. If you had no reputation, no one would even notice if you died in some back alley. When he vanished for those 10 days, who cared? But now that his name had spread, they'd even assigned secret sentries to watch over him. The saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is toppled by the wind, but more often than not, it simply meant you weren't strong enough yet. Time to sort through the spoils. This trip to the otherworldly space had been a jackpot for him. The flesh and blood demon god's 4-leaf clover, condensed from pure essence, was now in his hands. Along the way, he'd even swept up every valuable piece of gear in that space. The demon god really took a massive loss this time, practically coughing up blood. At this point, it was an all-out, no-holds-barred feud between the two of them. 13 blue-tier items, 2 purple-tier, 1 orange-tier, Lin Yi muttered, nodding in satisfaction. As expected of a demon god, the drop rates were insane. The quantity and quality completely obliterated the spoils from any sub-level 10 Abyss dungeon. Upon closer inspection, most of the gear was melee-oriented equipment for warriors. It made sense. The flesh and blood demon god primarily leaned into close combat. But who said a healer couldn't wield melee weapons? As long as the level and attributes matched, any class could wield anything. With his stats, level 10 equipment had no restrictions on him. Lin Yi lifted the orange-tier 2-handed warhammer, its menacing design gleaming in the light. His eyes lit up with uncontained excitement. Bringing this beast of a weapon to the champion's field? One swing, and who could survive? Who'd even be able to speak afterward? Lately, he felt he might have caught the seasonal flu. No high fever, but his head throbbed incessantly. It's flu season, after all. Everyone, make sure to wear a mask when heading out. Don't get careless. The crafting process to refine orange-tier gear burned through soul essence like crazy. It was an astronomically expensive undertaking. As for the massive 2-handed orange warhammer, Lin Yi simply left it untouched for now. Among the remainder of the loot, there was only one piece leaning towards spellcaster-type gear, a blue-tier mask called the Mystic's Visage. Name, Mystic's Visage, refinable, advancement progress, 0/3. Type, mask blue tier. Requirement, level 10, 60 points in spirit, consumes 1 mana per second while equipped. Trait 1, during spellcasting, randomly increases spell power by 0.1 to 1. Trait 2, marks the location of any spellcaster that targets you. The effect scales with higher spirit. Trait 3, chance to negate guaranteed hit, targeting. Probability increases with higher spirit. Description, originates from an alternate space, highly sensitive to energy fluctuations. Without considering the requirements, this mask would absolutely be top tier among blue tier gear. A random spell power increase of 0.1 to 1? Even at its worst, it offered a guaranteed bonus, and at its best, it doubled spell effectiveness. At the level 10 stage, This kind of boost was already beyond impressive. But what Lin Yi valued most were traits 2 and 3. The ability to mark a spellcaster who targeted him made ambushes backfire completely, arguably a godsend for survival. Even more critical was the chance to evade guaranteed hit skills. Most high-level skills came with guaranteed hit mechanics. Once locked in, there was no dodging them. For instance, back in the ruined town, the Lich's Finger of Death was one such move. It guaranteed a hit, and once it locked on, it was an instant kill. To counter that kind of skill, the only solution was to prevent the lock-on in the first place, cutting it off at the source. The problem, however, was that the mask's requirements were ridiculously high. A level 10 blue-tier gear needing 60 spirit points was already borderline absurd, and on top of that, it had a constant mana drain while equipped. Normal professions wouldn't dare use it. No matter how good it was, it could only serve as an emergency trump card. But for Lin Yi, this level of mana consumption was manageable. Let's see what happens if I refine it to purple tier. Out of all the gear he'd acquired, it was the only one that truly piqued his interest. Leaving it unrefined was simply unacceptable. 9 pieces of soul essence later, the mask was upgraded to purple tier. Trait 1's maximum spell power increase jumped from 1 to 2, and it gained a new trait. Trait 4 steals the target's state and applies it to the wearer. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This new trait was absolutely ruthless. The moment the mask reached purple tier, its value skyrocketed tenfold, if not more. Especially trait 4, which was downright sinister. Once he finished organizing his gear, Lin Yi went straight to rest. Starting tomorrow, he'd have no choice but to challenge dungeons designed for level 10 and above. That's because, from level 10 onward, dungeons marked a true turning point. Anything under level 10 was essentially a beginner's trial. Simple mechanics, minimal danger. But at level 10 and beyond, the real battles of a professional began. At this stage, not only did challenges become considerably harder, but large-scale dungeons also started to appear. No longer limited to parties of 5, the scale of battles, and the risks, multiplied exponentially. Thus, level 10 was the dividing line between a novice and a true professional. The next day, Lin Yi appeared at the professional square. For convenience, he went ahead and donned the mystic's visage. The bizarre-looking mask perfectly concealed his identity. Professionals wore all kinds of outlandish equipment, so no one found his appearance strange. No one even gave him a second glance. But today's square was significantly livelier than usual. Everywhere he looked, people were buzzing about a single name. Is Lin Yi the great recruiting today? Even if he is, could you afford to join him? My parents mortgaged their house. We're just waiting to join him again. Holy crap, that's insane. A large crowd was rapidly forming, abuzz with chatter. They wouldn't grind instances early. Instead, they'd gather in the plaza, anxiously waiting for announcements. Some people even gambled away everything they owned for a single slot. There were others from out of town who did nothing but wander through the crowd, looking for opportunities. Lin Yi weaved through the masses, indifferent. This time, he had no intention of forming a team. The top of the rookie leaderboard was still Kuju, level 14, sitting high above the rest. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had long been pushed out of the top 100. The leaderboard was ranked by experience, and even among players of the same level, dozens of ranks could separate them. Lin Yi, lagging behind by a full 4 levels, being left in the dust was only natural. I need to pick up the pace. He had wasted 10 invaluable days waiting for the carnivorous Otherworld instance to open. Any more delays, and he'd have to kiss the rookie leaderboard's top spot goodbye. And for that very reason, he decided. No more typical 5-man dungeons. They were a waste of time. Given his current stats, he'd long surpassed the requirements for them. Duplicating talents could wait. Leveling up was his top priority now. The best dungeon for efficient leveling. This one will do, Lin Yi muttered to himself. He glanced briefly at the throngs of players in the plaza, his decision made. The next moment, he vanished into thin air. A system notification rang out across the plaza like a bombshell. Lin Yi has activated the large-scale dungeon instance, Purify Stratholme, LV-15. Remaining slots this round, 1 out of 100. The crowd exploded instantly. Those who'd staked everything they had, even going so far as to mortgage their parents' houses in hopes of getting on Lin Yi's team, were devastated on the spot. A large-scale dungeon? Don't you need a team for that kind of raid? Screw whether it's large-scale or not. I'm jumping in too. Purify Stratholme? I'm in. But wait, isn't this a level 15 dungeon? I'm only level 12. Lin Yi dared to enter at level 10. What are you scared of at level 12? The once neglected dungeon suddenly became the hottest ticket in town. Countless players surged toward it as fast as they could, terrified they'd miss their chance. Purify Stratholme was a level 15 large-scale raid instance, requiring a full party to initiate the quest. It was usually desolate, with barely anyone willing to touch it. But this time was different, because it was Lin Yi who opened it. People who would never have entertained the thought of entering this dungeon were now fighting tooth and nail for a spot, terrified of missing out on a golden opportunity. Holy! All 100 slots filled instantly. I just took a second to reply to a message, and it's full already? Normally, only rich kids can afford to pay others to carry them through this place. In less than a second, every slot was taken. Those who failed to make it in could only stare helplessly, lost in regret. Just a step too slow, and the opportunity was gone. Unless someone left the party and forfeited their slot before the mission began, no one outside could enter. But who would give up their spot? Anyone joining because of Lin Yi was here to stay. Giving up wasn't an option. This kind of opportunity was too precious to let go. Current participants, 100/100. Party size meets the criteria. Mission will commence in 30 minutes. Lin Yi glanced at the system notification, narrowing his eyes. As expected, as long as he was the one opening the raid, finding people was never an issue. With 100 participants, the dungeon would be teeming with mobs. More mobs meant more experience. That was precisely why he chose Purify Stratholme. Where's Lin Yi? Could the legendary Lin Yi appear and say hi? Master Lin Yi, I finally got into a dungeon session with you. Where is he? I just want to make friends. Inside the fog-shrouded town, countless players roamed about, excitedly searching for Lin Yi. Yet, no one received a response. At that moment, a hunched old man, leaning on a cane, shuffled weakly toward them. Dear lords, have you come to defend our town against the scourge? Behind him, nervous townsfolk peeked out cautiously, darting wary glances at the gathered players. The questioned players froze in place, their expressions turning stiff and uneasy as they lowered their heads, unable to respond. A 5- or 6-year-old child timidly poked his head out and asked with innocent curiosity, Grandpa, are these big brothers the noble knights? Yes, they are, the old man replied with a kind smile as he affectionately patted the child's head. Yea, the knights have come to save us. The child cheered aloud. The single cheer was like a spark igniting the whole town. An explosion of hope rippled outward. Townsfolk began flooding into the streets. Some wept, others knelt and prayed, their eyes full of gratitude and trust in their saviors. But the players remained deadly silent, their complexions paling. Damn, how did I forget why this dungeon was so unpopular? Shit, I shouldn't have come. I can't do this. The seconds of the countdown ticked away. Besides a couple of clueless newbies who acted impulsively, no one dared make a move, because most of them had read the guides. Purify Stratholme. The true purpose of this dungeon wasn't to save. It was to destroy everything in this place. Once the countdown reached 0, all the residents would transform into ghouls, infected by the necrotic plague. The only way to clear the dungeon? Kill everyone before they had the chance to turn. The 30-minute countdown wasn't mercy. It was the time allotted for slaughter. Doesn't Lin Yi have holy light abilities to purify them? Why hasn't he done anything yet? It's useless here. The necrotic plague in Stratholme isn't something a mere profession skill can dispel. If it was that simple, this dungeon wouldn't be so deserted. Hushed conversations swirled among the players. The residents, slowly sensing something amiss, began to quiet their cheers, their gazes toward the players shifting toward unease. The atmosphere suddenly froze. They had no qualms when it came to dispatching monsters, but against unarmed civilians, none of them dared move. Lin Yi stood hidden among the crowd, watching this scene unfold, and sighed inwardly. To gather so many professionals who still retained a shred of humanity, it was almost absurd. Stratholme was unpopular precisely because this checkpoint was so brutal. Without hesitation, he stepped forward toward the elder with a cane, reaching into his spatial bag. Wait, let's think of another way. There's still time, right? Can I back out now? The crowd panicked and began shouting anxiously. The next moment, Lin Yi took out a small bottle containing a shimmering liquid. Find someone to pour this into the well. Make sure everyone drinks a sip. The old man's eyes lit up immediately, and his voice trembled. Yes, sir. Is this holy water? The children gazed at the golden, glowing bottle with wide-eyed curiosity. Scared me half to death. I thought he was going to attack. But what is he doing? The professionals relaxed slightly, but were even more puzzled than before. Suddenly, someone cried out, "That's the Rotten Town quest-clearing item." The crowd erupted in astonishment. You can bring that out of the dungeon? Isn't that supposed to cleanse the boss's debuffs? Wait, if it can cleanse debuffs, then these villagers. Before the statement could be completed, everyone reached the same realization. He had brought out holy water to purify the plague within the villagers. This is amazing. There's hope. Well done. Wait, you're Lin Yi. Finally, someone recognized him. The expressions of the professionals changed instantly. No wonder it was Lin Yi. Of course he had holy water. The Rotten Town dungeon had long since become his personal domain, so the possession of holy water wasn't surprising. Don't just stand there. Let's help. The group quickly started moving, organizing the villagers to drink water mixed with holy water. Lin Yi was a little surprised. This group was surprisingly cooperative. Before long, everyone had taken a drink, starting with the old man. So sweet. I feel entirely refreshed. The elder's face glowed with joy. Lin Yi nodded. In his previous life, someone had proven that holy water could purify the plague. But because the supply was so limited, the entire town had ultimately been slaughtered. Nobody wanted to waste such a precious resource on a low-level dungeon. But Lin Yi was different. His dungeon produced a bottle of holy water every 10 days. Right now, he still had 2 bottles left. "The plague is gone," exclaimed one man wearing sunglasses. The crowd immediately broke out into cheers. Lin Yi turned to him and asked, "How do you know?" "I have true sight. I can see the stats directly." The man looked a little embarrassed. The surrounding people threw him odd glances. Lin Yi's eyes, however, gleamed with interest. "That's an impressive talent." The man froze. True sight wasn't a popular ability. It often invited aversion. But when it came to analyzing enemy stats, its value was immeasurable. Lin Yi had already made a mental note of him. A skill like this didn't thrive in the shadows for nothing. To Lin Yi, however, it was a powerful weapon. If he could seize this talent, he'd never have to guess someone's abilities again. Whether it was enemy analysis or selecting targets for skill replication, it would make everything far more efficient. "What's your name?" Lin Yi asked. "My last name's Lin too." Lin Malfong. The man in sunglasses replied with a sheepish grin. "Stick with me and follow my instructions. Time's running out, and if you want top-tier ratings, listen carefully. Do your job well, and I guarantee everyone here gets an S rank clear." Lin Malfong sucked in a sharp breath. The others were stunned as well. An S rank completion was almost the pinnacle for any professional, and Lin Yi just promised it as a baseline. "Yes, sir. Just tell me what to do." Lin Malfong straightened up immediately. "Burn down every granary in the city. Then distribute your personal rations to the villagers." Everyone stared blankly at him. "Hurry up. We only have 20 minutes." Lin Yi couldn't do it all alone. He needed to mobilize everyone. Lin Malfong saluted and took a small group straight to the granaries. Lin Yi watched them leave and made up his mind. This time, he was going to cleanse Stratholme entirely. The villagers had been infected with the plague through contaminated food. Purifying their bodies wasn't enough. It was necessary to cut off the source of the tainted grain. Requiring the professionals to hand over their rations was meant to prevent villagers from secretly consuming old supplies. Soon, flames engulfed several granaries. The villagers received distributed provisions, but were all concentrated in one tightly monitored area. Lin Yi stood before them, his tone icy. "Listen, all of you stay here. We will ensure your safety. But if you disobey, you'll be eliminated without hesitation." At that moment, he wore this sorcerer's mask, which concealed all traces of emotion. Coupled with his decisive actions and frigid words, an oppressive aura pressed down upon everyone present. The villagers fell silent, not even daring to think of resistance under his suffocating authority. They could already tell that even the knights deferred to him with utmost respect. Thus, when Lin Yi ordered the granaries to be burned, none of them dared step forward to protest. They watched helplessly as their food turned to ash. Lin Malfong, lead the second unit and keep an eye on the villagers. Make sure no one eats anything unauthorized. Hua Ting, take the third unit and patrol. The city must be protected. No stragglers should slip through and harm the civilians. With this command, the group immediately sprang into action. The remaining combatants followed Lin Yi out of Stratholme's gates, ready to engage the oncoming army of the undead scourge. Lin Yi divided the 100 combatants into 3 teams, each consisting of 33 people. They would rotate between scouting, patrolling, and combat. As for Lin Yi himself, he never planned to rest, holding the line outside the city nonstop for the next 3 days. After finalizing his strategy, he led his team beyond the gates of Stratholme. The countdown hit 0. 3 days of defense began. During this time, waves of undead would relentlessly assault the city. Survive these waves, and only then would they face the final boss. But unease simmered among the fighters. Many were already drained, having given most of their rations to the city's civilians. What they had left for themselves wasn't even enough for a proper meal. How could they expect to last 3 days of high-intensity combat without food or water? It seemed like a death sentence. Yet Lin Yi remained calm and assured, as though this had all been part of his plan. His resolute demeanor made some start to doubt themselves. Perhaps their hesitation was because they were too weak. After all, he planned to fight endlessly, without a moment's rest for 3 whole days. If he was willing to push himself that hard, surely they could survive their rotations, at least. Wait a second, isn't there something else missing? Someone muttered, realization dawning. Are we short on healers? Shit, you're right. It's just Lin Yi out here. You're only realizing this now? The fighters felt a chill. It suddenly struck them. All 100 of them were about to rely on a single healer during what was undoubtedly going to be a brutal battle. Normally, a small 5-man team might manage with a single healer, but they were about to face a large-scale dungeon with 100 fighters. 1 healer? That was outright absurd. The reason why things ended up this way was simple and practical. Among all the combat classes, no healer liked joining Lin Yi on a mission, not because they disliked him, but because they knew he'd outshine them. In a profession teeming with stiff competition, no one wanted to be compared to him. Other fighters fought to join him in missions, but healers kept their distance. The result? A ridiculous situation where a 100-person dungeon raid had just 1 healer. Frustration and resignation washed over the group. It was maddening to realize that this might be their downfall. But what could they do? The fight had already begun. Prepare yourselves. I promise you this. I'll keep you alive, Lin Yi said, his voice calm, yet full of determination. Above the battlefield, several crows circled in the air, their red eyes gleaming. The health bars of every combatant were crystal clear within Lin Yi's vision. But the group remained skeptical. Could a single healer, no matter how powerful, truly take care of over 90 people? Lin Yi was unfazed. Without the artifact's saintly feather, this might have been a challenge. But now, this would barely serve as a warm-up for him. The skies flashed with blue light as 10 massive portals shimmered into existence ahead. From within, countless undead soldiers surged forth, their guttural roars piercing the battlefield. The fighters could no longer afford to hesitate. Driven by pure survival instincts, they charged into battle. Regret was pointless now. Lin Yi raised his Raging Tide staff. His old silver-tier staff had long since ceased to be effective against high-level enemies. The Raging Tide staff, perfectly attuned to the dungeon's difficulty, was exactly the weapon he needed, and it paired perfectly with his advanced group healing abilities. The undead scourge crashed into the defensive line like a tidal wave, and the battle erupted. News of the situation quickly spread beyond the dungeon's barriers. Holy crap, wait, so in Lin Yi's raid on Stratholme, there's only 1 healer. Yeah, that healer is Lin Yi. What the hell? A single healer is supposed to handle 99 people? That's insane. He's got Saintly Feather, though. Right, but that artifact's an ultra-rare skill. Do you think he can spam it endlessly? Those who hadn't been selected for Lin Yi's team initially felt bitter, but now, they found themselves oddly relieved. They didn't question Lin Yi's ability to clear the dungeon. If he could single-handedly conquer the unknown and deadly abyss of the demon god, then a scourge-heavy Stratholme was almost routine for him. The problem wasn't Lin Yi. It was whether the other 99 fighters could survive long enough to reach the end. Back on the battlefield, the fighters gritted their teeth and roared. Hold the line. The front ranks of warriors threw themselves into the fray, locking the undead into melee while preventing them from breaking through to the backlands. Steel clashed with claws, and the opening moments of the battle immediately escalated into a savage grind. This felt nothing like a typical dungeon. It was a vicious struggle for survival. Support the front line. Three-man focus teams. Wipe them out one by one. Lin Ye's commands were calm and precise. Unlike others, he didn't panic in the face of this chaos. Compared to the wars he'd fought in before, this was nothing. Under his guidance, the front lines began to stabilize, the pressure on the vanguard visibly lessening. Meanwhile, the ranged damage dealers in the back coordinated their attacks, taking down ghouls one after another. And Lin Yi himself? He was right in the thick of the action. Staff in hand, he swung with an unshakable force. Bang! A ghoul's head exploded, its body crumpling instantly. It was a clean, one-hit kill. The warriors nearby froze in disbelief. What kind of healer fights like this? Before long, one of the frontline warriors found himself overwhelmed amidst the frenzied undead. His health plummeted, dangerously close to zero. But at that precise moment, the warm glow of holy light descended, and his health surged back to full. Only Lin Yi could pull off something this exact. The revived warrior let out a triumphant roar and threw himself back into battle, emboldened. The battlefield was bathed in flashes of holy light, each one a lifeline. Every cast landed impeccably, saving those who stood on the brink of death. The glow of Lin Ye's healing. Zhong Liang cast another spell. Even after finishing healing his teammates, Lin Yi found time to swiftly eliminate the ghouls. His single-player damage output was equivalent to that of an entire line of back-row attackers. The 3rd patrol squad stationed atop the city wall, tasked with Overwatch, was completely dumbstruck. The squad captain, Hua Ting, had been personally selected by him. How is he doing this? Every heal lands precisely on the person with the lowest health, and he's still dealing damage alongside it. She was thoroughly convinced. No wonder Li Fei had praised him so highly. His reputation was well-deserved. Even the guild's strongest healers might not possess this level of mastery. Standing in the back row and focusing solely on healing might barely ensure that no one dies. But fighting on the front lines while maintaining pinpoint healing accuracy, that was something ordinary people simply couldn't achieve. And yet Lin Yi did it, as effortlessly as if he were just warming up. Those who had originally feared they wouldn't survive the dungeon now found renewed hope. When he'd claimed he could carry them to an S-rank clear, it hadn't been an empty boast. He could truly deliver. 10 portals were furiously spawning waves of undead. The combatants fought tirelessly to clear the field, but they couldn't keep pace with the respawn rates. Before long, the plains were overwhelmed with ghouls. What made things worse was that the frequency of holy light, originally once per minute, was now reduced to a mere 1 or 2 seconds per pulse. Lin Yi no longer had any spare time to kill ghouls himself. With his massive damage contribution missing, the team's clearing speed dropped drastically. Even as his healing became more rapid, their health bars continued to slowly dwindle. Though none had fallen just yet, it was only a matter of time before someone got outright obliterated. And the ordeal had only lasted an hour so far. The city wall's defenders were antsy, ready to jump into the fray at any moment. Stay calm. If he needs backup, he'll call for it. Hua Ting barked, repressing the crowd's impatience. The situation looked dire. Yet Lin Ye's expression didn't change as he calmly raised his staff once more. This time, the holy light didn't descend upon his teammates. Instead, it detonated at the tip of his staff. A thunderous cheer erupted across the city wall. Holy light feather. Finally, everyone can breathe now. And it'll wipe out a bunch of ghouls while it's at it. Those atop the wall collectively sighed in relief. Lin Yi had been using healing skills for so long that they'd nearly forgotten he had the ultimate ability, Holy Light Feather, up his sleeve. The skill's power wasn't just devastating. It could also obliterate waves of undead with explosive force. But soon, the combatants noticed something unusual. Huh? Why are the golden feathers drifting over to our side? They're falling 100 meters away too? That range is insane. Wait, is he trying to clear the entire field? Holy crap, even the 10 undead portals are getting caught in it. All eyes turned skyward. Under the falling golden feathers, the ghouls screeched in agony as their health bars plummeted at a rate of 20% per second. In just 5 seconds, the battlefield was littered with the lifeless bodies of ghouls. The 10 undead portals in the distance were simultaneously obliterated. Lin Yi has repelled the Scourge invasion. The next wave will arrive in 30 minutes. The notification popped up, plunging the entire team into stunned silence. Only then did Lin Yi finally exhale in relief. No matter how strong he was, even he couldn't last 3 straight days and nights without rest. This single cast of holy light feather had bought him and his team precious breathing room. Destroying the portals was standard protocol, but wiping out all 10 in one fell swoop? That was unprecedented. The dungeon wasn't over yet, but the half-hour of downtime was enough for everyone to fully recover. 30 minutes. Finally, we can catch a break. This pace is completely under Lin Yi's control. I was worried we wouldn't last, but now I feel like I was overthinking it. Being in a dungeon run with Lin Yi? Totally worth it. The combatants, weary from the battle, were filled with excitement. This kind of overwhelming domination, they'd never experienced anything like it. The sense of security, of knowing there was nothing to fear, even a top-tier healer couldn't provide that. This was a completely different level of combat. It was exhilarating. All rest up. We go again in 30 minutes. Lin Yi dropped the command and sat down, closing his eyes to meditate. With his stats, rest wasn't strictly necessary. But without another holy light feather cast, the rest of his team wouldn't be able to hold out. He had no choice but to keep shouldering the burden for the entire team's survival. No one dared waste time. They immediately began recovery and preparations. The cycle became unrelenting, like a machine. Fight for an hour, rest for 30 minutes. Nightfall soon descended. For the third time, Lin Yi unleashed Holy Light Feather. Brilliant light swept across the battlefield, obliterating the 10 portals once again. But this time, as the light faded, all 33 combatants who had fought alongside him for the entire day collapsed en masse. The ghouls weren't entirely cleared, and the portals hadn't completely shattered, yet his team was utterly spent. Starvation, exhaustion, and crippling mental fatigue had pushed them to their absolute limit. Lin Yi looked at the bodies strewn around him and chuckled softly. S rank. The graded ranking is never handed out for free. Switch teams and head to the city. He moved through the chaotic crowd, weaving his way past disheveled people scattered around, heading straight for the city gates. Behind him, people gritted their teeth as they scrambled to their feet, dragging worn-out legs to follow. As the gates slowly creaked open, what awaited them was the entire city's population. A deafening cheer erupted in an instant. The battle wasn't over, not even close. But for the first time, Lin Yi had shown them the possibility of survival. The way people looked at him had shifted dramatically. No longer was it mere awe, it was reverence. Even some kids were wearing quirky masks, clutching wooden sticks, playfully mimicking his spellcasting movements. Absolute beast. So freaking tough. Lin Malphone burst forward, his voice trembling with excitement. As a soldier, the relentless day-long battle today had ignited an old spark deep within him. He wished he could charge straight out into the battlefield again, charging alongside Lin Yi. Unfortunately, according to the plan, his team was assigned to hold the rear and take the final shift. You've all worked hard. Lin Yi patted his waist pouch, and with a flick, a heap of food appeared neatly on the ground. Cakes, jerky, and chocolate piled up into a small mountain. Share it out, he ordered. Especially you, Huating. Your team is on next. Make sure you all eat your fill. Gasps echoed among the group. Is that profession-grade combat rations? The top-tier energy-packed ones. I can't believe it. A tiny cake like that sells for $1,000 each? One is enough to sustain a level 10 professional for an entire day. Holy crap. These are all premium goodies I'd never dare to even touch. These weren't just regular food items. They were practically energy potions camouflaged as edibles. Specifically tailored for professionals, they contained an incredible density of energy, almost excessive. An ordinary person consuming even a bit of it might not collapse on the spot, but they'd definitely feel sick for several days. For most of the professionals present, these were indulgences they wouldn't even consider purchasing under normal circumstances. Yet here Lin Yi was, tossing out a mountain of them in one go. The food itself was outrageously expensive, Sure, but what made everyone even more dumbfounded was the spatial pouch holding it all. The heap of food easily took up 3 cubic meters, enough to feed 100 professionals for a full day. To store such an amount, the spatial pouch needed to have a capacity of at least 4 cubic meters. But there was no way Lin Yi would allocate 3/4 of his spatial pouch just for carrying food. That left only one possibility. His pouch had an 8 cubic meter capacity. An 8 cubic meter spatial pouch. Those were premium items costing tens of millions. And even more absurd was the fact that he'd used nearly 3 cubic meters of that space for food. How much does this man eat? This is today's share for everyone, Lin Yi said, pausing briefly. Then he added, there'll be more tomorrow evening, so don't worry about running out. He had the group hand over their personal food supplies to the townsfolk. Part of this was to prevent hoarding, but more importantly, it allowed centralized meal distribution. This group of people wasn't experienced enough to manage on their own. Left to divide the rations themselves, they'd likely blow through 3 days' worth in a single day. Better to avoid chaos altogether and just foot the bill himself. After all, it was just a few 100,000 coins. In exchange, he gained the obedience of 99 reliable fighters to help him achieve a flawless clearance of the zone. The math was obvious. It was completely worth it. Rich second-generation heirs often hired mercenaries for these dungeon-clearing expeditions, spending several millions at a time. Who'd realistically waste 3 entire days and nights of their life on this kind of task? Lin Yi, on the other hand, had spent just a modest sum on food, barely a couple 100,000. Not to mention, he'd also gained a whole host of attributes and spirit shards from these people in the process. Except Dodge Enhancement, C-Class, Endurance Boost, C-Class, Shield Mastery, B-Class, Dual Wielding Proficiency, B-Class, Bare-Handed Combat Expertise, A-Class. Looking at the long list of talents he'd acquired, Lin Yi's expression turned steadily darker. Not a single one of them was for spellcasting. Was he destined to walk the path of a berserker? Half an hour later, about 100 meters outside of Stratholme, a series of 10 ghostly blue portals lit up again. This was the final stage before the end. These portals would keep spawning waves of the undead horde, one after another. It didn't matter how many you killed. The only way to clear this dungeon was to endure, to hold the line against the relentless flood of death-plagued creatures until the very last moment. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward his team. Huating, it's your turn. He fixed his eyes on the tall, composed girl in the crowd. She was a senior at Shanxing No. 1 High School and a close friend of Li Fei's. Her father was an influential leader in the local dagger guild. Her upbringing had been strict. She was efficient and decisive, which is why Lin Yi trusted her to lead this shift. Yes, sir. Huating's eyes sparkled with eagerness, itching to charge into battle. The rest of her team mirrored her enthusiasm, fists clenched as fighting spirit surged through their veins. Anyone serious about advancing on the path of a professional knew how invaluable battle experience like this was. This wasn't a simulation. It wasn't some school exercise swinging at training dummies. This was reckless, life-or-death combat. The dungeon's graded evaluation suddenly seemed trivial in comparison to this. Certain things textbooks could never teach. Real skills could only be honed on the edge of the abyss, where life and death danced hand in hand. Man, I'm jealous, Lin Malfong muttered under his breath with a sigh. Based on the rotation sequence, his team would have the final slot. All he could do for now was wait. Under the envious gazes of the group, Huating led her team and followed Lin Yi into the field. The battle erupted almost immediately. Roars and screams tore through the night sky as flesh-eating ghouls charged in. They hadn't expected to meet humans even more ferocious than themselves. This was a group of professionals who fought with reckless abandon, utterly discarding defensive strategies. No probing, no retreat, just pure, unrelenting aggression. At the forefront of the carnage was the figure of a robed healer, his face hidden behind an unusual mask and his staff gripped tightly in hand. He was their ultimate reassurance. Fight, fight, and fight some more. Their minds were consumed by a single thought. Having witnessed the performance of the previous group, this new team unleashed themselves completely, fighting with a ferocity that left onlookers breathless. For a brief moment, they even forced the ghouls back. But soon, under Lin Yi's deliberate control, the pace began to steady. The circling ravens in the sky served as his eyes, observing everything. The ghouls on the plains were converging in greater numbers. Lin Yi didn't need them to kill too many monsters. His purpose here was clear: to grind and level up. The more monsters there were, the more experience he would gain. Thus, he had to manage the rhythm and pull back those who were getting too aggressive. The method was simple. Occasionally, he'd allow their health to dip into the danger zone intentionally. That was enough to make them hold back. After all, Lin Yi could afford countless mistakes. They, on the other hand, could not afford even one. The battle raged on. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the rhythm mirrored that of the previous group almost perfectly. When the portal was shattered once again, Huiting and the others finally couldn't hold on any longer. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Everyone was at their limit, entirely drained and incapable of continuing the fight. Head back into the city to rest and regroup. Next team, prepare to go out, Lin Yi ordered. The downed professionals struggled to their feet, leaning on one another as they staggered back into the city. Their victory drew cheers from the local residents once more. But inside the city, the expressions of the other professionals were far from celebratory. There was only one reason for this. Lin Yi was beyond comprehension. 2 straight days of intense, relentless battles, and he looked only slightly fatigued. 80 to 90% of the battlefield's burden had fallen squarely onto his shoulders. With such immense pressure and grueling conditions, Lin Yi was still standing. If it weren't for the fact that he wielded the holy light, the divine power of humanity's last hope, and something the abyss could never corrupt, people might have started suspecting that he was some kind of humanoid demon. After a brief rest, Lin Yi stood up once again. Lin Malfong, lead the next group into battle. The professionals who had been waiting for 2 full days erupted with excitement. Lin Malfong shouted his acknowledgement and led his team out of the city to face the final day of combat. Lin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples. Anyone else in his place would probably have keeled over by now. But just one more day. He only needed to endure for one more day, and it would all be over. More importantly, he had to secure Lin Malfong's talent for himself. The ability to discern the talents of others was far too enticing for Lin Yi to ignore. And as for that ability's drawbacks, they posed no issue for Lin Yi whatsoever. Let's fight. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he looked at the wave of ghouls charging toward them. He was equally eager to find out what rewards awaited him for perfectly completing the cleansing of Stratholme mission. The battlefield descended into chaos once more, like a merciless meat grinder. 10 scourge portals activated simultaneously, unleashing fresh waves of combat. This time, it was another group of rookies under Lin Yi's command. Lin Malfong, as an assassin, had no choice but to lead at the front. Even with warriors drawing aggro, the sheer number of ghouls made it impossible to cover everyone. People were inevitably tackled and injured. At first, many thought this group wasn't going to make it. No one could have imagined that Lin Yi alone would stabilize the health bars of 33 professionals. To this point, there had been 0 deaths. This singular feat immediately turned all 99 of those who entered the dungeon with him into diehard loyalists. A great healer may not deal much damage, but they can inspire a group of people to fight to their last for them. Yet as the battle dragged on, Lin Yi's exhaustion became increasingly apparent. The rate at which people were losing health was noticeably faster than before. Lin Malfong, in particular, felt death creeping up on him multiple times, only to be pulled back at the last possible moment by Lin Yi. He didn't question it. Assassins were known to be frail to begin with. Receiving more attention from the team's healer seemed perfectly reasonable. As Lin Yi's heals landed on him regularly, his heart swelled with gratitude. It felt great having the boss watching his back. Under Lin Yi's control, the front line pushed forward slowly but surely, until night fell on the 3rd day. By now, everyone was barely hanging on. Many of them had their health dangerously low. It was then that Lin Yi unleashed the holy feather of light again. The golden feathers descended from the skies, capable of both saving lives and obliterating undead. The city erupted in cheers, echoing with roars from soldiers and civilians alike. Professionals who had endured 2 cycles of grueling bloodshed, alongside the city's denizens, climbed the walls to witness Lin Yi leading the forces that repelled the final wave of the scourge. The emotions boiled over until the fortress was brimming with triumphant fervor. The professionals were ecstatic because an S-rank mission rating was now all but assured. The civilians were elated because they had survived. In fact, the townsfolk seemed even more unhinged in their joy than the professionals. But in this jubilant moment, there were still some who didn't let their guard down. There's still the boss left, right? Why hasn't Big Boss Lin Yi said anything about the battle plan yet? I heard it's a level 15 lich, with difficulty scaled for a 100-man assault. That's no joke. A few of them muttered anxiously amongst themselves. A 100-man dungeon boss wasn't remotely on the same level as the minor bosses from smaller instances. The real challenge was about to begin. Above the 100-man grade lay dungeons requiring thousands or even tens of thousands, or those involving entire worlds. But even at the 100-man level, these bosses were foes far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Hewiting's expression remained tense as she surveyed the battlefield. "Stop daydreaming. Get the injured back inside the city right now," she bellowed. Snapped out of their daze, the professionals quickly sprang into action. "Captain, are we really not going to help Lin Yi? Isn't it too dangerous for him to face a 100-man grade boss all by himself?" One of them couldn't hold back their concern and voiced it out loud. Hewiting, however, shook her head. "If he hasn't asked for our help, it means he doesn't need it. In the end, we might just end up being a burden," someone muttered. The crowd's expressions turned awkward, but no one could refute the statement. At the battlefield's forefront, Lin Yi grasped his staff, raging tide, and strode forward alone. Behind him were exhausted comrades and an entire town that had pinned their hopes on his shoulders. He needed no elaborate strategies. A boss commanding 100 troops? He had slain those before. And a lich? They were practically old acquaintances. As the mist cleared, a towering figure over 10 meters high loomed into view. "Messenger of the Holy Light, are you the one who cleansed the plague?" The lich let out a sinister chuckle but then paused, sensing something unusual. "Oh, you've killed a lich before." Lin Yi remained silent. The lich's brow bone, perched on Lin Yi's forehead, radiated faintly with necrotic energy. Lesser undead would recoil in fear, but greater ones? They would be wary. "How amusing," the lich mused, raising a bony hand as its fingertips glimmered with crimson light. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, his hand already hovering over his space pouch. Finger of Death, the lich's signature ultimate move. One strike was equivalent to 1,000,000 points of damage. A lich of this caliber wouldn't stop there. It could target up to 5 individuals simultaneously. This was precisely why he forbade anyone else from approaching. Against 1,000,000 damage, no amount of healing could make amends. Once your health bar hit 0, there was no coming back. But in a one-on-one duel, Lin Yi felt no fear. He spread his palm open, revealing a delicate, emerald green 4-leaf clover resting within. "I will sacrifice 10 points of my attributes," he murmured internally. The 4-leaf clover quivered ever so slightly. In the next instant, his stat screen reflected the drop. 10 points gone. An indescribable surge of power coursed through his body. At virtually the same moment, the lich's hand snapped forward. A blood-red bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, barreling straight toward Lin Yi. Everyone watching held their breath. The result? The shot missed. The crimson lightning whipped past Lin Yi's side and obliterated the boulder behind him, reducing the once solid mass to a cloud of dust. The lich froze in shock. The professional combatants on the city wall were similarly stunned, their reactions trailing by a beat. "Wait, that was an attack? That was so sneaky. A sneak attack and it missed? That's hilarious. Shit, that was close. Almost bought the farm right there." Most merely felt the close call but failed to grasp the anomaly. Huiting, however, paled instantly. "Hold on, that was the Finger of Death. It's a skill with a guaranteed hit. How could it miss?" Guaranteed hit. Once cast, it would always find its target. But now, Lin Yi stood there, unscathed. This defied all logic. Her understanding of how things worked had been utterly shattered. No book she'd read had ever mentioned something like this happening. The crowd around her fell silent in realization. A guaranteed hit that didn't actually hit? It was absurd. The lich's vacant stare lingered on Lin Yi for a few moments longer, his interest visibly intensifying. "Very intriguing," he muttered. "Yes, guarantee it would hit. But that didn't mean it had to hit the desired target." The pulverized boulder, the scapegoat, told the story. Lin Yi exhaled slowly, calming his racing pulse. The four-leaf clover, born from the essence of a primordial god, lived up to its reputation. Its effects bordered on the ridiculous. Of course, it wasn't just the clover at play. The mask Lin Yi wore, the mystic artificer's visage, possessed a unique property. It granted a chance that guaranteed hit abilities couldn't lock onto him. The clover amplified that probability. Once Lin Yi evaded being targeted, the finger of death had to hit something. In this case, his surroundings provided the perfect sacrificial lamb, the unlucky rock. If someone else had stood next to him, it would have been their doom instead. Even so, luck wouldn't last forever. In truth, Lin Yi had already braced himself for the possibility of a direct hit. With his HP now exceeding 1,000,000, even tanking a blow from the finger of death wouldn't be fatal. But the psychological impact? That was something else entirely. Spending 10 stat points for that peace of mind? Easily worth it. Even if his health bar were destroyed, it wasn't a big deal. Unlike dungeon creatures, professional combatants didn't collapse after their HP was depleted. Their combat prowess remained intact. The only change was the pain that accompanied injuries, tricking the mind into believing death was imminent. Which meant even with everything stacked against him, Lin Yi could have still cut down this lich without hesitation. Seizing the moment while the four-leaf clover's luck still lingered, he struck without mercy, denying the lich any chance to recover its cooldowns. Spellstorm, Eye of Truth, Retribution. The night seemed to ignite as radiant holy light raged like a solar flare, plunging down and consuming the lich entirely. "You brat," the lich's voice snarled, seething with hatred. It had hoped to stall with meaningless prattle while waiting for its spells to recharge, but Lin Yi gave it no room to breathe, dismantling its plans entirely. Under the searing brilliance of the holy light, the massive lich's form fragmented, its skeletal remains collapsing into a brittle pile of shattered bone. A single notification gleamed above the heap. Critical hit. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a glint of smug satisfaction in his gaze. Lady Luck had blessed him just right for this one. Complete annihilation. On the city wall, everyone stared, dumbfounded. That was it. This enormous, 100-man tier boss had been one shot. Even accounting for Holy Light's natural advantage against undead, this was a pure case of overwhelming force. From the fallen lich came 3 rays of radiant light, 2 purples and an orange. The loot drop was of absurd quality, dazzlingly rare. The gathered combatants watching from afar could only look on with envy, their expressions teetering between awe and longing. A piece of purple tier equipment, which others would kill for, was completely beneath Lin Yi's notice. The difference in power, the gap in equipment, he simply dominated in every way. Place your bets. We're about to reveal the results. In the bustling marketplace known as the Professional Square, a stout, bearded man shouted at the top of his lungs, stirring up the already feverish crowd. Lin Yi's move to challenge the large-scale dungeon, Purify Stratholme, had become the hottest topic in the city. But the discussions weren't about whether Lin Yi would clear the dungeon. Everyone knew that was practically a given. What they debated was how many would survive to walk out with him. Sensing an opportunity, someone set up a betting pool, gambling on the survival count. The fewer survivors, the lower the payout. The more who survived, the higher the odds. Such things were commonplace. The professional center rarely interfered unless the operations got too out of hand. Not that they could stop it. Anyway, professionals had ways to bend the rules. Overreaching control would only cause chaos. Besides, most of these betting operations were backed by major guilds. Without that kind of backing, who would dare to place a wager? If the organizers ran off with the money, who could the bettors even turn to for restitution? The risk was too high to gamble without someone reputable staking their name. The stout man running this particular racket worked for a well-known guild in Shan City called the One-Horned Bull Guild. Their betting pool was the largest, and the total wagers were rumored to approach 1 billion. 13.5 odds for full team survival. The crowd parted as a well-groomed, sharp-featured middle-aged man stepped forward. The stout man glanced up at him and nodded. "Yeah. How much are you betting? Quick, it's about to close." 1 million. Can you take it? The man, who introduced himself as Liang Hoyun, smirked casually. The surrounding onlookers fell silent all at once. 1 million? Is he just throwing money into the fire? The stout man's face darkened. Don't mess around here. This isn't a game. If this Liang Hoyun was here to stir trouble, the One-Horned Bull Guild wouldn't take kindly to it. Liang Hoyun sneered and flicked a badge onto the table. When everyone got a clear look, the inhalation of collective gasps filled the square. Alliance Certified Professional. Level 80. Level 80? What's he doing in Shan City? Nope. No way I'd pick a fight with him. The onlookers immediately backed off, creating a wide circle of space around the man. Lighting a cigarette, Liang Hoyun exhaled a puff of smoke calmly. 1 million. Taking it or not. Beads of sweat began to form on the stout man's forehead. His voice trembled. Weakened, but, would you want to reconsider? Just in case. The odds were sky high because a full survival was almost impossible. If Liang Hoyun lost, it wasn't the money the stout man feared. It was the aftermath of this powerhouse's anger. The guild leader of One-Horned Bull was only in the 50s level-wise. No match for an enraged level 80 pro. You said you could take it. That's good enough for me. Liang Hoyun tossed a spatial pouch onto the table. 1 million. Count it. The stout man's hands were visibly trembling as he forced himself to accept the wager. With the betting slip in hand, Liang Hoyun left whistling an upbeat tune. What a low blow, bullying a smaller guild. A woman with a seductive figure shot him a side-eye. Liang Hoyun chuckled. Do you really think they don't have this all calculated? I'm just taking their profits. Their guild's not about to go under. If those tight-fisted old professors at the academy gave me more than just a measly million in scholarship funds, I wouldn't have to resort to this. He waved the betting slip in his hand with a grin. A scholarship of $1 billion? There's no way Lin Yi won't bite. The woman's lips twitched. Turns out, Liang Hoyun was using school funds to gamble. $1 million bet at 13.5 to 1 odds would net him 13.5 million. Even if he offered Lin Yi $1 billion in scholarship money as bait, Liang Hoyun would still rake in a cool 3.5 million in profit. How slick of you, the woman scoffed coldly. You're no saint yourself, Liang Hoyun fired back. Recruiting Li Fei first. Wasn't that just a backhanded way to steal talent from us? The woman rolled her eyes and stopped responding. Recently, enrollment officers from all the top universities had descended upon Shan City, drawn by no other than Lin Yi. Scholarship offers skyrocketed into unheard-of figures. In past years, even the best primary combat professionals from top-tier settlements would only see offers in the low million range. But for Lin Yi, anything less than 2 or 3 million was almost insulting. Even the global top 3 Alliance War Professionals University had boldly announced an offer of 10 million upfront. Such astronomical bidding wars were usually enough to fund 10 prominent frontline combat specialists. But Lin Yi warranted it. Because Lin Yi wasn't just any healer. He was a once-in-a-millennium top-tier support. Many top combatants from other settlements even publicly declared they'd join the same university as Lin Yi, even if it meant forfeiting scholarships. To them, the idea of having Lin Yi as their personal healer was worth it. That led to an unusual phenomenon. Win over Lin Yi, and you basically win over a treasure trove of prodigies. Universities were losing their minds trying to secure him. Time's up. Liang Hoyun glanced at his watch. 3 days prior, Lin Yi had entered Purify Stratholme with 99 other professionals. If the timing held, the dungeon boss should be appearing right about now. Bets were locked in. Now, all eyes were on Lin Yi, not just to see if he would make it out, but to see how many of his team could still stand by his side. The odds alone said it all. Few believed in the possibility of everyone surviving. After all, a single healer leading 99 others out of Stratholme alive sounded more like a fairy tale than reality. Otherwise, the payout odds for full survival wouldn't have been set so absurdly high. The typically bustling professional square grew eerily quiet. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing, their gazes collectively fixed on the announcement. The next second, the notification popped up, and everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. The large-scale dungeon purification of Stratholme, initiated by Lin Yi, has been completed with a perfect rating. All participants have been awarded the title Knight of the Holy Light. Lin Yi has been awarded the title Scourge Slayer. The air seemed to freeze. A few seconds passed before the square exploded in chaos. That fast? Did they just one-shot the boss? The point is, they achieved a perfect clear. The highest it ever reached before was only excellent. And everyone gets a title? That's insane. If I'd known, I would have joined them. I regret it so much now. Does a perfect clear mean everyone made it out alive? I bet only half would survive. My money's gone. I even bet my parents' house on it. Is he even human? Leading 99 people through with 0 casualties. The square was filled with the sound of curses and wails, blending into a cacophony of disbelief. Most had gambled on the impossibility of a full survival. Yet when the announcement appeared, they were all left questioning their life choices. Who could have predicted that Lin Yi would actually bring all 99 people out fully intact? This was nothing short of a miracle. Inside Stratholme, cheers pierced the skies. Every single voice joined in unison, chanting one name. Lin Yi. The roaring waves of sound surged like an avalanche or tsunami. Lin Yi turned to look toward the direction of the town, feeling an unusual stir in his heart. Everyone survived. Not just the townsfolk, but also the professionals who entered with him. No one was lost. The residents of Stratholme are willing to follow you. Will you accept? Triggered by the title Master of the Dungeon. A sudden prompt appeared. Lin Yi froze. This was the true value of titles. Extra rewards could be triggered upon dungeon completion. And this time, he had clearly hit the jackpot. The title Master of the Dungeon was exceptionally rare. Even though he had the memories of a previous life, reborn into this world, he didn't know all the rules. For instance, only now did he learn that dungeon entities could actually leave to follow the master of the dungeon. This completely upended his understanding. Do you accept the residents of Stratholme? The prompt appeared again. Without hesitation, Lin Yi chose to accept. Your followers have been transported to the domain, Ruined Hamlet. Current number of followers, 100. Lin Yi stared at the notification, rubbing his chin as curiosity itched at his mind. What use were these followers? But there was no time to think about it now. First, he needed to finalize the dungeon's rewards. Settle rewards. Congratulations. You have cleared Purification of Stratholme with a comprehensive rating of SSS. Your level has increased to level 15. You have obtained the titles Knight of the Holy Light and Scourge Slayer. You have acquired the skill Purification Spell. Lin Yi froze in shock. Purification Spell. This was not a skill ordinary healers could ever hope to learn. It only became available when a player reached level 30 and transferred into the Holy Light specialization. The skill could dispel most negative effects on professionals while simultaneously restoring a significant amount of health. Using it on monsters wouldn't just dispel their buffs, but would also deal devastating damage. If the target were a summoned creature, it would directly obliterate them. The sheer power was absurd. The only downside was its cost. Every cast consumed 1/3 of a bottle of purification potion. But for Lin Yi, that was hardly a limitation. His innate talent, Master of Healing, allowed all healing skills to consume just 1 point of mana. Additional material costs? Completely ignored. While others had to burn potions to cast the purification spell, he only needed 1 mana point. Moreover, the purification spell was an instant cast skill. Unlike Feather of Holy Light, which required him to stand still and chant while being limited to undead targets. This was far more mobile and versatile. The two skills served entirely different purposes. Obtaining this skill so early left Lin Yi thoroughly satisfied. With the settlement complete, all professionals inside the Stratholme dungeon were teleported out. In the outside world, the residents of Stratholme from the large-scale dungeon Purification of Stratholme LV-15 have followed Lin Yi away. The quest has been adjusted to slay at least 100,000 undead scourge. The new announcement caused the square to erupt once more. What's going on? He took the NPCs out with him. Slay 100,000 undead? That quest is insane. What did Lin Yi even do? Amid the chaos, a calm voice spoke up. The quest didn't get harder. In fact, it removed the step where you had to massacre the residents. Isn't that more straightforward? The crowd immediately fell silent. The reason Purification of Stratholme was so unpopular was that, upon entering, players were required to cleanse the town's residents. For many professionals, it was a step they couldn't bring themselves to take, so they chose to avoid the dungeon entirely. But this time, Lin Yi had clearly taken a completely different approach. Evacuate all the town's residents. Although the mission became insanely difficult after the adjustment, at least it turned into a popular leveling up secret realm for the future. Wait a minute. So Lin Yi not only saved all the professionals, but also didn't kill the townsfolk. Someone suddenly had an epiphany. Everyone in the square who knew about Stratholme widened their eyes in disbelief. The townsfolk who had been infected with the plague and were supposed to have turned into ghouls somehow survived until the end and were all taken away. How did he manage to do that? At that very moment, teleportation arrays lit up one after another in the square. The onlookers immediately stepped aside, waiting for the professionals who ventured into Stratholme to return. While most had already braced themselves for what they would see, some still clung to the hope of personally confirming whether or not everyone made it out alive. One professional after another walked out of the glowing formations. When the light faded, everyone was accounted for. I counted 99 of them. Wait, one short? That's great. My parents' house is safe. Damn it. How come so many people actually survived? The returning professionals looked baffled. Did returning alive somehow constitute a mistake? It didn't take long for them to sense something was off. Where's Boss Lin Yi? Where is he? Boss. They began looking around frantically. They wanted to toss Lin Yi into the air in celebration, but not even his shadow could be found. Now they were completely stumped. Only then did the crowd on the outskirts realize that out of the 99 returnees, Lin Yi was conspicuously absent. This guy's really slick, Liang Hoyan sighed. Not surprising. He's the lord of the secret realm. If he doesn't want to show himself, no one can find him. Duan Xiaoxue replied with a knowing smile. Lin Yi had vanished for 10 days before. He was likely hiding out in a private secret realm. Luckily, she had already managed to bring Li Fei into her fold, making it much easier to contact him now. Tisk. Liang Hoyan shook his head helplessly, glancing at the wager in his hand. If Lin Yi is a no-show, does this billion yuan default to me? Sigh, life's tough. Duan Xiaoxue's face stiffened. Why did that sound so aggravating? Soon, word about the events inside Stratholme spread like wildfire, thanks to the enthusiastic recounting of those who followed Lin Yi. No one had expected that Lin Yi would actually rescue every living being inside the secret realm alive. Once the news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire city. At the Shanxing City Defense Force base, Lin Maofeng recounted everything he knew without withholding a single detail. Across from him sat a row of officers. The elder in the center wore a stern expression. The 2 stars on his shoulder insignia made Maofeng feel an overwhelming pressure. A lieutenant general personally visiting Shanxing. That's how it happened. Lin Maofeng finally exhaled in relief. The truth couldn't be concealed. There were simply too many eyewitnesses. Anyone pulled aside would be able to explain it fully. And more importantly, the mission in Stratholme had already been modified. Even with knowledge of the process, it was impossible to replicate Lin Yi's method. This was a true one-of-a-kind performance. A natural commander. Pity, higher-ups don't permit our involvement, the old officer lamented softly. The other officers nodded, their expressions filled with regret. Lin Yi's ability to command, as demonstrated during the mission, was too astonishing. Despite his firm and relentless methods, his subordinates followed him willingly, turning a ragtag group of professionals into die-hard loyalists. Such leadership was unparalleled among his peers. Unfortunately, the professional alliance had long since laid down the rules. Even if there were no restrictions, if Lin Yi had ever intended to join the military, he wouldn't have waited until now. The legendary Holy Light Corps everyone dreamed of building. Who would have thought Lin Yi made it a reality? A major said with a chuckle. Lin Maofeng froze for a moment. He himself had earned the title of Holy Light Knight, which enhanced the effects of healing light by 20%. Furthermore, it granted a chance to trigger retribution abilities when attacking monsters. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Because of this, Shanxing alone birthed 100 Holy Light Knights, sending the military district into an uproar. Such capabilities, when applied to combating monsters, were on par with an A-tier ability. For years, the military had seen fewer than 10 soldiers earn that title, and each of them held critical positions. None of them could afford to form an unranked new battalion. What a shame. If only we could recruit Lin Yi. These people would undoubtedly follow him, someone sighed. At the end of the day, the formation of this Holy Light Corps was entirely reliant on Lin Yi. I'll make an appeal to the Central Command to grant Lin Yi an honorary Corps Commander title. Without him, this unit wouldn't even exist, the elder finally decided. Lin Malphone blinked rapidly, stunned. For someone his age, Lin Yi had already risen to the rank of a corps commander, honorary or not. The recognition it carried was undeniable. In a rundown town. "This loot is solid," Lin Yi muttered, his eyes gleaming as he observed the bone staff in his hand. The Lich's arm bone. A two-handed orange-tier weapon usable at level 15. Tremendous boosts to mental energy, continuous mana regeneration, maximized spell intensity, and it even allowed marking targets to enhance damage output. And the cost? Only one thing. Every spell cast consumed spectral bone dust. This staff was simple yet brutally effective, with the potential to boost spell power up to 8 points, even overshadowing some golden tier gear. A vial of bone dust cost 50,000. Expensive? Sure. But if it could take down a boss in one hit, it was worth every coin. Factoring in his existing stats and the bonuses from his Mystic class, Lin Yi's spell power had already surged to 14 points. In his past life, it had taken him an arduous journey of class change, stacking buffs, and gathering full equipment sets just to barely reach 10 points. Now, a casual effort to surpass it. When paired with the True Ring's tenfold damage multiplier, a single skill cast delivered up to 1 million true damage, comparable to the legendary Finger of Death. The only regret? The ring capped its damage at a 1 million maximum. Otherwise, his strikes could have packed even more devastation. Of course, limits were meant to be broken. By investing 30,000 spiritual essence to reforge it, the cap could be unlocked. Lin Yi glanced at the 10,000 spiritual essence he had in hand. If he could accumulate enough to hit 30,000 before his next class upgrade, the true ring would be reforged. As his thoughts wandered, a voice interrupted him. "Sir, everyone's chosen their living quarters, just as you instructed." Lin Yi looked up to see a rugged man approaching. It was Peng Liwan, a resident who had followed him all the way from Stratholme and, incidentally, the son of the kind old man who first struck up a conversation with him. "Additionally, I've brought over a few skilled artisans." Peng Liwan stepped aside to allow 3 others to come forward. Lin Yi's sharp glance swept over them, immediately discerning their talents. A blacksmith, a tailor, and an alchemist. Such remarkable insight was thanks to his true vision talent. Just a glance was all it took to identify their abilities without the need to consult extensive background data. Lin Yi silently marveled at his foresight. Bringing these residents along had definitively been the right choice. "My name's Xiong Dongdong. I'm a blacksmith capable of forging supreme purple-tier equipment. I'm Long, an alchemist. I can brew purple-grade potions. I'm Lily." The final artisan stammered nervously. "A tailor. I can sew orange-tier garments." Her words caused Lin Yi's eyes to light up. An orange-tier tailor. With the right blueprints and materials, she could craft orange-tier robes. "Excellent. Settle yourselves in here," Lin Yi said with a nod. The 3 artisans quickly bowed in gratitude. They knew all too well that without Lin Yi, they'd already have become undead. Lin Yi's mood lifted considerably. Managing this group of 100 residents, ensuring their food and safety, was no small pressure. But simply these 3 alone made the effort a massive win. Especially Lily. Orange-grade tailors were exceedingly rare. Outside resources couldn't always guarantee nurturing one, and yet here she was, willing to follow him of her own volition. This was a jackpot. Also, sir, a team of 10 residents has escorted themselves to explore the outskirts of the town and look for potential farmland. Peng Liwan continued reporting. Lin Yi turned his attention to the semi-transparent town map in front of him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Territorial expansion. This was where the real game began. By now, 10 glowing dots had crossed the town's border, venturing into areas previously consumed by darkness. Lin Yi had once personally tried to extend beyond, only to be met with the ominous system prompt. Non-abyssal being, unable to explore regions shrouded by the chaos mist, forcing him to retreat. But the residents he brought? They bypassed the mist entirely, pressing forward as if untouched. He wasn't yet sure what this meant, but he'd let them explore in squads. Who knows? Maybe they'd stumble on something useful. "Oh, right, sir." Peng Liwan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "This town, shouldn't we give it a proper name now?" The settlement had been long abandoned, its houses decayed and crumbling. But with its new residents, Revitalization seemed within reach. Continuing to call it Ruined Town felt increasingly inappropriate. Lin Yi nodded, already sharing the same sentiment. The name wasn't exactly the most auspicious. Let's call it Macondo. The name was inspired by a novel Lin Yi had once read, the story of a settlement built by migrating pioneers. He hoped the rebirth of this town could also signify the residents' new beginnings. Got it. Peng Liwan responded enthusiastically. It was certainly a step up from Ruined Town. At least, when declaring where he was from, he wouldn't have to lower his head in embarrassment. Take good care of Macondo, Lin Yi instructed. With Peng Liwan's administrative skills, he had no doubts about the matter. Rest assured, sir. Peng Liwan replied with a deep bow. When he raised his head again, Lin Yi had already vanished. Returning to the Pro Player Plaza, Lin Yi stretched lazily. The bustling crowd paid him no mind. He had specifically planned to arrive later in the day to avoid the mobs of inquisitive players. After holing up in his private domain for over half an hour, it was finally peaceful. And with his mask covering his face, his presence was unnoticed. First place in Shancheng, Lin Yi muttered, pulling up the leaderboard immediately. Level 15, and as expected, he had claimed the top rank on this year's newcomer leaderboard. The second rank was taken by Kuju, also at level 15, though slightly behind in experience points. She could only settle for second. The third through 10th spots were occupied by level 14 players, all trailing with marginal differences in experience. At level 10, the climb in experience demand became noticeably steeper. Before level 10, clearing random dungeons was more than enough to level up efficiently. Leveling up. But after level 10, each Hidden Realm run took 2 or 3 days, and the XP bar would barely crawl up by a tenth. Unless you managed to score an S rank or higher, don't even think about leveling up. Worse, if you failed to clear the dungeon, it'd all be for nothing, a complete waste of effort. That's why level 10 was the dividing line between rookies and true professionals. Did you hear? Someone's betting on Lin Ye's run in the Minotaur Guild, a wager of 10 million that the entire team survives. Odds are 13.5 to 1. What the hell? Isn't that a jackpot? The Minotaur Guild's probably going to take a hit this time. And the one placing the bet was an 80-level veteran. No way they'll try to weasel out of paying. Two professionals were chatting as they strolled past. Lin Yi heard every word loud and clear. So someone was running betting pools on him clearing Hidden Realms, and they'd just taken a serious loss. Those odds are insane. Lin Yi muttered softly. If he'd bet 10 million on himself, he could have made a ridiculous fortune. Currently, he was keeping Macondo afloat on his own, covering all the living costs, food, and supplies. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yi suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. It wasn't until they were 3 meters away that he became aware of their presence. This person wasn't just anybody. Lin Yi turned, finding a tall man with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a smug expression plastered across his face. Kid, interested in a 1 billion scholarship offer? Lin Yi froze, almost blurting out the man's name. It had to be him, the one who'd just gutted the Minotaur Guild. Liang Hoyun. In a previous life, this guy had been one of Lin Yi's closest allies. He seemed unreliable, plagued by vices like gambling and womanizing, but he came from a family of holy knights, a prestigious lineage, and his combat prowess was off the charts. In many key moments, it was Liang Hoyun who had saved Lin Ye's life. Later, the Liang family got entangled in the Vatican's internal power struggles, and it was Lin Yi who fought tooth and nail to ensure Liang Hoyun's safety. The two were brothers forged through fire and blood. So why was Liang searching for him now? Then Lin Yi remembered. Back then, this guy had gotten sick of the Vatican's rigid ways and briefly joined the Alliance Combat University as a recruitment officer. He used to boast all the time about being a professor at a top-tier institution, claiming to be both brilliant and handsome, surrounded constantly by hordes of admiring female teachers and students. Looking at him now, the sheer audacity of those claims was laughable. A humble recruitment officer strutting around and calling himself a professor? What a shameless blowhard. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zoned out or something? Liang Hoyun jerked his chin at Lin Yi, his expression playful. Lin Yi chuckled inwardly, but kept his face sullied with fake disdain. Uncle, you don't exactly look like a good guy. Liang Hoyun's eyes widened in disbelief, and the cigarette slipped from his mouth. What? Did you just call me uncle? Forget whether he was a good guy or not. Being called uncle crossed the line. Stop bullying the kid. A cold voice cut through from the side. Lin Yi turned to look. He didn't recognize her, but she was undoubtedly another recruiter from some other university. Ugh, why are you tagging along again? Liang Hoyun scratched his head, his face pained as he looked at Duan Xiaoxue. She caught up too fast. I'm haunting you? What about the listening device you planted on me? What's that supposed to mean? Duan Xiaoxue shot back icily. A holy knight stooping to such underhanded tactics. It was pure shamelessness. Listening device? What are you talking about? Shoes. What shoes? I don't understand a word. Liang Hoyun raised his hands in faux innocence, denying everything. As Duan Xiaoxue stepped forward, ready to square up and argue, Liang Hoyun suddenly tilted his head, his expression shifting. Lin Yi was gone. The kid had slipped away right under his nose. What the? Where'd he go? Did he really just vanish right in front of me? Liang Hoyun was dumbfounded. Could a kid barely at level 10 even pull something like this? Lin Yi had already changed into a new set of gear, vanishing seamlessly into the crowd. To keep a low profile, he hunched his posture and deliberately altered his gait, blending into the surroundings like a shadow. As for the prestigious universities, he had little interest. Every year, newbies fought tooth and nail to get into those institutions, but it was all about their access to exclusive hidden realms. Top-tier universities held more hidden realms, and the ones they possessed were of higher quality. These were the core resources. If a school's realms favored warriors, it would attract fighters. If they leaned toward mages, spellcasters would flock there. Resources not only dictated a university's combat style, but also shaped the flow of students who attended. And Lin Ye's particular aim for the championship battleground was tied to this. As long as he made it into the top 10, he'd gain unrestricted access to all realms. Whether or not he enrolled in a top school wouldn't matter. Even if he ended up at some 3-star institution like Shanxing Vocational Combat Academy, he'd still be able to raid the prestigious university's best realms freely. For now, though, he had a more pressing concern: getting that billion from Liang Hoyun. Of course, skipping enrollment altogether was still on the table. But before participating in the championship battleground, Lin Yi had another priority to tackle. I need to widen the level gap. Only by obtaining the top spot on the newbie rankings can I enter the Skill Temple's Golden Hall to select abilities. The Skill Temple was a special hidden realm, where the Golden Hall gave a rare chance to earn gold-tier skills. Only the top-ranked player could enter the Golden Hall. Everyone else was restricted to the Silver or Bronze Halls. If it weren't for the Golden Hall, Lin Yi wouldn't have bothered with a massive hidden realm like Purifying Stratholme. It was the only place where he could jump from level 10 to level 15 in one go, seizing the leaderboard's top position in one fell swoop. It might look like leveling up 3 days faster than others manage in a month, but in reality, those 3 days and nights were filled with endless grinding, endless fighting. More than a month ahead of everybody else. That's not just hard work. That's putting one's life on the line. The 99 professionals who advanced alongside him knew better than anyone else what it took for him to push through to level 5. Many of them had become his loyal followers precisely because they'd witnessed his relentless determination. Lin Ye's fame wasn't handed to him. He earned it by grinding harder than anyone else. If it had been someone else, they might have chosen a less grueling route, using healing techniques to align with a faction and live more comfortably. But not Lin Yi. For the sake of leveling up, he pushed himself to the brink, staying awake for 3 days and nights straight. That kind of relentless willpower is something not many could muster. We wasted way too much time waiting in the demon god space. That one event had cost him 10 full days of progress, and he dropped out of the top 100. Although he'd since climbed back up to first place, the lead wasn't as solid as it appeared. Especially with Kaju, she was the same level as him and was likely only a sliver of experience points away. If the faction backing her decided to throw resources her way, organizing a high-level dungeon carry for her, she could overtake him at any time. There were only 5 days left until the end-of-month rankings. And within these 5 days, Lin Yi needed to erase any hope Kaju had of claiming the top spot. She's not just the average number 2. I've got to go all out. Rank 1, he had to take it. The champion battleground, he had to compete. The next day, Lin Yi stepped into the professional plaza once more. After a night of rest, he was back to peak condition. However, The rookie leaderboard had shifted once again overnight. Virtually every position in the top 10 had changed hands, and even the third and fourth ranks had climbed to level 15. The pressure of competition was suffocating, leaving no room for error. The rankings shifted almost every moment, but the first and second positions, they stayed the same. Lin Yi still held first place, with Kuju trailing behind in second. This left only two possibilities. 1. Kuju was still trapped in a dungeon during the ranking tally and hadn't managed to complete her run. This wasn't uncommon. After level 10, a single dungeon run could last days, even months. 2. Kuju had finished and hit level 15 ahead of him, but had already been overtaken by Lin Yi afterward. Lin Yi glanced at the rankings for a moment, then lost interest. What mattered now was the next few days, during which he planned to remain completely immersed in dungeons, cut off from the outside world. As for forming a party, it wasn't that he didn't want to. There simply weren't any suitable teammates. The dungeon he was heading into was a level 20 dungeon. Among rookies in Shan City, the highest level was only 15. If he brought someone along, he wouldn't be unable to carry them. They would just slow him down significantly. Sure, Shan City had plenty of level 20 professionals, but most of them had deliberately capped their progress at that level, making their living by farming level 20 dungeons for resources to sell. These people avoided leveling up because ascending to a higher level would lock them out of the lower-tier dungeons. And with mediocre talent, higher-level dungeons could be death traps instead of opportunities. So, they remained stagnant, choosing to mine these dungeons instead. They were the bottom layer of professionals, yet an indispensable group. Without them, there would be no affordable potions or beginner's spatial bags. But Lin Yi wasn't after resources. He was after experience points. That alone made those dungeon miners useless as potential teammates. When it came to choosing a dungeon, he already had an answer in mind. If the goal was purely to grind experience, private dungeons were the optimal choice. All you had to do was slay monsters. No puzzles or complicated objectives. And if anything went wrong, there was backup to bail you out. The only downside, private dungeons were expensive and they didn't drop loot. Mystic Tomb, private access, starting at 2 million per entry. Lin Yi quickly found his target dungeon on the professional board. He'd spent the previous night carefully evaluating options before selecting this experience farm. Among level 20 dungeons, it was the most efficient choice for grinding. Mystic Tomb continuously spawned undead creatures, making it an endless buffet of experience points. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. However much you could handle, the dungeon would throw at you. The monsters would keep spawning and attacking relentlessly, only stopping when you either couldn't fight anymore or got overwhelmed. I'll handle it solo. Bringing even one additional person would cost an extra million. It just wasn't worth it. 2 million to enter a dungeon might be an astronomical price for the average person, but for the wealthy, it was nothing special. Plenty of rich second-generation heirs would throw this kind of money around in dungeons without a second thought. Take this Sanctified Strataclysm raid, for example. It had been adjusted based on Lin Ye's feedback. 100 players could group up and split payments by skill. For any single run, costs ranged from 10,000 per person for novices to the occasional 100,000 for experts. Money burned through easily. Compared to that, Lin Yi spending 2 million on a private dungeon run wasn't particularly unusual. The key question was whether the expense would yield sufficient results. Let's just hope the Gao family stockpile has enough dungeon energy for me. Lin Yi did some mental calculations. It wasn't until he became a dungeon master himself that he learned private dungeons weren't the effortless cash cows people assumed. Every aspect, creating the instance, spawning monsters, summoning bosses, all consumed dungeon energy. In the case of Mystic Tomb, a level 20 dungeon, each instance cost at least 1 million to create. With a 2 million ticket price, even hosting just 10 instances would rack up 10 million net profit once operating costs were deducted. It sounded lucrative. That said, demand for level 20 dungeons wasn't that high outside of the brief rookie seasons stretching 2 to 3 months. Even so, the dungeon could generate millions for the Gao family during this period. For Shan City, a fourth-tier settlement, that sort of revenue represented overwhelming capital power. As for any safety concerns, no worries there. The actual operational control of Mystic Tomb The profession center holds all power. The Gao family is merely the owner, while operations and oversight are entirely managed by the authorities. The profession center oversees safety and rule enforcement, taking only a 1% management fee. Effectively, this means the Gao family is borrowing the official endorsement to dispel everyone's doubts. As long as the rules aren't broken, everything within the secret realm is fully backed by the profession center. This is why Lin Yi wasn't worried at all. Once he stepped into the mysterious tomb, the Gao family couldn't threaten him in the slightest. The only thing he was truly concerned about was just one question. Did the Gao family's secret realm have enough energy for him to grind? After paying 2 million, Lin Yi stepped directly into the mysterious tomb. At the same time, the teleportation circle in the profession square lit up again. Kuju stepped out of it. The first thing she did was open the rookie ranking board. Level 17, first place. After 4 days of relentless training, she had painstakingly reached 2 more levels. Kuju couldn't hide her excitement. But the moment her eyes landed on the second place, she froze. How is he suddenly level 15? Kuju was absolutely stunned. 4 days ago, Lin Yi had only been level 10. So far behind, he wasn't even in the top 100. At that time, she had dominated the leaderboard at level 15. Now, Lin Yi had surged to second place, gaining 5 full levels in just 4 days. That speed? Utterly absurd. Not bad at all. Lu Yinxing approached with a smile. Grandpa, Lin Yi. Kuju looked absolutely exasperated. Forget about him. Lu Yinxing waved her off. I've already planned everything. Just focus on grinding the mysterious tomb. I even got a level 30 healer as your safety escort. Just play your best. He had spent a small fortune to make these arrangements, but he believed it was worth every penny. But I'm really exhausted. Kuju's voice grew small. Since her awakening, she had barely rested. Yet no matter how hard she worked, there was always someone better than her. Take a short break, then keep going. Lu Yinsheng held her shoulders firmly, his tone urgent. Everything you're fighting for now is so that one day you can return to the Ku family and secure justice for your mother. Kuju stayed silent for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll go. But inside, her thoughts were a mess. She wasn't pushing herself to compete with Lin Yi. Still, with her grandfather spending so much money to back her up, maybe she actually had a shot at coming out on top? In the dimly lit tomb, Lin Yi scanned his surroundings. The mysterious tomb had long been modified by human design, tailored for grinding monsters. Waves of creatures would come surging from all directions, leaving professionists to tirelessly slay them. Unlike secret realms requiring complicated objectives, this was straightforward and brutal, and perfectly suited to Lin Yi's style. If I kill enough monsters, I'll gain enough experience. Simple as that. Even though every instance run cost at least a few million to enter, plenty of people fought for the chance to level up here. Ooh, a groaning sound pierced the air. Lin Yi turned his head to see several undead shambling out from the end of the corridor, slowly but surely closing in on him. It begins. He drew his staff and deliberately moved toward the incoming creatures. From the shadows, the assigned safety escort sighed in exasperation. The layout may have been adjusted for balance, but the strength of the monsters hadn't been scaled down. And yet here was a mage, attempting a solo clear while charging directly into a horde. This looked like nothing short of a death wish. 10 minutes. He won't last 10 minutes. Just wasted 2 million, the escort muttered. But before long, his communicator buzzed with a new message. There's something more urgent on the other side. Go check it out first. This area is running on AI monitoring for now. Taking one last glance at Lin Yi, the escort departed. There were tips to be earned while catering to VIPs elsewhere. As for Lin Yi, let him suffer a bit. They could salvage him later if needed. Unaware of the escort's departure, Lin Yi had already begun taking action. Light shot, light shot, light shot. With 3 precise attacks, the undead at the corridor's end fell instantly. Too slow. Bring in more monsters. Spawn multiplier increased to x2. Moments later, 6 undead appeared. Lin Yi frowned. Keep going. Bump it straight to x10. 10 times the enemies. That was just the warm-up. Current monsters must be cleared within 5 minutes before additional multipliers can apply. Lin Yi arched an eyebrow. This mechanic existed to stop people from recklessly increasing the spawn only to dig their own graves. After all, With an entry fee of 2 million, screwing up right at the start would be a loss for everyone involved. It also hinted to today's escort likely slacking off. If they were actively watching, they would have stepped in to confirm whether adjustments were needed. Fine. One wave at a time, Lin Yi shrugged, unfazed. A few extra minutes wouldn't make a difference. 30 minutes later. Still too slow. Raise it to X10. Kuju panted lightly, yet felt exhilarated the longer she fought. These monsters were perfect for solo grinding. Slow in movement, low in health. Even with the most basic fireball spell, she could kite them with ease, whittling them down until they fell. In just half an hour, she had already cleared over 500 undead. Such efficiency would have taken at least half a day in an ordinary secret realm. To think someone could handle a tenfold spawn multiplier alone. She's insane, one of the hidden escorts murmured, completely floored by Kuju's prowess. The level of skill and determination she displayed was simply beyond impressive. Compared to those who relied on teammates to grind even in private realms, Kuju stood in an entirely different league. Wait a second, something seems mistakenly or recklessly approved the 100x spawn rate. But as the playback continued, everything pointed to one indisputable fact. It was Lin Yi himself who deliberately pushed the situation to this extraordinary level. Another person also soloing. The safety officer's mind suddenly flashed to this detail, and his guts sank. He had been so preoccupied watching Kuju earlier that he'd completely forgotten about that guy. Half an hour had passed. Could that kid have run into trouble already? As he considered the possibility, his phone rang abruptly. It was the session supervisor calling. "Hello, supervisor?" He answered the call, his voice betraying his unease. If someone really ended up dead on his watch, the consequences were inescapable. What the hell is going on over there? Why is the energy consumption skyrocketing all of a sudden? The safety officer froze, then glanced in Kuju's direction before quickly explaining. There's a challenger running a 10x difficulty multiplier. Sure, it's using up a lot of energy, but nothing that warrants contacting you, right? Elsewhere. Not enough. Crank up the efficiency, Lin Yi said impassively. Monster spawn rate increased to 100x current scale. Lin Yi nodded. Now it was more like it. As soon as the system notification rang out, 300 zombies materialized out of nowhere in the tomb. Their low, guttural growls reverberated instantly through the space. Keeping a 30-meter radius clear around Lin Yi, the zombies distributed themselves across various corners of the tomb. The grouping is actually pretty tight this time, Lin Yi murmured, watching the 6 semi-transparent screens hovering before him. These were feed visuals from mechanical mice he had deployed earlier. After quickly confirming their locations, Lin Yi lifted his staff without hesitation. Wings of Divine Light. Under the casting enhancement of his wide-range spell, golden feathers rained down across the tomb. Any zombie that so much as brushed these radiant feathers found its health plummeting. A staggering 20% decrease every single second. 5 seconds later, all 300 zombies had been wiped out entirely. Pause spawn sequence. Monster spawning has been halted. Lin Yi exhaled slowly. Skills with such a broad area of effect incurred a heavy toll. He could go on, of course, but this wasn't just any random dungeon. This was a privately regulated mystical realm under strict monitoring. If he pushed things too far, it might draw unnecessary attention. The best approach was a balance. Fight hard, rest strategically, and make everything look reasonable, keeping suspicions at bay. Lin Yi had come here intent on a single, massive haul. Naturally, he wouldn't risk leaving any evidence that could get him thrown out prematurely. As long as he followed the rules and could physically sustain it, in theory, he could farm the dungeon indefinitely. That was precisely what made the Mystic Tomb so attractive to professionals. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. As long as you didn't waste resources, they couldn't force you out before you'd had your fill. The key difference, of course, was that a buffet owner could always cheat and kick someone out. But the Mystic Tomb was managed by the professional center. They had no arbitrary reason to expel Lin Yi and were even bound by protocol to ensure his rights within the system's rules. My God, 100 times. The safety officer, who had just patched into Lin Yi's feed after the supervisor's call, felt his scalp tingle at the sight. An output rate 100 times the norm. How in heaven's name had this even been achieved? No wonder the realm's energy reserves were draining as fast as they were. Just one refresh cycle here amounted to an entire day's worth anywhere else. No realm could survive that kind of consumption unscathed. Wait a second, who is this guy? Only now did the safety officer realize that he had no idea who the challenger actually was. With so many dungeon instances to oversee daily, he had grown utterly desensitized to the challengers coming in and burning money for their exploits. As far as he was concerned, the only real distinction was whether or not they tipped the system in his favor. His job forbade excessive interference in dungeon proceedings anyway. But now it hit him. He'd skipped the most basic step. He glanced down at the name of the challenger in question. Lin Yi. He froze, his brain grinding to a halt. Unsurprisingly, the news soon reached Chen Daoxing. As the assistant handpicked by Zhang Ruiqi, Chen had long since proven capable of handling the bulk of the professional center's affairs. His capability was unmatched, and Zhang Ruiqi trusted him completely. What? Lin Yi cranked the Mystic Tomb's monster spawns to 100x efficiency. Chen went dumb for a moment before letting out an involuntary chuckle. Wherever this student went, trouble was sure to follow. But then his expression darkened. The Mystic Tomb belonged to the Gao family, after all. There was no way the Gao family would stand idly by watching their realm's energy reserves get drained like this. And moreover, the tangled history involving Lin Yi and Gao Wei's death left plenty of unresolved tension. The Gao family would never let Lin Yi profit from their assets so easily. Assistant Chun, someone from the Gao family has arrived. They're demanding that Lin Yi's instance be immediately terminated while accusing us of giving him special permissions. We've got a formal protest, a female staff member added, handing over the report. Protest? Chen Daoxing sneered. Inform Director Zhang of the situation. As for the Gao family, I'll do the post-mortem review with them personally. I'd like to see what evidence they have that we granted Lin Yi any special privileges. Deep down, he also wanted to understand just what had been going through the safety officer's mind to authorize something as absurd as a 100x spawn rate. This whole affair was simply preposterous. An hour later, within the professional center's surveillance room, every screen flickered alive with visuals of Mystic Tomb's activity. Chen Daoxing, accompanied by his team, scrutinized Lin Yi's dungeon battles frame by frame. The Gao family's representative, Gao Dongping, had arrived as expected. Though technically a butler, Gao Dongping wielded significant influence within the family. Even the patriarch, Gao Hemming, often consulted him on major decisions. Mr. Gao, the situation is exactly as you see before you, Chen Daoxing said, his tone complex. That spawn rate, it's all Lin Yi's doing, step by calculated step. Initially, Chen had assumed some act of negligence or recklessness on the safety officer's part. But as they reviewed the footage, tampered with things behind the scenes, the entire process had been recorded with crystal-clear footage. Lin Yi had pushed his way to 100 times the efficiency purely through skill. As outrageous as it seemed, there was no room for denial. Gao Dongping's face was as dark as a storm cloud. The recording had been reviewed several times without finding even the slightest trace of foul play or backdoor manipulation. From start to finish, Lin Yi had only interacted with the human-machine system, as if the safety officer had vanished entirely. This 100-fold efficiency was something Lin Yi achieved on his own. Was he even human? The safety officer in the back row, who had been suspected of slacking off, was trembling uncontrollably. He regretted his decisions so much it felt as though his intestines had twisted into knots. If he'd known this would happen, he would have never accepted that bribe. Nor would he have focused all his attention on Ku Ju's performance instead. It's still rising, Chen Daoxing said, his voice dry as he stared at the live data feed. It's already at 150 times. It was absurd. In the adjacent instance dungeon, Ku Ju had managed to push her multiplier to 10 times, a feat that would have been jaw-dropping under ordinary circumstances. But compared to Lin Yi, it wasn't even in the same league. Time ticked by, and the crowd outside watching the scene unfold was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Yi had pushed the undead respawn efficiency to 300 times. This was the absolute limit within the tomb instance for spawning, 900 undead in a single wave. This amount was already close to the total number of enemies encountered throughout an entire small-scale hidden realm. Yet for Lin Yi, it was merely a matter of using his divine light feathers twice. For the scattered undead in the corners, he meticulously picked them off one by one. If everything went smoothly, he could clear the area in about 10 minutes. Including breaks, Lin Yi could wipe out 3 waves of enemies in an hour. That level of efficiency was equivalent to the output of 3 small hidden realms. He's already taken down 50 waves of undead. Is he a machine? His stamina is insane. My brother went to Stratholme with him once. He said Lin Yi fought like a madman. Looking at him now, that was putting it lightly. This isn't just madness, it's pure determination. The staff at the professional center crowded around the large screen, watching the dungeon feed with disbelief written all over their faces. 18 full hours, Chen Daoxing said with a sigh. This kid is relentless. After learning Lin Yi had entered the mysterious tomb, Chen had chosen to stay in the monitoring room without leaving. Director Chen, the Hidden Realm's energy supply is almost depleted. Should we replenish it? Replenish it. The energy that would normally last over 10 days had been burned through in a single day by Lin Yi. But replenish it they must. The center was only responsible for oversight, and the cost would ultimately fall on the Hidden Realm's owner. In this case, the expense would be entirely billed to the Gao family. But fair is fair. A privately paid-for instance dungeon, as long as no rules were broken, was eligible for use. Cutting Lin Yi off just because the Gao family might incur losses would be blatant favoritism. The Gao family had been raking in profits for years. Crying foul now that they were facing a setback didn't hold water. On the other side, Kaju's mood was particularly sour. Moments ago, she had pushed her multiplier to 12 times, but was nearly wiped out by a single wave of enemies. If not for a lucky critical hit clearing the field at a crucial moment, her health bar would have hit 0. She immediately halted, no longer daring to take risks. Didn't Grandpa promise someone would heal me? Muttering to herself, she didn't dare speak out loud. After all, this was an unauthorized arrangement. Apparently, the plan had fallen through. Never mind, I just need to be careful, she thought, gritting her teeth and steadying her emotions. Her remaining supplies would last her 2 days. 1 day farming here is equivalent to farming 3 small hidden realms. That is outrageous, Kaju calculated, her heart pounding. At this rate, it was unlikely she'd be able to maintain her position as the top rookie on the leaderboard. The only problem was that private realms yielded no item drops and didn't offer true combat experience. Those who relied on such methods to climb the ranks were mostly paper tigers. I'm just doing this to compete for rankings. I swear I'll never take shortcuts like this again, Kaju muttered under her breath with her eyes closed. But the more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that even without resorting to underhanded tactics, she could still win. A certain figure's silhouette crossed her mind. Just let me win once. Just once. The next day, Lin Yi was up at dawn. Outside the surveillance monitors, the safety officers watched as he emerged from his tent, rendered speechless. This guy had actually brought a tent into the Hidden Realm, sleeping more comfortably than they did on a night shift. From the looks of it, he was prepared to fight the Hidden Realm to the bitter end. We'll need to keep adding energy. We burned through 50 million yesterday. Zhang even worked overnight to shift resources. He only spent 2 million to open this dungeon, but plowed through 50 million worth of energy. What a haul. And that's just the first day? Who knows how long he plans to keep this up? The Gao family is probably going to lose their minds. Back when they were making money, they didn't share any with you. The safety team, comprised of grizzled veterans, had never seen someone so extreme. The most absurd part? The Gao family could do nothing but watch Lin Yi drain their resources, using their money to farm experience. While the financial loss wasn't enough to cripple them, it was still a bitter pill to swallow. Let alone the fact that Lin Yi and the Gao family's feud was already an open secret in Shan City. This is outrageous. Gao Hemming glared at the balance sheet, his face thunderous. Yes, the expenses were on him. But who? Are you willing? If there was no enmity between them, this amount of money exchanged for goodwill would be worth it. He'd readily agree. But unfortunately, Lin Ye's death was inextricably linked to the loss of his son. This kind of relationship couldn't be mended. There was no way either side would let their guard down. Master, Miss Lanlan has arrived. Came the sound of knocking at the door. Gao Hemming lifted his head, his eyes brightening. Let her in. When comparing the two siblings, Gao Lanlan was clearly a cut above. Whether it was her talent or temperament, she outshone her brother by a mile. The door creaked open, and Gao Lanlan stepped inside. Lon Lon, what brings you back? Gao Hemming asked with concern. I heard Lin Yi emerged from the secret realm, so I rushed back to Shanshang immediately, she replied in a calm tone. Gao Hemming frowned. Didn't you say you wouldn't make a move against him? A faint smile curled on Gao Lamlin's lips. Don't worry, I won't lift a finger. I just want to see him. Gao Hemming studied her, doubt creeping into his thoughts. Did she really come all the way back just for a simple glance? Father, how much longer until we regain control of the mystic tomb? She suddenly asked. Gao Hemming froze. What are you planning? I need the title of Master of the Secret Realm to complete a task. It'd be best to obtain it within the next few days. Otherwise, who knows how long I'll have to wait until the next opportunity. As she spoke, she noticed the troubled look on her father's face. What's the issue? Rubbing his temples, frustration overwhelmed Gao Hemming. It won't be possible to reclaim it in the near future. Lin Yi is inside. The professional guild was practically filled with Lin Yi's supporters. He had no way to make a move. Gao Lanlan narrowed her eyes. She was already coming to terms with it. Taking back the secret realm within a few days was utterly hopeless. In that case, let it go. There's no need to force it. Gao Hemming sighed. You've become so much more composed. That boy's background is too deep. We can't take him on right now. He gritted his teeth, adding, but as long as you continue to grow and excel, the day will come when we can turn this around. The enmity with Lin Yi ran too deep to resolve. Gao Lanlan nodded in agreement. Her brother's death, her stolen opportunities, these grudges ensured she and Lin Yi could never reconcile. Yet, unbeknownst to her, from the moment Lin Yi set foot in the mystic tomb, her fate had already begun to quietly change. Likewise, Lin Yi had no idea that while he thought he had fiercely crippled the Gao family's ambitions, by sheer coincidence, he also ended up saving her life. This woman, who had fallen like a shooting star in a past life, had her destiny rewritten. This guy is practically a combat machine. No wonder he managed to bring back all 99 of the professionals alive. How does he keep firing those ultimate abilities so rapidly? Doesn't his brain crash from the load? If that old, defunct research center for abnormal humans still existed, he'd have been abducted for study by now. At this moment, the higher-ups of the professional guild were gathered in the monitoring room, marveling at Lin Yi's fighting prowess. They watched, astonished, as the display tracked his actions. This was already his 5th day inside the secret realm. And in those 5 days, this lunatic had burned through nearly 3 billion units of secret realm energy, equivalent to wiping out the energy of 300 small-scale secret realms. Even without the bonuses from bosses and quests, and even with the experience rewards compressed, the sheer volume of slain monsters was staggering. 300 small-scale secret realms was more than enough to push Lin Yi directly to level 21. The twist? The Mystic Tomb was capped at level 20. The experience he gained beyond that ceiling had already started overflowing by the 4th day. And yet, Lin Yi remained inside, with no one quite sure why. But no one questioned his motives either. A monster like him, he must have his reasons. That girl? Such a pity, someone muttered, glancing at another screen. 12-fold efficiency, battling nonstop for 5 full days. This kind of natural talent and unyielding determination would have made her the Rookie of the Year in any era. Too bad her timing couldn't have been worse. She had run straight into Lin Yi. In the face of Lin Yi's 300-fold efficiency, her impressive 12-fold might as well have been nothing. She's already incredible, but reality isn't forgiving, Zhang Weiqi sighed. Chen Daoxing nodded in agreement. Clearing the equivalent of 20 small-scale secret realms in 5 days was outrageously fast, enough to leap 2 levels. After reaching level 10, every level required exponentially more experience, making her speed nearly miraculous. Even so, in comparison to Lin Yi, she still paled in significance. On the 5th day, Kuju willingly concluded her run and exited the secret realm. When she appeared in the professional guild plaza, it was late at night. It was the final day of the monthly leaderboard reset, and the area bustled with constant activity. Amid the crowds, no one took notice of her quiet return. The first thing she did was open the level rankings. When her eyes caught sight of the top name on Shanqing's leaderboard, her taut nerves finally relaxed. Level 19. First place. Kuju clenched her fists in triumph. If it had been a perfectly matched secret realm, These 5 days would have barely earned her a level. Now, however, she had risen to level 19 and claimed the top spot in the rankings. To awaken and ascend to level 19 in a single month, her level advancement speed was undeniably leagues ahead of her peers. And him, her gaze shifted downward. On the top 10 leaderboard, his name was missing. Aside from her, the rest of the top players hovered around level 16. The absence of Lin Yi from the rankings made her uneasy. It meant that during these 5 days, Lin Yi hadn't cashed out his progress. And now, it was nearly midnight. Kuju glanced at her experience bar, from level 19 to 20, just on the brink of completion. Later on. In other words, unless Lin Yi could climb from level 15 to level 20 within 5 days, taking first place was utterly impossible. Thinking this, she couldn't help but shake her head. She had cleared nearly 20 small dungeons just to gain 2 levels. 5 levels in 5 days. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kuju let out a long breath, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. This time, it seemed it was finally her turn to win. I made it to the top 100. So close. Just missed qualifying for the skill temple. Haha. I cracked the top 50. The careerist plaza was gradually growing lively, buzzing with the chatter of this year's rookies. Some were elated, others sighing in disappointment. First place is level 19, while the second is only level 16. That's a ridiculous gap, trailing by 3 levels. I don't even feel like challenging it anymore. Hearing the conversations around her, Kuju tucked her hair behind her ear with a slight smile. So this was what being admired felt like. By the way, what's up with Lin Yi? Still stuck at level 15. Disappeared again for 5 days. Maybe he'll drop out of the top 10 this time. Who knows? But first place is definitely out of the question now. The crowd kept discussing. Lin Yi did have a record of leveling up 5 times in 3 days, but that was from level 10 to 15. Now, starting from level 15, the experience required doubled with each level. And Kuju, sitting comfortably at level 19, was looking down from the top. Catching up in 5 days? Not impossible, but the chances were slim to none. Time ticked by. Only a few minutes remained before midnight. All eyes were glued to the ranking board. Once this moment passed, even reaching level 100 could mean nothing. Skill temple eligibility was determined entirely by the rankings at this given instant. But then, just as midnight struck, the plaza erupted in shock. What the? Level 21. Leveled up 6 times in 5 days? Is that even real? Lin Yi. Level 21. It was exactly midnight, and the leaderboard refreshed. Kuju froze in place, staring at the name that had jumped to the top spot. All her effort over the past 5 days now felt like a cruel joke. No need to grind attributes anymore. Lin Yi exhaled deeply, his expression calm and collected. In truth, his experience had already maxed out on the 4th day, but he had deliberately pushed himself to spend an extra day in the mysterious tomb, grinding more attribute points. One more day in the outside world wouldn't have even cleared a single dungeon, but in the tomb, he could still scrape together some advantages. And, well, it had cost him 2 million. As for how much energy the Gao family might have burned through, he couldn't care less. Lin Yi understood. His relationship with the Gao family had long passed any point of reconciliation. If given a chance, they'd likely have tried to eliminate him outright already. His gaze returned to the leaderboard. First place, Lin Yi, level 21. Second place, Kuju, left 2 levels behind. Don't underestimate a 2-level difference. The experience required from level 20 to 21 was 10 times that of level 19 to 20. The gap that appeared to be 2 levels was, in reality, a chasm. Time to go home and sleep. Tomorrow, I'll head to the skill temple. Lin Yi turned and left the plaza, disappearing into the crowd. 5 grueling dungeon days. No matter how well he rested, nothing beat the comfort of his own bed. Only a clear mind and full energy could help him seize the optimal skills at the skill temple. A crow perched on the branch of a nearby tree, its black eyes darting around as if taking in its surroundings. Walking along the road home, Lin Yi remained keenly aware of all movement within a 1-mile radius. As a domain wielder, attempts at ambush or assassination rarely worked against him. With even the slightest sense of danger, he could instantly retreat into his domain for safety. However, this ability was ineffective within a dungeon or separate dimensional space, Such places prevented opening another dimension. He had already noticed, since leaving the careerist plaza, he was being tailed. The familiar presences belonged to Qin Lang's subordinates, individuals assigned to secretly guard him. But now, there was a new, unfamiliar presence mixed in. Lin Yi abruptly stopped in his tracks and spoke coldly. "Who are you?" He raised his head toward the rooftop of a nearby building. There stood a shadowy figure, staring back at him from a distance. The next second, the figure stepped backward and vanished into a space rift. Spatial magic. Gao Lan Lan, Lin Yi muttered. Users of space-related abilities were exceedingly rare, and in Shan City, the only person linked to him with such skills was her. She had made no overt move, but that faint, oppressive killing intent hadn't escaped his detection. Her retreat was subtly abrupt, catching the attention of Lin Yi's supposed protectors, who immediately scattered to search the area. Lin Yi continued staring at the rooftop, his thoughts churning. Gao Lanlan's control over space was far more refined than his. She could freely traverse between locations, whereas his domain ability only worked as a stationary, local transport restricted by dungeon parameters. The disparity was glaring. But what truly stirred his heart was witnessing her ability firsthand. He had seen her materialize 100 meters away, then consecutively shift through space before disappearing entirely into the night. That kind of ability, he had to acquire it. For now, though, there were priorities. But only upon arriving here did he truly grasp how endless the sky stretched and how unfathomable the depths of the sea lay. Earning the qualification to enter the Golden Temple of the Skill Sanctuary was indeed a badge of honor, yet it was also a silent battlefield where strength collided and spoke louder than words. Lin Yi, however, paid no heed to the hushed murmurs or the vastly different auras of his many competitors around him. His gaze bypassed the crowd entirely, settling instead on the inverted mountain floating ahead of them, a mountain called the Summit of Knowledge. This was the heart of the Golden Temple itself. Each rune upon its surface symbolized a unique skill, and every choice here was intricately linked to the wielder's destiny. In that moment, Lin Yi's thoughts swirled in turbulent waves. Even amidst this setting where hope intertwined with daunting challenge, he radiated a calm demeanor that was almost otherworldly. His expression remained composed, free of restlessness or impatience. It was this tranquility that seemed to hush even the faintly twinkling stardust floating in the boundless void around him. Suddenly, a stream of faint light began coursing across the summit of knowledge, rippling outward with an invisible power that seemed to awaken the very souls of every participant present. A deep, aged voice resonated within their consciousness, a voice like the whispers of ancient wisdom. "Welcome to the Golden Temple, the realm that grants wisdom and power. Let your intent find harmony with the light of skill. Your choice will reveal who you truly are and the path that lies ahead." The words echoed, and in their wake, every star-like rune before them began to tremble faintly, as if responding to the silent call of their souls. But before long, confusion and even despair flickered across the faces of some participants. For many, the runes barely stirred, or made no response at all. "What's going on? None of these skills resonate with me," someone muttered anxiously under their breath. It was clear now, not everyone could successfully evoke a resonance with the runes. This was the first trial of the skill sanctuary, the compatibility of one's soul. While some grew ecstatic or despondent, a burly man named Zhao Meng suddenly let out a low roar. His powerful will surged outward like a tidal wave, drawing hundreds of starlit runes to him, each glowing brightly, as if vying for his attention. His face lit up with unrestrained glee, clearly basking in his apparent victory. "Haha, of course it's me, Zhao Meng. So many skills can't wait to be chosen by me." His booming voice carried his triumph as he arrogantly scanned the crowd, his pride swelling to overflowing. Yet Lin Yi remained wholly unaffected, standing still in quiet contemplation. Without opening his eyes, he immersed himself in the vast, star-like void, feeling out the unique rhythm of the floating runes. He reached deeper into himself, seeking a profound connection with the mysterious lights around him. Moments later, a change began to take shape around him. At first, only a few runes quivered softly, but soon, more began to stir, drawn toward him like moths to a flame. Among them, One rune radiated a dazzling golden light, blindingly brilliant. It immediately captured the attention of everyone present. A golden rune. He's managed to draw a golden rune's recognition. The space fell into a stunned silence as every pair of eyes turned to Lin Yi. Even Zhao Ming, whose face had been fixed in derisive arrogance, now stared in bewilderment. Disbelief etched across his features. That's impossible. That guy's a healer. How could a healer? Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, casting a calm and indifferent glance at Zhao Ming before turning his attention away, offering no explanation or acknowledgement. There was no sign of gloating or self-satisfaction in his expression. Instead, he raised a steady hand, reaching toward the golden rune with quiet resolution. As his fingertips neared the rune, the summit of knowledge seemed to sense his approach. Suddenly, it erupted in shimmering golden radiance, trembling as if stirred awake from an eternal slumber. The suspended mountain quaked faintly, its surface alive with intensifying brilliance. The hovering runes around it began to glow and hum, resonating with one another until they created a symphony both awe-inspiring and magnificent. Every participant froze, holding their breath as they strained to witness what was unfolding. The golden light transformed, splitting into hundreds of gleaming threads that surged forth, weaving a colossal, intricate array of luminous patterns around Lin Yi. This was no ordinary skill. Its presence alone defied convention and shattered all understanding. An unprecedented surge of power descended from the luminous tapestry, enveloping Lin Yi in its embrace. Witnessing this, countless participants gawked in disbelief. Whispers filled the silence. What? What skill is this? Why does the summit of knowledge react so strongly to him? Is it really a healing skill? A healer, able to generate such a phenomenon at the Golden Temple? A wave of envy rippled through the crowd. No matter the specifics of the skill, one thing was certain. If it could trigger such a transformation, its potential was boundless. By claiming it, Lin Yi's future course in this world would inevitably set off an unparalleled storm. On the host's platform, the elder presiding over the ritual, Dao Sheng, stared, his expression taut with an unshaken awe. His fingers gripped the edge of the platform tightly. Lin Yi, what kind of boundary have you just crossed? Dao Sheng murmured, his voice trembling faintly. In the next instant, the radiant display dissolved abruptly. Lin Yi's hand finally touched the supreme golden rune. A low, resonant toll, like the chime of an ancient bell, seemed to ripple through the very air itself. Within his being, something dormant awakened, an entirely new force surging to life. As Lin Yi opened his eyes once more, a sharp glint flickered in the depths of his usually serene gaze. It was subtle, but undeniable, a forceful presence that hinted at the immense shift within him. He knew, in that moment, the path he had chosen would not only transform his destiny but echo outward, changing the course of everything and everyone intertwined with his life. The summit of knowledge has chosen. The trial is complete. The ageless voice proclaimed once more. As the golden glow faded into the air, silence reclaimed the space. Yet this silence was heavy, with wonder, with reverence, and with the weight of a moment no one present would ever forget. Unexpectedly, completely crushing that trial, she's already at the 78th step of the book mountain and still going strong. The uproar from the crowd surged like a wave, hitting everyone hard. The difference between a first-rate genius and everyone else became starkly clear. Each move she executed was executed flawlessly, as if perfectly choreographed beforehand. The crowd couldn't help but fixate on the silver-haired girl scaling the treacherous trial without hesitation, as if it were a stage built just for her. The gap in talent and raw ability was suffocating. Lin Yi's expression remained calm, but internally, emotions churned. This moment confirmed again why the worlds of the elites and everyone else were practically two separate universes. The so-called top-tier geniuses came from families of influence and wealth, inheriting resources ordinary individuals could only fantasize about. And then, there were people like Zhong Muxue in the mix, people whose personal talents alone could outshine even such immense advantages. In Lin Yi's past life, Zhong Muxue was a rising star, but succumbed early, falling into the trap of a demon lord's cunning ambush. If not for that, Her potential might have carried the weight of humanity into new realms of strength. But now, the timeline was skewing. Linyi wasn't sure if that was for better or for worse. As he watched Zhong Mushue's dazzling display, distraction came in the form of another voice nearby. "Excuse me, are you Linyi?" The entire crowd perked up, their curiosity piqued instantly. All eyes turned sharply toward the source of the interaction, a tall, confident boy carrying an ornate longbow on his back. His presence seemed casual, yet his aura was undeniable. "He's Linyi," came a hushed murmur. "No way, the strongest healer title belongs to him." The boy with the longbow nodded to Linyi, lowering his voice slightly, as if attempting camaraderie. "I'm Kuyu, from Shin City. I heard about you, the miracle healer. Mind if we chat?" "Kuyu? You mean that Kuyu? Shin City's rookie king. Damn, he's making his move already. I knew it." Another onlooker exclaimed, his voice tinged with envy. That level of charisma and the guts to claim Linyi for his faction? No average rookie can touch that kind of pull. Unlike the crowd, Linyi didn't seem particularly swayed by Kuyu's arrival. He merely nodded faintly in acknowledgement. Seeing no further response, Kuyu pressed on, grinning widely, straight to the point. "Then, I want you to join my guild, Golden Arrowhead. I'll make you the vice president. Unlimited room for growth, guaranteed perks as we expand. Think about it." Linya's expression didn't immediately shift. Kuyu's offer wasn't bad. Having guild support early could fast-track exposure to higher-level resources and rare quests. Normally, no rookie in their right mind would outright refuse such overtures from a top-tier figure. Yet, Linyi didn't fit the mold of average newcomers. Not in mindset, not in memory, not even in ambition. With calm precision, Linyi summoned True Sight, the unique ability he had acquired from Lin Maofeng. Unlike some, he wielded it with careful restraint. It was only a rank, after all. Theoretically, poking too far beyond its grade should result in psychic backlash. But Lin Ye's remarkable spiritual endurance had repeatedly defied such limits. In moments like this, True Sight became invaluable. Kuyu's talent: piercing shot, grade SS. Description: attacks delivered using a bow ignore 40% of the target's defense at all times. Additional bonuses proc during chained long-range combos. A phenomenal talent, if you were an archer. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yi wasn't remotely interested in archery. His gaze sharpened slightly before his response came, curt but definitive. "I'm grateful, but I have no plans to join a guild right now." For a second, Kuyu's eyebrows lifted, his smile faltering ever so subtly. However, he quickly recovered, laughing warmly. "Fair enough, no harm done. But one more thing," his voice lowered conspiratorially, as if he wanted nobody else overhearing the next question. "You wouldn't happen to know Kuju, would you?" Linya's pause wasn't long, but it was noticeable. "We've crossed paths, but not much beyond that." "What?" "Oh, nothing serious. I just thought I'd ask," Kuyu replied, his tone light and evasive. Yet Lin Yi didn't miss the glint of concealed intent flickering in the other boy's eyes before retreating. Their conversation was suddenly swallowed by a collective sharp gasp from the gathered crowd. "Look at her skills. Zhong Mushua's execution is flawless. Did she just chain a 23-style ghost slash into a dragon scale break? What the hell? She's annihilating these trials like they're child's play." The silver-haired prodigy atop the book mountain had carved through yet another obstacle. Even from afar, the intensity of her aura was awe-inspiring. Yet, Lin Ye's focus wavered. What pulled his thoughts was far less immediate: the memory of her untimely demise. She had been destined to fall early to a trap laid by the flesh demon god. This was history he both mourned and bore witness to. A disturbing thought rose unbidden in his mind. What if intersecting threads this time would alter more than just her fate? How far could destiny truly bend before breaking? This world was shifting, reshaping itself, not just through the appearance of anomalies like Zhong Mushua's persistence or Lin Ye's rarest ranked talent, but something deeper, something that may not stomach predictability. And for Lin Yi, the stakes felt heavier by the hour. Clang, all top-tier warrior skills. She actually gained recognition for 3 different ones at the same time. Lin Yi turned his head to look. Atop the mountain of books, Zhong Mushue was surrounded by a dozen golden runes. Among them, 3 emitted the brightest light, exuding an overwhelming aura. She didn't hesitate. Fixing her gaze on the three strongest ones, she ultimately reached out and grasped at one. The rune paused for a few seconds in her palm before transforming into a stream of light and entering her forehead. The 23 strikes to reap death. Lin Yi silently repeated the name in his mind. After selecting her skill, Zhong Muxue glanced around, her gaze finally settling on Lin Yi. She gave him a slight nod before leaping down from the mountain of books. Watching this scene, a hint of jealousy filled many onlookers' hearts. For someone like Zhong Muxue, a top-tier powerhouse, to take the initiative to acknowledge someone, it spoke volumes about Lin Yi's significance. But for all their inward dissatisfaction, no one dared to step forward and voice it. Lin Yi's background was from a fourth-tier settlement, but he had already risen to the strength of a first-tier rookie king, and as a healer, no less. Such accomplishments alone were dazzling enough. I'll go next. As Zhong Muxue descended, Kong Filiu immediately leaped onto the mountain of books. Aside from her, he had the highest level, so naturally, no one objected. Standing firmly, he activated his starlight connection. 8 golden beams swirled around him. Though one short of Zhong Muxue's total, it was still an impressive display. With a swift decision, he chose a skill and descended just as decisively. The crowd grew quiet, because now, only 3 rookie kings who were also level 21 remained. Lin Yi, Ku Yu, and the ever-low-profile rookie king of Shanxing. I'll go. Ku Yu moved to ascend, but a black shadow darted past him first. Yuan Danqing, the rookie king of Shanxing. I heard she fought her way here solo. Absolutely ruthless. SSS grade talent with the rare shadow envoy profession. Of course she's strong. The murmurs were subdued, but the undercurrent was palpable. It wasn't that her strength was in question, but she carried a stigma that made people uneasy. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at her a bit longer. In his previous life, Yuan Danqing's low-key demeanor, combined with her sensitive talent and rare profession, made her the subject of nasty rumors, branding her as a pawn of the demon gods. To clear her name, she later ventured into the abyss alone, battling to the death against 3 demon gods. Only after her sacrifice did the slander finally subside. But that was a tale for the future. Right now, she wasn't capable of such feats. Troublemaker, Ku Yu muttered under his breath. In the eyes of many, anyone suspected of demon god allegiance was a traitor to humanity and deserved public condemnation. Unfortunately, this kind of prejudice also harmed the innocent. Yuan Danqing was a prime example. Standing atop the mountain of books, only a single golden beam responded to her presence. The silence was suffocating. The way people looked at her had changed, tinged with disdain and derision. Some claimed that the skills housed within the sacred hall were the legacies of humanity's forebearers. How many skills one attracted equated to how many forebearers' approval one had earned. Facing the cold stares, Yuan Danqing silently accepted the soul skill, stepping off the mountain without a word. Around where she stood, an empty gap formed, no one willing to stand close to her. Lin Yi bore witness to it all, silently shaking his head. It was perfectly normal for her to attract only one skill. This simply meant that only a single skill within the hall aligned with her unique abilities. The association between the number of skills and one's worthiness in the ancestors' eyes was absolute nonsense and dangerously misleading, especially for those with rare professions that defied conventional norms. Take Gao Lanlan, for instance. She hadn't even bothered participating in the Rookie King contest. Even if she had secured first place and gained access to the Sacred Hall's rare skills, they would have been irrelevant to her. Her talent and profession were far too niche. The Sacred Hall simply wouldn't house anything compatible with her unique needs. Rather than waste a slot, it was better left to someone else. Unfortunately, most people lack the perspective to understand this. Misled by rumors and blinded by preconceptions, their biases had become deeply ingrained. Yuan Danqing's situation, sadly, was far from surprising. My turn. Ku Yu could no longer contain himself. Without so much as waiting for a response, he charged straight up the mountain of books. The moment he steadied himself, over a dozen red beams of light surged toward him, but no golden ones. Ku Yu froze, stunned. His talent was SS grade, and his class was fairly common. Failing to attract any golden skills wasn't entirely unexpected. Selecting a random red beam, he descended with a dark expression. My turn. From the crowd, Zhao Ming pushed forward, his urgency plain. With 4 of the first-tier settlement rookie kings having taken their turns, he couldn't sit still any longer. But Kuyu snapped coldly, halting him. What's the hurry? Lin Ye's level is higher than yours. If anyone's next, it's him. Zhao Ming's face darkened. Someone who can't even attract a golden skill thinks they have the authority to give orders? As the lowest-level rookie king among the 5 first-tier settlements, Zhao Ming already felt slighted by being outshone by someone from a 4-tier settlement. Kuyu publicly calling him out felt like a deliberate slight. Say that again. Kuyu snapped, his anger flaring. Failing to receive any golden skills had already left him humiliated. Now, 2 first-tier rookie kings squared off against each other, tension crackling. Standing off to the side, Lin Ye's gaze cooled. The climbing order didn't matter to him. Everyone had to go through the motions. It made no difference who went first or last. Arguing about something so trivial was childish. Kuyu's stance might have appeared to favor him. But he chose the light. This required not only courage but also a true sense of the bigger picture. In an era when humanity faced peril, slaying was surely crucial. But sometimes redemption carried the power to sustain hope. In truth, this maneuver had placed him squarely against Zhao Ming. Such childish tactics of forming cliques could only deceive impressionable young minds. If Lin Yi were 16 or 17, perhaps he might have fallen for it, swept up in the undercurrent. But unfortunately, he wouldn't. Lin Yi spoke calmly, his tone devoid of turbulence. No one going up? Then I'll go first. Without even sparing a glance at Zhao Ming or Kuyu, he walked straight toward the mountain of books, as if their squabbles had nothing to do with him. It was an attitude that said loud and clear, "Do as you please. I will not be a part of it." Humph, so self-important. Zhao Ming snorted derisively, shooting a sidelong glance at Kuyu. Kuyu didn't respond, but his gaze had grown cold, fixed entirely on Lin Yi. He had extended goodwill to Lin Yi multiple times, only to be utterly ignored. His tolerance had long worn thin. As Lin Yi stepped onto the mountain of books, the scene fell into complete stillness. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of skills this healer, the first to enter the Golden Palace, could summon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing. Just as puzzlement began to spread among the crowd, the stars above suddenly trembled violently. Countless starlight beams transformed into streams of energy, surging madly toward Lin Yi. Skill runes, like a torrential meteor shower, spiraled relentlessly around his figure. The entire audience erupted. That's the fire-type forbidden spell 9 Suns Ascend. The ice elemental ultimate absolute zero is here too. Wait, even the melee move Flash Prison Strike showed up. Everyone was stunned. It made sense, perhaps, for a healer to attract magic-based skills. But for melee combat skills to be vying for him as well? This was preposterous. Don't forget, his first achievement was obtaining the Flame Warrior emblem, and with perfect compatibility no less, Kong Filiu said somberly. This meant that Lin Yi could very well tread the warrior's path as well. Even so, the sheer number of skill runes swarming around him was awe-inspiring. Compared to this, even the dozen or so golden skills attracted by Zhong Muxua earlier seemed utterly insignificant. So turns out the temple still has this many golden skills left. Huh. Zhao Ming made an exaggerated remark, feigning nonchalance. When I saw Kuyu go up earlier, I thought they'd all been claimed. The crowd burst into laughter. Kuyu's face darkened to a deep shade of green. Still, he couldn't utter a single retort. Lin Yi already qualifies for the champion battlefield, Kong Filiu remarked, brows knitted tightly. He's likely to pick a high-damage skill. The skills orbiting Lin Yi were absurdly powerful. If he chose an offensive ability, the champion battlefield would suddenly face a new and formidable contender alongside Zhong Muxua. Who would have thought that a healer could instill such dread? Of course, that was only if he didn't choose a skill from the Holy Light category. Amid the spiraling runes, Lin Ye's eyes swept across the dazzling options, activating his true sight. The flood of skills spilling out had surprised even him. Then again, it wasn't entirely unexpected. He bore too many talents. His very being was almost magnetic to these skills. His gaze filtered through the cascading lights, finally locking onto one radiant, golden rune. It was pure holy light. Beyond the temple, in cities across the realm, giant broadcasting screens displayed the Golden Palace's footage in real time. The image of Lin Yi enveloped by shimmering golden skills set crowds roaring with astonishment. A healer capable of attracting so many skills was practically unheard of. He's gained the acknowledgement of that many ancient powers. Lin Yi's incredible. He's putting healers on the map. This isn't just impressive. It's probably something no one can replicate for ages. Some murmured thoughtfully. He can learn all the skills he's attracted. It's just the limitation of being a healer that prevents him from fully utilizing them. Even so, this is beyond legendary. In Shanqing's plaza, where Lin Yi's humble home city lay, the crowd was in full-throated celebration. As a small, fourth-tier town, they were used to being overshadowed. But this time, Lin Yi had overshadowed the rising stars from even the first-tier settlement hubs. Every professional here swelled with pride, their spirits soaring for the first time in years. But as much as they cheered, their curiosity peaked even higher. What would Lin Yi choose? Healers were inherently disadvantaged in offense. If he seized this chance to bolster his attack power, no one would blame him. An opportunity like this, once lost, might never come again. But for the greater good of humanity, if he chose a high-level holy light skill, the value of that decision would be immeasurable. All eyes were on Lin Yi. As the first healer to step into the Golden Palace, he was already the subject of much attention. Now, with so many skills clamoring for him, he had become the undivided focus of the entire realm. Inside the temple, even his competitors awaited his verdict in silence. As for Lin Yi, he had long made up his mind. Sacred healing arts. You're the one, he murmured internally, extending his hand toward a luminous gold rune. From within the swirling golden currents, a light emerged and settled firmly in his palm. The glow was warm, soft, and carried a tranquility that eased all who beheld it. The moment his choice was made, the crowd broke out in a frenzy. He actually chose a holy light skill over offensive power? I can't believe it. This kind of selflessness. No wonder the ancients favored him. Respect. This time, I genuinely respect him. Across the various arenas, the hearts of rival rookies churned. In truth, no one could fault Lin Yi had he chosen a golden tier offensive skill. He'd earned that right fair and square. But by picking holy light, he showed not just courage, but an unparalleled sense of responsibility. In an age rife with threats against humanity, savagery might overcome danger, but it was salvation that prolonged hope. Go. Yet now, he was willingly giving up personal gains. It's holy restoration, Kong Filiu murmured when he saw the result, finally letting out a sigh of relief. His worst fear had been Lin Yi choosing a high-damage skill. After all, most golden-tier skills were unique. Once taken, there would be no second copy for others to obtain. But Lin Yi choosing holy restoration meant there was one less formidable competitor in his eyes. From his perspective, a light-based healer wasn't much of a threat to human combatants. Yet what was peculiar was that, after Lin Yi had made his selection, the rest of the golden tier runes didn't dissipate. Instead, they continued to orbit around him, seemingly reluctant to leave. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll come back again in the future. For now, you may return, Lin Yi said calmly. The runes seemed hesitant but eventually drifted back to their respective places, vanishing one after another. This scene left every glance from the rookie kings filled with utterly mixed emotions. Especially Kuyu, his expression was as dark as the depths of the abyss. He couldn't even secure one golden tier skill, while Lin Yi appeared annoyed at being swarmed by too many. Lin Yi himself, however, was slightly regretful. But the temple's rules were absolute. He could only take one. And above all else, holy restoration was his cornerstone. It was non-negotiable. Having secured the skill, Lin Yi leapt gracefully, leaving the mountain of books behind. As soon as he landed, Lin Yi noticed that nearly everyone around was staring at him with reverent eyes. Brother Lin, you're the most aspiring healer I've ever met. Kong Filiu approached with genuine sincerity. Lin Yi smiled lightly. I just picked the skill that suited me best. It's nothing grand. Now you're just being modest. I hope we'll have the chance to collaborate in the future. Kong Filiu extended his hand with a smile. I would be honored. Lin Yi replied as they shook hands, his demeanor poised and composed. Deep down, however, Lin Yi understood these were just polite formalities. Most SSS class combatants could solo even the most dangerous dungeons. Healers, to them, were merely a luxury, a nice but non-essential addition. Kong Filiu's gesture of goodwill was already more than generous. That said, collaboration wasn't entirely out of the question. Lin Yi was genuinely intrigued by Kong Filiu's SSS class talent. If an opportunity arose, Lin Yi wouldn't hesitate to secure it for himself. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yi had chosen Holy Restoration from the vast array of skills. In no time, Lin Yi became the most sought-after individual in the gathering. Even the most arrogant combatants set aside their pride to befriend him, sending friend requests one after another. Because from this moment on, Lin Yi could no longer be seen as merely an ordinary healer. Holy Restoration was often referred to as the minor resurrection. In dungeons, it could directly revive fallen teammates. Outside of dungeons, while it couldn't bring people back from the dead, it could fully heal severe injuries, even regenerate severed limbs. Normal healing tactics only restored HP, health points. But once someone's HP was completely depleted, their body would have to endure the excess damage. Although their HP could be replenished later, severe injuries would linger, slowly draining one's life. Critical wounds, particularly, were nearly impossible to recover from. However, Holy Restoration could instantly heal all injuries and maximize HP. Even if someone was hanging on by a thread, it could restore them to perfect condition instantly. Within dungeons, casting Holy Restoration could return the target to the exact state they were in when they first entered. However, each person could only be resurrected once per dungeon. Outside of dungeons, using Holy Restoration required the additional cost of 10 light crystals. If the target's level far exceeded the caster's, the higher the level gap, the greater the failure rate. After engaging with the crowd, Lin Yi finally had a chance to calm down and carefully examine the finer details of Holy Restoration. Within dungeons, there were no additional material costs. But back in the human realm, light crystals were indispensable. This limitation was normal. Many high-tier skills required supplements outside of dungeons. Each light crystal was worth 1,000,000 credits. 10 would amount to 10 million. Yet, even for such an exorbitant price, many would still gladly pay for the chance to regrow a severed limb or heal a critical injury. However, very few healers had ever mastered Holy Restoration. Even with money, locating a qualified caster was next to impossible. And someone like Lin Yi, a level 20 healer, mastering Holy Restoration was practically unheard of. Among anyone under level 90, he was possibly the only one. Lin Yi did some calculations silently. The more critical the injury, the greater the probability of replicating newfound talents. If a situation were dire enough to warrant the use of Holy Restoration, his chances of success would likely skyrocket. After all, if someone was already dead, how much worse could it get? Sadly, Holy Restoration was indeed incapable of resurrecting someone who had already died outside of a dungeon. True resurrection was far beyond the abilities of mortal practitioners. Nobody in history had ever been documented achieving such a feat. Even so, Holy Restoration alone placed Lin Yi far above all other healers. Time seemed to flow unnoticed as one rookie king after another climbed the mountain to claim their fortunes. But none managed to trigger golden tier skills. Some were forced to settle for purple tier skills, their expressions etched with disappointment. Entering a temple as prestigious as this didn't necessarily guarantee golden tier rewards. Yet this year had already far exceeded expectations. Normally, 1 or 2 golden tier skills would surface at most. This year, 4 had already appeared, and the value of Holy Restoration even outweighed forbidden spells. Soon, all rookie kings finished selecting their skills. A prompt appeared, a reminder that everyone had completed their climb, and the temple gates would close in 1 minute. Silence filled the air as they quietly prepared to leave. All right then, whether it's unwillingness or acceptance, at least there are gains to be had. At that moment, Kuyu walked directly in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I heard you're planning to take on the Champions Arena too. His tone was both casual and calculating. Let me be upfront. My talent and class mean nothing in comparison to the true top-tier prodigies. As for you, no matter how strong you are, you're just a healer. Kuyu lowered his voice as his eyes darted briefly toward Zhong Muxiue and Kong Filiu, off to the side. For people like us, if we want a good ranking, we need to team up. You get what I mean? There were quite a few curious onlookers casting glances their way. Lin Yi raised his gaze to meet Kuyu's. This guy? He had already tried to play games once before, attempting to push Lin Yi into opposition against Zhao Meng. And now, here he was, mouth full of talk about cooperation, still setting up another trap. Lin Yi could sense Kong Filiu observing quietly from the shadows. Cooperation? Lin Yi asked lightly. Exactly. I am without a doubt the most suitable teammate for you. Kuyu's confidence brimmed as though his proposal were the most logical choice. To be fair, his words weren't without merit. The three SSS tier prodigies were all arrogant to the extreme. There was no chance they'd lower themselves to recruit Lin Yi. Most of the so-called rising stars were mediocre at best, struggling even to survive on the battlefield. Among this crowd, Kuyu was indeed one of the top figures. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold the title of a rising star from one of the premier settlements. But his fatal flaw lay in his methods. Too pushy, too transparent, as if he were forcing Lin Yi to pick a side. And he thought nothing of positioning Lin Yi as a rival to the prodigies. Maybe Kuyu had gotten too used to such petty strategies. He probably didn't even realize how flawed his approach was. What he forgot, however, was that the man standing opposite him had the mind of a seasoned veteran. All right, we'll team up then when the time comes, Lin Yi replied without a second's hesitation. Kuyu's face lit up with joy, an almost giddy type of satisfaction. Having someone like Lin Yi as a teammate meant that even facing Kong Filiu head-on, Kuyu would dare to risk it all. Watching the smug expression on Kuyu's face, Lin Yi could only inwardly chuckle. You really think I'll tie myself to you for this? If only you knew how naive that thought was. When we're on the actual battlefield, if I decide I don't want to see you, you'd be lucky to even catch my shadow. And if, by some miracle, you do manage to corner me, well, then I'll take your surname. How do we stay in contact? Kuyu pressed, eager to finalize the arrangement. Lin Yi offered an almost imperceptible smile. Have Kuju come find me. Kuyu froze, visibly stunned by the response. Before he could react further, the countdown hit 0. Everyone was forcefully teleported out of the area. Lin Yi soon exited the Hall of Skills and returned to his designated position. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the crowd, reverberating across the plaza. Practically every voice was chanting his name. He had chosen the Holy Light skill, adhering strictly to a healer's role while surrounded by powerfully destructive talents. In the eyes of many, this spoke to unparalleled dedication, making him infinitely more honorable. Coupled with his previous extraordinary performance, Lin Yi had become something of a living legend, regarded by some as the closest thing to a contemporary saint. The Golden Hall was the most selective, admitting the fewest participants. Unsurprisingly, those chosen were the last to leave. Unlike others, who finished within half an hour after picking a skill suited for them, those entering the Golden Hall had to ascend the mountain of books one by one, battling for the skill's acknowledgement. A time-consuming process, to say the least. Hearing the deafening applause and chants surrounding him, Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his nose. To be honest, his choice of divine healing wasn't inspired by any grandiose ideals. In fact, there was a hint of selfish intent behind it. He merely wanted to experiment. Under certain conditions, could he more effectively copy others' talents with this ability? That was the real question lingering in his mind. Still, the misunderstanding worked in his favor. The more elevated his reputation, the more advantageous things would be for him. Amidst the crowd, Kuju stood watching Lin Yi's departing figure with a mix of emotions flickering in her eyes. On the livestream feed, she'd seen every moment of Kuyu trying to curry favor with Lin Yi. Though the audio wasn't available, Kuyu's final triumphant grin was clear as day. What an obnoxious smile. If Kuyu were to truly pull someone like Lin Yi over to his side, any hope she had of turning the tables against him would vanish. The thought alone turned her stomach. Meanwhile, in a grander plaza elsewhere, Kuyu slumped in frustration, clearly exasperated. Find that illegitimate daughter? You've got to be kidding me. Suspicion crept into his mind. Had Lin Yi set him up intentionally? On second thought, it didn't seem likely. After all, it was Kuyu himself who had brought up Kuju. and Lin Yi probably didn't know their exact relationship. Great job, me, leading myself into this mess, he muttered bitterly. Originally, he had only wanted to feel out whether Lin Yi had any dealings with Kuju. Instead, he ended up digging himself a hole. Going out of his way to contact that illegitimate girl? No way. He couldn't bring himself to do it. To Kuyu and his mother, Kuju was nothing but a stain, a disgrace to the family name. Yet now he was cornered. He'd have to find a way to reach Lin Yi, despite the tight guard of the professional league, which rendered private meetings nearly impossible. As the rising stars who entered the Golden Hall returned to their respective settlements, the Rookie Awards ceremony finally came to an official close. Once the event concluded, the crowd quickly dispersed. Lin Yi and Zhang Weiqi slipped away early, skipping the post-ceremony buzz entirely. Inside the car, Zhang Weiqi couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Yi, my brother, you've brought so much glory to Shanxing this time. As the head of the Shanxing Professional Center, Zhang Weiqi beamed with pride. Everyone understood that Lin Yi's achievements weren't tied to his origins. But even so, glory had its way of uniting people. It was intangible, but undeniably potent. Out of nowhere, Zhang Weiqi handed him a brocade box. Here, the military asked me to deliver this to you. Lin Yi furrowed his eyebrows in mild surprise. He'd hardly had dealings with the military before. Opening the box, a finely crafted badge lay quietly, its insignia depicting a crossing of a scepter and a sacred hammer, exuding an air of solemn authority. Beneath it rested two one-star epaulets. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This was the insignia of a major general. He was merely a student fresh off the college entrance exams, with no military background to speak of. The weight of such an honor felt overwhelming. Zhang Weiqi explained that the military planned to establish an all-encompassing Holy Light Knights battalion, with its core members comprised of the 99 professionals Lin Yi had brought back from Stratholme. This badge represented the honorary title of Legion Commander, bestowed exclusively upon him. Only then did Lin Yi grasp the meaning behind the insignia. While he could decline the offer, Lin Yi simply shrugged and said indifferently, "It's just a title. It doesn't matter to me, as long as they don't expect me to actually do anything." Zhang Weiqi watched as Lin Yi accepted the badge, his gaze riddled with complex emotions. At the same age, Zhang Weiqi had still been struggling to figure out his future, while Lin Yi was already standing at a height many could never reach in a lifetime. The military uniform, Zhang Weiqi told him, would be delivered shortly. A car pulled up downstairs, and the two bid their farewells. As soon as Lin Yi stepped out of the vehicle, the mechanical beasts he had pre-deployed earlier sprang to life simultaneously. 6 monitoring screens unfolded in his field of vision, granting him an unobstructed overview of his surroundings. It was clear that the events of last night had alarmed Qin Lang. The man had already increased the number of personnel assigned to protect him in secret. Yet Lin Yi understood perfectly. This level of security was far from sufficient. The real world of professionals was immeasurably more brutal. Demonic gods could not descend directly into the mortal realm, but their countless minions lay hidden, skulking in the shadows. For now, the only one eyeing him was the newly risen flesh demon god, whose foundation was still unstable and thus lacked the strength to allocate sufficient power against him. However, once it solidified its foothold, assassination attempts targeting him were only a matter of time. The history of humanity was plagued by the early deaths of geniuses, many such incidents orchestrated by these malevolent forces. Previously, Lin Yi had been just an unimpressive healer with low output and a weak constitution, hardly worthy of anyone's attention. But from the moment he mastered holy restoration, everything had changed. Those demon gods who couldn't even be bothered to give him a second glance. Now, they likely all wanted him dead. A healer capable of deploying holy restoration could bring retired professionals back to the forefront of the battlefield, a capability powerful enough to tip the scales in any war. "I need to prepare in advance," Lin Yi murmured, quickly calculating his next move. The priority was to upgrade mechanical manipulation and true sight, 2 key abilities that would play a crucial role in both survival and combat. As long as he could detect danger ahead of time, he could retreat into the protected confines of his secret domain where no one could reach him. For Lin Yi, there were only 2 things that mattered most: visibility and reconnaissance. For visibility, He relied on his mechanical creatures to scout the terrain. Reconnaissance, on the other hand, hinged on true sight. At its current level, true sight could see through lower-level targets merely by focusing his mental energy. But that was still not enough. At the very least, I need to upgrade it to S rank, Lin Yi decided. Both of these abilities were classified as A-rank talents, and advancing each to S rank would require 1 million healing points, a combined total of 2 million. For Lin Yi in his current state, however, this was no major obstacle. Upgrade. The 2 million healing points were consumed instantly. A moment later, both talents completed their transformation. Mechanical Manipulation S rank. Able to control orange-tier mechanical constructs. Base unit limit is 10. Every 100 points of mental power increases the unit limit by 1. Operational range expanded to a 500-meter radius. True Sight S rank. Automatically displays basic information about any target in view. When activated, it can pierce through certain types of disguises. The results were even more powerful than Lin Yi had anticipated. With Mechanical Manipulation at S rank, every additional 100 points of mental power granted him control over one more mechanical unit. With his current mental power, he could easily direct over 100 mechanical beasts at the same time. The operational radius had also increased to 500 meters. When combined with his wide-area casting ability, which further amplified his range by tenfold, his surveillance radius now covered over 10 kilometers in every direction. This was enough to encompass nearly half of a large secret domain. In real-world applications, the range could blanket an entire residential district and its surrounding vicinity. For scouting, this level of coverage was more than sufficient. However, in scenarios where he'd need to hunt or track down a specific high-priority target, such immense coverage would serve as a decisive advantage. Meanwhile, the passive benefits of S-rank True Sight exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Without needing to actively channel the ability, basic information about targets now emerged automatically in his field of vision. While looking over at a potted cactus in his room, Lin Yi paused for a few seconds and saw text materialize. Withering cactus, plant, level 0. He then walked to the balcony and peered down at the street, glancing at one of the figures below. Wu Ziki, human female, totem wielder, level 34. His gaze shifted to a man smoking by the corner. Liang Liankong, human male, druid, level 36. Lin Yi shut the window and returned to his room, feeling an immense sense of security. This ability would prove invaluable. The two individuals he just observed were Qin Lang's men, secretly stationed nearby to ensure his safety. Until today, Lin Yi hadn't even known their names. If his true sight was still at A rank, he'd have had to activate the ability manually to access that information. But now, it required only a casual glance for the details to reveal themselves. Of course, if he wanted to unearth more critical intel, he'd still need to manually activate True Sight to forcibly inspect someone's full stat panel. The risk, however, was immense. If he accidentally probed 100-level powerhouse's information and failed, the result would essentially be suicide. After all, delving into someone's panel was inherently perceived as an act of provocation. 2 million healing points for this level of power. Worth every bit. Leveling up, totally worth it. As expected, the divide between ordinary people and geniuses lies at the S tier, Lin Yi murmured in amazement. With both of his talents now at S tier, their practicality had essentially doubled. To upgrade to SS tier requires 10 million healing points. He suppressed the impulse. High-quality resources were best spent where they were most needed, after all. Currently, none of his talents were worth pouring into SS tier. Instead of wasting points recklessly, Lin Yi would rather save them for a critical turnaround moment. Should I try building an orange tier mechanical beast? After upgrading his mechanical control to S tier, he was now capable of controlling orange quality puppets with ease. Creating an orange tier mechanical beast would only cost a few dozen spirit fragments. Entirely affordable. Let's start with an orange tier crow and see how it goes. He began refining the mechanical crow. After some tinkering, he finally succeeded in creating one. Name: Optical Camouflage Agile Puppet Crow. Type: Mechanical, Orange Tier, Bound. Durability: 1000/1000. Damage: 35 to 40 melee. Trait 1: Blind Strike. Attack has a chance to blind the target for 30 seconds. Trait 2. Reconnaissance. Shares vision with the controller. Trait 3. Keen sight. Able to detect invisible units. Trait 4. Optical camouflage. Extremely difficult to detect in any environment. Trait 5. Agile. Cannot be directly targeted by any skills. Description. Silent and elusive, leaving no trace. Not bad. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with the crow he managed to refine this time. Unlike his other crows, which required careful manipulation to avoid exposure, this one was completely different. Even if discovered, it wouldn't matter. Its unique, untargetable trait made it nearly impossible to be captured or attacked. Just then, Lin Ye's phone buzzed. It was a message from someone he had previously teamed up with in a dungeon raid. Hook. Turns out he's the younger brother of that one-armed archer. Lin Yi was surprised. He recalled encountering a team of wounded individuals at the church back when he had just transitioned into his healer role. Among the injured was an archer who had lost an arm, forcing him into retirement. He hadn't expected that man to be Hook's older brother. More importantly, Hook's team was willing to pay handsomely for Lin Ye's help and treatment. They're providing the sacred light crystal and offering an additional 10 million in compensation. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The opportunity was tempting. The sacred healing skill was something he had never managed to acquire in his past life, and now someone was willing to pay him to give it a try. There was no way he would let this chance slip by. However, he was well aware that the success rate was painfully low. Sacred healing was exceedingly rare. Fewer than 5 individuals in the entire church hierarchy were known to master it. I can't guarantee success. Your brother's level is higher than mine, which increases the likelihood of failure, Lin Yi replied honestly. A total payout of 20 million was an astronomical sum for second and third-tier professionals like them. They were likely borrowing money to make this happen. Don't worry, boss. Even if it fails, we'll take full responsibility. Hook immediately responded, his tone decisive. They knew in their hearts that Lin Yi was their only hope. The truly elite healers who mastered sacred healing were figures at the pinnacle of society. People they couldn't afford to hire, nor could they afford to wait for. Lin Yi was advancing at an alarming pace, and they understood that if they didn't reach out now, they might not even have the chance to meet him in the future. They were realistic about their own standing. All right, give me the time and place. I'll be there tomorrow. Seeing their unwavering determination, Lin Yi straightforwardly agreed. Besides, he was eager to try out his new skill. Hook, on the other end of the line, was thrilled and repeatedly expressed his gratitude before quickly sending over the details. The church. Lin Yi chuckled. Many people believe that using sacred light magic within a church came with added benefits and blessings. But Lin Yi knew better. It was little more than wishful thinking. The real advantage lay in the clergy within the church. Each of them had undergone rigorous training and were handpicked by the hierarchy, making their sacred light skills far more reliable than those of rogue healers. Nevertheless, they weren't wrong to pick a church as the location. It was fitting, after all. He'd also been meaning to visit Lu Qingshan and thank him in person. The following day, Lin Yi arrived at the Sacred Light Church in Shan City as scheduled. The church was already bustling. Some were there to pray for safety and success in the dungeons, while others were impoverished locals seeking charitable aid. The church was not just a place for healer training and job transitions. It also regularly distributed supplies to those in need. Most of these supplies came from donations. In addition to wielding healing magic, the priests were skilled in basic medical practices, able to tend to injuries for both civilians and professionals alike. While the church didn't hold the same authoritative power as the city lord's mansion, nor did it possess the aggressive influence of the professional center, it carried immense weight in the hearts of the people. As the head bishop, Lu Qingshan's influence often surpassed that of city lord Wei Tiangang. At the moment, a few individuals stood by the entrance, constantly scanning the crowd. Is it the one wearing the black baseball cap? Lu Yong whispered. Yeah, the boss said he'd be wearing a cap. Hook nodded. Given Lin Ye's growing reputation, he had to conceal his identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. A cap paired with a mask was the safest option. As for his arcane master's public face, too many people had already seen it for it to serve as an effective disguise anymore. Hook suddenly looked across the street, his eyes lighting up. Boss, he called out excitedly, waving his hand. To tell the truth, He hadn't expected Lin Yi to agree. The gap between them had grown too wide. Back in the day, they could grind dungeons together. Now, Lin Yi was the rising star everyone praised, while he was still struggling hard to prepare for the college entrance exams, just to get into a decent university. If it weren't for Lin Yi taking him into the dungeons twice, his chances of aiming for a top-tier school would have been slim. At best, he might have gotten into a second or third-tier college. But now, he dared to dream big, reaching even for a first-tier university. He's here. Lu Yong and Wu Chang spotted Lin Yi and couldn't hide their excitement or their sighs of emotion. Back then, he was just a teenager offering free healing in the chapel. Now, at only level 21, his potential seemed boundless. Lin Yi also recognized the two standing next to Hook. They had once been the injured adventurers he used for testing his healing skills. He walked over. "Boss, I don't even know how to thank you." Hook's eyes turned red. Without Lin Yi, breaking level 10 would have been a towering obstacle for him. Last time, during that run in the demon god's space, he might have lost his life without Lin Yi. This debt of gratitude, he would remember forever. "Lin bro, thank you for agreeing to this," Lu Yong said, his voice cracking. Not one to speak much, Wu Chang nodded silently to express his gratitude. "Don't be so certain yet." Lin Yi clarified the situation up front. "I can't guarantee success. The materials you prepared, if this fails, they're gone. Your money? Completely wasted. It'll work. If it doesn't, it's just my brother's bad luck," Hook said with unwavering determination. Lin Yi was left speechless. Quietly, he thought, this kid really dares to say anything. Lu Yong sighed. "If it succeeds, we'll be overjoyed. If not, well, that's fate." "All right then, lead the way," Lin Yi said. The group entered the chapel. Inside, it was solemn and quiet, despite the crowd. No one was making any noise. A young cleric wearing a priest's robe was sweeping the floor. When he saw them coming in, his gaze fell on Lin Yi, and his expression shifted. "He actually came?" the young cleric murmured lowly to himself. Something clicked in his mind, and he immediately turned around, heading inside. Lin Yi paid no heed to it, walking straight into the main hall. Seated in a wheelchair, a pale-faced young man was staring blankly at the Holy Light Monument. This was none other than the severely injured archer. "Bro, my boss is here." Hook couldn't help shouting. "Quiet down." Lu Yong gave him a slap on the back of his head. Hook clutched his head and stayed silent. Still, the commotion drew several eyes their way. The young man in the wheelchair slowly raised his head, looking at Lin Yi with a complex expression, clearly still hesitant. "Enough. You don't need to waste this much money on me," Hu Yin said in a low voice. 2 whole million, just to possibly restore his body. He felt uneasy about it. And what's more, there was no guarantee of success. "Cut the nonsense. Once you're healed, you can help us grind a few dungeons. This money is nothing," Lu Yong scolded him. They were like brothers, having fought and bled together in countless dungeons. Their bond wasn't something money could calculate. And if you were willing to do the work, a few million could be earned back in a number of years. "Yeah, bro. Just focus on getting better. If not for the boss's kindness, we wouldn't even get the chance to try," Hook chimed in to persuade him. Hu Yun was silent for a moment before turning to Lin Yi. "Then I'll need to trouble you." Ever since he was gravely injured, he'd lost an arm, and everything below his waist was paralyzed. He was practically crippled. Surviving had already felt like a miracle. To recover fully, it had always seemed like an impossible dream. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he would never have had this chance in his lifetime. "Since you've made your decision, let's not waste any time. Hand over the holy light crystals," Lin Yi said, extending his hand. Using the skill with healing attributes didn't actually require any additional materials. Sacred healing didn't need holy light crystals either. But this was something that couldn't be made public knowledge. Those 10 crystals, they had to be taken, and taken fair and square. As for the million credits, it wasn't necessary. This time, it was more for practice's sake, after all. Moreover, Hook truly treated him as his boss, wholeheartedly. A friend like that. He couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. "Over here, Bishop. They're just ahead." Just then, the young cleric returned, bringing with him Lu Qingshan. "What are they up to?" Lu Qingshan asked. "Take a look, and you'll understand," the young cleric whispered. He recognized Lu Yong and the others. He'd been the one to assist them when they came to the chapel after being injured the last time. Today, Seeing them again hadn't initially raised his suspicions. Most adventurers, after all, had received the blessing of holy light at some point. Coming to pray wasn't unusual, but when he saw Lin Yi with them, he pieced it together instantly. They were here for Lin Yi's healing miracle, the sacred healing technique. Oh, Lu Qingshan frowned slightly and turned his attention to that corner of the chapel. At this moment, Lin Yi opened the spatial pouch handed to him by Lu Yong. Inside, 10 shimmering holy light crystals were neatly placed, glowing with pure light. While these were expensive, they weren't rare to the point of being unobtainable. Having these 10 crystals in their possession wasn't surprising. Lin Yi held up the spatial pouch, but didn't take the crystals out. Instead, he directly drew out the silver hand staff and began casting a spell. This was merely a starter weapon. When used simply as a casting item without utilizing its talents or traits, it wouldn't fail due to insufficient level. Whether this would succeed entirely depended on the caster's strength and mastery. Cast it directly? Lu Yong froze in place. Lin Yi hadn't even pulled out the holy light crystal. But Lu Yong quickly grasped what had happened. High-level mages could directly consume materials stored in their spatial pouches without holding them. This was an advanced-level technique. But Lin Yi had only awakened his powers a month ago. How could he possibly do it? While everyone was still puzzling over the matter, a sudden burst of intense light exploded from the tip of Lin Yi's staff. Behind him, a pair of glowing wings, composed entirely of condensed light, spread out magnificently. Gasps filled the church. It was as if a divine miracle had descended. Lu Yong's eyes widened. He had actually activated the spell. The next moment, however, the light dimmed. The wings disintegrated into motes of light. Complete silence fell over the room. Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his head and offered a rueful smile. Apologies. First attempt. I failed. In the distance, however, Lu Qingshan had seen it all clearly. His first try at casting holy healing, and he was just a single step away from success. Such talent. It's something unseen in a millennium. But being one step short still meant failure. Hook let out a bitter chuckle. Looks like my brother's fate is sealed. No pressure. You've already done your best, Lu Yong consoled him. They'd come here gambling on a slim chance anyway. Failing on the first try was only to be expected. The glimmer of hope that had lit Hu Yun's face slowly faded, leaving behind only silent resignation. Suddenly, Lin Yi spoke. I still have another holy light crystal. I can try again. This time, he was confident. Although holy healing was a new spell for him, in his previous life, he had mastered spells of the same level within the holy light discipline. The methods differed, but the principles were essentially the same. Even before he finished speaking, Lin Yi had already begun his second attempt. Wait, Lu Yong tried to stop him, but Lin Yi ignored him. He put aside his staff, resting his right hand over his heart. In an instant, blinding holy light erupted from within his body. The wings unfurled once more, this time shining even brighter than before. Outside the church, an infinite surge of holy light coalesced into a colossal, radiant figure. The light pierced the heavens, overshadowing even the morning sun, bathing the entire Shancheng in a golden glow. Is this a divine miracle? What's happening at the church? That face, it looks like Lin Yi's. Holy crap, it is him. Every conscious person in the city bore witness to the phenomenon. Inside the church, Lin Yi stood amidst the radiance like a god descended. Lifting a hand, he lightly touched Hu Yun's forehead with his finger. Golden light enveloped Hu Yun instantly, and pristine wings extended from his back, encasing him in a cocoon of pure light. This is rebirth by ascension, Lu Qingshan exclaimed, his voice shaking. A young priest beside him blinked in confusion. Rebirth by ascension? What's that? Lu Qingshan's face turned solemn. Ordinary holy healing can regenerate severed limbs. But true masters of the holy light can heal at a transcendent level, reconstructing the entire physical form. That's the pinnacle of healing arts. The more he explained, the more astonished he became. According to historical records, the phenomenon of rebirth by ascension only occurs with fourth-tier or above holy light specialists. Across the entire church hierarchy, no one alive could achieve it right now. Even historically, only a few archbishops or popes had ever succeeded. And yet, Lin Yi, who hadn't even reached the second tier of his profession, had accomplished it. In the hierarchy of professional advancement, Tier 1 marked initiation, Tier 2 required reaching level 30, Tier 3 at level 60, and Tier 4 at level 90. Beyond Tier 4 lay even greater powers. This meant that typically, at a minimum of level 90, one would only begin to be eligible to access such capabilities. But Lin Yi, incomprehensibly, had achieved it directly. Lu Qingshan watched, his composure utterly shattered. The young priest whispered under his breath. Could he be the reincarnation of the demon god of light? Lu Qingshan's piercing glare silenced him instantly. Go reflect in the back chamber for a night, Lu Qingshan ordered icily. The young priest's face paled. If such remarks reached others' ears, at best, they'd result in a harsh punishment. At worst, the accusation would be deemed sacrilegious treason. The holy light was the salvation of humanity, pure and divine. How could it possibly be tied to a demon god? Such a thing was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Lowering his head in submission, the young priest replied, Understood. I'll voluntarily reflect for a full month. Dream on. Lu Qingshan shot back, glaring at him. Reflecting for a whole month would hardly be a punishment. It'd just grant him free time. Who'd take care of the endless chores around the church? As the two exchanged these words, the luminous wings enveloping Hu Yun had dissolved into a flurry of glowing feathers, dispersing into the air. Hu Yun, previously confined to his wheelchair, now sat upright, surrounded by a faint golden hue. The bandages wrapped around him fell away. His once missing arm regrew before everyone's stunned eyes. White as jade, with perfect lines seamlessly integrated into his body like it had always been there. Your holy healing has reconstructed the body of Hu Yun, granting them the talent, piercing shot, grade B. Lin Yi emerged from his casting state, triumphant on his second attempt, and gained a new talent as a reward. A mere grade B talent. He spared it only a glance before directing his attention to Hu Yun's regenerated arm, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze. In his previous life, he had encountered limb regeneration on numerous occasions, but those results had invariably left visible traces. On Hu Yun, however, there were none. The professional player, Hu Yun, has been reborn under the holy light and earned the title Holy Body of Light. The announcement spread throughout Shanqing's professional square like wildfire. It was only then that Lin Yi realized something was wrong with his holy healing spell. Could it have triggered rebirth by ascension? He wondered, deeply shocked. That was a feat reserved for fourth-tier professionals known as holy masters, teaching even the methods of a fifth-rank pope. But how could that be possible? The pope hasn't abdicated, and the church is rife with dangerous infighting. A nobody with no background like him has no chance of standing firm there. In that place, no credentials meant no future. Only someone with a family background like Liang Hoyun's would have the qualifications to climb upwards. People born without status usually meet a grim end, just like Lu Qingshan. Despite his mountain-high achievements, he was still schemed against, left dragging an injured body, and forced to eke out an existence in a tiny, nowhere place like Shanqing. Lin Yi had a similar fate in his previous life, forced into joining the crusade against the hundred-eyed demon lord, which ultimately led to him perishing alongside the foe. All because he once sheltered Liang Hoyun. That singular act got him labeled as part of a faction, triggering relentless suppression. That's why in this lifetime, Lin Yi had no intention of ever stepping foot into the church again. He simply couldn't be bothered to play those mind games with the so-called holy figures that hide filth under white robes. It's a miracle. A real miracle. That's Lin Yi. I've seen him before. To witness this in my lifetime, it's worth it. The church was in complete uproar. More and more people outside were pushing their way in just for a glimpse of the miracle. Dong. The bell sounded, and a barrier formed over the church. Those outside were cut off, while those inside found they temporarily couldn't leave. The church is temporarily closed. Those outside, disperse, echoed a voice, Lu Qingshan's. His words were steady and calm, gradually restoring order to the chaotic scene. Wherever you go, trouble seems to follow. Lu Qingshan walked up to Lin Yi, his tone tinged with equal parts exasperation and amazement. He had no idea how Lin Yi managed what he did, chalking it up to an uncanny blend of talent and luck. After all, Just one cast of greater healing required materials costing tens of millions. And failure meant total loss. If not for Lin Yi still possessing a stash of sacred light crystals, achieving such a miracle would have been impossible. Bishop Liu, I'm sorry to bring trouble to your doorstep once again, Lin Yi said quietly. He recognized the spell that formed the barrier. It was advanced warding magic, used solely as a protective blockade, harmless to people, yet entirely capable of isolating all disruptions. It's fine. Lu Qingshan shook his head. They're simply yearning for the sacred light. Lin Yi nodded silently. The truth couldn't be denied. Inside the church, countless gazes had fallen on Lin Yi. Almost every one of them was filled with one thing: reverence. The magnitude of his earlier greater healing had been enormous. In a third-rate settlement like Shanxing, a miracle of that scale was a once-in-a-century sight. What's more, Lin Yi's standing in Shanxing was already sky-high. He was a survivor of the Fiend Domain, and one of the 99 Holy Light Knights who had returned alive from the slaughter at Stratholme. Behind every one of those knights were countless relatives and friends spreading his renown. With such backing, even if Lin Yi were a pig, as long as it was a pig wrapped in sacred light, people here would still deify and revere it. Come to the back hall when you're done. There's something I need to discuss with you, Lu Qingshan instructed before turning and walking into the church's inner chambers. A young priest gave Lin Yi a thumbs up, gesturing with a laugh. I'll show you the way. Lin Yi returned the smile. Brother Lin Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. Hu Yin stammered as he approached with the help of his younger brother, Hu Ke. His voice trembled with emotion. After a month confined to a wheelchair, standing again felt almost unnatural. But deep down, he knew he wasn't the same person anymore, not after what Lin Yi had done for him. The spell hadn't just cured him. It had dramatically enhanced his attributes and even granted him a powerful new title. After the first failed attempt, he had resigned himself to living the rest of his life stuck in a wheelchair. Never in his wildest dreams did he envision Lin Yi dipping into his own resources to cast greater healing a second time. And the second time not only succeeded, but even rebuilt his body. This wasn't just kindness. It was a debt of life reborn. Lin Yi, here's the 10 million. Lu Yong, standing nearby, stepped forward with a receipt in hand. We'll gather the remaining sacred light crystals and return them to you as soon as possible. Lin Yi hesitated, initially intending to refuse. But he eventually accepted the receipt. No need to return the crystals. Consider this a win-win situation. I initially intended to use this as practice anyway. The 10 million can just cover the material costs of the second spell, he said casually, shaking the receipt as if it were nothing. In truth, he wasn't out of pocket at all. All 10 sacred light crystals were still in his possession, and the 10 million was merely symbolic spending. What no one could possibly know was that both instances of greater healing had only cost him a total of 2 mana points. And beyond that, Lin Yi had successfully copied Hu Yun's talent, Piercing Shot, while also earning himself a substantial boost in reputation. Compared to those gains, 2 mana points? It was practically nothing. But Lu Yong panicked. No, we absolutely can't let you take a loss. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Do you really think I care about money? Lu Yong fell silent instantly, his lips twitching into an awkward smile. Just the one greater healing spell alone was enough to ensure Lin Yi never lacked for wealth. If he agreed to take appointments, the line of people begging for his services would stretch from the city gates to the outskirts. Their compensation? Utterly insignificant. Rumors already painted Lin Yi as the descendant of one of the 12 saints, out in the mortal realm for training. And if that were the case, worldly wealth was nothing but a joke to someone like him. The 12 saints were the first individuals to awaken to the light's power. During the interspatial cataclysm, they stood against the chaos to secure humanity's salvation, establishing the earliest settlements. Since then, humanity slowly found its footing and began to expand its cities. The 12 saints played an indispensable role in this progress. Their families were renowned, with generations of powerful individuals rising from their ranks. The only anomaly? Among the 12 great clans, there was no surname Lin. Brother Lin Yi, I owe you my life. I, Hu Yun, am forever in your debt. Hu Yun knelt on one knee, his tone resolute. A level 30 professional knelt before a level 21. Yet, no one found this surprising. Lin Yi had essentially granted Hu Yun a second chance at life. That kneel, he deserved it. Stand up. I'm going to see Bishop Liu. The barrier has dissipated. You can make your way out on your own, Lin Yi said calmly before heading toward the cathedral without looking back. A young cleric quickly caught on and moved ahead to lead the way. Lin Yi silently followed, yet waves rippled through his heart. Was his class advancement quest coming early this lifetime? In his previous life, Lu Qingshan hadn't sought him out until 2 or 3 years later. Had the timeline shifted? Guided by the young priest, Lin Yi arrived at a 2-story building in the cathedral's rear courtyard. This was the inner sanctum, reserved for internal church personnel and usually off-limits to outsiders. Brother Xiaoji, I can head in on my own, Lin Yi said, smiling in gratitude. Zhou Xiaoji turned back to look at him, his gaze puzzled. They had only met once before, and Lin Yi hadn't shared his name. Lin Yi instantly realized his slip. I saw your name on the duty roster outside, he quickly explained. Zhou Xiaoji nodded, his confusion easing. All right then, go ahead. I need to help evacuate the congregation. Being called brother seemed to put Zhou Xiaoji in a good mood. Once Zhou Xiaoji had walked far enough away, Lin Yi pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seated at the head of a wide tea table, Lu Qingshan raised a hand, gesturing for Lin Yi to take a seat. Lin Yi pulled out a chair, sitting down across from him. Bishop Liu, I must apologize for not paying my respects sooner, Lin Yi began with a polite nod. He had intended to visit before the championship battle, but hadn't found a suitable opportunity. Who could have predicted Lu Qingshan would summon him first? No need for formalities. The young ought to focus their time on important matters, not waste it on an old man like me, Lu Qingshan said lightly. Lin Yi smiled faintly. This composed demeanor was something he had long grown used to. I don't like small talk, so let me get straight to it. You're the most promising young man I've seen in years. Take this. Lu Qingshan pushed a charred bone fragment across the table. Lin Yi's heart trembled, though he masked his reaction with a look of feigned confusion. This is the initiation artifact for the secondary class, Blazing Flame Priest. It's been gathering dust here for ages anyway, Lu Qingshan explained. For any professional, level 30 was a critical threshold. Advancement beyond it required completing a second-class transfer. Most people just continued progressing along their initial class pathways, though such a path inevitably locked their potential, leaving no room for further choice. This bone fragment represented the most aggressive path within the Holy Light classes, the Blazing Flame line. It was precisely with this pathway in his past life that Lin Yi had clawed his way up to become the 4th class, Blazing Flame Archbishop. This is too valuable, Lin Yi said, though he made a token effort to decline. You've already received the Holy Feather of Light. This is nothing in comparison, Lu Qingshan said with a sidelong glance. Lin Yi had no retort to that. The Holy Feather of Light was the kind of gift typically reserved for a hand-picked disciple. Take it. Don't dawdle, Lu Qingshan commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Lin Yi solemnly accepted the bone fragment. Its surface radiated a faint warmth against his palm. This artifact had marked the beginning of his rise in the previous life. Rumor had it that the artifact was a crystalline remnant of power left behind by the Sacred Flame Pope, one of the 12 saints, after his mutual destruction with a demon god. Although referred to as a relic, it was essentially a key to an exclusive secret realm. Martyr's Relic, a tool to unlock the special secret realm path of martyrdom, can undergo refinement. Lin Yi's pupils contracted. Even class advancement relics could be refined? This revelation suggested his path could stretch even further than he had once envisioned. Because this was a class advancement quest left behind by one of the 12 saints, a saying had circulated within the church. If the Blazing Flame path can reach the 5th class, it leads to none other than the head of the 12 saints, the Sacred Flame Pope. But the harsh reality was much bleaker. Many clergy members walked the Blazing Flame path, but without exception, their 5th class titles only ever reached Blazing Flame Pope. This led to another widely believed theory. When the Sacred Flame Pope perished alongside the demon god, their powers became intertwined. The advancement relic he left behind was tainted by the demon god's influence, corrupting the sacred flame into the blazing flame. The church spent countless years attempting to revive the sacred flame path. Every attempt ended in failure. Not even the use of the monumental, grand purification ritual to cleanse the martyr's relic yielded any results. The so-called grand purification ritual, though named for cleansing, was more about counteracting the demon god's influence. In terms of purification effects, it barely outperformed the basic purification spell that Lin Yi himself already possessed. It could suppress, but never fully eradicate. As time wore on, the church resigned to the belief that the sacred flame path was forever lost. Now, however, Lin Yi, suddenly, he realized that perhaps he could re-enable this condemned path, one that had been sentenced to death. If his spirit-cleansing power could purify even the cursed artifacts of demon gods, what could a mere polluted class change artifact amount to? Just hold on to it. Lu Qingshan sighed in relief only after seeing him pick up the bone shard. It's still too early for you to think about a career change, but your growth is so rapid that this old bag of bones is already trailing far behind. I might as well hand it over to you now. Bishop Lu's kindness. This junior will remember for a lifetime. Lin Yi straightened his posture, his expression solemn. He wasn't a cold-hearted person. It was precisely because he was someone who repaid kindness that he tried to avoid owing favors. But Lu Qingshan was different. Even though the man never admitted it, Lin Yi had always considered himself his disciple. He understood well that Lu Qingshan's refusal to take in disciples was only because he didn't want to draw his enemies' attention to them. After some more small talk, Lin Yi finally rose and bid farewell. Once he walked far enough away, Zhou Xiaozhi pushed open the door and plopped into the seat Lin Yi had just vacated. Bishop, why didn't you have him cast holy healing on you? I could handle the material expenses, and the higher-ups would probably just turn a blind eye, he whispered. Lu Qingshan shot him a glare. At my age, what's the point of futzing around with that? Besides, there's too big a level gap between Lin Yi and me. The success rate would be abysmally low. If you were willing to swallow your pride, even the Pope wouldn't hesitate to help you. Zhou Xiaozhi couldn't resist grumbling. Lu Qingshan sipped his tea, his expression indifferent. If he were the kind of person to lower his head to anyone, then he wouldn't be Lu Qingshan. Outside the church, by this point, Lin Yi had changed his clothes, pulling a hat low over his face and securing a mask in place. People bustled about, coming and going, yet no one recognized him. No rush for purifying that relic. He had a plan in mind. The second rank advancement didn't happen until level 30. He had time to spare. Right now, what truly mattered was the championship battlefield happening in 3 days. Professor Chen said we're heading to Shunshur tomorrow, so I can't enter any long-duration dungeons today, Lin Yi murmured to himself, calculating the time. The championship battlefield was a unique space, repurposed from an ancient warzone dungeon. Years ago, a master of spatial manipulation had personally constructed it to serve as an arena for young elites. Unfortunately, the master of this domain had perished in the abyss before leaving behind their legacy. The battlefield still existed, but with its owner gone, its activation requirements had become extraordinarily demanding. It required an astronomical amount of energy to force open the gateway. Because of the exorbitant cost, the battlefield was only opened 1 month after Awakening Day each year, and even then, it allowed only 100 entrants. Lin Yi had fought tooth and nail to secure a spot, and not just to chase a dream. Beyond the chance to earn universal dungeon access rights, he had deeper motives. The entrants to the championship battlefield were the creme de la creme of their generation, absolute top-tier talent. Just copying the abilities of 1 or 2 of them would be an immense boost for him. Outside, an S-rank talent was considered rare. Inside, it was the bare minimum threshold. Without an S-rank, you'd be hard-pressed to avoid standing out as pitifully inadequate. With the Lich's shinbone and that colossal hammer, I'm all set. As far as equipment went, he had no worries. The level 15 orange staff, the Lich's shinbone, was sufficient until level 30. The level 10 orange two-handed hammer, Bonebreaker Maul, could hold its own against anything below level 25 without any risk of level suppression. The level 15 purple tier mystic face mask would ensure he could still keep up appearances. Moreover, the True Sight ring and Lich's browbone had no level requirements and were entirely immune to suppression effects. With this gear and his overwhelming stats, it'd be nearly impossible for anyone to overpower him in battle. Huh. I just fought a treasure chest monster in Mr. Gongsuen's dungeon game and scored a purple weapon. Really? That lucky? I'm heading there next. Go ahead, but watch out for getting turned into a sheep. Hearing this chatter, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Mr. Gongsun? A dungeon game. This was a name that carried a peculiar reputation within the professional circles. While most people created private dungeons to rake in profits, Gongsun seemed more like he was just having fun. His dungeons had almost no entry requirements. As long as players abided by the rules, anyone could participate. Their contents didn't focus on gratuitous bloodshed, and the experience rewards were abysmally low. The whole thing reeked of a twisted sense of amusement. For instance, fighting a treasure chest monster, you were allowed only 3 attacks or spells. If you managed to kill it, you could take whatever it dropped. But the penalties for failure were ridiculous. You might provoke a skeletal horseman who'd ride in to pelt you with filth, or you might end up summoning a giant blue frog that would turn you into a sheep and lock you in the dungeon for 3 days and nights. Most people didn't know the truth, but Lin Yi did. This so-called Mr. Gongsun was, in fact, a demon god of the abyss, a rule-enforcing demon god, to be precise. As long as you didn't break the rules, he wouldn't lay a finger on you. The human high command was well aware of his presence and had even sanctioned his activities in the mortal realm. Why? Because he genuinely handed out rewards, a being affectionately nicknamed the treasure-giving imp among the demon gods. If I can't enter any long-duration dungeons, I might as well pay a visit to Gongsun's place. Lin Yi barely hesitated. Gongsun existed strictly because of rules. Breaking them would backfire on him worse than anyone else. So entering his secret realm was actually safer than venturing into the secret realms of human experts. He opened the panel and saw a private secret realm named Treasure Chest Monster, controlled by none other than Mr. Gongsun. Without wasting a second, Lin Yi chose to enter. In a lavish manner deep within a dark abyss, the sharp clicking of mahjong tiles filled the air. A stunning man with black hair and striking features wore a radiant smile as he shuffled the tiles. Across from him sat 3 other professionals, trembling uncontrollably. Cheer up. All you're doing is keeping me company for 3 days and 3 nights of mahjong, the man said, his tone both jubilant and foreboding. If you don't smile, I'll make sure you'll be crying for an eternity. At those words, their faces twisted into forced grins, despite one of them already having blood-soaked pants. The last defiant one had exploded on the spot. The handsome man's gaze swept over them, and he nodded with disdainful amusement, muttering, "What ugly bastards." Before his sentence could finish, his expression changed abruptly. He coughed up blood violently, splattering it all over the trio. Startled by what they assumed was an attack, their terrified screams echoed, only to be cut short by 3 near-simultaneous explosions that left them nothing but blood and gore. Unbothered, the man calmly dabbed at his mouth with a handkerchief, swearing as he rued his own carelessness. "Damn it, almost got myself killed there." He glanced at the gory remains and distorted faces on the floor, shaking his head with a mocking smile. "I warned you. If you can't smile, then you'll only have tears for all eternity. Forget it. Something more entertaining has turned up." Lin Yi. With that, the rules of the secret realm unfolded. 1,000 treasure chest monsters. Each challenger had only 3 chances to strike. The outcomes had been predetermined long ago, rewards or punishments. They were inescapable and non-negotiable. If a player failed to destroy even 1 chest monster after their 3 attempts, they would lose the game and face a mysterious punishment. Lin Yi had only heard rumors of this game and never experienced it before. A notification arose. Rules confirmed. Once the game begins, fate will operate exclusively under these stipulations. There was still a chance to quit, but once he began, the only way out was to succeed. To win, one needed both strength and luck. If the chest monsters couldn't be broken, all effort was futile. The monsters' strength scaled with the challenger's level. The stronger they were, the tougher the monsters, but likewise, the rewards were more significant. Half of the game was a mischievous prank, with equal parts reward and punishment. Lin Yi felt no unease at all. Defeating the monsters wasn't an issue, and neither was the outcome. In his mind, as long as he was willing to sacrifice a few attribute points, luck could always be forced to a perfect 100%. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly turned. 10 meters away stood a tall figure with long, sleek hair cascading over their shoulders and a beauty so androgynous it erased the distinction of gender. The figure inclined their head slightly, their voice graceful and laden with sophistication. An esteemed guest graces my humble space. Forgive my tardiness in meeting you. Mr. Gongsun, how polite of you, Lin Yi replied with a nod. Standing before him was none other than the notorious Mr. Gongsun himself. Gongsun approached with a light chuckle. I must admit, I'm surprised you dared to set foot into my demon god dimension. He made no effort to disguise his identity, and the sheer weight of his presence pressed down like a tidal wave. Whether Lin Yi exhibited panic or remained calm, in Gongsun's eyes, both responses would be a source of amusement, especially the latter. Seeing Lin Yi maintain his composure, Gongsun's smile only grew wider. Interesting. You are indeed not ordinary. Interesting in what sense, sir? Lin Yi calmly countered. Gongsun didn't answer directly, instead grinning and suggesting, this boring little game isn't suited to you. Care to try something more thrilling? State the rules first, Lin Yi stated carefully. Experience had taught him that dealing with someone as dangerous as Gongsun required absolute clarity in the rules. Any ambiguity would lead to certain entrapment. Gongsun's eyes sparkled mischievously. Inside one of these treasure chest monsters, I'll place an item with no level restrictions. The rest? Pure punishments. You, my dear guest, get just one chance. An item with no level restrictions. It was a treasure that could become a lifelong trump card for any professional. The rest of the rules stay the same? Lin Yi clarified. They stay the same. Sounds fair. Gongsun's grin widened into something wicked. Aren't you curious about the punishment? Not interested. Gongsun froze for a moment. The very next moment, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Dashing sideways, Lin Yi avoided the splatter, his expression hardening. Explain. Gongsun offered an apologetic smile as he dabbed at the blood. How rude of me. The backfire. It's for breaking my personal rule about always wearing a smile. Lin Yi was at a loss. This guy was clearly unhinged. Let me make it up to you. The treasure I'll place inside will be of the highest specifications, Gongsun offered. Lin Yi snorted, unimpressed. This was clearly a trap cloaked in temptation. I'll accept the new rules, but let me make this clear. Any hidden rule won't count. Gongsun's smile deepened, the kind of smile that reached his soul. This boy didn't just know I was a demon god, Gongsun realized. He knows which demon god I am. Excellent. Excellent. This is going to be fun. So much fun ahead. With those words, the 1,000 treasure chest monsters surrounding them all suddenly glowed an ominous red. Under rules governance, all are mere pawns, Gongsun said with the air of a conductor taking a bow. All drops have been replaced. Let the game begin. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings. Surrounding him, 1,000 treasure chest monsters formed an unbroken sea of intrigue. As per the new rules, he only had one single shot. Beyond that, there were no limits to his preparation. This was his confidence. Lin Yi took a deep breath and reached into his spatial pouch, drawing out a glimmering, emerald-green 4-leaf clover that looked as if it were carved from jade. Gongsun raised an eyebrow before laughing out loud. Huh, this is your trump card. He had more or less grasped the general effect of the clover. Against a demon god, luck was next to useless. But Lin Yi knew the truth. This thing was far more than what it seemed. 10 points weren't enough? Then push it to 100. Not enough at 100? Then 1,000, 10,000. Attributes? If there was one thing Lin Yi had in spades, it was that. Even if 90% were stripped away, he'd still be unmatched among those of the same level. Attributes were not what he lacked. What he lacked was rules, an overwhelming mechanism that toppled everything else. I sacrifice 100 points of attributes. With that single thought, 100 points instantly evaporated from his status panel. The clover in his palm grew brilliantly green, so vivid it seemed ready to drip with dew. Oh, interesting. Gongsun's interest was piqued, though his composure barely wavered. But Lin Yi, staring at the treasure chest monster in the distance, remained unsatisfied. Not enough. In the next moment, he poured 1,000 attribute points into the offering. The 4-leaf clover erupted in a blinding emerald glow. Gongsun's mocking grin faltered for the first time. The green radiance enveloped Lin Yi, casting his entire figure in an eerie, verdant hue. For a brief second, Gongsun was struck speechless. Though his lips still held the shadow of a smile, his gaze toward Lin Yi now carried traces of unease and doubt. This kind of power, it was unmistakably divine in nature, and its rank might even rival his own. After sacrificing 1,000 points, Lin Yi felt better than ever. Fixing his gaze back on the treasure chest creatures, he was filled with clarity, a certainty that, if he struck, he would not miss. This was the sensation he'd been seeking. Gripping his bone staff tightly, Lin Yi unleashed a burst of holy light, tearing through one of the treasure chest monsters in a single, flawless move. In the blink of an eye, all the other chest monsters vanished as well. Congratulations, you have obtained the cursed object, Rule Coin. The notification flickered before him. Lin Yi turned his head toward Gongsun. Gongsun was still grinning, a carefree expression as if he cared little for the spectacle, merely enjoying the show. Oh, this was amusing. Where did you get that little treasure of yours? Gongsun asked curiously. Lin Yi didn't answer. It was clear Gongsun had no idea where the four-leaf clover had originated. That was understandable. The flesh demon god had suffered a hidden, humiliating defeat at Lin Ye's hands, losing even his core cursed object. How could such a tale spread? In the eyes of high-ranking demon gods like Gongsun, fledgling gods weren't worth a glance. Moreover, the clover had long been refined by Lin Ye's soul essence, severing any lingering connection to its former owner. So, this is your so-called compensation? Lin Yi asked coldly. Offering a cursed object as compensation, it was clearly a trap. This is one of the best things I can offer, Gongsun replied, chuckling with shameless self-assurance. To a demon god, offering a cursed object was a reward, even an act of grace. As for the consequences, if the other party became disobedient, the curse was always there to fall back on. What's the matter? Don't want it. Gongsun's eyes narrowed. That would be breaking the rules. The rules of this game were simple. Loot couldn't be refused. Rejecting it meant submitting to the controller's judgment entirely. Seeing Lin Yi deep in thought, Gongsun's grin widened, brimming with mischief. A reminder, those who previously refused punishment, they're all dead now, sprawled across some mahjong table. Lin Yi shot him a glance, his tone indifferent. When did I ever say I didn't want the reward? Gongsun tilted his head, smirking though tension crept into his heart. This guy, he actually dared to take such a cursed object? Aren't you worried about offending the Supreme Lord behind this? Gongsun probed cautiously. Lin Yi let out a cold chuckle. Supreme Lord? Not one of them deserved the title. With bold strides, he stepped forward and grasped the coin, half white and half black. Rule Coin, a unique cursed object. It allows the user to designate a known rule and then flip the coin. If the white face lands up, temporarily ignore the designated rule. If the black face lands up, lose 1/10 of the user's current experience. Should experience drop below the 1/10 threshold, the user's soul becomes the property of the rule demon god. The coin is cursed and must not remain and used by the recipient. Ignore rules. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with sharp interest. This power went beyond what the four-leaf clover could offer. Luck could tweak probabilities, but it couldn't overturn the iron-hard laws of existence. Seeing his interest, Gongsun immediately upped the ante. If you like it so much, I've got more where that came from. Lin Yi paid him no attention. 1,000 soul essences. Purify it. Without hesitating, he confirmed the command. Expensive? Certainly. But if it could save his life at a critical moment, it was worth every fragment. 1,000 soul essences consumed. Purification complete. The notification appeared. Lin Yi was in an excellent mood. To him, cursed objects were a type of reward. Thinking to snare him with something like this? What a joke. Gongsun's expression darkened. His link to the rule coin had been severed. In the next second, his throat tightened as if compressed by an invisible hand. Ugh! Blood splattered violently from his mouth. Lin Yi had anticipated this, swiftly dodging to the side and avoiding the spray of crimson entirely. Gongsun retched, vomiting blood in long, uncontrollable bursts. Having his core cursed object forcibly purified had triggered immediate backlash. The rules have betrayed me. Gongsun roared as he sprayed blood skyward, like a gruesome fountain. Lin Yi took out his phone to snap a picture, clicking his tongue in mock admiration. As expected of a demon god, his health bar is absurdly deep. If it had been anyone else, they'd have been dead long ago. This amount of blood loss. Not even an elephant could withstand it. Lin Yi didn't rush to leave. After all, he had nowhere else to be. Might as well stick around and watch Gongsun bleed out. Gongsun would never have dreamed that after laughing at so many others, he'd one day become the subject of someone else's amusement. It was a long while before Gongsun finally managed to stop the torrential bleeding. He forced a weak smile, his face as pale as death, and looked toward Lin Yi. "I apologize for the unsightly display," he said faintly, his voice frail and strained. "What a shame." Lin Yi shook his head with an air of regret. As the demon god of the rules, Gongsun could only be injured by violating the very rules he presided over. Otherwise, he was practically invincible. The fact that he hadn't died this time? What a pity. Gongsun chuckled weakly, seemingly unbothered. Humans prayed for the annihilation of all demon gods. He, in turn, showed no mercy to humans who violated the rules, especially those like Lin Yi, whom he'd just tried to entrap. Though his scheme had backfired miserably, it was no surprise that Lin Yi now bore him ill will. "Today is just not my day," Gongsun said, laughing as he sighed. The image of him, smiling while lamenting, was grotesquely ironic. "Aren't you the one who loves seeing others have bad days?" Lin Yi shot him a glance, confirming to himself that Gongsun wouldn't die, and feeling all the more disappointed because of it. Gongsun didn't argue, merely saying it was a form of entertainment. Lin Yi didn't bother to reply. "I'm clearing the area now. Come back and play another time," Gongsun said, already laying groundwork for his next trap. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "We'll see if I feel like it." Offering no promises, leaving no leverage. Gongsun roared with laughter before raising a finger. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yi was instantly expelled from the space, reappearing in the profession square of Shanqing City. Immediately after, a worldwide announcement rang out, declaring Lin Yi the winner of the Secret Realm's ultimate treasure and announcing that the realm had been permanently sealed. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, a sneer tugging at his lips. This announcement seemed glorious on the surface, but it carried hidden dangers. To the uninformed, it was a cause for envy. But to those who knew about Gongsun's identity, it would inevitably spark suspicion. Had he made a deal with a demon god? Still, such speculation didn't faze Lin Yi. If accusations could be based on mere conjecture, humanity would have obliterated itself long ago. History proved as much. Take, for instance, the chaotic Demon Hunt initiative from years past. During that dark era, more professionals died from infighting than in the secret realms, alternate dimensions, or even the abyss. Nowadays, the Alliance had established the Demon Hunt Corps, an elite force tasked exclusively with rooting out and hunting down the demon gods' clandestine agents among humanity. Only they had the authority to convict professionals as demon collaborators. Damn, the ultimate treasure from Master Gongsun's secret realm. It's gotta be divine tier gear, right? Divine tier? Don't be naive. At least pick something like no-level treasures. No level? This reeks of something shady. Exactly. That secret realm's been unbeatable for years, and now Lin Yi suddenly succeeds? Suspicious, isn't it? The square erupted into a frenzy of hushed debate and growing suspicion. Lin Yi paid no mind to the chatter. Tugging his cap lower, he silently merged with the crowd and slipped away unnoticed. Item name: Rule Coin. Type: Special Unique, Bound. Effect: Specify a known rule and toss the coin. White side: Consume 10% mana. Temporarily ignore the rule. Black side: Seal 10% mana for 1 day. Its side effects had lessened after a purification process. No more experience penalties, just mana sealing. For Lin Yi, this cost was negligible. When it came down to life or death situations, being able to defy the odds even briefly was all that mattered. Let's test the biggest limitation of all, Lin Yi muttered, tossing the coin in the air. It spun before gently landing on the back of his hand. He peeled away his palm to reveal the white side. Rule: Level suppression is nullified for 10 seconds. Lin Yi froze. It had actually worked. Even just 10 seconds was enough to defy the heavens. Now he understood why Gongsun had completely cracked when this treasure was snatched from his grasp. This item was worthy of being called a supreme artifact. Even the abyss's most absolute and fundamental laws could be temporarily ignored. From this moment onwards, Lin Yi no longer needed to fear suppression from higher-leveled opponents. High-level attacks relying on oppressive rules would no longer have absolute sway over him. 10 seconds was short, but it was more than enough to decide life or death. Spending 1,100 total attribute points and 1,000 spirit fragments on this coin, worth every single drop, Lin Yi silently vowed that if the opportunity arose again, he'd be back to exploit Gongsun for more. Unicorn Ox Guild recruiting new members. Shanqing's largest guild. Tons of resources, seasoned elites. Complete entrance tests for membership rewards. The sound of someone calling out broke through Lin Ye's thoughts. Instinctively, he glanced toward the source. A crowd had gathered at the square's edge, young male and female novice professionals clamoring to grab recruitment forms. Most of these newcomers knew they'd be limited to local opportunities. Only the truly talented had already left to test their mettle in other cities. The Unicorn Ox Guild called itself the city's top guild, though it mainly achieved that title through sheer numbers. Its entry requirements were low, and its combat strength inflated. It probably couldn't even secure a stable spot in the top 3 guilds. Standing at the center of the commotion was a tall man clad in full battle armor, his imposing figure surrounded by an entourage of attendants. Yang Yuanwu, second advancement warrior, level 55. A brief glimpse of the info flashed across Lin Ye's vision. The man was the guild leader, and at level 55, he could indeed dominate within Shanqing. For reasons unclear, Lin Yi suddenly felt the urge to really take a good look beneath Yang Yuanwu's exterior. Reality interface. Time to test what happens when I break the rules. By all rights, high-level targets naturally carried level suppression. True vision wasn't supposed to work on them. But this time was different. Lin Yi forcibly activated true vision. In the distance, Yang Yuanwu was chatting and laughing, completely unaware. Success. The interface opened. Just as Lin Yi was about to exit, the data in front of him suddenly distorted and warped. His chest tightened as a realization struck him instantly. True vision, after reaching S rank, had gained the ability to pierce through illusions. That earlier one was a fake interface. Lin Yi immediately became alert. He'd had no interest in Yang Yuanwu before. But in that moment, Lin Ye's eyes widened suddenly. On the screen appeared 4 shocking characters, dedicated believer of the reproductive deity. Lin Ye's mouth twitched, and without hesitation, he immediately closed Yang Yuanwu's panel. The 10 seconds of bypassing the rules happened to end at the same time. Well, would you look at that? I've stumbled upon a minion of the dark deity, he chuckled, shaking his head. Earlier, in Gongsuan's game, Lin Yi had sacrificed 1,000 points from his attributes using a 4-leaf clover, a gamble that granted him a fleeting but overwhelmingly powerful boost for just a few seconds. Yet the after effects lingered, skyrocketing his luck stat. That surge of intuition was why he'd managed to see through Yang Yuanwu at all. The reproductive deity was a mortal enemy of humanity, never engaging in open battle, instead relying on followers to covertly pollute human society. Anyone who interacted intimately with such followers risked being corrupted. They'd lose their potential to pass on high-tier awakened professions to their descendants. This insidious tactic was both vile and incredibly hard to defend against. What made it even stranger was that the deity's followers were typically beautiful women. Yang Yuanwu, a male succubus, was the first of his kind Lin Yi had encountered. It certainly explained how the man managed to single-handedly run such a large guild in Shanqing. Lin Yi promptly decided to inform Qinlang. Without exposing himself, he ducked into a nearby alleyway, summoning a raven. He tied a scrap of paper to its claws and released it into the sky. The raven soared through the heavens, unnoticed by anyone below. Emerging back onto the street, Lin Yi took a final glance at the Unicorn Bull Guild's headquarters before turning and departing. A short time later, at the professional center, the raven slipped in through a window crack, dropping the note on Qinlang's desk before disappearing into the night. Returning from a task, Qinlang frowned upon noticing the unfamiliar scrap of paper lying there. Known for his meticulous tendencies, he was certain it hadn't been there when he left. The paper felt odd in his hands. It was weighted by a small pebble inside, along with a note. Unfolding the note, Qinlang's face darkened as he scanned the contents. Ridiculous. This accusation is way too absurd, he muttered skeptically. Calling someone a follower of the reproductive deity? That's a bit much. Still, if this was an attempt at framing, why not pick a more believable reason? Better to let the demon hunting forces check it out, he murmured, setting the note aside. That evening, the Unicorn Bull Guild's headquarters was completely surrounded by the demon hunting forces. Fierce fighting ensued. Several high-ranking members of the guild were killed on the spot, while numerous new professional recruits, on the verge of being deceived into deeper corruption, were rescued just in time. When they learned they had almost been offered as sacrifices to the reproductive deity, the rookies turned pale as sheets, many trembling in fear. Few people truly understood just how horrifyingly powerful the reproductive deity was. The strength gap between deities varied widely. There was no universal scale to measure their might. But in terms of infamy, this one ranked near the top. Should anyone fall victim to his curse, their reputation would be utterly ruined. Accusations of being compromised by followers of the reproductive deity were nearly impossible to disprove. People wouldn't want to associate with you, let alone trust you. It was a devastating form of social and psychological warfare. At the very top floor of the guild headquarters, Qin Lang stood shoulder to shoulder with a lean, sharp-faced man. Around them, personnel diligently worked to collect evidence and secure the crime scene. The opulent decor and dim, suggestive lighting left little doubt. This place was designed for sacrificial rituals. To think something like this could happen right under my nose, Qin Lang said, his expression sour. Tracking down followers of the deities wasn't technically part of his duties, but the whole debacle left him frustrated and unsettled. He'd interacted with Yang Yuanwu on several occasions and hadn't noticed a single irregularity. We failed in our responsibilities, the lean man admitted in a low voice. In high-tier settlements, those first or second on the lines of defense, such a den would have been eradicated long ago. There was no way it could have remained hidden for so many years. But stretched thin, the demon-hunting forces couldn't be everywhere at once. And Yang Yuanwu was exceptionally cunning. Among captured followers of the dark deities, he was considered particularly elusive. Not even Qin Lang, who'd spoken face-to-face with him several times, had been able to spot a single flaw. "Report, Captain." A squad member approached, saluting crisply. "Search operation completed. All evidence has been sealed." "Injuries among the rescued?" the captain asked. "They're being treated on the lower floors. Heavy casualties. We're short on healers. We've already requested reinforcements from the city, Lord's Manor, and the chapel." The captain's brow furrowed tightly. This situation was unquestionably a miscalculation. Nobody had expected that, upon fully transforming, Yang Yuanwu would wield the power of a third-tier demon general, combat strength capable of rivaling a third-transition professional. A mere level 55 fighter should never have been able to unleash such monstrous force after undergoing demonic metamorphosis. It left little doubt as to how much harm he must have inflicted upon Shanqing's professional community. If not for the demon-hunting force's willingness to risk everything, battling fiercely to surround and eliminate him on sight, he might have broken through their defenses. If that had happened, falling into the abyss meant humanity would face yet another demon general-level adversary. But the demon hunters paid a dreadful price for it. The way you fight is practically trading lives for lives. Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder you're always short on people. The demon hunters was the League's highest casualty unit. It was Qin Lang's first time witnessing their combat firsthand, and only then did he understand the reason behind it. The enemies were powerful, that much was true. But most critically, their fighting style was suicidal, as if determined to take the enemy down with them. "No other choice," Fang Tianming said with a self-deprecating smile. Honestly, who would come to such a thankless job unless they really hated the minions of the demon god? Qin Lang fell silent. The demon hunters had always been the League's outcast. Just then, a soft, divine light spilled in through the window. Gold feathers fluttered down in its wake. "This is..." Fang Tianming froze, then gasped in surprise. "Support from the cathedral?" Judging by the phenomenon, this was an advanced, large-scale healing spell. In Shan City, only the bishop himself could likely perform such a miracle. "No." Qin Lang caught one of the golden feathers and murmured, "It's Lin Yi." "Lin Yi." Fang Tianming blinked, then quickly pieced it together. "The rising star everyone's been talking about lately." "Yes." Fong Tianming's eyes lit up. Come on, let's go take a look. By the time the two reached downstairs, the golden feathers had already dissipated. The feather of holy light wasn't as potent as the sacred healing spell, but it was sufficient to mend minor injuries. Under the radiance, most of the demon hunters had their wounds healed and were able to stand once more. Only the heavily injured still required further aid. Linyi, Qin Lang immediately recognized the youth in the distance and strode quickly toward him. When Linyi turned and saw Qin Lang, he wasn't surprised. The intel about the Horned Bull Guild had, after all, been discreetly passed along by him. What he hadn't expected was how quickly the demon hunters acted, wiping out the entire guild in one swift operation. When Linyi got the summons requesting healers, he wasted no time rushing over. Helping others while gaining something in return? It was a chance he wouldn't pass up. Besides, he had always harbored great respect for the demon hunters. Section Chief Qin, hello. Lin Yi greeted Qin Lang, his tone casual yet polite. He then turned his attention to the man standing next to him. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Fong Tianming, captain of the Dagger Unit, 3rd Battalion of the Demon Hunters. The other man stepped forward and introduced himself without pause. Although he was merely a captain, the special status of the Demon Hunters granted even team leaders the authority to investigate city leaders when necessary. For Fong Tianming to introduce himself in such a manner showed he was giving Lin Yi significant respect. Captain Fong, good to meet you. Lin Yi acknowledged him with a nod. Thank you for your help. Without you, my squad would have suffered a lot more, Fong Tianming said sincerely. It was nothing. Lin Yi's tone remained even. After a brief pause, he asked, that severely injured team member, should I use sacred healing on him? Given a professional's physique, as long as their limbs weren't severed, most injuries could gradually heal with timely treatment. The injured soldier in question, while having sustained significant damage, massive trauma with all bones broken, still retained intact body parts. The feather of holy light had already stabilized his condition. A proper surgery followed by 6 months of recovery would return him to fighting form. Hearing Lin Ye's offer, Fong Tianming appeared conflicted. Of course, he wanted his soldier to recover immediately, but the cost of using sacred healing was astronomical. Just one instance required consuming 10 holy light crystals, valued at over 10 million each. Approval from higher-ups would be unlikely. Even if this request were granted, what about the next time? It was impossible to justify prioritizing one person over others. The League already had far too many personnel waiting for resources due to injuries sustained in the line of duty. Money could be printed, but holy light crystals couldn't simply be manufactured. I'd love for him to get immediate treatment, but the expense. I doubt headquarters would approve, Fong Tianming replied in a low voice, clearly pained. Qin Lang stayed silent. Each year, there were countless professionals who permanently lost their ability to fight. Compared to that outcome, someone who merely needed time to heal was already considered fortunate. Using scarce resources here truly didn't seem justifiable. At that moment, a voice, casual yet tinged with a hint of mockery, interrupted them. Go ahead and treat him. What's 10 holy light crystals? I'll cover it. Both Fong Tianming and Qin Lang spun around sharply. With just one glance, their hearts trembled. This aura, a 3rd-tier powerhouse. What is someone of this caliber doing in Shan City? Immediately, both instinctively suppressed their own qi. In the presence of this unfamiliar middle-aged man, they didn't dare exude the slightest pressure. Here, catch. The man, Liang Hoyun, casually tossed a spatial pouch toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi snatched it mid-air, grinning as he spoke. Thanks, old man. Liang Hoyun shot him a glare. Call me old man again, and I'll beat you senseless. From now on, you address me as bro. Deal. Give me the whole pouch of holy light crystals, and I'll even call you my dear big brother, Lin Yi teased, shaking the pouch in his hand. It contained 50 holy light crystals, a value reaching 500 million. Liang Hoyun chuckled in exasperation. You've got some nerve, kid. Call me old man one more time, and I swear. Got it, bro. Lin Ye's grin widened triumphantly. Qin Lang and Fong Tianming stared, utterly dumbfounded. This was someone of incredible influence, after all. How could Lin Yi dare to be so casual? But Lin Yi knew Liang Hoyun's temper all too well. A joke like this was hardly even worth mentioning. With the sacred light crystal in hand, Lin Yi approached the severely wounded. He was indeed here to save lives. But after witnessing the other person's innate talent, he became even more resolute. This type of talent, if he missed this chance, he might never encounter it again. Even if Liang Hoyun hadn't come, he would have stepped into act. As for the sacred light crystal, he could easily come up with an excuse. No one would investigate further. The medical team instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with admiration. The miraculous deeds at the chapel earlier that day had already spread far and wide, with followers nearly regarding him as the saint's son of the future. Though the related discussions were quickly suppressed. Brother Liang, I can't guarantee I'll succeed. Lin Yi gave a warning in advance. The injured person was a level 33, second-tier mage, over 10 levels higher than him. The success rate was uncertain. No worries, give it a shot. The crystals in the pouch are enough for you to waste 5 attempts. Liang Hoyun replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Lin Yi nodded and began casting the spell. A golden beam of light shot into the sky, dyeing half the night sky a brilliant gold. No colossal apparitions emerged. Within the glow, Lin Yi leaned down and placed his fingertips lightly on the injured man's forehead. The next moment, the patient slowly rose into the air. A pair of radiant wings extended, wrapping him into a cocoon. Even Liang Hoyun was stunned. One attempt succeeded, and it triggered rebirth ascension? This is absolutely absurd. The playful, nonchalant look on his face shattered completely. Compared to Lin Ye's talent, those so-called saint sons and saint daughters from the 12 apostles' noble families were nothing short of a joke. Even the current pope might not be able to trigger rebirth ascension multiple times in a single day like this. It's a shame. You weren't born into one of the 12 apostolic families. Liang Hoyun suddenly laughed openly. For someone to achieve 2 rebirth ascensions in a single day within a noble family, this would be an event written into church history. But Lin Yi wasn't a descendant of any holy lineage, nor was he from a noble family, and yet he'd done this. This was not an honor, it was a slap in the face. After all, the noble families had always prided themselves on being the most orthodox lineage of the sacred light. As the golden light faded, the patient landed gently on the ground. Though still unconscious, his wounds were fully healed, and he had even been bestowed with a sacred light physique. The surrounding crowd erupted into cheers, and amidst their applause, Lin Yi noticed a line of text appear before him. Your sacred healing has reshaped the body of Li Weishuang. You have gained a talent. Superior casting, grade A. Superior casting, grade A significantly increases your spell priority. This talent was rare. It wouldn't seem significant in ordinary situations, but during crucial moments, it could turn the tide. If it were upgraded to the SSS level, it could transform into a truly conceptual ability, absolute priority. When I don't act, everything is fine. But once I begin to cast spells, everyone else must stop. Because my spells hold absolute priority. Controlling the tempo means controlling the battle entirely. Thank you both so much. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken Weishuang to recover and return to the battlefield. Fang Tianming walked over, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. But the way he phrased it felt cold. The man had suffered such severe injuries, yet all Fang Tianming cared about was how soon he could return to fight. Liang Hoyun let out a laugh, but it was more from exasperation than humor. No wonder people say the Demon Hunter Corps has the lowest EQ. With an attitude like that, you're still hoping to secure funding? You're absolutely right, sir, Fang Tianming replied awkwardly. Call me Big Brother. Liang Hoyun rolled his eyes at him. Lin Yi couldn't suppress a chuckle. Fang Tianming really wasn't the best with words. But given how short-staffed the Demon Hunter Corps was, losing even one person could compromise the entire team's efficiency. As captain, the pressure on him was immense. When Lin Yi suggested using sacred healing earlier, Fang Tianming had actually wanted to agree. But the harsh reality hadn't allowed him to make that call. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading out. Lin Yi scanned his surroundings to ensure all was in order before preparing to leave. The wounded Demon Hunter Corps members had been treated. Lin Yi had obtained plenty of sacred light crystals and awakened a rare talent. A win-win situation. I'm leaving too. Liang Hoyun cast a glance at the awkwardly silent Fang Tianming, then turned to Lin Yi. See you in Deep City in a few days. He knew Lin Yi would be heading there for the champion's battlefield. But Lin Yi was preoccupied with a different concern. Whether or not he chose to go to school didn't matter. That 100 million yuan scholarship, however, did. About the scholarship, Lin Yi began. Liang Hoyun waved him off without even turning back. Off the clock. No work talk. Only then did Lin Yi realize it was his own overthinking. The mayor's office had issued an urgent call for help last night, prompting Liang Hoyun to step in. A third-tier level 80 paladin, even if his focus wasn't on healing, far outstripped ordinary healers. But by the time he'd arrived, Lin Yi had already finished saving everyone. The credit and the rewards were all snatched up by Lin Yi, leaving Liang Hoyun with nothing to gain. Lin Yi chuckled at himself and bid farewell to Qin Lang before heading home. The next day, news of the Unicorn Bull Guild's overthrow shocked everyone. Yesterday, the golden sunlight bathed everything. Today, the winds howled with unease, leaving the city shrouded in an air of dread. So that was a demon-spawning site? My goddess has a membership there. My wife's a committee member. My son doesn't even look like me. My husband got taken in the middle of the night. The crowd bustled with complaints and fear. The shadow of the demon god had shattered countless families. Lin Yi listened to the chatter with a composed expression. Had he not discovered it in advance, Shanqing would have been dragged even deeper into chaos. He walked across the plaza and entered the professional center, where Chen Daosheng had arranged to meet him for a journey to Deep City. After confirming his identity, he was led into a private room. Teacher Chen, Lin Yi greeted. Chen Daosheng looked over at him with a trace of concern. I heard about last night. You were up almost all night, continuously using large-scale healing skills. Can your body handle that? For someone slightly over level 20, sustaining that kind of energy drain, he might as well have risked his life. Lin Yi simply shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that Lin Yi looked surprisingly energetic, Chen Daosheng finally let out a sigh of relief. Considering Lin Yi had once maxed out an energy harvest in the Gao family's secret realm, yesterday's effort really wasn't much in comparison. There was another person in the room. Lin Yi glanced toward Keju and greeted her with a smile. This girl wasn't bad. Back when she didn't know him, she'd still warned him not to get ripped off by unethical staff peddling low-quality wands. Yet, Keju now lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yi paused, sensing her change. She seemed noticeably less confident. You two know each other? Chen Daosheng asked. Sort of, Lin Yi replied offhandedly. Championship battlegrounds may appear to be individual battles, but it's common for weaker players to form alliances. You'd best cooperate. Otherwise, it'll be hard to avoid getting taken advantage of. Understood. Lin Yi nodded, but found his attention lingering on Keju. He'd always been curious about her backstory. An SS-grade talent. Anywhere else, she'd be hailed as a prodigy. And yet, in his past life, she had been so overshadowed that she was practically invisible. In this life, her situation seemed even worse, her brilliance completely buried under monstrous competitors. Hardly surprising that no one talked about her. She was almost completely dispirited. Taking a glance at her stats, Lin Yi sighed inwardly. SS-grade talent, fiery body. Class, fire elementalist. An excellent talent, one with great potential for future achievements. As the only two representatives from Shanqing to enter the championship battlegrounds, Lin Yi and Keju were traveling to Deep City under the arrangement of the professional center. They opted to use the teleportation array, completing the journey in an instant. Such transportation was enormously costly, making it accessible only to professionals. Of course, there were people who crossed forbidden zones to earn fortune as roaming merchants, but that path was essentially betting with one's life. Naturally, this wasn't a cheap luxury. In this era, most people were confined to a single settlement their entire lives, with leaving being an impossible dream. They were only relocated when disaster struck their settlement and survivors had nowhere to go. Let's go. The time slot set. I'll take you to the teleportation array, Chen Daosheng announced after waiting a while in the room. Teleportation arrays had strict regulations. They required advanced booking and precise timing. Any violations came with severe consequences. At best, a lifetime ban on teleportation. At worst, being lost in the chaos of spatial turbulence, where survival was uncertain. Following Chen Daosheng's lead, The pair arrived at the central teleportation array. Kuju remained silent the entire way. While Lin Yi wasn't especially talkative, his sharp intuition told him something was off. It seemed Kuju had some personal discord with Kuyu from the Ku family in Deep City. Kuyu was the same individual who, during the skill hall incident, had sent veiled threats while trying to recruit Lin Yi into his circle. When Kuyu first met Lin Yi, he had probed to see if Lin Yi knew Kuju. Lin Yi, playing along, directed him to reach out to Kuju, even though he had no intention of collaborating whatsoever. Even if Kuyu truly followed up, Lin Yi would have simply ignored him. Any fallout from that would have been Kuyu's own doing. Hurry up. The Transport Control Agency only granted us a 10-minute window, Chun Daoxing urged. Lin Yi and Kuju stepped into the teleportation array. A surge of blue light flared, igniting the space around them. Everything appeared distorted, reversed, like being pulled into a vortex. This was a spatial tunnel, linking two teleportation arrays and enabling near-instantaneous travel across hundreds of miles. The downside, of course, was the exorbitant cost, easily upwards of tens of thousands per trip. Were it not for the championship battlegrounds, Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to afford such an extravagance. As the light dissipated, he found himself standing in a vast hall. "Welcome to the Deep City Professional Center." The voice echoed crisply. Compared to Shanqing's, this center exuded far more grandeur, complete with over a dozen teleportation arrays within the spacious interior. This was the foundation of a major first-tier settlement, something a fourth-tier settlement could only dream of matching. Waiting near the teleportation array was a woman, tall, poised, and exuding an efficient air. "Hello, I'm Huang Li, from Deep City Professional Center." "Hello, my name is Chun Daoxing," Chun replied, approaching her somewhat nervously and shaking her hand. "Assistant Director Chun, right? Director Zhang mentioned you last time he was here. He wanted to recommend you come stay and train with us for a while," Huang Li said with a friendly smile. Director Zhang did mention that, but Chun Daoxing stammered, his face reddening slightly. "But what? Didn't you already agree to it?" Lin Yi interjected smoothly. "It's really more suited for a solo mission." Lin Ye's tone was relaxed, but his gaze was icy. "As for cooperation, there's no need for young Master Ku to concern himself." Kuyu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting Lin Yi to reject him so decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. His demeanor remained polished, but a flicker of shadow crossed his eyes, emotions hard to decipher. "Brother Lin, think carefully before you speak. Opportunities don't come knocking forever." Kuyu slowly withdrew his hand, his tone carrying a subtle weight. Lin Ye's lips curved in a faint, mocking smile as he looked at him. "Opportunities are for the prepared, sure, but it depends on the cards you're holding. Young Master Ku, perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows." With just a single sentence, Kuyu was left speechless, unable to find a retort. Yet he couldn't let his frustration show. Lin Yi had already turned and walked toward the dormitory, giving him no opportunity to pester further. "Arrogant, isn't he?" Kuyu muttered under his breath, his expression darkening as he watched the figure retreat into the distance. His entourage, noticing his mood, kept their heads low, too afraid to comment. Once Lin Yi stepped into his courtyard, he closed the door behind him, sealing off all the noise from the outside world. He glanced casually around his quarters, taking in his surroundings. Although the term simple courtyard had been used, the accommodations exceeded expectations by far. A spacious and well-lit bedroom, a fully equipped desk with top-of-the-line devices, and even a small, private training ground, all nestled within the confines of an independent courtyard bordered by tall walls, providing an almost luxurious level of tranquility. The corners of Lin Ye's lips turned upward, a sign of his good mood. He muttered to himself under his breath, "At least the living conditions are decent this time around." But his momentary cheerfulness quickly faded. His gaze shifted out of the window, focusing distantly in one direction. In the far-off background, faint sounds of commotion reached him. It seemed to be coming from the training grounds. "Can't these people give it a rest?" Lin Yi murmured. He twisted open a bottle of water from his room and took a casual sip, appearing entirely unconcerned. With the championship battlefield looming, he knew these next 2 days would be rife with probing and provocations like this. Rather than rushing into action, Lin Yi pulled out a folder of documents. taking a seat at the desk to comb through the information carefully. This was the priority that deserved his time and focus. Night fell, cloaking the Shunsher Professional Center in a sea of gleaming lights, creating a sight like a field of stars scattered across the landscape. Many competitors were still active, moving about in the city. Beyond the thick, soundproof glass of his window, Lin Yi remained unaffected by the noise outside. He couldn't hear the chaos, but he didn't need to. He understood one thing clearly. The real battle had already begun. Even Ku Yu, whom he had crossed paths with earlier today, was merely one piece on the larger chessboard orchestrated by those in power. But Lin Yi? He was never one to play the role of a mere chess piece. He much preferred to be the player moving the pieces, or better yet, flipping the entire board and making his own rules. One person is enough. Lin Yi casually dropped the words, then turned and walked into the courtyard. You? The young man from earlier seemed ready to chase after Lin Yi to make an impression. But Kuyu blocked him with one swift move and hissed, "Say one more word, and I'll have your qualification revoked right now." "Please, no. Young Master Ku, I was wrong." The guy's attitude flipped in an instant, yielding completely. Kuyu shot him a cold glance, then shifted his gaze to Lin Ye's retreating figure and sneered with disdain. Both from small, no-name places. How can the difference be this vast? The words left his lips, and the three people nearby all visibly froze. The remark stung. Compared to Lin Yi, they felt no better than dogs. But despite the bitterness, they didn't dare retaliate. Without the Ku family's backing, they wouldn't even get past the gates of the Battle Champions arena. For the sake of their futures, they would endure, like dogs if they must. What Kuyu didn't realize was that he'd just added one more mark to Lin Ye's mental ledger of grudges. Meanwhile, far away in the ruined city beyond Deep City, the wind howled fiercely through a desolate square. Standing at its center, Gao Lanlan raised a hand, her voice steady. "This is my blood. I trust you'll keep your end of the deal." As her blood dripped onto the cracked ground, a shadowy figure began to form in the air, hazy and ghost-like. "Rest assured," it murmured, "our agreement will be witnessed by the demon god of rules. The rules are all that matter to him, not allegiance." Between them, a swirling orb of dark red blood floated ominously, formed from Gao Lanlan's sacrifice. "I won't show favoritism to anyone," the figure declared firmly. Nearby, the only witness, public trickster Gongsun, chuckled suddenly. "By the way, that kid stole a priceless treasure from me. Fair warning, it won't be so easy to kill him." Gao Lanlan's piercing gaze shifted to Gongsun. She hadn't thought much about yesterday's System World announcement. But seeing the way things were now, it was clear that the grand prize had deeper strings attached. The shadow figure, silent for an unusually long time, finally cursed angrily. "Couldn't you have told me that earlier?" For a demon god, to have been toyed with so thoroughly, it was humiliating. Gongsun clapped his hands together, laughing heartily. "But where's the fun if the outcome is guaranteed? Isn't this more exciting?" The shadow quivered for a moment, clearly at a loss for retort. Gao Lanlan cut in coldly. "Your success or failure is none of my concern. I just want that senior's legacy." "You'll get it," the shadow said stiffly, his tone strained. Never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined that a mere human would one day come knocking on his door to demand a debt be repaid. But a deal had been made, and he couldn't back out, not with Gongsun lying in wait to catch him breaking the rules. Elsewhere, Lin Yi stayed holed up in his room. As a competitor in the championship battlefield, he enjoyed the finest accommodations. Dining, laundry, every service was seamlessly taken care of. There was no reason for him to go outside. More than that, Lin Yi had no interest in mingling with a bunch of immature kids playing social games. People like Ku Yu, whose egos centered entirely on themselves, didn't even realize when they were offending others. Associating with someone like that was guaranteed to lead to trouble down the line. Lin Yi had ignored Ku Yu from the start. Thankfully, after being outright rejected, Ku Yu hadn't pressed the matter. As for the rest, Lin Yi wasn't interested in them either. Who knew if there'd be even more outrageous ones among them? Like that lackey of Ku Yu, blessed with high natural potential, but hardly the sharpest tool in the shed. Currently, there were 17 competitors stationed at Deep City Settlement, 10 men and 7 women. Among them, nearly 10 were locals. The remaining 7 came from various other second to fourth-tier settlements. Apart from Lin Yi, the most formidable talent here was Ku Ju, who possessed both an SS-grade aptitude and a rare profession. Trailing behind him was Holy Knight Qin Yi, followed by Ku Yu. The remainder mainly consisted of those with S-grade abilities. Lin Yi had no intention of meticulously analyzing everyone's details. As long as he knew his opponent's abilities before entering the battlefield, that was sufficient. After all, with the likes of Zhong Muxue, Kong Filiu, and Yuan Danqing, three who held the coveted SSS grade status, there was little question about who truly warranted his attention. Only Ku Ju deserved consistent monitoring. Qin Yi was worth a passing glance. Everyone else, he'd deal with them situationally if need be. For 2 full days and nights, Lin Yi did nothing but rest. Finally, the championship battlefield was set to begin. Early in the morning, staff arrived to escort him and the other competitors to the venue's entrance. They were all gathered in the gymnasium of Deep City's professional center. The moment they stepped into the stadium, the thunderous roar of the crowd hit them like a tidal wave. Though the gymnasium wasn't enormous, only seating a few thousand, it was packed to the brim with prominent figures. Look, that's the head of Deep City's professional center. And over there, that's the leader of the southern region, isn't it? Holy crap, is that the high priest in the red robes? The competitors craned their necks toward the audience stands, the scene quickly erupting into excited murmurs. Lin Yi cast a casual glance around, and familiar faces like Zhang Weiqi, Chen Daosheng, and Liang Hoyun greeted his eyes. Even the supposedly unreachable big names causing all the commotion weren't strangers to him. For anyone else, seeing these legendary figures, recognizable only from media coverage in the past, seated mere meters away would no doubt send their adrenaline spiking. But the figure who drew every gaze and dominated the scene was the elderly man in red robes seated in the front row. The elder in red robes was unmistakably the Archbishop, a figure second only to the Pope himself. In the past, the church showed little interest in the champion's battlefield, typically sending a mere priest to go through the motions. But this time, they had sent an archbishop directly. The news caused widespread speculation. Many believed that the archbishop had come specifically for Lin Yi. That pale, delicate one, is that Lin Yi? That's him. But honestly, what can a healer even do in battle? If he manages to team up with one of Zhong, Kong, or Yuan, he's practically guaranteed second place. That's assuming those three are even willing to team up with him. So basically, how far Lin Yi gets depends entirely on what kind of teammates he finds. In other words, the key to fourth place isn't who steps up, but who can snag Lin Yi as a teammate. That's exactly it. The audience buzzed with endless discussion. On the surface, many were praising Lin Yi, but the underlying assumption was always the same. He could only succeed with the help of those 3 SSS-ranked geniuses. This kind of thinking wasn't surprising. The auxiliary role of healers had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. No one believed that a lone healer could achieve anything significant on the professional battlefield. Bishop Qin, what's your take on this? A refined, middle-aged man asked. Rankings don't matter. The crimson-robed elder replied leisurely. Anyone who can stand here represents the future hope of humanity. Well said. The middle-aged man nodded, though his eyes revealed a flicker of disdain. Empty platitudes, anyone could spout them. What do you think of Lin Yi, then? He pressed further. Bishop Qin furrowed his brows, irritation flickering across his face. He wasn't even here for Lin Yi. His grandson was among the competitors. I hope he finds good teammates and achieves a decent ranking, he responded blandly. Let's hope so, the middle-aged man smirked. In the waiting area, Qin Yi stood beside Ku Ju, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, acted as though he hadn't noticed, his expression cold and indifferent. Some people just never learn, Lin Yi thought to himself with a faint sneer. He'd sensed Qin Yi's hostility long ago. Judging by the group's positioning, Lin Yi instantly understood the root of it. Just then, the portal at the center of the arena began to hum and activate. Wong, a massive, shimmering blue gate gradually materialized in the stadium. A second stage, level 60 array master stood at its core, maintaining the formation with steady focus. At this level of strength, one was already at the peak of what a common professional could achieve. Under the array master's control, the portal quickly stabilized. Long ago, The original overseer of the champion's battlefield had perished in the abyss. Now, forcing the portal open every year required consuming enormous amounts of energy from hidden realms, tearing a passageway open each time. Lin Yi didn't even spare Qin Yi another glance. Despite his SS tier talent, Qin Yi was walking the road of an ordinary warrior, a path that barely deserved notice. If the opportunity arose, Lin Yi might consider recruiting him, but he wouldn't invest any extra effort. Besides, Qin Yi's Holy Knight career path was unlikely his own choice through the career temple. Given the church's influence, it was child's play for them to collect divine sigils tied to holy light through their vast network of followers. While devout believers voluntarily offering their career emblems wasn't illegal, it was a common and somewhat unsavory tactic used by the 12 apostles' families to secure advanced careers like sage or holy knight for their descendants. The Qin family, Lin Yi thought with indifference. The Archbishop of the Southern Province's diocese himself was a Qin family member, seated among the spectators, Archbishop Qin Lu. To the commoners, the church was untouchable and sacred. But to Lin Yi, it wasn't even worth a second thought. Contestants, please enter the arena. The champion's battlefield was now officially underway, simultaneously activated in 5 first-tier settlements, including Shin City. The event would see 100 young professionals randomly deployed. Each would land with a 3-minute period of invincibility, during which neither attacks nor skills could be used. Once the timer ran out, the real slaughter would begin. When their health hit 0, competitors would be teleported out, ensuring their lives were never truly at risk. "Let's go," Kuyu said, stepping into the portal first, followed closely by the others. Lin Yi walked unhurriedly, trailing at the very back without a care for the order of entry. "Could you find me immediately once you land according to your locator?" Qin Yi ordered once more. He, like Kuyu, had already secured his team. Without the visit to Shanxing last month, Kuyu might not have secured his title as Shin City's rookie champion. Even so, Qin Yi still claimed the second spot among this year's Shin City newcomers. Kuju nodded silently, saying nothing. "Move," Qin Yi barked, then glanced back at Lin Yi, his expression complicated. He quickly averted his gaze. Within the 12 apostles' families, Lin Yi was not well liked. A healer who repeatedly pulled off miracles should have been celebrated. Instead, his feats served only to humiliate and undermine these so-called paragons of holy light orthodoxy. Under the gaze of the crowd, competitors stepped through the portal one by one. Lin Yi was the last to enter. With a flicker of light, the scenery transformed around him, and he found himself standing on a vast wilderness plain. "You have entered the champion's battlefield. Let the slaughter begin and prove yourself." Lin Yi's expression remained calm and composed. The original overseer of this spatial domain was long gone, having perished in the abyss. Now, only the battlefield's predefined rules kept things running. External forces had no say here. Even the professional alliance could only dispatch specially crafted flying puppets ahead of time to broadcast the events. This method, the entire field couldn't possibly be monitored completely. Someone once tried to avoid being caught on the live stream and directly smashed the tracking puppet following them. Thus, a strict rule was introduced. Intentional destruction was prohibited, punishable by severe penalties. Still, every year there would be accidents. Everyone knew very well whether it was truly an accident or not. The landing spot's not bad. The surrounding area was open and empty. No opponents, no swarms of creatures. For Lin Yi, this was a solid beginning. He patted the space bag at his side. One by one, crow puppets materialized out of thin air. The flock grew, amassing overhead into a thick, dark cloud. "Disperse." With a single word, the crows scattered in all directions. Lin Yi exhaled deeply. A strange mask appeared over his face, and a bone staff materialized in his hand. Seeing his outfit, anyone would assume he was a necromancer. Certainly, no one would guess he was a healer. In a hidden part of the abyss, black fog laced with scarlet lightning erupted violently, quickly coalescing into a massive shadow. Before the shadow, a disc-shaped structure floated in the air. Rivulets of blood coursed along its surface, forming a geographic map of this battlefield. A former master of spatial abilities, now rotting in this backwater? What a waste. Time to rise and shine. Awaken. A beam of holy light suddenly struck down. Penalty magic surged through the air, and a towering half-orc crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. 10 points. Lin Yi silently noted in his mind. The championship battlefield operated under a dual rule system: points and elimination. 100 competitors battled until only one remained, with rankings determined by the order of eliminations. The battle could last up to 3 days and nights. If multiple competitors survived until the end, the rankings would be decided by points. Points were earned by killing creatures. Goblins were worth 1 point, half-orcs 10, elite monsters in the hundreds, minor bosses in the thousands, and major bosses tens of thousands. Defeating other contestants allowed one to seize all of their accumulated points. This rule set gave even weaker players a shot at victory, as long as they knew how to scout and avoid stronger enemies. Focusing solely on slaying creatures, they could climb the leaderboard with strategy. Only those who relied purely on brute force were fools. The championship battlefield was never short of upsets. Once, an assassin from a small settlement concealed themselves throughout the competition. Through ambushes, they eliminated multiple seeded players and ultimately seized the crown. Of course, that was merely an exception. Against a different set of opponents, the same outcome was far from certain. Lin Yi glanced at the leaderboard. In just half an hour, he had eliminated 2 minor bosses and secured the top position. In second place was Kong Filiu, the future Storm Archmage, trailing Lin Yi by barely 1,000 points. If Kong Filiu could take down another minor boss, the gap would close significantly. Third place belonged to Yuan Danqing, the rising champion of the Mountain City. She trailed Kong Filiu by just over 100 points and could overtake him at any moment. As for the others on the list, Lin Yi didn't bother paying them much attention. Flying puppets ahead. Let's take a detour, he muttered. Using his crows to oversee movements across the battlefield gave him a considerable advantage. While other contestants could only be filmed by the observing puppets, some even actively sought out their attention in hopes of additional exposure. Lin Yi, however, had no such need. He wasn't about to lay his cards on the table for all to see. Meanwhile, in the spectator arena of the Deep City Professional Center, a sea of viewers watched the live broadcast intently. Flying puppets roamed the battlefield to track participants, but time on screen was limited. Only the most popular competitors had any significant presence. For many hopefuls, no matter how desperately they tried to stand out, they'd be relegated to obscurity, a fleeting figure in the corner of an ignored feed. But this year was completely different. Are you serious? We still don't have footage of Lin Yi. He's currently in first place, yet no one knows what he's doing. A healer managing to top the championship battlefield's leaderboard? That's ridiculous. Well, it's not that strange. Punishment magic is pretty effective for farming creatures. Oh, I get it. He's avoiding fights and focusing on grinding creatures to rack up points and secure first place. Damn, does that mean he actually has a shot at winning the whole thing? The audience was abuzz with chatter. Many had already pieced together Lin Yi's likely strategy. The Alliance even redirected nearly half of its flying puppets just to locate him. But the outcome was always the same. They couldn't find him. The leaderboard, however, told the truth. His score kept climbing steadily, holding firm at the top. Viewers grew increasingly impatient, curious to the point of madness, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Yi wasn't deliberately staying out of the fray. The battlefield was vast, and for now, he hadn't encountered anyone worth engaging. Moreover, using this battleground to farm talent wasn't easy. Situations dire enough for healing rarely came up, and using holy healing recklessly was not an option. From the beginning, he'd never planned to rely too heavily on this battlefield to advance his abilities, unless opportunity presented itself on its own. Why are there so many people ahead? Through his crow's perspective, Lin Yi noticed 7 or 8 people separated into several factions, locked in a tense standoff. There were even some familiar faces among them. Kuyu. Initially, Lin Yi intended to avoid the area, but he stopped walking. Standing opposite Kuyu was none other than Kuju and Qin Yi's group. Clearly, they had all been drawn here by the nearby boss. What was unexpected was running into one another at this location, running into an arch-rival. For Lin Yi, everything else was trivial, but Kuju's talent. Now that was something he truly coveted. An SS-grade flame form. a talent that shared the same origin as his own but functioned on an entirely higher level. And this talent was absolutely critical for completing the quest to become a flare priest. The odds were slim, but the opportunity was rare. Lin Yi stopped what he was doing, contemplating whether he could squeeze in a few more healing spells for Kuju. Combined with his four-leaf clover artifact, it might just be enough to steal her talent. As for what grievance or connection might exist between Kuyu and Kuju, Lin Yi couldn't care less. What truly irritated him was how both sides were locked in a staring contest, neither willing to make a move. It made his stomach churn with frustration. His gaze flitted toward the distant rock-plated Earth Dragon boss, his mind already hatching a plan. Forget it, Qin Yi. Let's go. Kuju didn't want to involve herself in conflicts. Her goal was to break into the top 10 standings, not to get caught up in a life-or-death struggle with Kuyu here on the battlefield. Matters with the Ku family couldn't be settled overnight anyway. Nah, I don't believe he's got it in him to fight me for it. Qin Yi smirked, exuding an air of absolute confidence. Others might not know his background, but Kuyu certainly did. In Qin Yi's eyes, Kuyu was nothing more than the spoiled son of some nouveau riche family, hardly a threat to someone from the Qin clan. Not to mention, Kuyu's team was significantly outclassed in terms of their lineup. That Earth Dragon boss was worth 10,000 points. Taking it down would shoot him straight to the top of the leaderboard. He was determined to step on that freelance healer and claim the #1 spot. So, no matter what, that Earth Dragon was his for the taking. I can split it with you, but there's no way I'll let you have it all to yourself, Kuyu said darkly, his face pinched with displeasure. His group had spotted the Earth Dragon first, but everything had spiraled out of control once Qin Yi butted in. Kuyu knew all too well who Qin Yi was. One of the 12 apostolic families in the church's hierarchy, the real power behind the Holy Church. And the Southern Archbishop? Qin Yi's own grandfather. Offending Qin, it would mean virtually no chance of finding top-tier Holy Light support in the future. For any adventurer aiming to climb higher in the ranks, that was as good as having their path cut off entirely. Ordinarily, he would have just swallowed his pride and backed down. But right now, he didn't want to yield. Not when Kuju was standing next to Qin Yi. He might have been willing to give Qin Yi some respect, but he'd never bow his head in front of a so-called illegitimate child. Share it? With you? You're not even worthy. Qin Yi sneered, the mockery in his voice razor-sharp. Kuyu's face was livid, darkened almost to the color of iron. Truth be told, this wasn't about pride. Without a proper healer, forcing a fight with the boss would be too costly. They'd likely weaken themselves so much that someone else could swoop in and claim victory. Even if Qin Yi hadn't shown up, Kuyu might have considered giving up. But now, moving forward felt like a trap, and retreating felt like a loss. His irritation was mounting with each second. Forget it. If you won't leave, then I will, Kuju said, turning to walk away. Rather than wasting more time in a fruitless standoff, she'd rather kill some nearby monsters and gain more points. Hey, Kuju, don't go, Qin Yi called out after her hurriedly. But before his voice could fully echo, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance, the ground trembling violently in its wake. All eyes turned in unison, their expressions stiffening in alarm. The rock-plated Earth Dragon that had been meandering on the horizon suddenly charged toward them in a frenzy, like a force of nature unleashed. This was no mere low-level monster. This was a 10,000-point boss, something leagues beyond the typical grind. Under normal circumstances, with full planning, they might have stood a chance. But a direct, unprovoked charge? Who could possibly hold the line? Boom, boom, boom. The Earth Dragon's massive form crushed the ground beneath it, each step like the falling of a mountain. Retreat. Kuyu's face had gone pale, but his voice rang out with resolve as he gave the order to fall back. He felt a twisted sense of relief amidst the panic. At least this tense standoff was over. Qin Yi sneered as he saw Kuyu's group scatter. Kuju, they ran. Help me take down this Earth Dragon. He gripped his warhammer with both hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. With this 10,000 points under his belt, he'd finally beat Lin Yi. Kuju hesitated but eventually stopped in her tracks. To her, it was obvious that Qin Yi had lost all sense and wouldn't leave until the Earth Dragon was dead. And if she wanted to break into the top 10 herself, she needed Qin Yi's firepower. She sighed, turning back toward the charging beast and readying herself for battle. Just one thing nagged at her mind. Why had the Earth Dragon suddenly gone berserk? Surely it must have spotted them during its patrol, right? None of them gave it much thought. No one noticed the tiny mouse just a palm size that had been beneath the Earth Dragon's feet. A mouse squished into oblivion mid-pursuit. By the time the team realized, the Earth Dragon had already closed the gap to less than 100 meters. It was well within aggro range now. Roar! The Earth Dragon's eyes burned crimson with fury as it charged once again. Warrior, hold the line. I'll keep healing you. Qin shouted, his voice unwavering. Got it, the tank yelled back, charging to meet the beast head-on. As a meat shield, holding the Earth Dragon was his bread and butter, especially decked out in the heavy armor Qin had outfitted him with. With solid heals backing him up, he was confident he could take it. The battle erupted in an instant. Though Qin Yi's personality left much to be desired, his commanding was, at the very least, competent. His only flaw? His healing rhythm was off. It always lagged just a beat too slow. It wasn't for lack of healing power. His equipment ensured he could out-heal most. But as a paladin, a class built primarily for frontline melee, a delay in timing could be disastrous. Nonetheless, the team's equipment and strength were top tier. So long as they could keep things steady, it was only a matter of time before they ground the Earth Dragon down. All the while, Kuju unleashed everything she had, her fiery mana blazing through the air. Her damage output alone accounted for 90% of the team's total DPS. Without her sustained and explosive firepower, this Earth Dragon would have been untouchable. But they didn't know. Someone had been hiding in the shadows, all along, watching them. Stronger than I thought. But I've already accounted for this. It's about time. There was no way Lin Yi would let them claim the rock-armored Earth Dragon so easily. He didn't need much. Just one more shove, and Qin Yi's crew would falter. A few minutes later, Qin Yi and his group were locked in a fierce, neck-to-neck battle with the Earth Dragon. And then, from above, a streak of green liquid came crashing down, right on top of Qin Yi. The venomous acid exploded on impact. His face hardened instantly. Someone's ambushing us. He whipped his head around in shock. But it wasn't a person. No, it was a massive, black, twin-tailed scorpion. Another one. Qin Yi felt a chill creep up his spine. The Earth Dragon alone was already pushing them to their limit. And now a mid-tier boss-level twin-tailed scorpion on top of it? There was no way they could hold out. Retreat. Fall back. Panic was etched all over his face. This was a no-win situation. Why is there another spawn? What the hell? This seriously isn't happening. The other 3 members of the group were equally shaken. As soon as the twin-tailed scorpion entered the fray, the tide shifted. What had been a steady advantage crumbled instantly. They were already stretched thin dealing with the Earth Dragon. Now, with the scorpion added to the mix, their margin for error was almost non-existent. It was just a mid-tier boss, and technically not as powerful as the Earth Dragon, but its damage output was absurd. One stray acidic spray had already taken close to a fifth of Qin Yi's fully geared health bar. He could still fight, but the will to do so was gone. Damn it, he was furious. And yet, deep down, an unsettling suspicion began to surface. This has to be Kuyu. That bastard's still holding a grudge and lured the scorpion here on purpose. How else could it have suddenly shown up? Stop talking. Just retreat. Kuju let out a sigh next to him. She'd warned them from the start to leave this Earth Dragon alone. And now, here they were, one bad step away from total annihilation. 2 bosses at once. And escaping from them. Far easier said than done. Young Master Qin, help me. The warrior in their party let out a pained scream. But Qin Yi was being relentlessly hounded by the twin-tailed scorpion. He could barely fend for himself, let alone spare attention for anyone else. In the next second, the Earth Dragon's massive tail swept through the air. The warrior's health bar plummeted to 0. He was eliminated on the spot. Damn it, Qin Yi cursed out loud. Technically, as the paladin, it was his job to step up as the main tank. With the warrior down, it was his duty to take over. But he didn't move. Instead, he cast absolution on himself, instantly cleansing all aggro directed his way. The situation was already beyond saving. Even if he swapped into the warrior's role, what difference would it make? Tank the hits while healing himself at the same time? That was completely unrealistic. Bereft of a target, The twin-tailed scorpion shifted its attention to another teammate, lunging at them with terrifying speed. Qin said nothing. Instead, he began quietly retreating step by cautious step. Better them than him. After all, he was the one who had brought them all along in the first place. Taking a hit for him was what they were supposed to do. After all, he was the one funding everything. That was his trump card. As for Kuju, what was the value of a woman compared to his own self-interest? Besides, she'd never treated him as anything more than a collaborator. That simmering resentment at her had been sitting in his chest for far too long. Meanwhile, the rock-armored Earth Dragon had its sights locked on Kuju. With no tank pulling aggro anymore, it immediately targeted her, the one with the highest damage output. Its massive tail smashed into the ground, sending rocks flying as it struck Kuju head-on. Her health bar dropped perilously close to 0 in an instant. One more hit, and she was done for. This is bad. Kuju's stomach twisted. As a mage, she had next to no durability. The Earth Dragon stomped furiously, sending a crushing shockwave of debris right toward her. This was it. And then, at that critical moment, a radiant beam of holy light descended from above. Her health bar instantly shot back to full. The shockwave still sent her tumbling more than 10 meters through the air, but it didn't take her out. Before she could even gather her thoughts, golden feathers began raining down from the sky. Her health continued to recover rapidly. In the distance, the two other party members being chased by the scorpion also found themselves cured of its venom, the golden glow enveloping them. Qin froze mid-step, his retreat momentarily forgotten. He looked up at the shimmering feathers filling the air, his face a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Feathers of the holy light. He recognized the skill at first glance. There was only one person capable of casting it, Lin Yi. His gaze darted around until it landed on a figure not too far away. A figure wearing a strange mask, holding a staff glowing with holy radiance. It's him. Qin clenched his jaw. Of all the possibilities, he never expected Lin Yi to appear, especially not to save the day like this. Compared to Lin Yi's healing, his own paltry attempts were laughable. The difference was painfully obvious. Outside the virtual battlefield, the watching audience was just as dumbfounded. They'd already braced themselves for Kuju and the other two to meet their demise. Nobody saw this twist coming. Lin Yi, who had been absent for so long, suddenly emerged out of nowhere and saved not one, not two, but 3 people. Holy crap, they finally got him on camera. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Qin is nothing compared to Lin Yi. Seriously, Paladin? More like Cowardin. If Qin had kept his cool and let the 3 damage dealers focus fire on the scorpion, they might have stood a chance at winning. Stay alive. And yet, he was the first to lose his cool. That girl, Kuju, deals massive damage. If he'd just kept his composure, there was still a chance to turn the game around. The once silent crowd erupted into a frenzy. As soon as Lin Yi appeared, everyone seemed revitalized. In stark contrast, Qin was met with a storm of scorn. The moment danger struck, he panicked first. The warrior was bled dry, and the situation spiraled out of control. Even worse, Qin immediately cast absolution on himself to disengage from battle, dumping all the aggression on his teammates just to save his own hide. It was self-preservation taken to the extreme. Was he some heinous villain? Hardly. He just wanted to survive. But to pull such a move in front of the audience's watchful eyes, avoiding contempt was next to impossible, especially compared to Lin Yi, who fearlessly stepped up. Qin had become nothing but a laughingstock. So much for the valiant and loyal holy paladin image, utterly shattered. The crimson-robed Archbishop Qin Lu stared at the screen, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the refined middle-aged man beside him chuckled softly, as if enjoying a captivating drama. On the battlefield, it worked. Lin Yi's eyes lit up with renewed energy. Under the blessing of his 4-leaf clover ability, his healing spell had precisely activated and successfully replicated Kuju's talents. But trouble immediately followed. Both the large and small bosses instantly locked their sights on him. That life-saving burst of healing just moments ago had pulled Kuju back from the brink of death. The wings of holy light had soared, raising the health bars of 2 others to safety. In mere seconds, he'd yanked 3 players from the edge of elimination. The cost? Every shred of aggression was now aimed squarely at him. The rock-armored earth dragon and twin-tailed scorpion simultaneously turned their murderous gaze upon Lin Yi. Though not very intelligent, they instinctively understood one thing. If this healer wasn't killed first, none of the others could possibly die. The twin-tailed scorpion moved with alarming speed, spitting out a glob of dark green venomous fluid. Lin Yi, watch out! Kuju shouted in alarm. Even fully armored Qin Yi couldn't withstand such an attack, let alone a healer. In the eyes of everyone, healers were synonymous with fragility. But what everyone seemed to forget was that Lin Yi never played by the rules. To him, the twin-tailed scorpion's attack was nothing but predictable. That sticky, rancid venom? He simply didn't want it anywhere near him. Lin Yi didn't even bother dodging. Instead, he raised his hand and tossed out a small white object. It landed perfectly in the venom's path, blocking it entirely. The white object shook slightly and then, to everyone's shock, stood upright. It was a sheep. A puppet sheep. The audience was dumbstruck. For a fleeting moment, they had thought he was using some sort of special skill. Who would have guessed he just chucked a puppet to take the hit instead? Chaos erupted in the stands. Holy crap, is this for real? He just threw away a 100,000 gold puppet like it's nothing. But seriously, who in the world carries a low-output puppet sheep onto the battlefield? A healer carrying a puppet sheep into combat. It was absolutely ridiculous. But Lin Yi wasn't even fazed. He pressed on. Erosion. His bone staff glowed, and the emblem of a sinister skull embedded itself onto the twin-tailed scorpion. Quickly, he lifted a single finger. Finger of ruin. A crimson bolt of lightning streaked forward, striking the twin-tailed scorpion. Boom. One hit. Instant annihilation. Kuju stood frozen, completely stunned. The others were equally flabbergasted. This was a level 20 mini-boss. Its difficulty was on par with the dungeon's final boss. Taking it down solo was already impressive, but to one-shot it? That was on a whole other level. And Lin Yi made it look effortless. The crowd roared even louder. What was that red lightning? What kind of move was that? A debuff first, then an insta-kill? How does a healer even have so much offensive capability? Must be from a gear skill. Regardless of the explanation, the outcome was undeniable. This single strike that obliterated the boss rivaled the damage output of top-level mages. Even Liang Hoyun, watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes with interest. This kid, he's full of surprises. Duan Xiaoxua murmured softly. If I'm not mistaken, that was Finger of Ruin. Liang Hoyun gave a small nod. Exactly. It's a skill exclusive to necromancers. However, certain rare equipment can also provide it. Skills gained from equipment weren't unheard of, but they came with limitations. You couldn't level them up. As soon as a player outgrew the gear, the skill became obsolete. At best, they were a temporary boost. Expecting them to remain viable in the long term was futile. Even the rare no-level requirement artifacts would fall behind. Skill levels fixed in place, incapable of competing down the line. What a waste, Duan Xiaoxua sighed. With magic power like his, Lin Yi could have dominated as a mage. Even an ordinary wizard would have sufficed. Relying on just one or two offensive abilities couldn't possibly lead to a boss kill, especially without significant magical power. And magic power didn't appear out of thin air. It came from innate talent, profession, attributes, and top-tier equipment. Lin Yi was only level 20. Even with a set of high-end gear, the magic power it could provide was limited. The rest had to come from his innate gifts and class. Duan couldn't even fathom how devastating Lin Yi could be had he chosen a mage class. It was almost terrifying to think about. And yet here he was, already breaking the rules of combat with his current potential as a healer. With the twin-tailed scorpion felled, only the rock-armored earth dragon remained in the arena. What had once been, the stalemate shattered in an instant. At that moment, Qin Yi, who had just been trying to abandon his teammates and flee, suddenly came to a halt. Lin Yi, let's join forces and take down the Earth Dragon. Qin Yi shouted shamelessly. 10,000 points, even if split evenly, was more than enough to push him into the top 10. But more importantly, he was certain Lin Yi would agree. In his mind, Lin Yi's previous explosive power couldn't possibly be used continuously. And right now, the only one capable of enduring the Earth Dragon's attacks was himself. This turn of events left the audience shaking their heads in disbelief. Running away was bad enough, but coming back just to reap the rewards? It was the epitome of selfishness. Qin Yi embodied the word scoundrel to its fullest extent. Being scared of death was one thing, but the sheer brazenness of his actions? Truly unbearable. To make things worse, if Lin Yi refused to team up with Qin Yi, he wouldn't just have to deal with the rock-armored Earth Dragon. He'd also need to watch his back for Qin Yi. Who could guarantee that this despicable man wouldn't stab him in the back at a critical moment? Given Qin Yi's shamelessness, such a betrayal wasn't just possible, it was practically a certainty. That was the most sinister thing about him. This guy completely disgraces the Holy Knight profession, Duan Xiaoxua muttered angrily under her breath. As a recruiter for a prestigious academy, she naturally knew Qin Yi's background. Because of this, she didn't dare criticize him too harshly. Who wasn't wary of retaliation from the church? Beside her, Liang Hoyun had an unimpressed expression on his face. You've got to separate the person from the profession, or you might overthink things, he said nonchalantly. Duan Xiaoxua paused, and then shot him a withering look of disdain. You're right, she retorted. She had almost forgotten. This sleazy, greasy old man was himself a third-tier holy knight. Liang Hoyun's behavior couldn't have been more at odds with his supposed title. But before Liang Hoyun could chuckle at her jab, he suddenly shot to his feet, his gaze locking onto the teleportation gate on the field. Force the players back from the battlefield immediately, he bellowed as he transformed into a streak of light and bolted toward the formation mage, slamming a hand down on him. The next moment, a burst of black energy exploded from the mage's body, filling the air with an oppressive atmosphere that sent Liang Hoyun staggering backward several steps. At the same time, all the screens displaying the match blinked out simultaneously, leaving only static. What's going on? What happened? Confused voices rippled through the arena. Isn't this the so-called Knight Commander? The formation mage turned around slowly. His face was ashen, his mouth twisted into a grotesque, sinister grin. On the podium, Cardinal Qin Lu shot to his feet, his crimson robes billowing. A calamity demon? That's quite the title for someone so unimpressive. The formation mage sneered. Is this how pathetic the church has become? You dare to wear red robes? You're nothing compared to someone like Bai Luo Dao. Qin Lu's face darkened, but he didn't dare utter a word. You're not worthy to speak his name, Liang Hoyun said coldly, steadying himself as he confronted the figure. Meanwhile, behind the formation mage, the teleportation gate was slowly closing. It's useless, the formation mage sneered smugly. Trying to bide your time and reopen the channel? Impossible. Not even a fourth-tier formation mage could do that, much less a second-tier one. No one can stop the domain lord from reclaiming his domain. In his mind, everything was proceeding perfectly, had it not been for that accursed Gong Sun interfering with his plans. Even so, this remained his most foolproof way of killing Lin Yi. What are you trying to say? Liang Hoyun's tone dropped, his wariness growing. The calamity demon erupted into chilling laughter.